What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is the first part of a story where Issei disappeared and got powers of Megami Tensei. Issei Hyoudou is a mystery to the inhabitants of Kuoh. After returning from a sudden disappearance, he's a different man. Now, after the fallen attack him, the devils of Kuoh will learn just what makes him different. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Now, let's get into part 1. Ryu's Gremory stood at the window of the Occult Research Club's second floor, thinking once again about how to get out of that disgusting arrangement with Riser Phoenix. It was really starting to weigh on her mind as the time approached. She sighed as her gaze wandered before coming to rest upon someone resting under the shade of a tree nearby. It didn't take her long at all to recognize one of the great mysteries of the school. Issei Hyoudou. Ryu's lightly brushed a few strands of crimson hair from her face as she observed him, distracted from her brooding about Riser to ponder Issei and consider what she knew. Not long ago, Issei was a somewhat normal boy. He was well known around the school for being a member of the infamous perverted trio. His obsession with breasts was renowned, along with his lack of shame when it came to it. Rhea smiled at the thought. She had actually found the boy's honesty somewhat refreshing. It wasn't as if other boys didn't have the same interests. She knew that well enough, considering how often her own assets were stared at. Issei had simply decided not to bother hiding it. Her smile changed to a small frown at how that had all changed. One day during the summer holidays, shortly after the school term had ended, Issei had vanished without a trace. His parents had frantically searched for him, but no clue appeared. Ryuz and Sona had both investigated the matter, in case it was something supernatural. After all, Kuoh was their territory, so they needed to know if something was snatching teens up. But they didn't find anything either. All they had been able to find out was that the last place he was seen was a shop that specialized in more adult-oriented manga and doujinshi. Months passed without a sign, and it seemed the hiatus would be one of those unfortunate families that would have to endure never knowing what happened to their child. Then, out of nowhere, he had reappeared. A 110 call led to him being found in an alley not far from school grounds. He was a real mess, with massive wounds all over his body, accompanied by older scarring as well, including on his face. In spite of this, however, Issei made a full recovery, much to his parents' joy, and returned home and to class, once the new school term began. He was different though. The usually boisterous and excitable boy was replaced by a rather calm young man. He was still perverted, and spent time with Motohama and Mitsuda, but it was much more low-key, no longer joining them in peeping, much to the relief of the female portion of the student body. There were also the physical changes. Besides the extensive scarring that covered his body, which caused him to begin wearing a shirt when he had to go swimming, he was in obviously better shape. Gym uniforms exposed toned arms and legs, corded with lean muscle. His upper body was similarly well built, making his friends rather envious. Akakiryu had actually put it rather well when she compared him to one of those American action stars. Of course, she had said it in more colorful terms at the time. But none of that was what attracted the most attention of the devils currently attending Kuoh Academy. The thing that intrigued them was Issei's sheer presence. Ryu's bit her lip and shivered slightly. Even from here she could feel it, now that she was looking for it. Power, the likes she had only felt from her brother. The fact that it was comparable to a mayor at rest was incredible. And Issei wasn't even trying to project it. She remembered approaching him outside the school on the first day of class, wishing to let him know that she was relieved he was alright, and that she was willing to help if he needed it. But then she was stopped in her tracks by the feeling of Issei's strength bearing down on her. It had been surprisingly sudden. She had felt some slight stirring of power earlier, but put it out of her mind. However, once she got within a certain distance of him, it practically slammed into her. The impact of it on her senses almost sent her to her knees, in more ways than one. Devils such as herself were creatures ruled by power. While nothing like it used to be, power was still a big factor when it came to devil society. Devils sought strong beings to add to their peerages to increase their own power. Only the strongest, such as Surziches or Seraphol, could lead, because devil society would never follow somebody without the power to back it up. And power was definitely an enormous part when it came to attraction. Ryuz knew she and several others held strength, or at least the potential for it, as the most attractive part of somebody. It was, of course, not absolute. Riser was without a doubt powerful, and Ryuz still wanted to rip his balls off and feed them to him more often than not, but it was still a factor. So when she suddenly felt Issei's power, which so easily outclassed her own, forcing itself on her, she almost kneeled in an instinctive reaction toward one who was so far above her. She managed to avoid it, if barely, though she was acutely aware of a sudden dampness between her legs. This wasn't helped by Akeno, who had been right beside her, panting softly in sudden desire. She was hardly surprised to catch her masturbating in the clubhouse's bathroom later. Ryuz had spoken to Sona afterwards to find that she had experienced the same thing. Everything seemed relatively normal, and then, suddenly, that feeling of gargantuan power pressing down on her, once she got within a certain distance of the boy. Sona had to return to him later, once she was more prepared to do what Riaz had been intending to do. It was as though his power was extended outwards like a bubble with a definite boundary from which he couldn't be sensed casually. Riaz sighed, wondering what had caused a relatively normal human to become a being that could make multiple high-class devils feel so incredibly small in comparison. She frowned once again. There was also the matter of what Kaneko had told her happened a few days ago. Kaneko was walking home from a sweet shop she had decided to visit after her last request. It was getting late, and she wanted to get home to enjoy her purchases. "Well, hello there, cutie," a rough voice said from the alley she was passing by. The loli glanced over to see about a dozen punks leering at her. "What is an adorable girl like you doing out here all alone? Maybe we should keep you company." The white-haired girl turned away and kept walking, ignoring them. "Wahey. Don't just ignore us like that." 3 of the delinquents moved to block her way, one of them grabbing her. The corners of her mouth turned down in irritation as she was dragged into the alley, not putting up much of a fight yet. "Maybe we ought to teach you some respect." One of them pulled out a switchblade and held it threateningly in front of her face, much to her annoyance. It was when one of the ones behind her moved to grope her that she finally had enough. She was about to teach those idiots some manners when a sudden wave of power made her gasp. The punk with the knife smirked, thinking she did so out of fear. "That's right, be a good girl and maybe you won't get hurt." He laughed before being interrupted by a voice from the entrance to the alley. "What the hell do you assholes think you're doing to my cowhide?" The voice growled out. Everybody turned to see Issei Hyoudou standing there, glaring. Kaneko looked at him, blushing slightly as both her devil and Nekashu instincts reacted to his power. He was standing with his arms crossed, his scarred face intimidating in the fading light, especially with the dark glare he was giving the delinquents holding her. "Who the hell are you?" the apparent leader said, glaring. "Beat it before something bad happens to you." Issei seemed to consider it. "You're right. I should probably leave before something bad happens." The gang members smirked while Kaneko frowned. "Having to wash your blood off my clothes would be such a pain, after all." Smirks instantly turned into scowls. Another punk pulled out a switchblade. "Someone needs to teach you a lesson." He advanced and swung his knife at Issei's face, aiming to add another scar to his collection. Issei easily reached up and caught his assailant's wrist, stopping him cold. He looked him in the eye and gave a dark smirk. "I'd love to see you try." He suddenly kicked out, catching the delinquent in the knee, which gave out with a loud crack. He instantly dropped, howling in pain. The other gang members stared at Issei's casual brutality, looking more unsure now. "Next," he announced blandly. The punks looked at each other before 3 moved to attack, one grabbing a large, heavy pipe. The first came in with a wide punch, which Issei easily dodged and retaliated with a quick uppercut to his opponent's chin. The punk's teeth clacked together loudly as he dropped, unconscious before he hit the ground. The second tried for a sidekick, which was caught. Issei used the leg as leverage to swing the delinquent into the alley wall. He then ducked to dodge the swing of the pipe by the third one, who ended up hitting the gasping for breath second one, most likely cracking a rib. He dropped too. Issei quickly stood with his back to his enemy and elbowed him in the solar plexus, causing him to drop the pipe as he tried to get his breath back. He was swiftly knocked out as Issei whirled, hitting the thug's temple with the back of his fist. He turned back to the rest of the group, eyeing them darkly as they looked back, visibly unsure of themselves now. The one holding Kaneko let her go to turn towards Issei fully, allowing her to move back towards the alley wall, getting out of the way. She was observing everything carefully, knowing her king would want to know what happened, especially as it involved the school's mystery powerhouse. The delinquent leader licked his lips nervously. Issei had after all just taken out 4 of his men with almost contemptuous ease, and looked more than ready to keep going. The hand holding his switchblade shook slightly. "We can still beat him," he blustered. "He can't take us all on, after all." Issei's response was to crack his neck, a bored look on his face. The next thug, the biggest and most muscled, roared and charged, aiming for a rugby tackle. Issei actually rolled his eyes before sidestepping at the last moment and sticking his foot out, tripping the charging ruffian, who fell to the ground like a sack of rocks. Kaneko blinked at the action, which was like something out of a cartoon. Quickly and efficiently, Issei knelt down and punched the back of the thug's head in a single motion, knocking him out as well. Another 2 approached now. One held a battered plank of wood in his hands, the other had put on some brass knuckles. Woodplank approached first, swinging his weapon at Issei's head. Issei swiftly put his arm up to block the blow, stopping it in its tracks. Before he could do anything else, however, Brass Knuckle darted in, aiming to strike Issei's stomach. Before he could land the hit, Issei lashed out with another kick. Knuckle unfortunately tried to dodge. Unfortunately because it caused a kick that would have landed on his upper leg to strike his crotch. Knuckle immediately dropped with a high-pitched cry and curled up protectively. Everybody there winced, Issei and Kaneko included. "Oh shit, sorry, did not mean to do that," Issei said sheepishly. "I was just going to kick your ass, maybe break a bone or 2. He then seemed to realize that he still had a plank of wood against his raised arm, held there by a now rather distracted thug. Issei quickly grabbed the plank, jerking it out of his hands, and slammed it into his assailant's head. The board, not very sturdy in the first place, turned into a cloud of splinters on impact, and wood plank dropped, moaning slightly. So, how long are you going to keep this up? Cause I kinda have things to do, and I'm sure she does too, said Issei, gesturing to Kaneko to emphasize his point. The gang leader looked from Issei, to his downed men, to the remaining thugs on his side, none of which had a weapon, and began to slowly back away. Fine, he said, scowling angrily to hide his fear. Take the little bitch and leave us alone. Cool. Issei smiled before motioning Kaneko over to him. She did so, shivering slightly as she felt his power even more now with such close proximity. We'll be going then. He turned to leave the alley before glancing back, smile gone and a dark look on his face. Just so you know, if I ever find you harassing her, or anybody else for that matter, ever again, I'll make sure your hospital stays are extensive. He growled softly. Got it. The delinquents nodded fearfully, edging away from him. Issei snorted contemptuously and began leaving the alley, Kaneko trailing behind. They walked for a couple of blocks before Issei stopped and turned to her. You alright, Taoju-chan? He said gently, smiling down at her. Kaneko nodded, her cheeks still slightly pink. Good, I'm glad. She was surprised when he brought his hand up and set it gently on top of her head, lightly ruffling her hair. The Nekashu had to keep herself from purring at the sensation. Tried to keep away from assholes like that, okay? I wouldn't want anything bad to happen to my cute little cowhide, after all. He smiled at her and took his hand off of her head, letting it drop to his side, making her want to frown. I'll see you around, he said, turning to leave. Arigato, senpai, she said softly. He gave her a grin and a wave before heading off. Kaneko watched him leave before turning and immediately heading for the Orc Clubroom. She needed to tell Riaz about this immediately. Riaz was snapped out of her recollection as she saw the object of her thought stretch and begin getting up from his place under the tree. He'd obviously had enough relaxation for the moment. As he stood, she saw him look around before, to her surprise, turning to look at her. He gave her a smile and a nod, which she returned. It was actually rather interesting, she mused, that it used to be that he was rather flustered around her, when he could pull himself away from staring at her breasts. Now it was as though nothing bothered him. Like he'd seen too much to let things such as one of the most beautiful girls in school looking at him affect him. Just another thing that mysterious event had changed about him. As she watched him leave, she once again wondered what had actually happened to him. Had he been kidnapped by some malevolent supernatural entity and then managed to escape? She considered it, but that theory had holes. Like the fact that, wounds aside, he was in good shape when he was found. Yes, he had massive scarring that implied extensive and repeated trauma, but he was too well built for it to be remnants of torture. Perhaps he had been used as some sort of gladiator. That would explain his wounds, scarring, power boost and physical conditioning. But in that case, why him? As far as she was aware, before his disappearance he was a completely average, if perverted, schoolboy. Did he have a sacred gear? If so, how could his kidnappers know about it when she and Sona didn't, despite actively looking for sacred gear users? She sighed as he left. There really was no way to find out short of asking him. The problem was in how to approach him. For all they knew, what had been done to him was by a devil's hand, in which case he could entirely justifiably react badly to being approached by more. Their best option at the moment was to wait and see. She already had her familiar following him as often as possible. As he moved out of sight, she went back into the room to make herself some tea, mind once again drifting to her impending engagement. Issei Hyoudou sighed as he walked into his room after dinner. Ever since his return from his absence, his parents had become rather protective, keeping him close whenever they could. It was nice, knowing they cared, but it could get overbearing sometimes. He wasn't exactly a helpless child anymore, after all, no matter what they thought. So, how'd today go, boss? A high-pitched feminine voice asked from his closet, which slowly opened to reveal the speaker. A small woman flew out to hover in front of him, a smile on her lips. She had ice blue hair and upward spikes, blue eyes that gazed at him mischievously, and 2 sets of insect-like wings on her back. She was wearing a purple leotarд over tight black leggings, which was itself covered by a form-fitting armor plate which covered her stomach and breasts, and, oddly enough, had studs where her nipples would be. Purple boots covered her feet, while gloves of the same color came up to her upper arms, almost to her shoulders. Crystal earrings hung from her long pointed ears, and another bit of armor covered her neck and a bit of her upper chest. It went alright, Bell-chan. I think that little bat followed me home again, but it should hopefully be gone by now. As he spoke, he headed to the window and made it look like he was just glancing around before closing the curtains. How about you? It's so boring here, boss. The diminutive female said in a whine. I kept myself entertained by reading some of your manga, but I really need to get out there, maybe show some baddies who's boss. As Issei started removing his clothes, exposing his well-muscled and scarred body, she flew in circles around him. When am I going to be able to leave, huh? It's been ages. Hopefully soon. We just need to find out what supernatural forces are at play here, and if they're friendly or not, before I let you or any of the others out," he said as he sat down on his bed, taking his pants and underwear off. "Last thing we need is to accidentally declare war on whoever is in charge here." Belle sighed. "Oh well." Then she grinned as she looked down at him, her eyes raking over his body, small pink tongue coming out to lick her lips. "At least there are other ways we can entertain ourselves," she giggled before zooming back into the closet. Issei raised an eyebrow after her before she zipped back out, now completely naked, exposing her entire body to his gaze. Issei chuckled softly. "Eager, aren't you?" She nodded vigorously, a happy smile on her face. She flew over to him and wrapped her small arms around his neck, nuzzling him as he brought his hands up to gently hold her. He lightly ran a finger along her spine, careful with her wings, making her shiver slightly. "Alright, far be it for me to deny a lady what she wants, my Belle-chan." And with a smile, he turned off the light. Issei sat on the grassy hill by the track field after school, watching the track club practice. His eyes followed the various girls' bodies as they trained while he relaxed after another school day. He looked up as his friends, Mitsuda and Motohama, approached him with big grins on their faces. "You Ice," Mitsuda called. "You coming to the girls' changing room with us? The kendo club is going to finish practice soon." Issei shook his head with a slight smile. "Nah, you guys go ahead. I have something I need to do today." Motohama frowned at him. "What's going on with you lately, Ice? You haven't come with us to peep in ages." His frown grew as he eyed the other boy. "Come to think of it, you haven't joined us when we've gotten together to watch the new DVDs we've gotten either. What's up with that?" Issei shrugged, letting his gaze travel back to the girls practicing below him. "I've just had other things on my mind, guys, that's all. Plus, I don't feel as much of a need to see women in videos anymore." The other two members of the perverted trio stared at him, as if unable to comprehend his words. Suddenly, Mitsuda gasped, making Issei and Motohama stare at him. "You bastard." He suddenly yelled at Issei, making him lean back in surprise. "I see how it is. You've gotten yourself a girlfriend. That's why you don't look at videos of women's breasts anymore, you can get the real thing whenever you want." A hush fell over the immediate area, as even the practicing girls had heard Mitsuda shouting and turned to stare. Motohama, meanwhile, looked at Issei in betrayed disbelief. "But why did you get a girlfriend when we haven't? That's not fair. Share the wealth, man." Issei groaned as he heard the track team girls start talking to each other. "What? He has a girlfriend? No way, he'd be that desperate. You don't think he did something to get one, do you? What, like blackmail? Wouldn't put it past him." Issei glared at his fellow perverts, who were now sobbing at the injustice of it all, whimpering things like "no fair" and "I'm better looking than he is." He felt a vein throb in his temple as he growled at them. "Look at what you idiots have done. Now there's going to be rumors all over the school about me being some sadistic blackmailing rapist or something." He scowled at them. "For your information, I don't have a girlfriend yet. I simply have other things that demand my time." He got up and started walking away, irritated, leaving the two perverts kneeling on the ground, weeping at the unfairness of the universe. The next day, Issei was sitting at his desk during lunch, annoyed as the other perverts had continued harassing him about apparently having a girlfriend all day, making the girls in class stare. He grumbled as he remembered complaining to Belle last night about what they did, only to have her laugh about it. When she wasn't teasingly complaining about apparently not being good enough to be considered his girlfriend, that is. He looked up as someone stepped in front of his desk to find Aika Kiryu looking down at him with an eyebrow raised behind her glasses. "So," she said, drawing it out. "You have a girlfriend, eh? How did that happen?" The heavy thump of Issei's head with the desk, along with his sigh of defeat, brought a chuckle out of her. "For the last time, I don't have a girlfriend," Issei grumbled into the desk. "Those idiots thought it up because they couldn't understand why I haven't been hanging out with them as often. So now everything thinks I'm some sort of malevolent blackmailer." He looked up at her, annoyed. "Is it really that easy to believe the worst of me?" Aika sat on the opposing desk, looking down at him. "Well, you didn't have the best reputation before, what with, you know, being an unrepentant perv." She pointedly ignored his mumble pot kettle. "It doesn't help that you look kinda intimidating now, what with your scars. It's not really fair, but your appearance does have an effect." Issei sighed explosively. Ever since he got back from his trip, he'd known he'd have some issues thanks to the rather obvious scars on his face. Unlike the West, Japan didn't consider scars something positive, even if received for a good reason. Especially ones as visible as his. He absently reached up and traced over the one that trailed from his forehead, along his right eye, and halfway down cheek. "He's almost lost that eye, and it showed. You never did tell us how you got them," Aika said quietly, and Issei could tell that the rest of the class's volume had dropped, as they tried to find out what everybody had wondered since his return. What had happened to him? Issei looked Aika in the eye for almost a full minute before she turned her head away, unable to bear his gaze any longer. "No, I haven't," he said softly. "Maybe I'll tell you. One of these days." With that he finally pulled out his bento and started eating, indicating the end of the current conversation. The sound level of the rest of the class went back up now that it was obvious they would not be finding anything further out. Aika hopped off the desk she was perched on and headed back to her own group of friends. At the end of the day Issei was getting ready to leave, wanting to get home and relax. He opened his locker only to blink as a pink envelope fluttered down to the ground. People around stopped and stared at what had just happened, including a certain duo of perverts. "Is that?" gasped Motohama. Issei, nonplussed, bent down to pick it up, looking it over from every angle. It was pink, and smelled vaguely of perfume. There could be no real doubt about what it was. Under the gaze of everybody in the hall, he opened it. "Please meet me in the old park by the fountain tomorrow at sunset. Your secret admirer." It said in obviously feminine handwriting. Issei stared, surprised beyond all belief that he had gotten, of all things, a love letter. There was a sudden shout of "You bastard." And suddenly Masuda had him by the collar of his shirt, shaking him. "All that bullshit about not having a girlfriend, and now you get a love letter. What the hell?" Motohama apparently decided now was a great time to join in. "How could you do this to us, Ice? I thought we were bros. Now we find out that you've got some girl wanting to meet you, and probably do other things as well. Why are you leaving us behind?" As all this was going on, the other students were talking to each other. Did he seriously just get a love letter? It looks like it. Wow, maybe I should get a lottery ticket on the way home. It's obviously a day of miracles. Agreed. Next thing you know, nukes will fall or demons will invade. Issei, beyond annoyed, wrenched himself out of Mitsuda's grasp and moved away. "It's not like I planned it, Dumbus. I'm surprised too." He folded the love letter back up and put it away in his bag before grabbing the rest of his stuff to head home. He smirked at them as he got ready to leave. "It's not my fault nobody's interested in you. I guess I'm just better looking and more interesting." He left quickly as the other two started screaming and crying in rage and despair. After he got home he showed the love letter to Belle, who looked at it with interest as she sat on his shoulder. "Wow, wasn't expecting this. Not really surprised though. You are you, after all. You going to go?" Issei considered it as he sat at his desk. "Yeah, I think I should. But for no other reason than to find out who sent it." Belle giggled, a wide smile on her face. "Is Issei-sama hoping for another girl to add to his harem? For shame." She tutted mockingly. "You think having me, Elena and the others would be enough to sate your appetite?" Issei rolled his eyes as he set the letter on his desk. "I'm curious, can you blame me?" Belle patted his cheek with her small hand. "Of course not, boss. But it would only be right for the aspiring harem king to get himself another girl. You need a human one, after all." The smile dropped from her face and she spoke quietly. "It's not like Isa-chan is here. You need to start moving on." Issei clenched his jaw and curled his hand into a fist, his face downcast. "I think I'm going to get to sleep early tonight. It's been a weird day," he said quietly and got up to start getting ready for bed. Belle floated off his shoulder and hovered there, looking at him sadly, before nodding and heading to her own bed he'd set up in his closet. "Alright. Good night, boss." Ryu's let out a low groan as she stretched, sighing in satisfaction as her back popped. She looked down at her desk at the things she had been working on. Despite it not being a school day, she still had things to do. Her peerage was also busy completing requests. She sat back as she decided to take a break, picking up her tea as Akeno walked in. "Work going well, Butcher?" the queen asked, her normal smile on her face. Ryuz nodded, sipping her tea and making a noise of satisfaction. "Yes. I'm thankfully almost done. Paperwork can be annoying. Thankfully there wasn't much to do today." "Anything interesting of note?" Akeno brought a finger to her chin as she thought. "Ah, well, did you hear the latest news about Hyoudou-kun?" Ryuz shook her head, looking interested. Well, apparently he got a love letter when he was leaving for the day." Ryuz blinked in surprise. That was not what she had been expecting to hear. "Really? Any idea from who?" Akeno shook her head. "No. He didn't let anybody see it, not even his friends. It was definitely a love letter, though. There was no way anything that pink and perfumed could be anything else." She then giggled. Apparently it caused quite a bit of chaos, especially among the other members of the perverted trio. Rhea smiled as she imagined it. "Speaking of Hyoudou-kun, I wonder what he's up to. I have my familiar following him now to see if we can finally figure out what to do about him." She thought for a moment before nodding to herself. Well, it can't hurt to take a look at what he's doing. As Akeno watched Rhea's relaxed and focused on her familiar, currently in its bat form, connecting to it to see through its eyes. This wasn't something she did often. She wasn't as good at it as, say, Sona was, and it gave her slight headache, but it was a useful skill. She saw Issei walking through town, dressed better than normal in a red button-up shirt and black pants with dark shoes. He walked with an easy grace and confidence. She watched as he went into a park, heading for the fountain there. Her little bat perched itself on the branch of a tree and observed. Issei looked around once he reached the fountain. His waters were blood red as the setting sun's rays hit it. "Hyoudou-senpai," a voice called. The girl approached, stopping at a bit of a distance from Issei, her hands behind her back as she looked at him cutely. "Ah, I'm so glad you came." Issei turned fully to the girl, hand in his pocket. "You're the one who sent the note then?" The girl nodded, foot bouncing on the ground nervously. "Why yes. I've been looking at you for a while, and I wanted to get to know you. I thought maybe I could be your girlfriend." She looked at him hopefully. Issei cocked his head to the side, considering her. "I suppose that's possible. I'd like to talk to you a bit more first though." The girl nodded before looking away shyly. "Ano, could I ask you to do something for me first?" When Issei indicated for her to continue, she gave him a smile. "Could you please die for me?" As Issei blinked and let out a flat "what," the girl suddenly shifted. Instead of a slim, youthful body, she suddenly had a much more mature and voluptuous body. His private areas were only barely hidden by black strips of cloth, in place of the modest blouse and shirt she had sported before. A spear made of light appeared in her hand. "If you must blame anybody for this, blame God for giving you that sacred gear. Now like I said, die for me." And she threw the spear at him, making him dodge. Ryuz came back to herself with a gasp and sprung up, startling Akeno and Kaneko, who had just arrived. Before they could say a word, she called out, "Hyoudou-kun is being attacked by a fallen angel," and immediately headed for the seal on the floor to teleport to his location. The other two followed her without hesitation, and soon all three were headed for the park. Upon arriving, they saw that the area was littered with craters, and Issei was still dodging the spears of the fallen, who was floating above him, gritting her teeth in anger. "Damn it, stay still, you little pest," Issei retorted as he dodged once again. "Why would I do that, you crazy bitch?" At this, Ryuz sprung forward, launching a small bolt of power to get the fallen's attention. Both Issei and the floating woman stopped, turning to stare at Ryuz, Akeno and Kaneko. Ryuz drew herself up and glared at the fallen. "Who are you, and what do you think you're doing, attacking somebody in my territory?" The fallen woman made an annoyed tch sound and glared. Great, now the little devils decided to get involved. She turned her glare back to Issei, who was looking between her and Ryuz warily. "You got lucky this time, you little bastard. I'll get you soon enough." And without another word, she disappeared in a flash of light. The three devils stood down from their aggressive posture after the fallen left. "Akeno, Kaneko, look around and make sure there aren't any unpleasant surprises while I check on Hyoudou-kun." As the two left, she approached Issei, shivering lightly at the sensation of his power bearing down on her again, but not reacting beyond that. "Hyoudou-kun, are you okay?" Issei still looked a bit tense after the altercation, but he relaxed a bit as he saw that Ryuz wasn't being threatening. "I'm fine, Grimori-senpai." A bit surprised. "I wasn't expecting to get attacked today." "That was a fallen angel, wasn't it?" At her look of surprise, he smiled slightly. "I am vaguely aware of the supernatural side of things, though I don't know details. I've never encountered any of the three powers before today. Not the best introduction, to be honest." Ryuz crossed her arms under her breasts and nodded in understanding. "It could have gone better, yes. I'm glad you weren't hurt though." She smiled as she saw an opportunity. "Since you only have the bare bones of knowledge of the supernatural, why don't you come to the Occult Research Club's clubroom tomorrow after class, and I'll do my best to explain things to you, so you'll be prepared for the future. I'm sure it will be enlightening for both of us." Issei looked at her, considering it with his hands in his pockets, before nodding. "Alright, that sounds like a good idea." He eyed her suddenly. "As long as you give me your word you won't try anything." Ryuz stiffened at the implied accusation and replied slightly frostily. "I understand that you were just attacked, and so are wary, but I assure you I am not the type for such underhanded methods." Issei gazed at her for a few seconds before nodding. "Sorry, but I did just get attacked, like you said." At Ryuz nod he continued. "Alright, I'll be there. Do you mind if I bring somebody along? They're already aware of the supernatural as well, and I promise they won't be, too much of a bother." Ryuz thought about it for a few seconds before nodding. "Alright, I can see how it would be helpful for you to have somebody with you. I'll send a member of my peerage to pick you up tomorrow after class and bring you over. Is that acceptable?" At his nod she smiled. "Great, I'll see you then." She turned as Akeno and Kaneko returned from inspecting the area to see if they found anything as Issei nodded and began to leave. All the while she was thinking about what she'd need to do for their meeting. She should probably inform Sona of what had transpired too. "What?" Belle cried out once Issei got home that night and told her what happened. "That bitch sent you that love letter just to attack you." The small woman was seething. "Let me at her. I'll shove his iodine up her fucking ass." She looked like she was about to charge out of the house to hunt his attacker down, so Issei quickly took hold of her and held her soothingly. "Calm down, Belle-chan. I'm fine. She didn't hurt me. And thanks to this, we got a way to talk to the people in charge of this area." Belle crossed her arms and scowled. "At least tell me you kicked that slut's ass from here to the moon." Issei shook his head. "I was being watched by that bat again, so I didn't want to give anything away for now. I just dodged till she was forced to leave, so she probably doesn't consider me much of a threat." He stroked her back soothingly. "At least now we know who that bat likely belongs to." Gremory-senpai did show up pretty quickly, after all. Belle gave a sniff. Fine, but I'm going with you to this meeting you arranged. Issei nodded in agreement. I already told her I'd be bringing somebody along, so it won't be a problem. The tiny girl nodded before turning to him and planting a kiss on his lip. Good. Now let's focus on other things. She gave him a naughty grin, which made him chuckle. The next day after class, Issei was putting his things away when he heard the girls in class start whispering to each other. He looked up to find the so-called prince of the school, Issei Hyoudou, enter the room. He looked around before spotting Issei and moving toward him, causing his fans to start making sounds of distress, begging Issei not to let Issei corrupt him. Issei straightened up and looked at Issei with a raised eyebrow. Hello, Hyoudou-san. I'm here because Ryu's butcher asked me to bring you to our clubhouse for the meeting. Could you please follow me? Issei smiled at Issei, waiting for him patiently as he nodded and finished carefully packing his things. As they walked out of the room, they ignored Mitsuda and Motohama hissing at Issei and the girls in class glaring at Issei. It took them a few minutes to reach the clubhouse with Issei leading the way in silence. Issei looked around as they headed upstairs, noticing a large door on the first floor that had what looked like seals on it. He absently wondered what was in there. Issei opened the door for Issei and let him in first, following after and closing the door. Issei glanced around the room, noting that there were more people than he was expecting. Besides him and Issei, there was obviously Ryuz, sitting behind a large desk. Standing behind and to the side of her was Akeno Himejima, who he remembered from the day before. On one of the couches around the small table sat the other person who had been there, Kaneko Taoju, eating some soda and doggy. What surprised Issei was that the student council president, Sona Shitori, was there as well, standing beside Ryu's desk, along with the vice president, Tsubaki Shinger. Ah, Hyoudou-kun. Ryu smiled as he approached. I'm glad you came. Gremory-senpai. Issei nodded back. He let his gaze travel to the representatives of the student council, silently asking the question. Sona adjusted her glasses slightly as she looked at Issei. Ryuz informed me of what had occurred, seeing as we share the responsibility over this territory. So I decided it would be best to attend this meeting, to make sure you understood as much as possible. Her brow then furrowed slightly. She had informed me that you would be bringing somebody with you. Did you change your mind? Issei shook his head and lifted his school bag up slightly. As they all watched, he opened it. Everybody there was surprised when a blue-haired head popped out. Geez boss, that was horrible. It's so cramped in here. And those lessons. How do you not go insane from boredom? The small woman flew out of the bag and hovered beside Issei's head, looking around at everybody with a grin. She waved. I'm Belle. Nice to meet you all. Then she seemed to realize something and gave everybody a bow as best she could while flying. Ryuz recovered her equilibrium first and smiled back at the flying woman. Ah, hello Belle-san. It's nice to meet you. She looked at Belle with interest. May I ask, are you a fairy? Belle nodded. Yep. Well, technically I'm a high pixie. Sona too looked curious. If I may, what's the difference with a regular pixie? Belle crossed her arms as she turned to the Kaichu. A high pixie is a fairy with more power and responsibilities than normal pixies. We direct groups of pixies, and even some other types of fairies, depending on our personal power. We're stronger magically, and more durable. We're also better in a fight. She visibly swelled with pride at these facts. And in my opinion, we're better looking, too. Issei chuckled and lightly picked Belle up and set her on his shoulder, where she made herself comfortable with a smile. Belle-chan is my best friend. I tell her everything, and I rely on her advice. Belle smiled and ran her hand through Issei's hair. Sona looked like she wanted to question them more, but visibly held herself back. I see. I understand why you wanted to bring her along then. Now then, I feel I should introduce myself properly. You know me as Sona Shitori. In reality, my name is Sona Citri, of the Citri clan, one of the 72 pillars of the underworld. She gave him a light bow. Ryuz stood briefly to bow as well. And I am Ryuz Gremory, of the Gremory clan, another of the 72 pillars of the underworld. Now I must ask, since you're obviously aware of the supernatural, why you didn't approach myself or Ryuz before, seeing as we are the rulers of this territory. Sona continued. Issei gave a shrug. I didn't know who was in charge to approach, and if they were friendly. I thought Gremory-senpai might be a devil due to her name, but I had no proof and didn't want to approach till I did. Ryuz looked slightly surprised. Ah, you already knew of my family then. Only from what is told in the Ars Gotia. Issei replied before closing his eyes slightly in thought as he tried to recall. Gremory is a strong Duke of Hell who governs 26 legions of demons. He tells all things past, present and future, about hidden treasures and procures the love of women, young and old, but especially maidens. He is depicted as appearing in the form of a beautiful woman with the crown of a duchess tied around his waist and riding a camel. Everybody but Belle looked at him in surprise before Ryuz responded. Ah, I'm surprised. I wouldn't think you'd be aware of the ancient book of demonology. Tsubaki spoke for the first time, looking interested. Does that mean you know of the Citri as well? She didn't notice her superior's silencing look as she asked. Sona's cheeks were slightly redder than usual. Issei cocked his head to the side and recited again. Let's see. Citri is a great prince of hell, reigning over 60 legions of demons. He causes men to love women and vice versa, and can make people bare themselves naked if desired. He is depicted with the face of a leopard and the wings of a griffin. Everybody looked at the red-faced Sona in surprise. It was Akeno who spoke first, a delighted smile on her face. Make people bare themselves naked. Is it a skill you have, Sona Kaichu? Sona did her best to maintain a dignified look, coughing lightly before speaking. We are getting off track. She looked at Issei, cheeks still slightly red. So the reason you didn't approach us is because you were not sure we could be trusted, if we knew anything at all. Is that correct? At his nod she continued. Well, I assure you that, as long as you don't present a threat to us, or the people of this town, we will not do anything against you. Belle cheered. Does that mean I can finally leave the house and explore? She grinned eagerly. Riaz nodded with a smile. Just don't cause any trouble or be seen, and we won't have any issue with that. She giggled as Belle danced happily on Issei's shoulder. She then turned back to Issei with a smile. That reminds me, I want to thank you for helping Kaneko-chan out a few days ago. I really appreciate you looking out for my peerage like that. Issei nodded with a smile. I couldn't just let those assholes harass my cute little cowhide. Although. He turned to look at the loli, who looked back at him. I'm guessing the fact that you're here means you didn't need help in the first place. Kaneko shook her head. Still, arigato for the help, she said quietly. Issei smiled back at her. He then turned to Riaz, looking interested. So Kaneko is a subordinate of yours? Riaz nodded. What do you know about devils, Hyoudou-kun? Issei shrugged. Not much. I know you aren't as pure evil as it said. You also had a three-way war with the angels and the fallen, but that's pretty much it. Riaz nodded before taking a chess piece made out of red crystal and setting it on the desk. After the war, devilkind was decimated. Our population was so low that normal population growth wasn't a feasible option. That is when one of the Mayu, Ajuka Beelzebub, developed the evil piece system. She gestured to the piece sitting on the desk, which was a bishop. Belle flew off Issei's shoulder to land on the table and inspect the piece closely as she continued. With the evil piece system, a devil is able to reincarnate another being into a devil. This allows us to increase the devil population while simultaneously increasing the resurrecting devils, or kings, personal power, by giving them a powerful subordinate. Issei's eyes narrowed at this. And the people being resurrected are okay with this. Sona stepped forward. I understand your misgivings, and I won't lie and say that nobody takes advantage of people with this system, but I assure you that such cases are rare, and neither I nor Riaz would ever do this against somebody's will. For the most part, people are given the choice to become devils, as there are several perks. For one, they become stronger than they were before, with a special boost depending on the piece used. They get an increased lifespan as well. And once a devil becomes strong enough, then they may go and begin their own peerages as well. Riaz spoke now, quietly. I swear, Hyoudou-kun, that the only time I would ever resurrect somebody without their express permission is if they were dead or dying, and it was the only way to save them. Otherwise I would always ask them what they wanted. Issei relaxed, the tension leaving his shoulders. Alright, I'm glad to hear that. Just be aware, if I ever see somebody doing so without consent, I will take matters into my own hands. Understood. Both Riaz and Sona nodded. Good. Now then, about the attack yesterday, does anybody know why I was targeted by the Alice one-up? At everybody's look of confusion, Issei looked at Belle. She kept yelling die for me. It was annoying. Belle snorted and laughed. Riaz, still mystified, nodded. The fallen mentioned that she was going to kill you because of your sacred gear. She eyed Issei. Do you know what she was talking about? Issei hesitated before nodding. He brought his left arm up, and suddenly it was covered in a gauntlet of what looked like large red scales, with claws instead of fingers, and a large green jewel surrounded by runes. This is my sacred gear, the boosted gear of the Sekiryute, Drake. Everybody was shocked, not only at the reveal of the gear, but at the palpable increase in Issei's projected power when it appeared. Kiba had instinctively put himself in a defensive stance, eyeing Issei warily. Kaneko had stopped eating, looking at Issei with a blush. Akeno had started breathing heavier, biting one of her knuckles with desire. Tsubaki bit her lip and surreptitiously rubbed her thighs together. Sona tried to ignore her own body's reactions, forcing herself to observe Issei coolly. And Riaz shifted as she felt a very obvious dampness between her legs, glad she was seated behind her desk. Thank you, Hyoudou-san, you can put it away now. Sona managed to get out without sounding affected. As Issei did so, nobody noticed Belle observing everybody's reactions with interest, a small perverted grin on her face. So, Riaz began once she had calmed down. You're the Sekiryute. And you obviously have been for a while, since you seem to be comfortable with it. I see now why you are so powerful. So I suppose she was unaware you had already awakened it. Why would she attack when his power is so obvious though? Asked Sona. Issei blinked. I'm sorry. What do you mean? Akeno smiled at him with a smoldering look in her eyes that made Issei raise an eyebrow. Hyoudou-kun, you might not be aware, but your power is obvious to us. We can constantly feel it pressing down on us when we get close. It can be quite distracting. Indeed. Rias nodded. The first time we felt it we were all quite taken aback. I would suggest you find some way to hide it or rein it in. She turned to Sona. And as Akeno said, it's only obvious when you're close. I don't think the fallen ever got close enough to feel it. She wasn't near him when she left the fake love letter, and she kept her distance at the park. So as far as she was aware, he is just a regular human. Sona nodded thoughtfully in agreement. Issei crossed his arms. I didn't notice I was putting out any sort of aura or anything. He looked at Belle. How about you? Belle sat at the edge of the desk. I do feel a difference when you're near, boss, but nothing big. Then again, I'm used to you, so I may not be a reliable indicator. She grinned mischievously. I wonder what would happen if you actually flared your power instead of just letting it out passively. She watched gleefully as the devils looked at each other, more than one set of cheeks a bit pink. Sona coughed once again. That wouldn't be necessary. We all already know you're powerful. Save that for when it's needed. Is there anything else you want to know? Issei nodded before addressing Rias. I take it this means your bat will stop following me. Rias looked surprised. How did you know about my familiar? I'd noticed it following me around, and it was there yesterday when I was attacked, which is why I didn't fight back. He replied with a small smirk. And seeing as that's when you arrived pretty quickly to intervene, it wasn't hard to guess it was watching me for you. Rias crossed her arms and shook her head ruefully. I see. I'll need to keep from underestimating you. And yes, I'll stop now that you're aware of us, and we've interacted. Sona adjusted her glasses. Well then, it seems this meeting was a success. Hyoudou-san, in the future, if you have any issue involving the supernatural, please approach either Rias or myself for assistance. We would like to at the least be kept appraised of anything that comes up. Issei nodded. I can agree with that. I'll do so unless whatever the issue is time sensitive. His face firmed as he gazed back at her. I do want to be kept in the loop about any sightings of that fallen. I want to find out why she targeted me and how to keep it from happening again. Rias smiled. I'll agree to that, as long as you inform us if she's sighted. She is operating in our territory, after all. Alright, I'll see you all around then. Come on, Belle. He picked a high pixie up and grabbed his bag. He nodded to each of the people there before leaving, Kiba opening the door for him. Once he'd left, everybody relaxed slightly. They managed to keep themselves under control, but being around Issei for so long when he was leaking power out like he did was enough to get to them. I didn't think Issei's power could go higher, but did you feel it when he brought out the boosted gear? Akeno smiled. And Belle-san even hinted that it could go much higher. I'd be very interested in that. Rias sighed as she relaxed in her chair. It makes me wonder what he's actually capable of. All we know so far is that he has the boosted gear and quite a bit of power. We've never seen him use them, though. Sona frowned. Let's hope we never have to see him use them. With the amount of power he has, he could cause untold chaos. She started heading for the door. Please keep me appraised, Rias. I will do the same. Rias smiled softly as she watched her childhood friend leave. Something told her Sona's hurry involved some rather damp panties. Not that she could blame her. Issei walked away from the Orcs clubhouse with Belle once again on his shoulder. He was going over the meeting and what he'd learned. So, Belle looked at him. Seems like you're going to have to start meditating or something, boss. You can't go around announcing yourself to every supernatural being around like you apparently have been. Issei sighed. Yeah, I was surprised to learn I've apparently been projecting my power for everybody to feel. I'll need to take care of that. I wanted to go unnoticed, at least for the foreseeable future. Belle nodded. At least now we know that the local devils are nice and on your side. She smiled delightedly. I can finally get out of the house and stretch my wings. Issei chuckled and nodded. Belle then grinned. Now, on to the important things. At Issei's raised eyebrow she giggled naughtily. Which of those devils do you think has better breasts? I mean, Grimoires are huge. But that other ones were just as big. Belle was yelling, waving her arms for emphasis. Issei laughed, and began to debate the subject with his small companion. Issei sighed as he cracked his neck. He was wandering through town, trying to relax. It had been a week since his meeting with the local devil rulers, and since then everything had been calm. The fallen hadn't been spotted in town by either him or the devils, as far as he was aware. He kept his guard up though. In his experience, it was when things were at their calmest that they would suddenly get weird. Ow! A voice suddenly cried out near him. He turned to see a girl in a nun's outfit on the ground, teary-eyed. He walked over and offered his hand to help her up. Hey there. Are you alright, sister? He was vaguely surprised to find that he wasn't speaking Japanese. He hadn't expected to need that skill for a while. It made more sense when the girl looked up at him, revealing a European face with long, lustrous blonde hair covered by her veil. She must not be from Japan. Ah, thank you very much. She took his hand and got up, lightly brushing herself off. Do you need any help, sister? Issei asked as he examined her further. She looked to be about his age, about a head shorter, with bright green eyes looking up at him. She was definitely very cute. Well, yes please. She bowed slightly. Could you tell me where the local church is? I'm supposed to be stationed there, and need to get there soon. Issei smiled at the cute nun. I'll do better than that and lead you there myself. How's that? Oh, would you? Thank you very much. I've been having trouble because I'm not from around here and can't speak Japanese very well. Abruptly she put her hands together, head bowed slightly. Oh Lord, thank you for guiding me to this kind man who is willing to help a stranger he just met like me. Amen. She then looked up at him with a smile. My name is Asia. Asia Argento. Issei gestured for her to follow him, still smiling. It's a pleasure to meet you, Argento-san. I'm Issei Hyoudou. Feel free to call me Ice though. Asia nodded. Arigato, Ice-san. Then please call me Asia. They walked, talking about what Asia thought of Japan, and how it compared to what she was used to. During the discussion, however, Issei suddenly stopped and looked away. He thought he had spotted something flying on large black wings. Could it be the fallen that attacked him? He wanted to go check, but... Is something wrong, Ice-san? Asia asked, looking curious. Issei shook his head. It's nothing. Let's get you to the church. It's getting late. The sooner he got the nun where she needed to go, the sooner he could investigate what he saw. 15 minutes later they arrived outside of a large old church. I wondered why you wanted to come here. I thought it was abandoned, but the lights are on. Asia smiled up at him. Thank you very much for your help, Ice-san. Would you like to come in so I can make you some tea as a thank you? She was fidgeting slightly, looking hopeful. Issei regretfully shook his head. Sorry Asia-san, but there's something I need to do right now. I'll take you up on it the next time we meet though, okay? Asia looked disappointed, but nodded. Okay Ice-san. Thank you very much for your help today. She bowed as he turned to leave. Take care of yourself, Asia-san. He said with a smile before leaving. Issei groaned tiredly on his way to school. He searched for hours, but had not spotted any clue as to the fallen angel's whereabouts. He got home late and thus was a bit more tired than usual. At least, he thought, it meant that things had remained calm. He knew that the next time he met the fallen things would get loud. Suddenly somebody spoke behind him. Ah, Hyoudou-kun. Hello. He turned to find both Ryas and Akeno standing behind him. I was not expecting to meet you on the way to school. Issei nodded to the two beauties courteously. Grimori-senpai, Hinajima-senpai. I'm glad to see you are well. He resumed walking as they strode beside him. I was just thinking about how calm things have been. Anything of interest with you? Akeno tilted her head to the side slightly with her customary smile. The only bit of excitement we had is a stray devil we had to deal with last night. At his confused look her smile grew slightly. A stray devil is a devil who has, for one reason or another, left or betrayed their king. They usually lose control of their powers and attack innocents, becoming quite monstrous in the process. Ryas continued the explanation. As this is our territory, Sona and myself are informed if there is a stray in the area so we can deal with it before it can cause too much damage. She looked at Issei. That was actually one of the theories we had when you disappeared, that you had run afoul of a stray who had killed you. Issei recognized the attempt to fish for information and kept quiet. Eventually we discounted that due to being unable to locate any strays at the time who could have done it. Akeno glanced at Issei. By the way, that reminds me. We noticed that your aura has gone down so much that it's hard to pick you up from among regular humans. I'm impressed. I didn't expect you to learn how to hide it so quickly. Issei shrugged. I was motivated to learn, and I had Bell-chan to assist me by letting me know when she could feel me and when she couldn't. The conversation ended as they walked through the school gates. A hush spread through the gathered students as they did at the sight of Issei walking with the two great Oni-samas of the school. Soon cries of shock and dismay rang out throughout the yard. Nu, what is happening? Ryazana-sama, get away from that scum. How dare he sully them with his presence? Why, you don't think he did something to them, do you? If he did, I'll kill him. Issei sighed at his classmates' overreactions, while Akeno let out an yufufufu of mirth. He turned to the devils. Guess I'll see you around. Rhea smiled at him and nodded. Yes, see you later, Hyoudou-kun. Issei walked to class, ignoring the glares and looks of shock he was getting. How did you do it? Misuda yelled in Issei's face at lunchtime. Issei looked annoyed at the lollican. How did I do what? How did you get the two great Oni-samas to spend time with you like that? Odahama asked, adjusting his glasses anxiously. Issei sighed with irritation. I didn't do anything. They happened to be walking near me on the way to school, that's all. Liar. Screamed Misuda. We know you did something. There's no other explanation. Come on Ice, why won't you tell us? If whatever you did worked on the Oni-samas, it'll work on other girls. This could be our chance. Modahama cajoled. The girls in class were looking at them with disgust. Ugh, like anything they did could get them within 10 feet of a girl. I'd rather be a lesbian than let myself be touched by them. Shut up. Misuda screamed at them. Or I'll rape you with my mind. Immediately the temperature seemed to drop 10 degrees. Masuda barely had time to go wide-eyed before Issei grabbed him by the neck and made him look him in the eyes, which were hard and flinty. "What have I told you?" He began slowly, making the rest of the class shudder. "About threatening to do something like that to a girl in front of me." Masuda was shaking, blue in the face from fear. Monohama nervously put a hand on Issei's arm, despite shaking slightly. "Let him go, Ice. You know he didn't mean it. It's just something he says." Issei scowled before letting the former jock drop, making him fall to the floor, shaking with fear. "That's not something you threaten anybody with, even if you don't mean it." "Got it." Mitsuda nodded frantically. Everybody looked at Issei warily, though the girls were slightly appreciative. Nobody knew why the subject of rape was such a hot-button issue for Issei, but ever since his return, he had a zero-tolerance policy on it, even from his former friends. There were many theories, but most of them were too dark and uncomfortable for others to discuss them openly. Issei scowled and picked up his bento, heading out of the classroom. "I need some air." Issei was taking a walk at night, trying to improve his mood. The events at lunch had brought up bad memories, and he needed to shake them off. Belle had been worried about him, but had seen him like this before, so let him have his space. Suddenly he looked up in surprise at spotting Akeno walking along, looking like she had some place to be. "Himejima-senpai, is something wrong?" She looked over, surprised to see him. Hyoudou-kun. I didn't expect to see you here." "That's a small bit of trouble, there's nothing to worry about." To Akeno's surprise, Issei started following her. "Let me help then." "What's the issue?" Akeno looked at him, calculating. Finally she decided. "I suppose it can't hurt." She resumed walking. "One of the people we contract with is out of touch. We can't teleport to their location." She glanced at Issei, and at his look of slight confusion she explained. "It's simple. Devils work to increase their power by granting wishes to humans in exchange for payment. And before you ask, it's not their soul. Usually. It can be cash, an object of value, maybe even a bit of life force, but nothing too big for the most part. We hand out these flyers." She held up a flyer with a magic circle on it. "And the person who wants a wish granted uses it to summon us to them." She then looked forward. However, about 10 minutes ago Kaneko tried to teleport to a client's location, but was unable to. Something was blocking her. "So I'm headed for the location to find out what's wrong." Issei nodded. "I see. I'm assuming you're proficient in magic, and that's why you were sent." Akeno nodded. "Are you expecting trouble?" Akeno shrugged. "We don't know. That's another reason I'm going. I'm the strongest of us after Butchu." They walked in silence after that before they reached the house of the client. It was dark and had a foreboding air about it. To Akeno's surprise, Issei reached behind his back and pulled out a small knife hidden by his belt. "Let me go first," he said, moving in front of her and carefully opening the door. They gazed around the darkened house, moving cautiously till they reached what looked to be the living room, and they both came to a stop, grimacing. The corpse was nailed to the wall upside down, in a mockery of a crucifixion. The body was covered in slash marks. Blood was pulled on the ground, still fresh, showing this couldn't have happened long ago. On the wall words were written in blood accusing the deceased of consorting with devils. Akeno approached the body to examine it, face serious, while Issei looked around carefully, keeping an eye out for clues on the identity of the killer. "This was recent," she said, peering at the body. "Very recent. I'd say we were only a few minutes too late." She pulled the phone out of her pocket. "I should contact Butchu and let her know." She was interrupted by a grunt of pain, whirling around to find Issei's arm a few inches from her head, blood dripping from a small wound. It only took her a second to realize that he had intercepted an attack that would have taken her in the back of the head. "Now why would you go and save the shitty little devil like that, huh?" A deranged voice came from a darkened doorway. A white-haired man in what seemed to be his late teens walked into view. He wore a dark coat over a white outfit. In his hands he held what looked like a gun and the hilt of a sword. His red eyes glittered with madness as he observed them. Though maybe that was best. "This way I can have more fun." He cackled insanely. Issei moved in front of Akeno, knife held before him, eyeing the nutjob warily. It was Akeno who reacted verbally, hissing "Exorcist," and filling her hands with electricity. The exorcist grinned. "Fried Selzen, here to cut you up into itty-bitty pieces." "Why did you kill the person living here, Fried?" snarled Issei, not liking the vibe he got from the exorcist one bit. "Why?" Fried replied, looking honestly confused. "'Cause the stupid bastard was consorting with some shitty devils, of course." He smiled insanely once again, his tongue hanging out of his mouth. "Killing devils and the people who contract with them makes me so happy." He cackled before staring at Akeno with a dark look in his eye. "You're not bad looking for a shitty devil. I know, I'll rape you before I kill you, then I'll rape your corpse while I cut you up." He laughed again, high-pitched and mad. Akeno's face tightened, baring her teeth at the crazed exorcist, eyes hard. It was Issei who reacted the strongest though, snarling angrily and stepping forward threateningly, ignoring the blood that continued to escape from his left arm in a steady trickle. "Over my dead body, you crazy fuck." Fried looked at Issei, as though just now registering his presence once again. Ooh, okay. That sounds like fun. He took aim with his gun as the sword hilt he held lit up, creating a blade made out of light. I'll kill you, then rape her on top of your bloody corpse. The gas suddenly interrupted the brimming battle, and Issei was stunned to see Asia standing in the doorway. Her gaze was riveted on the crucified corpse, trembling, before tearing her eyes away to look at Issei. I-san. W what? Fried scowled at the nun. Why did you stop holding up the barrier, you stupid girl? Asia flinched but looked at Fried. Father Fried, W were you the one who killed that person? The exorcist looked annoyed with the girl's question. Of course I did, that's what we're here for. Now. He turned his mad gaze at Issei and grinned. I'm going to kill this devil-loving little shit. Asia gasped, and to Issei's surprise, she moved in front of him to shield him. And no, you can't. Not I-san. Before anybody could react, Fried struck Asia with the butt of his gun, sending her to the ground with a cry. Stay out of the way, you stupid bitch. I may not be able to kill you on Rainer's orders, but I'll rape you if you try again. Asia. Issei called. He was about to move forward when Akeno grabbed onto his arm to keep him from doing so. What are you doing? Let me go. Akeno shook her head. I'm sorry, Hyoudou-kun, but I can sense several fallen angels converging on our position. We need to leave. We're at a disadvantage. I don't care. It won't take me long to deal with this asshole, and then we can leave. He moved to attack Fried, but before he could, Akeno wrapped her arms around him. He was about to shake her off when he felt an odd sensation. The last sight he had of Asia was her looking at him with a sad smile. The next thing he knew, he was staring at the Occult Research Club's meeting room in their clubhouse. After a second to reorient himself, he broke Akeno's grip on him, spun around, and held his knife to her throat. He absently heard somebody gasp, but he was focused entirely on the devil in front of him. Why did you do that? He snarled angrily. Akeno looked back at him calmly, but kept very still. Like I said, there were multiple fallen angels on the way. The last thing we needed was to start a fight that could cause a lot of collateral damage. Issei clenched his jaw, still glaring into Akeno's violet eyes. You should have left without me then. I would have been fine. That was not your call to make. He pulled his knife from her neck and put it away, stepping back and looking to his right to see Rias had approached slowly and carefully. She was looking between them, but before she could say anything, Issei spun around and started striding towards the door. I need to get back to that house. He opened the door and slammed it behind him. The next day, Issei skipped school to wander around town, brooding. He had run back to the house where they'd confronted Fried, only to find the place empty, with no sign of where Asia or that deranged exorcist had gone. He'd raged about it at home, while Belle healed his minor wound with Adia. He honestly wasn't sure how he'd react to Akeno when he saw her again. He knew she had her reasons for her actions, but as far as he was concerned, she had no right to make any decisions for him, much less to drag him away. He could have dealt with Fried, and likely whoever his reinforcements were, if necessary, before leaving with Asia. He didn't like the thought of her being around that nut, especially after what he threatened to do. Issei sighed and sat on a bench, head tilted up to stare at the sky. He was debating simply storming the church he was sure Asia was being kept at when he heard a soft gasp, and murmured "Ice-san." He turned his head, surprised to see the young nun looking at him from a few feet away. Asia. He jumped up and hurried over to her. He smiled with relief at seeing her. How are you? Are you okay? Asia nodded, looking up at him. I'm fine, Ice-san. Are you okay? I remember you were hurt last night. Issei shrugged. I'm fine. It was a minor wound. It would take a lot more to give me any trouble. They stood there awkwardly for a while before Issei spoke again. Are you hungry? A few minutes later found them in a McDonald's with Asia staring intently at the menu. It was obvious to Issei that, not only was the nun unaccustomed to such places, but that she was having trouble with reading the menu. You need any help? He asked, watching her. No. I'll manage. And went back to staring at the screens, making the cashier attending them sweat drop. After another 2 minutes, Issei simply turned to the attendant. Sorry. She'll have what I'm having. The attendant nodded and rang him up as Asia slumped slightly, shame-faced. I'm so ashamed. I can't even order for myself. The sister moaned piteously to herself. Issei chuckled and lightly patted her head. It's okay. Once you get used to Japanese, it'll get better. He led her to a seat once they had their food, ignoring the stares they were getting. Her for being a very cute foreign nun, and himself for being a scary-looking scarred boy with her. Issei smiled as he watched Asia take the first bites of her first hamburger. She gave him a happy look as she chewed. It's good. I've never had anything like it before. Thank you very much, Ice-san. Issei nodded in acknowledgement as he ate his own meal. As they ate, he watched her happily take small bites of her burger, wondering what she was doing in the park. He hadn't missed the look of relief on her face when she saw him. Was she trying to get away from Fried? As she was, he was going to need to be ready for a fight if they came after her. For now though, he focused on showing her a good time. After they ate, he led her to an arcade, and they played games non-stop, from racing games to adventure games, rhythm games and fighting games. Eventually Issei noticed Asia gazing into one of the many crane games along the wall. See something you want, Asia? Asia jerked slightly and looked away. And no. It's nothing. Issei raised an eyebrow and looked into the game, seeing several dolls of the popular mascot Ratchkun. Do you want a Ratchkun doll, Asia? The nun looked away, red-faced, but gave a hesitant nod. Alright then, as a gentleman, it's only right I get you one. Asia looked up, surprised. Yay. And no, you don't need to do that, I-san. I want to, Asia. Just wait a bit, this shouldn't take long. He stepped forward and placed his money into the machine. It took a few tries, but eventually he got the doll and presented it to Asia. Here you go, Asia. The first of hopefully many dolls I'll be adding to your collection. Asia took the doll in her arms, beaming. Arigato, I-san. I'll take very good care of this doll. She looked up at him, smiling happily. It's a symbol of the wonderful day we spent together. I'll treasure it forever. Issei found himself blushing slightly at her honest happiness, and rubbed the back of his head. Well, the day is not over yet. Let's keep playing till we can't anymore. Yes, let's. A couple of hours later they were walking down the street, smiling happily. After the arcade they had gone through various shops till evening. It was quite entertaining, especially seeing Asia's amazement at the things on sale. This was a fun day, Issei said, smiling. Asia nodded happily, still clutching her Ratchkun doll to her chest. I had a lot of fun, I-san. Thank you very much. I smiled as he led her back into the park, where there weren't as many people. Asia, I want to ask you something. She nodded as she walked beside him. That green light you used on me in the arcade. That was a sacred gear, wasn't it? In the arcade there had been a machine that was broken, metal twisted up dangerously. Issei had accidentally gotten too close while talking to Asia, and had gotten a gash on his arm. Issei had scowled, resigned to enduring it till he got home, and Belle could deal with it, when Asia had approached him and used a green light to heal it completely, without leaving even a scar. Asia nodded at his question. Yes, that is my sacred gear, Twilight Healing. Wow, that's amazing. He smiled at her. I have a sacred gear too. I didn't expect you to have one. Asia looked at him, surprised. Eh? You have one too, I-san. That's amazing. I never would have noticed. Issei chuckled softly. I think yours is better though. Being able to heal others is a great gift. Does it work on anybody, human or otherwise? She nodded. Wow, that's amazing. To Issei's surprise, Asia's eyes began to fill with tears. He hurriedly led her to a bench in the nearby park, where she began to let out her story in between her sobs. She spoke of being an abandoned orphan growing up in a church. How one day she healed a wounded puppy, which was witnessed by church officials. How she was taken to the Vatican and considered a holy maiden due to her abilities, with many faithful people brought before her to be healed. How she was happy with her life, being able to heal so many people, following the tenets of the religion she followed fervently. How one day she healed an injured man without realizing he was a devil, and was summarily turned against, everybody saying her powers couldn't be from God if they could heal devils too. How she was kicked out of the church and left on her own, eventually being found by the fallen, who took her in, seeing potential in her powers. Asia wiped her eyes. This is a test God has set before me. He didn't help me because I need to endure it. But I know my faith will be rewarded. She laughed to herself softly, once again hugging her doll. I have a dream. I want a friend. I want to go out and look at flowers, buy books, talk. She let out a sob, eyes once again full of tears. Issei looked at her sadly, heart clenched tight. Without thinking her gathered the distraught nun into his arms and hugged her. Your dream came true, Asia. After all, I'm your friend, aren't I? She looked up at him, shocked, and he gently rubbed her back. We'll do all those things you always dreamed of doing with a friend. But why? She asked, looking at him with a desperate hope shining in her eyes. I am clumsy, and lack common sense, and can't speak Japanese, or know the culture, and none of that matters. If you're clumsy, I'll pick you up. If you lack common sense, I'll help you. If you don't know Japanese or the culture, I'll teach you. Because that's what a friend does. Asia stared up at him, and tears once more tailed from her eyes. But these weren't tears of sadness. Why, you'll be my friend. Issei smiled gently. Of course, Asia. The nun promptly buried her face into his chest, sobbing happily. I'm afraid that's not going to happen. A haughty voice interrupted them. They both looked up to see a woman in provocative strips of fabric with black wings standing a short distance away. Rainer-sama. Asia whispered. Oh great. Groaned Issei. What do you want? TCH, you quite insolent, brat. Don't talk to me like that. I'm so far above you lowly humans you can't even comprehend it. Rainer sneered. I'm here to take my belongings back. She addressed Asia. Did you really think you could run away? Asia shook slightly in Issei's arms. No, I don't want to go back there. I don't want to be around people who kill other people. Stop being so troublesome, you little bitch. Your sacred gear is essential for our plan. So you'll be coming back with me. Issei let Asia go and moved in front of her, glaring at Rainer. She's not going with you. What are you planning on doing to her when you get her back, Rainer? Rainer sneered at him. Don't use my name, you filthy little human. I don't want you sullying it. And that doesn't have anything to do with you. A spear of light gathered in her hand, but Issei didn't budge, feeling Asia clinging to him from behind. I'm not afraid of you. Do you worse. I'll take you out, he said, glaring at the fallen angel. He was getting ready to fight. He could feel his long unused power preparing to lash out. Rainer sniffed, annoyed. I could eliminate you, but then the girl might be damaged. So I have an alternative. She turned to look to the side. Issei and Asia followed her gaze to see she was looking at a play area for children set up not far from them. Give her to me, or I bombard that area with spears. Issei grit his teeth angrily as Asia gasped at the threat. He was getting ready to launch his swiftest attack when... I understand, Asia said from behind him. She sounded defeated. She walked around him and headed for Rainer. Asia. Issei muttered, surprised. No, you don't have to go. I'll stop her, I promise. Asia turned to look at Issei from beside Rainer, giving him a big smile. Issei could feel his stomach plummet. Thank you very much for today, Ice-san. I had a lot of fun. Rainer smirked arrogantly. That's a good girl. Don't worry, after tonight's ritual, you won't have to worry about anything again. Issei glared. He hadn't felt this angry for a long while. There were many things he could have said or done. He decided on the simplest, looking at Asia with determination that made her gasp. Wait for me, Asia. I'm coming to get you. Rainer laughed as Asia bit her lip, grabbing hold of the nun. I'd love to see you try, little boy. She then took off, taking Asia into the sky. Issei growled and picked up the doll Asia had dropped. It was time to go hunting. I'm here to let you know that I'm going to be attacking the fallen angel's stronghold at the old church. I'm going to take everybody out and turn the entire place into a pile of rubble after I get my friend back. Issei stated matter-of-factly. He was standing in the occult research club's clubroom addressing Rias with Belle floating at his side, looking serious. The rest of the club was gathered as well, watching. Rias blinked, looking incredulous. I'm sorry, what? Issei cracked his neck. The fallen angel Rainer has taken my friend and plans to use her in some kind of ritual. I'm heading over to deal with her and get Asia back. As Rias opened her mouth to respond, he continued on, glaring slightly. I'm letting you know this as a courtesy. There's no point in trying to dissuade me. I don't work for you, so you can't tell me what to do. Rias sat back, observing Issei. Are you sure you can deal with the enemies there? Bakeno reported that she sensed at least 4 fallen angels last night. There's also that stray exorcist, Fried, plus whatever others they have working for them. Issei nodded. I have Bel-chan with me, and I'm going to be a bit more heavily armed. He patted his belt, which held a well-sized dagger, hidden by his coat. Now if you'll excuse me, I need to get going. He turned to leave. Be careful, and please don't start another great war. Rias called after him. Issei held his hand up and waved slightly in acknowledgement. Rias sat back again with a sigh, thinking. Bakeno approached her. So, what are we going to do? Rias looked at her queen before getting up. 20 minutes later Issei and Belle were approaching the church. They were being careful, watching the entrance and surroundings first in case of any traps or ambushes. When they were able to determine that there didn't seem to be anything lying in wait, they moved toward the doors. They looked at each other and nodded, acting on well-honed instincts and experience. Issei drew his blade and kicked the doors open before walking inside. The inside of the church was dilapidated. All the holy symbols had been smashed, the pews were strewn about haphazardly, and the light streaming in through the broken windows displayed how the walls themselves had cracks in them. Well, if it isn't the shitty little devil lover. A mad voice rang out. Fried was grinning by the large damaged crucifix. Rainer said you might show up, but I didn't think you'd be stupid enough. And what's that? He looked at Belle curiously. Cute. Bit too small to properly rape, but that doesn't mean I can't try. He let out one of his insane cackles. Belle's lip curled as she looked at Fried with revulsion. You weren't kidding, boss, this guy's nuts. He needs a good ass kicking. Issei stepped forward, glaring. Fried, where's Asia? To their surprise, Fried answered. There's a hidden staircase under the altar. It leads to where they're doing the ritual. Both Issei and Belle blinked, not expecting him to tell them. But if you want to get in there. Fried hefted his gun as his blade of light ignited. You're going to need to get through me. He let out another high-pitched laugh. Issei stepped forward, dagger held in a reverse grip as he glared at the exorcist. I can live with that. He then rushed to Fried as Belle hung back to make sure there were no surprises. Fried laughed and shot at Issei. Issei dodged each shot easily. When Fried swung his sword, Issei blocked with his dagger, then moved to the side and swung with the cry of fatal sword. The attack hit Fried in the side, opening up a huge gash along his body, and sent him flying into the damaged cross. Fried got up, laughing to himself as he clutched at his debilitating wound, looking at Issei with surprise. Seems Devil Lovercon is hiding his strength. I wasn't expecting to get almost taken out with one hit. He got up unsteadily and swayed slightly. Ew, dying here is a no-no. I guess I have to let you go. I'll get you next time though. and he suddenly rushed towards one of the windows and jumped out, getting away with the last of his strength. Issei scowled, annoyed that he got away, but having other things to focus on. He moved toward the altar. With a heave he forced the altar to move, revealing the staircase right where Fried said it would be. Bell moved beside him. We must really be in a hurry. Normally you hold back more. Issei shrugged. Like you said, we're in a hurry. With that he moved down the staircase, blade at the ready. When they reached the bottom they found a well-lit room filled with people in outfits similar to Fried's. They were all surrounding a cross at the back wall. And attached to that cross, Asia, cried Issei, seeing the girl hanging from the cross. She looked weak and the light dress she had on was damaged, exposing one of her breasts. She looked up at the sound of her name. I-san. She said weakly. You came. Rainer walked in front of her, smirking haughtily at Issei. You're too late, boy. It's almost over. She turned to Asia and held up her hands. Asia's body started to glow, and Asia screamed. Asia. Issei charged in, trying to stop the ritual, but the priests in the room got in the way. Issei was about to punch one out of the way when, bam, one of them was sent flying. Issei turned his head to find Kaneko standing there. But you sent us to help. Issei was about to ask what she meant by us when a priest was cut down by a sword held by Kiba. You get to your friend, we'll deal with this trash. Issei nodded in thanks and addressed Bell. Help them clear these assholes out while I get Asia. Bell nodded with a smirk. You got it, boss. Then, to Kiba and Kaneko's surprise, she launched a bolt of lightning at an opponent with a cry of CO, frying him. Issei charged through the cannon fodder. But as he watched, a large light left Asia's chest, landing in Rainer's hand. Finally, I have it. A sacred gear of my own. He will finally love me with this. She hugged the light to herself, which caused a bright light to fill the room. When it faded, Rainer was emitting the green light of twilight healing from her body. The fallen angels started laughing. Now, I will finally be one of the supreme fallen angels. Issei ignored her, heading straight for Asia, who was hanging lifelessly on the cross. He untied her and brought her down, holding her in his arms. Asia, I'm here. I came to get you, just like I said. Asia's eyes opened a crack. I-san. He smiled tenderly down at her. You're going to be fine. He laid a finger on her forehead, ignoring Rainer gloating that it's useless, and said simply salvation. Immediately a bright warm light filled the room. The recently arrived Rias was shocked and awed by it, as unlike how light normally felt to her kind, this felt inviting, a force not of light but pure good. She felt warm and rejuvenated, even the back pain she dealt with normally due to the size of her breasts disappearing. The others were also affected, Kiba, Kaneko, Akeno and Bell all seeming to feel the same effects. The most noticeable effect was on Asia. She gasped as she felt the warm light fill her body, giving her strength. She opened her eyes and gazed up at Issei with awe, tears in the corners of her eyes at the beautiful feeling of that light. I-san. Rainer stared, stepping back in shock. That's impossible. She glared suddenly at Issei. How did you do that? She should be dead. Her sacred gear has been removed. And she still might die. Rhea said softly as she walked next to Issei, who was panting slightly, while Akeno joined the fight against the priests. The sacred gear is attached to a user's soul. Whatever you did, wonderful as it was, is temporary. You'll need to keep doing it every time she gets weak to keep her alive. The only way to fix her is to get her sacred gear back. Issei gently set Asia on the ground and stood up to glare at Rainer. Then that's just what I'll do. Rainer sneered, though the look betrayed some worry. As if you could. Now that I have twilight healing, you can't stop me. Issei's response was Bufu. Immediately icicles formed in the air and flung themselves at Rainer like daggers. Rainer gave a squawk of surprise, dodging to the side, getting hit by a couple of the freezing shards. She snarled, and green light emanated from her, healing the injuries. Why you? She formed a spear of light and launched it at Issei with a cry. Issei deftly dodged and responded with Agi. A sphere of flame launched itself from his hand, and struck the surprised Rainer in the chest, launching her back. Once again, green light healed her injuries. "Nu," she cried, snarling like a beast. "I won't let you take it from me. This is my chance. I can finally be loved by Azazel-sama. You won't take it. You won't." She launched spear after spear at Issei, who either dodged or batted them aside. To those watching, which was the Occult Research Club, as they had finished off all the priests, it was quite an intimidating sight. Belle just smirked as she watched Issei teach the fallen who's boss. Rainer finally seemed to have enough and launched herself toward the exit, trying to get away. Guru Issei intoned this time, and a green zephyr of air formed and collided with Rainer, slamming her against the wall with a crack. She fell, dazed, and looked up at him with fear as he approached. "No," she moaned piteously. "You can't. This may not have been sanctioned by the higher-ups, but there are others who will." "Do you mean Kalwerner, Donasik and Middlet?" asked Rias, approaching. She then held up 3 feathers, to which Rainer paled. "I'm afraid that they will not be able to assist you." She looked at Issei. I sent Kiba and Kaneko in to help you after we had ascertained that these fallen angels were acting against orders, so us taking them out for attacking somebody in our territory would not be enough to cause further friction between the factions. Issei looked at Rainer. We'll be taking that sacred gear back, Issei said coolly. Rainer looked at him in horror. No? This power isn't for you. It's for Azazel-sama. Issei glared at her. To live your life for love is a beautiful thing. But you have gone about it in the wrong way. Rias stepped forward. Please Hyoudou-kun, allow me. You've done enough, and she is in my territory, thus it is my duty to deal with her. Issei looked at her, considering it, before nodding and stepping away. Rias nodded back and turned to Rainer. Now then, trouble us no more. Blow away. With an odd, deep sound, a cry of fear, and a flash of red light, it was done. After Rainer disappeared, all that was left was a green light floating in the room. Issei gently took it and headed back to Asia, who had Belle hovering over her in curiosity. How do we get the gear back inside her, boss? Issei shook his head and turned hopefully to Rias. Rias shook her head. I'm sorry Hyoudou-kun, but the only way I know of to do something like graft a gear back onto a soul is to reincarnate her as a devil. I'm sure there are others who could, but I don't know how to do so while keeping her human. Issei hung his head and sighed. Damn it. He then turned to Asia with a smile. Don't worry Asia, I'll just keep healing you until we find some other way to fix you. I promise. Asia already looked a bit weaker. She was gazing at Issei and seemed to be in deep thought. Ice-san. She finally answered, hesitantly. Would you still be my friend if I was a D-devil? Issei looked at her, shocked. Asia, are you saying you would be willing to become a devil to get your gear back? Asia looked down. I just want to be with Ice-san. She looked at Rias. If I become a devil, will you still let me be with Ice-san? Rias gazes at her, surprised. As much as you want, Asia-san. I promise. Asia looked back at Issei hopefully. I don't want to be a burden to Ice-san. I want to be able to spend time with him like before. I don't want to always be weak and cared for. Issei hesitated before answering. As long as it's your choice, of your own free will, I won't stand in your way, Asia. He smiled at her. And yes, of course we'll still be friends. Asia smiled happily and looked at Rias, who took a red bishop piece out of her pocket. Issei stopped her for a moment. I'm trusting you with her safety. Take care of her. Rias nodded firmly in understanding, not wanting to upset a powerful man who wielded an unknown power. She approached Asia and set the piece on her chest, looking into her eyes with a smile. Ready. Asia nodded and Rias stood up to intone. I order, in my name Rias Gremory. You, Asia Argento. I, resurrect back to this soil as my servant, and have you reborn as a devil. You, my bishop, be delighted with your new life. The chess piece glowed and went inside Asia's body along with her sacred gear. Asia gasped at the sensation as her body changed to that of a devil. Once it was done Issei smiled and knelt down to hug Asia. Welcome to your new life, Asia. The now former nun wrapped her arms around him, happy tears in her eyes. The others smiled as they watched. We should take her home, Hyoudou-kun. Rias said. Ice. Issei replied. At Rias' look of confusion he smiled at them. You all can call me Ice. Rias smiled. Very well, Ice-kun. Let's go home. It was nighttime, and in the Hyoudou house Issei was sitting on his bed reading a Dragon Ball manga, waiting for Belle to get home. A month had passed since the rescue of Asia. Said former nun was now working diligently as a devil under Rias. However, having become very protective of her, Issei was uneasy about letting her out by herself, so he had asked Belle to accompany her. The High Pixie didn't have any problems with it, stating she wanted to get to know the girl it had such an effect on her boss. Asia herself had been very enthusiastic about it as well, being interested in the fairy. And since Rias had no issues with that, the two had begun working together. Nothing had really happened during that month besides Rias inviting Issei along to hunt a stray devil, wanting him to know what it was like if it was needed. He primarily stood back with Asia as the others fought, Rias giving an explanation of their skills, along with what each of the evil pieces did. It had been quite informative. Issei looked up as Belle flew in through the open window, taking a seat on the bed. So, how did it go tonight? Asked Issei, setting his manga down. Belle stretched and yawned slightly. Pretty dull at first. It was just her walking around and delivering flyers again. But tonight Rias finally said she was ready to stop doing that and start on actual requests. Issei looked at Belle intently. What kinds of requests? He didn't want Asia to be taken advantage of by the more perverted people out there. Belle chuckled and patted his leg. Don't worry, nothing bad. I made sure to ask. Apparently devils have certain people that take care of the more risque requests. Devilish sex workers, you could say. At Issei's raised eyebrow she continued with a naughty grin. I asked how they're summoned, and all you have to do is summon them normally while focusing on what you want. The diminutive woman let out a lecherous giggle. Oh, the possibilities. Issei gave a small perverted smirk of his own before getting them back on track. So Asia's first request went well. Belle nodded. Very. The client absolutely loved her. And me too, of course. She said, in a matter-of-fact voice. Now then. Elle continued, very seriously, standing up on the bed to look at him. I've been so busy these past few nights I haven't gotten my ice time. She darted forward and started insistently tugging at Issei's boxers. Come on. Out you get. Issei laughed and gently picked the pixie up, making her look at him sourly. Desperate much? Calm down. He then set her down and took his clothes off, smiling at her. We've got all night, after all. The next morning Issei stood at the entrance to his home, eye twitching at the boxes stacked there beside a shy-looking Asia and a smiling Rias. What are you doing here? Rias cocked her head to the side. We're here to get Asia settled in, of course. She's going to be living here, after all. She peered at him. Did you forget? Belle-san said it was alright to come over today after relaying your agreement. Issei sighed and grumbled something about scheming little perverts. Asia fidgeted. It's okay if you changed your mind, Ice-san. I can continue to stay in the clubhouse for now. Despite her words, she looked slightly despondent at the idea that her hero didn't want her around. Issei quickly shook his head. No Asia, it's fine if you want to stay here. I'd love to have you around. The only issue is convincing my parents. Rias crossed her arms. You can leave that to me, Ice-kun. I should be able to get them to agree. A few minutes later the three teens were seated in the living room with Issei's parents with tea. Rias had just finished explaining to the couple that Asia was a new transfer that needed a place to stay, and Issei had been gracious enough to volunteer his home. Well, began Issei's mother. I don't have any real problem with it. But are you sure you want to stay here, Asia-san? Especially with Ice here. Issei frowned at that as his father chimed in. Yes. Ice might have calmed down a bit, but he is still practically the physical embodiment of lust. We would be worried if something happened because we kept you under the same roof as him. Issei's eyebrow was twitching dangerously once again, muttering to himself about faithless parents. Asia bowed slightly. Ice-san is a wonderful person. He saved my life. I just want to be near Ice-san. She then proceeded to tell his parents about all the things he'd done for her, large and small, exaggerating several things, make him seem better than he was. His parents were smiling happily at Asia. Hearing that our son has been such a big help to a nice girl like you fills our hearts with joy. Rias gave a small smile. If you want, think of her living here as, what did they call it? She brought a finger to her chin and thought before smiling. Ah yes, bride training. Issei choked on his tea as his parents looked surprised before turning to each other, teary-eyed. I had almost given hope of ever having grandchildren, with a son like ours. Could this be our chance? Issei's father exclaimed, looking stunned. His mother too looked to be crying, making Issei sweat drop with disbelief. Yes. Finally. I had despaired that I had raised him badly since he turned out this way. Maybe this is our shot at redemption. Issei's father spoke again, this time addressing Asia with tears flowing down his cheeks. Asia-san. Can we leave our worthless son in your hands? Asia, looking confused, still smiled and nodded with determination, not really getting what the parents are driving at. You can leave Ice-san to me. I'll take care of him. Issei's father addressed the satisfied-looking Rias. Rias-san, it would be our honor to look after Asia-san. You can leave her in our care. Rias nodded. Understood. She turned to Asia with a smile. Ice-kun will take care of you now, so make sure to be good for him and get along with his parents. Asia fidgeted and looked at her. Are you sure I won't be a burden? Rias smiled at Asia. Your immediate answer when I asked you where you wanted to live was with Ice-san. Now you can, so just do your best. Issei sighed at his still rejoicing parents, and gently laid a hand on Asia's head. It'll be fine. I promise. Come on, let's get your stuff up to your new room. Asia looked up with a smile. How? Masuda shouted, crying waterfalls as he glared at Issei. Issei sighed tiredly, already knowing this is going to irritate him. How what? How did you get that new European cutie, Argento-san, to walk with you on the way to school? Motohama was the one to answer. Seriously, not only have you been spotted talking to the two great Wani-samas, and the adorable Kaneko-chan, now you've sunk your claws in the blonde transfer student. What is your secret? Mitsuda cried out. Issei groaned. He was right, this was irritating. Before he could say anything in response, however, a shout rang out from the other side of the room, where a group of girls were clustered around Asia. You're living with him. The girls looked shocked and appalled, while Asia simply looked confused. One of them took Asia's hands, looked at her seriously. He hasn't done anything to you, has he? Asia looked at her, unsure. What? Has he peed on you in the bath? Has he tried to touch you? Has he tried to get you into his room? The budding interrogation was disrupted by a slamming sound coming from the perverted trio's area. Everybody turned to look and see what had happened. Hearing that Issei was living with the cute foreign girl was finally too much for Mitsuda and Motohama. Mitsuda had thrown a punch at Issei's face, while Motohama tried to clothesline his throat. Nobody saw exactly what happened, but the end result was that the two perverts were laying on the ground, groaning, while Issei scowled down at them. "D-damn you, you bastard," they muttered. "That's what you get for attacking me, morons," Issei said, irritated. Asia just blinked in confusion. A few days later, Issei was laying on his bed in his boxers. Asia and Belle had just gotten home from another night at work and were both in the bath. Issei had initially been apprehensive about the fairy being around Asia so much, despite it being his idea, worried that the perverted pixie would corrupt the innocent young devil. So far, however, things seemed to be going well. Suddenly a crimson light began to fill the room as a red magic circle appeared on the ground. Issei immediately went on guard in case it was an attack, eyes narrowed at the circle. To his surprise, Ryuz appeared from it, looking serious. "Ice-kun, I need your help." Issei relaxed on his bed now that he was sure he wasn't going to be attacked, gazing at Ryuz curiously. "What can I assist you with, Ryuz-san?" To his great surprise, she hurriedly started stripping her clothes off. He stared as she revealed her large breasts to him, capped with pink nipples. "Please, Ice-kun, I need you to take my virginity." Her panties dropped to the floor, revealing her hairless sex. She strode toward him and got on the bed, straddling his waist, his already hard member straining against his boxers and pressing against her. "Do you have any experience?" Issei had been so shocked by her actions he had remained immobile, staring, but he finally got control of himself. "Well, yes, but, Ryuz-san." He gently grabbed onto her shoulders, keeping her in place as she tried to press herself against him. "Why are you doing this?" "I don't have a choice," she said, looking at him seriously. "It was either you or Hyoudou-kun, and I know he would refuse. Besides." She lightly ran her soft hands along his bare, scarred chest. "It helps that I do find you attractive, especially when you let your power free." Her nipples began to harden at the thought. Issei's gaze sharpened, not liking the implications of what she said. "What do you mean, you don't have a choice?" Ryuz shook her head, looking at him pleadingly. "Not now. Please, take my virginity." She reached down for his boxers before stopping, slumping slightly in defeat. "Damn it, too late." She murmured despondently as the room lit up again from another magic circle appearing on the ground, glowing the same bright crimson. From the light a new figure emerged. It was a beautiful, silver-haired woman dressed as a high-class maid. She looked at Ryuz calmly. "So, you were going to go to such lengths to escape the arrangements?" Ryuz turned well on Issei's lap to gaze at the maid determinedly. "It's the only way to get Oni-sama and Otu-sama to listen to me." The maid paced the room, picking up Ryuz's discarded bra and panties. "Do you think they would be pleased to hear you had given your purity to someone as lowly as this boy?" "My purity is mine to give as I see fit, and mine alone." She frowned at the maid. "And I would not call Ice-kun lowly, Grafia. He is the Sekiryute, and a powerful person even without his sacred gear. I can think of few as worthy to have my virginity. And he is infinitely preferable to the alternative." The maid, Grafia's, eyes focused on Issei. "I see. So this one holds the boosted gear. That would make him someone of note. Still." She held out Ryuz's bra and panties to her. "You're the heiress of the House of Gremory. You should not be bearing yourself so lightly. Get dressed and we will leave." Ryuz glared lightly before sighing in defeat, getting off of Issei, who had sat on the bed, observing the proceedings, and began to dress. "I'm sorry for the trouble, Ice-kun. Please put this entire event out of your memory. I will see you at school." Once she had finished dressing, she stood by Grafia, and they both disappeared. Half a minute later, Belle entered the room, hair damp and a washcloth around her body as a towel. "Ah, that was a nice bath," she said with a smile. She stopped and looked at Issei, who was still sitting on the bed, slightly stunned by everything that had just happened. "What's up?" The next day after school, Asia came into Issei's room, where he was doing homework, with Belle, both looking troubled, Asia more than Belle. "Ah, Ice-san, it's awful." At his look of confusion, she continued. "I found out why his Butchu has been so distant lately." Belle chimed in. "It's probably also the reason for last night's event." She ignored Asia's curious look and continued. "Apparently, Ryuz is in an arranged marriage to some asshole named Dreiser Phoenix, and she's really not happy about it. He came to the clubhouse today. I made sure to keep out of sight though," she assured Issei before her lip curled. "Guy's a real piece of work. He treats Ryuz like an object, and it doesn't seem she's the only one. He has a full peerage full of beautiful females of various types and species. His own little harem. I can't say he treats them badly, but he didn't give the best impression." Asia took over the explanation. "A woman named Grafia was there too. She's a maid for the Gremory house. She said that since Butchu has been so against the arrangement, they'll hold a rating game between her and Riser to decide." Issei looked at her with interest. "And what is a rating game?" It was Belle who answered. "A rating game is a competition between devils and their peerages. Think of it as a war game. The two teams face off and, like in chess, whichever king gets taken out first loses." Asia was frowning though. Butchu is at a disadvantage though. Not only has she never competed in a rating game, she doesn't have even half as many pieces as Riser-san. Because of that, she was given 10 days to train and prepare. Asia put on a determined face, looking like a kitten faced with some particularly tenacious string. "I have to train hard to make sure we can win. I don't want Butchu to have to marry someone she doesn't want to." Belle patted the girl's head. "I'm sure you'll do great, Asia-chan. Me and boss will help." "Right, boss." Issei nodded with a smile. Right. You'll get better in no time, promise. Asia smiled up at them. The next day, however, they were woken at the crack of dawn by knocking on the front door. They opened it to find Ria standing there, with her arms crossed. I'm here to pick Asia-chan up. We're heading to the mountains to train. I've already arranged it with the school. She smiled at Asia. Please get ready for some time up in the mountains. Make sure to get some exercise clothes as well. As Asia nodded and headed up to do as told, Issei leaned against the doorframe. Asia and Belle told me about what's going on. Ria's face clouded and she looked away. I'm guessing that's what prompted the other night's events. Ria said nothing, simply nodding slightly. Issei sighed. Anything I can do to help? Ria's looked at Issei in surprise before smiling. Well, I do still have a knight, a rook and all my pawns. Issei chuckled but shook his head. Sorry, but that's off the table. No becoming a devil for me, even if I'm dying. Ria sighed sadly. Well, I had to try. She then looked at him seriously. Well, I don't suppose you'd be willing to help us train. You showed yourself quite proficient in combat during the attack on the church. I'm sure my peerage could learn a lot from sparring with you. Issei nodded. That I'm fine with. If you can arrange my absence from class during the trip, I'll grab my things. Ria smiled. Thank you very much, Ice-kun. I'll make the call now. She pulled a cell phone out of her pocket. Issei held up a hand to stop her. I do want something in return for helping though, he said calmly. Riaz looked at him, searchingly. He gave her a small smile. Nothing big. I just want to be able to watch the raiding game. Can you arrange that? Riaz thought it over before nodding. Yes, I believe that's plausible. I'll ask my family to please let you watch it with them. Issei nodded. That sounds perfect. Alright, go ahead and make the call. He then headed up to get his own things packed and let his parents know where he was going. A couple of hours later, Issei, Belle and the Occult Research Club arrived at a large wooden mansion in the mountains set up for the Gremory family. It had large open areas and was not only isolated but hidden with magic, making it perfect for training. Issei set his large pack down and took a deep breath of clean mountain air. Nice place. Kiba nodded in agreement. Yes, it has a nice atmosphere. Reyes smiled. Yes, it should be suitable. It even has large open air baths for us to relax in when we're not training. Belle smiled. Ooh, sounds nice. She grinned conspiratorially to the girls. Be careful with boss though. He peeps. Issei gave her a disgruntled look. Oh yeah, like you weren't the one urging me to do so all the time. Riaz gave a laugh. Well, I don't mind if Ice-kun has a look. How about you, Akeno, Asia, Kaneko? I have nothing to hide, but you. I just asked that he return the favor. Akeno said with a small devious smile. Asia was blushing furiously. Well, if it's Isan. Steam appeared to be escaping her. Kaneko, however, merely glared at Issei. All perverts must die. Riaz laughed again, tutting jokingly. Well, I guess that's a no, Ice-kun. Sorry. Much as he tried to hide it, Issei couldn't help but let a bit of disappointment appear on his face. Kiba was the one to put everybody back on track. We should put our things away and begin getting ready to train, right Butcher? At Riaz not everybody went in to get their things put away before meeting back outside to plan out what they were going to be doing. Riaz turned to Issei once they were all back together. Well then, Ice-kun, I asked you along for your assistance with our training. Do you have any ideas? Issei nodded. I do, but it depends on one thing. He turned to Asia. Asia, I need to ask you exactly how twilight healing works. Does it work by undoing the damage caused? Or does it instead increase the body's natural healing? Asia looked surprised at the question before thinking about it. No, I think it can be either. Usually I just undo the damage, but if I need to I can just make it heal quicker. Why? Kiba spoke before Issei could. I think I see what you're thinking. Building muscle is the process of the muscle breaking down due to exercise, and then repairing it stronger than before. If we make that process quicker then we can get better results in a shorter time. Issei nodded in agreement. Right. It would also help Asia's stamina with her powers as she has to use them constantly. Riaz considered it. That would work for the purely physical aspects of the training, yes. Good thinking, Ice-kun, Hyoudou-kun. What else? Issei shrugged. Well, I may be wrong, but from what I've seen so far, Kaneko-chan relies primarily on her strength and durability, rarely bothering to dodge. We could work on that for her, as well as improving her fighting technique. As for Kiba-san, he turned to the other boy. He has a bit of the opposite problem. He isn't as strong and durable as he could be, though his style is good. I would like to spar to see what could be improved though. Primarily though, he should focus on physical, strength-building exercises with Asia backing him up to increase the effectiveness. How does that sound? Both Kaneko and Kiba nodded in agreement to the plan. Riaz crossed her arms and smiled. I see it was a good idea to bring you along. That should be helpful. How about myself and Akeno? Issei considered the two beauties for a minute. Well, you both rely more on your demonic abilities than your physical ones. Well, I would suggest you work on that. You should focus on power and stamina, making sure you can attack with more strength for longer periods of time. Akeno-san, Bell-chan can help you out. She specializes in electrical attacks like you do. Akeno looked at the high pixie, who was smiling at her. Ria-san, you simply focus on forming your biggest attacks and using them as fast and as often as possible. Ria's nodded, face determined. Issei smiled. Alright, let's get to work. Training then began in earnest. Kiba trained by sprinting at his fastest speed while weighted down with a large number of weights all over his body. Asia stayed nearby to heal him when it got to be too much, after which he would get up and keep going after a short rest. Akeno and Bell worked on her lightning abilities. The fairy was demonstrating how to focus more electricity in a smaller area, to increase the potency of the strikes aimed at single targets. Afterwards they would work on making sure power was consistent in more area of effect attacks. Ryuz did as Issei said, and focused on her abilities with her power of destruction. She added some difficulty to it by making her target small, thus also working on her accuracy. While this was going on, Issei and Kaneko sparred. Kaneko was surprised at Issei's proficiency. He didn't have a set style, appearing to be mostly self-taught, but he showed he was highly experienced and had good instincts. He pushed her to not rely on her durability or strength. The former he did by charging his hands with electricity, which gave her a jolt every time he touched her, making her try harder to keep away. The latter was a simple application of dodging, making her have to work harder to actually hit him. Each time she managed to get him with a solid hit, he gave her one of the small sweets he had in a small bag at his side, thus giving her some incentive. It was a surprisingly effective training regimen. That evening, after a grueling day of training for everybody, they had a large meal made by Ryuz, Akeno and Asa. They all enjoyed themselves, in high spirits after a successful day of hard work. They all then retired to the baths to relax. Issei sighed as he leaned against the wall of the pool, feeling the hot water soothe him. It had been some time since he had done much training. It was a reminder that he was letting himself get rusty, seeing as he wasn't fighting nearly every day anymore. He promised himself he would take up a proper training regime to get himself back into shape. Getting some his other friends besides Bell to help would also be a good idea. He glanced over as Kiba got in, taking a seat nearby and sighing in relief. Issei couldn't help but grin slightly. I'm guessing you're a bit sore. Kiba nodded with a smile. Asia sense healing is wonderful for healing wounds and relieving pain, but it doesn't do much for actual exhaustion. An unfortunate limitation, as otherwise we could fight indefinitely. Issei chuckled. It would be quite an overpowered ability if that was the case. How do you feel the training's going? It has only been a day, but still. Kiba thought about it. Well, I'll admit I'd never been very serious about training my physical strength. I'm a speed type, after all, bulky muscles would get in the way. He laughed lightly. On the other hand, neglecting it entirely doesn't sound like a good idea either. I think I'll focus on weightlifting and such tomorrow. Does that sound good to you? Issei nodded. Sounds like a plan, but not all day. I want to have a spar with you while Kaneko works on her speed. We can see if there's anything we can improve in your style. I look forward to it, Kiba said, smiling eagerly. On the other side of the wall, the girls were also relaxing, letting their muscles have some relief after a grueling day of work. Belle stretched her arms in the air with a yawn as she sat in the water with the others, her back popping satisfactorily. Ah, today was a good day. Don't you think so, ladies? Akeno, who was stretched out luxuriously nearby with her eyes closed, smiled. Indeed it was, Belle-san. Some of your tips for lightning usage were inspired. I wouldn't have thought of them. Belle waved the comment away. Oh, I'm sure you would have. I've just got a bit more experience in actual combat than you do. Ryuz looked at the pixie curiously. So you were in a lot of combat before you came here? Belle nodded. Yeah. It was a constant survival of the fittest situation. She grimaced. I used to be weak. So very, very weak. I look back and wonder how I made it to today. Then she smiled. Of course, the answer is simple. I had Boss with me. Asia looked at Belle, surprised. Ai-san helped you too? Belle nodded, a fond smile still on her face. He stumbled upon me when I was on my own. We both needed somebody at the time, and we stuck together. It used to be you scratch my back, I scratch yours type of situation that evolved into what we have now. Kaneko was eyeing Belle the fairy. Care about him? Belle's smile grew. You have no idea. I'd do anything for that man. Her smile turned slightly sad. Of course, while we may have fun, I can't be what he needs. It's not like I could be a housewife for him. I can't bear his children. She brought her knees up to her chest and looked absently in front of her. We can't even have proper sex together. The other girls in the bath stared at the fairy as she continued. I'll content myself with being his companion and confidant, the one he can tell anything to. That's enough for me. The devils looked at each other, unsure of what to do, before Asia moved toward Belle and gently gathered her into her hands, holding her close. Belle snuggled against the former nun's body, closing her eyes as she was held. Then she moved back, smiling gratefully at the blonde. Anyway, enough gloomy, mushy stuff. The The fairy grinned. How much is everybody looking forward to seeing Riser's face when he gets thrashed? Conversation resumed after that with smiles and laughter. Training continued apace for the following days. Everybody noticeably improved. Asia had learned how to use the elements with her demonic power after Akeno taught her, with Bell watching. However, due to her temperament and personality, she didn't have much success in using them as actual attacks. Kaneko's speed had improved significantly, and her fighting style was better put together. Kiba could now last longer in a fight, as well as hit harder. Akeno's control over lightning had increased sharply, with more voltage in each strike, making the sadist Yufufufu happily. And Rias could now launch stronger spheres of her power of destruction at a faster rate, and with greater accuracy for a longer time. In between physical training sessions, Rias decided to have classes on the supernatural side of things for Asia. She invited Issei along so he could become more educated on the various organizations he might have to deal with, which he gratefully accepted. From that he learned the identities of the beings running the 3 factions, along with several other important facts. It was night a week after they had arrived when Issei saw that the living room light was on after he got up to head to the bathroom. He slowly approached to find Rias, dressed in only a sheer red negligee, studying papers and maps intently. He walked forward, trying not to be caught staring at her body, making her look up at him in surprise. Ah, Ice-kun, I'm surprised to see you up. I was going to the bathroom when I noticed the light. He took a seat across the table from her and looked down at what she was working on. Studying hard. She sighed and sat back, taking the glasses she was wearing off to rub her eyes. I'm trying to find something to help us in our fight against Riser. Although at this point it's mostly to keep my mind occupied, really. Issei leaned forward. Well, maybe I can help. Are you making battle plans against his peerage? She shook her head. Not so much, no. Don't get me wrong, they wouldn't be pushovers, but I am confident my peerage can take them, especially after the training you've helped with. She gave him a smile before sighing again. No, the main problem is going to be Riser. At Issei's look she elaborated. Riser is a member of the Phoenix family. That gives him several abilities, such as control over fire and wind. The main problem though is that members of the Phoenix family are immortal. Issei's brow furrowed. What exactly do you mean by immortal? You mean they don't die of old age? Rias shook her head. There is that, yes, but the main issue is that they can regenerate from pretty much anything. I could turn Riser's face into hamburger with an attack, and a few seconds later he'll have regenerated to be perfectly fine. And the raiding game won't end unless the king is incapacitated or forfeits, even if the rest of his peerage is taken out. So he can outlast us. Issei interlaced his fingers in thought. So it sounds like the only way to win is to take away his will to fight. Rias nodded tiredly. Yes, that seems to be the case. That or just take him out with overwhelming, god-level power. The problem is actually doing so before we exhaust ourselves. She looked at Issei. Riser's record in the raiding games is 8 wins, 2 losses. And in those 2 losses he basically threw the game for the sake of other houses his own is close to. So in reality he might as well be undefeated. They sat in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Finally Issei spoke. I just wanted to ask, Rias-san, is there any particular reason you're against this marriage? He gave a slightly crooked smile. I mean besides the fact he's an asshole. Rias chuckled before looking up in thought. He sees me as Rias Gremory. At Issei's confused look she gave a sad smile. To him, I am a Gremory first, Rias second. And he isn't the only one. My name carries weight in the underworld. Too much, sometimes. She smiled slightly. It's one of the reasons I enjoy staying in the human world so much. There everybody knows me simply as Rias, who happens to have the family name of Gremory. There are no expectations. Don't get me wrong, I am proud of who and what I am, but it does get in the way, sometimes. She leaned back, arms crossed under her breasts. I want to find somebody who will love me as Rias first, Gremory a, hopefully distant second. A small dream, but it's mine. She gave Issei a smile. Understand. Issei nodded, smiling gently. Yeah, I think I do. Being known and approached because of what you are instead of who. That can be a burden. Rias was surprised at the fact that he seemed to truly understand and empathize with what she was saying. She expected sympathy, but not true understanding. It was hard to understand when you hadn't been through it yourself. She was surprised by his next words, however. I see you as Rias, not Gremory. That's what I've known you as. That's who has helped me. That's who I've fought beside. He smiled at her gently. Rias is Rias to me, and always will be. Rias felt her cheeks heat up as she stared at him. He was being totally sincere, she could tell. It made her heart speed up. Issei turned towards the papers on the table. Want some help with your planning? Rias got herself under control and nodded with a smile. That would be great, thanks. They proceeded to work well into the night. The morning of the battle Issei was back home and sitting in his room, thinking about the fight to come. He had been granted permission to watch with the Gremory family, and would be leaving with the others to attend. He looked up as his door opened, and Asia stood there in her nun's outfit. Asia, you okay? Asia walked in and sat beside him on the bed, looking nervous. Ah, I-san, I'm just worried. Issei sighed softly and got up, wrapping an arm around her gently, making her squeak slightly and turn red. It'll be alright, Asia. You've trained your hardest with the others to be ready for this. You've increased your abilities with Twilight healing a lot. I have no doubt you'll do great. Asia leaned against him, closing her eyes. Do you mind if I stay here with you, I-san? He smiled and gently rubbed her shoulder. Take as much time as you need. It was finally the time of the battle, and the orc, along with Issei and Belle, hidden inside Issei's bag, were waiting in the clubroom for it to begin. Kaneko was on a couch eating sweets, Kiba was pacing, Asia was standing nervously, and Riaz was sipping tea behind her desk, a Keno beside her. 20 minutes before the match began, Grafia appeared and proceeded to explain the details of the battle, the orc paying intense attention to her. Also, she said, after speaking of the battlefield. As you know, members of both families will be watching the game through a broadcast. This includes Mayor Lucifer-sama. As Issei blinked, surprise, Riaz nodded her head. I see. So Ani-sama will be watching as well. She straightened herself up. Then I really will need to win. Issei spoke up now. Excuse me, Riaz, are you saying one of the Mayu is your brother? It was Kiba who answered, nodding. Yes, Butchu's older brother is the Lucifer. Issei stared. Oh, okay then. Kiba cracked a smile as Akeno giggled at his confusion. Not expecting Butchu's brother to be the Lucifer, were you? Issei shook his head. No, I wasn't. He shrugged and approached Asia and gently patted her head, making her blush. Take care of yourself, Asia, and do your best. Don't forget that I believe in you and will be cheering you on. Asia smiled up at him, rosy-faced, and nodded with determination. Yes, I-san, you can count on me. He then turned to the rest of the orc. Give him hell, guys. I'll be watching. The orc gave him smiles and determined looks. Behind Grafia's back, a small arm slipped out of the bag and gave them all a thumbs up before sliding back in. Grafia cleared her throat. The battle is about to begin. Please be aware that, once you're transported, you cannot use the magic circle till the game ends. Good luck. She then motioned for Issei to follow her to the magic circle. He did so, and before long they had been transported away. They had arrived in a large ornate room, expensive without being tasteless. Two men with red hair like Riaz, a younger boy with the same hair, and a beautiful brown-haired woman, were sitting around a large screen on the wall showing the battlefield, which looked just like Kuoh Academy. Grafia proceeded to announce Issei. Master, I bring the Securite to observe the battle, as Riaz-sama requested. If you'll excuse me, I must go to officiate. After the eldest of the men nodded, she turned and left. The members of the household then stood and made their way to Issei. Welcome, Securite. The eldest among them said. I am Ziaticus Gremory, head of the Gremory family. This is my wife, Vanillana. The woman smiled kindly. Welcome to our home, she said in a voice just as kind. Issei bowed respectfully. Issei Hyoudou, Lord Gremory. He turned to Vanillana. Lady Gremory. I see where Riaz got her beauty from. Both Ziaticus and Vanillana smiled. Well-mannered. That's good. The other red-haired man stepped forward now. I am Serzich's Lucifer, Riaz's brother, and this is my son, Milikus. The boy gave a respectful nod of his head. It's an honor to meet you, Mayu-sama. Hello, Milikus-kun, Issei responded. Before we sit and prepare for the game, Hyoudou-kun, perhaps you should let your friend out, Serzicha said with a smile. The other members of his family looked confused, but Issei just blushed slightly. I'm sorry, she really wanted to watch, but I wasn't sure it would be alright. He opened the bag and Belle popped out. She flew out of the bag and bowed to the Gremorys with an embarrassed giggle. I'm sorry, but I really wanted to see how Riaz and the others would do. Milikus gasped, eyes wide as he stared at Belle. Are you a fairy? Belle nodded to the boy with a smile. A high pixie, actually. Name's Belle. Nice to meet you. Serzichus chuckled. Riaz told me about the fairy that you're never without. When I didn't see her with you, I assumed you snuck her in. Issei scratched the back of his head in embarrassment as he looked at Ziaticus, who looked amused. I'm sorry. Ziaticus waved it off. Well, I'm not sanguine of the fact that you snuck somebody else in. She seems harmless enough, and what's done is done. Just make sure to ask for permission next time. He moved back towards his seat. Now then, we should get ready. It should be starting any second now. Everybody followed him to their seats, Issei sitting between Serzichus and Ziaticus, while Belle opted to spend time with Milikus. The household maids came by with refreshments, and the adults were surprised when not only did Issei select a glass of bourbon, he drank it like somebody experienced with alcohol. Soon, however, the game began, and they all watched, making commentary when they saw a particularly bad or well-thought-out move. Issei was pleased to see that his training with them had been productive. Kaneko was a force of nature, taking out multiple pawns and a fellow orc in a single battle. Kiba was quicker than before, leading his assailants on a merry chase, leading them into a trap where Akeno vaporized a building. Her lightning was noticeably more potent than before. I'm impressed, stated Ziaticus, sipping from his brandy. I knew Riaz's peerage was strong, but this is much better than I expected. Surziches nodded. Yes, I agree. He glanced at Issei. I understand you had a hand in their growth. Issei shook his head. They put in all the effort and determination, not willing to quit. All I did was help them direct it. Still, thank you. Vanillana said with a smile. Issei simply nodded. Rias didn't have it all her own way, of course. Kiba was taken out due to a sneak attack by Riser's queen. The Keno promptly engaged the bomb queen, launching spider webs of lighting across the sky. Issei and Bell were amused to hear that she was shouting Zio. As she did so, Kaneko dealt with Riser's remaining knight and pawns, along with one of his bishops, before being taken out by the last bishop, who Issei was told was Ravel Phoenix, Riser's sister. As this had happened, Rias had launched herself to battle Riser personally, Asia at her side. Reddish-black orbs of power met scorching flames as they battled on the roof of the school building. Bell cheered as Akeno brought Yubeluna to her knees. She was about to finish her off when Riser's queen quickly gulped something in a bottle down and dodged to the side, barely avoiding one of Akeno's lightning bolts. She then stood up and started spamming her explosions, rejuvenated. The heck was that? Bell shouted, affronted that her student had had victory snatched from her. Mullikas addressed her even as his eyes remained riveted on the screen. Those were Phoenix Tears, Bell-san. They can heal any wound. They're restricted in raiding games to only being used twice, because they're so powerful. But now Yubeluna-san is practically fresh, while Akeno-san is tired. Indeed, the situation had changed drastically. Akeno was flying through the air, launching lightning storms to try and take out the opposing queen before she lost. In the end she launched herself at Yubeluna, who backpedaled in surprise. She slammed into her, plowing the other woman into the ground, and launched her biggest bolt ever right at her face. Yubeluna screamed, but before she was taken out she launched one last explosion at Akeno, point blank. Both queens were eliminated, and left the field. Bell huffed. At least Akeno got her in the end. The others nodded their agreement. All that was left now was the king's battle of attrition. Riser regenerated any damage done to him, but with Asia on her side, Rias was doing the same. Thus, this battle would depend on who could hold out the longest. For 5, 10, 15, 30 minutes they fought, launching attacks non-stop. It was a cataclysmic clash. In the end, something had to give. Not only did Twilight Healing not restore stamina to the target, but it also used up the wielders. Eventually, much as she tried otherwise, Asia could take no more. With one last pulse of green energy, she fell to the ground, unconscious from exhaustion. The game registered her elimination, and she faded. Even so, Rias put up a magnificent fight against the inevitable. The blasts of power from her didn't stop, though now she was dodging even more than before. It was another 5 minutes before she succumbed, falling to her knees in pained exhaustion. Riser approached her, looking at her with triumph in his eyes. It was a good attempt, Rias, but this is checkmate. Yield so we can end this. Rias said nothing, simply glaring at him defiantly, even as her chest heaved, trying to get more air. Very well. I'll speak to you later, my bride. And with that, he launched one final ball of flame, causing her to leave the field. 2 days later, Rias stood beside Riser in a ballroom in the underworld for her engagement party. She was stony-faced even as others came up to congratulate them. Close by, her peerage mingled, watching her as she endured. She had been so proud of her peerage after their showing in the raiding game, and she had made sure to let them know that. It didn't, however, change the fact that they had lost. They'd all taken it very badly, Asia especially, but they attended the event as moral support for Rias. Congratulations on your engagement, said yet another voice. Rias looked up, and gasped slightly. Standing in front of her was Issei. But he looked completely different. The most eye-catching thing was the long crimson coat he was wearing. It had white trim and reached down below his knees. On his chest was what seemed to be gold-colored armor, rich with master-crafted detail. Under the coat and armor was a bright white shirt that was tied to his body, showing off his muscular physique. On his right arm was a strange white gauntlet, with a raised surface on the side. His pants were just as red as the coat and were tucked into sturdy, well-worn boots. Holding onto his arm was a woman Rias had never seen before. She was devastatingly beautiful, with long blonde hair, pale, flawless skin, and striking green eyes. A slinky black backless dress covered her tantalizingly, and a black choker was wrapped around her slim neck. She practically used sexuality, and everybody around could feel it. She had been the one to speak, and her voice had been like honey, promising untold delights even with such simple words. Issei added his own compliments. Indeed, Yakitori-san, you made quite a catch. Riser, who had been smiling, suddenly stared at Issei. I'm sorry, what did you call me? Issei took a sip of his champagne, completely calm. Is there a problem, Yakitori-san? Rias was staring at Issei, wondering not only what he was doing at the party, but what he was planning. Riser glared. Who are you, and what are you doing here? Issei smiled. My name is Issei Hyoudou. As for what I'm doing here, well, I'm here to take that lovely young woman from you, to be honest. Everybody in the nearby crowd had gone quiet by this point, observing the confrontation. Rias' peerage were staring at Issei, shocked. As Issei continued to calmly sip his champagne, the woman on his arm continuing to smile, Riser finally seemed to register what he had just been told. I'm sorry, could you repeat that? I could have sworn you said you were going to take Rias from me. Issei shrugged lightly. I hear you enjoy raiding games. I was thinking we could have one. Set it up so all these nice people can't see the action. If I win, you give up all claims to Rias and give her to me. Riser let out an incredulous laugh. And why would I agree to that? There's nothing in it for me. Issei smirked. On the contrary, if you win, I will swear my loyalty to you and your family till my dying day. Rias gasped, but Riser just sighed Issei. And why would that interest me? Issei shrugged. Well, I am the Sekirute, wielder of the boosted gear. I imagine there is some prestige in having somebody like me follow you. He looked at Riser. Of course, if you have my loyalty, that includes the loyalty of those that follow me, like the lovely Elena here. He gestured to the woman on his arm, whose smile grew. Elena is a pure-blooded succubus. There was a sudden flurry of whispering at this declaration, as Elena revealed a pair of bat wings, different from those of the devil, and a long tail ending in an arrowhead. Ria's eyes widened at what she was seeing. Succubi were rare. Incredibly so, and highly sought after. The fact that Issei had one following him was astounding. Issei wasn't done though. Of course, if that is still not enough for you, Yakitori-san. He removed his arm from Elena's grip and tapped his gauntlet. The raised surface retracted, revealing what appeared to be a touchscreen. Burrows, he said. To the surprise of many, the gauntlet answered in a female voice. Yes, master. Summon the team I set up before we left to me. Issei responded. At once, master. The gauntlet said. Seconds later, flashes of light appeared around Issei, revealing several figures. Belle was among them, but it was the rest that drew the attention of Rias and her peerage. One was a girl who looked about 14. She had black hair that was held back by a white cloth. She was dressed in a white dress with a black cord around her waist and a bone necklace around her neck. Issei patted her head. This is Naja. The next was what looked like a more feral version of a Nekomata, which made Kaneko observe her with interest. She had black fur covering her body and the lower part of her face, with long blonde hair on top of her head. Unlike other Nekomata, who had cat ears on top of their heads, she had none, and instead her normal ears were elongated and more feline. She appeared to be wearing a white fur coat that covered her upper chest and had long sleeves. A long black tail waved behind her. Issei reached up and petted her, making her purr. This is Felicia. She's a very special kind of Nekomata. Another was a bronze-skinned woman with dove-like wings coming from her back, making many think she was an angel at first. She wore a sand-colored headdress that trailed down her back, covering her hair, and had a white veil over her lower face, with the blue symbol of a bird. Her outfit was the same color as the headdress, with stylized blue snakes trailing up the sides of her legs and a blue bell tying it all together. This is Elahe. She's a Peri, which is a Persian spirit. Elahe bowed to Issei. It was the last one that drew the most attention, not to mention shock. Floating alongside Issei was an angel. But this was a very odd angel. She was blonde and pale, with large beautiful wings. What drew the most attention though was how she was dressed. The only things covering her were strips of leather around her breasts, hips, and between her legs, with more strips linking it all together. It looked very much like a bondage harness. Around her neck was a collar with a chain attached. The chain seemed to go on its own toward Issei, disappearing when near him. Her eyes were covered by a leather blindfold, which was emblazoned with the symbol of an eye in silver. Angel Chan refuses to have a name, so we just call her Angel. Angel ran her fingers through Issei's hair lightly. And lastly, Issei let Belle take a seat on his palm. This is Belle. You can consider her my queen. Riser managed to pick his jaw up and stared at Issei. And they would follow you if you pledged your loyalty to my family, meaning that they would be de facto serving my family as well. Elahe responded. We would not necessarily be happy about it, but if it was what Lord Issei decided, then we would obey. Issei nodded. Not only them. I have others too I can call upon. I just thought it would be best to start small. Riser hesitated. He was obviously tempted, so Issei decided to add another incentive. I'll add in that not only do I promise to not carry any items like holy water or crosses with me, I'll even refrain from using the boosted gear. He smiled. You'll fight me as I am at my base stats. That had finally done it. Fine, I agree. Riser responded quickly. The greed was obvious in his eyes, though nobody at the party could really blame him. Rias cut in now, feeling horrified that Issei was risking his own freedom for this. Wait, how would this work? Ice-kun, you're human. This started off muttering by others who had not noticed that fact, having assumed he was a devil. Raiding games can only be done between devils. Riser looked sour at his chance escaping him when another voice chimed in from the crowd. I believe I can assist with that. The Duke of Beelzebub made his way forward followed by Surziches, the crowd parting respectfully for them. This is actually perfect. I've been wanting to test if these would work. The Duke looked at Issei and held up a box. These are my newest invention, temporary pieces. He opened the box to reveal rings of metal, each with the symbol of a chess piece on them. You put them on, and you'll register as having an evil piece for the duration of time they're worn. The boost they give is lowered, however, by about 50%. Issei smiled. That's perfect. He reached into the box and pulled out the king ring, slipping it on. Is it working? Ijuka examined him before nodding with a smile. Excellent, yes they are. Issei took more out for the rest of his team. Belle got the queen, Felicia knight, Angel and Ella getting bishops, and Nadja and Elena getting rooks. Excellent, said Ijuka, once he had determined everything was working. Then I'll set everything up and we should be able to have the raiding game in a half hour. He moved off to begin preparations. Riser left to gather his peerage and prepare, letting Riaz and her own peerage approach Issei. Ice, what do you think you're doing? Riaz hissed. You saw what happened during my game with him. Are you really going to risk yourself like this? Before Issei could say anything, Angel floated in front of Riaz. Issei-sama is doing this for you, little devil. If he believes not only that you are worth it, but that he can triumph, then you should have faith in him, she said serenely. Asia bowed her head to the angel, looking slightly odd. Angel smiled at her. Ice-sama won't lose to some arrogant little prick like Yakitori. Felicia chimed in with complete belief in what she was saying. Riaz sighed, unable to keep from worrying. Half an hour later everything was set. Both Issei and Riser's teams were prepared and waiting in their respective locations. The battlefield was modeled after a historical Japanese castle, with each team's areas being at opposite ends. Riaz and her peerage watched with bated breath as the battle began. Issei's group spread out and moved forward, looking confident and ready for anything. Nadja was the first to encounter the enemy, finding herself against Isle and Nell, the two chainsaw-wielding pawns. They ran at her, brandishing their weapons, when Nadja blew them back with his hand. The two girls smashed into a wall with loud cracks before dropping to the ground like puppets with their strings cut, and the game retired them. Many of the devils watching murmured at the easy victory, wondering what the girl was. Riaz bit her lip, still observing intently. Angel flew silently through the castle, searching for her opponents. She was quickly set upon by Cirrus, one of Riser's knights, and one of the bishops, Mihi. Mihi stood back and launched streams of water at Angel, as Cirrus moved in close. Angel dodged the water but was unable to do the same for Cirrus's attack. Just when it seemed she was about to be cut down, she raised her arm to block with a cry of Rakikaja. To everybody's surprise, the blade was stopped by her arm without cutting her. Cirrus, shocked, stayed still too long. Angel's next shout was myriad arrows, and dozens of arrows of light appeared around her. Cirrus was quickly overwhelmed by the attack due to her close proximity, and Mihi barely managed to avoid the bulk of the attack, still getting hit by one or two. Mihi then backpedaled, trying to avoid anything further, but a flurry of ice from a Bufu got her, causing her to be retired as well. Felicia on the other hand wound up fighting the pawns Nai and Lee, her fellow Nakamata, along with both rooks, Isabella and Shuin. All four tried to attack her in close, but the non-devil danced around their strikes with supreme ease, smiling. After minutes of simply dodging, Felicia struck back with Scratch Dance. Her claws seemed to gleam as she started her counterattack, clawing at the girls attacking her. The attack did enough damage to the pawns to cause them to be retired, while the rooks stood strong. However, now that their backup was gone, they had even less of a chance of hitting the nimble catgirl. They tried to fall back, but Felicia gave chase, scratching at them. When she realized her attacks weren't having as much of an effect as she would like, she upped the ante. She said Terakaja followed by Axel Claw, and suddenly, to the rook's horror, she was striking much harder, causing deep wounds. The girls desperately tried to fight back or get away, but in the end succumbed to their injuries and were retired as well. Ella and Elena were the next to see combat. They were confronted by the remaining pawns, Burent, Marion, Mira, and Sharia, and Knight, Carloman. Before they could attack, the Piri launched a wave of fire with Muragi. Her opponents tried to avoid it, but they all received burns, and Mira was eliminated outright. Carloman rushed in and started swinging her blade at the winged woman, but was intercepted by the succubus. Ella had called out panic voice, and Burent and Sharia suddenly became panicked, stopping their own advance to try and get away. Ella flew up out of reach for the moment and launched two Agies, striking the pawns with fireballs and retiring them. All that was left was the knight and one pawn. The Piri held her hands up, flames coating them, and stared dispassionately at her enemies, as Elena moved to her side, a smirk on her beautiful face. Riser's servants were unnerved but set it aside to attack. Marion moved behind Ella to try to get her from her blind spot, while Carloman attacked both her and Elena. However, this time Elena called out Secunda, and her opponents suddenly felt themselves seemingly get heavier and slower. Ella then flew up above them and started raining down Agies. The girls desperately tried to avoid the attacks, but Marion finally wound up dodging into a fireball and being taken out. Carloman, knowing she was beaten but unwilling to concede, jumped and flew up, aiming to get in at least one good slash on Ella. In the end it was for naught, as just as she swung her blade Elena appeared in front of her, and launched a mighty punch at her midsection, launching her away. She faded away before she hit the ground. The observing crowd was amazed at the ease with which Issei's team took out their opponents. Ryu's peerage was especially odd. They had never imagined their friend had such powerful beings at his command. It made them realize yet again just how little they knew about him. Everybody now focused on those remaining. Issei and Belle were traveling together, heading for Riser's base to confront him directly. On the way there they stopped and looked up to see Eubeluna floating above them, her magic gathering in her hands. Belle cheered. "I've been looking forward to taking you out after what you did to Kuoh, you slut." Riser's queen glared down at Issei's. "I'd like to see you try, you insect. Come and get me." Riser-sama can deal with the boy. Belle launched herself up towards the bomb queen, surrounded in a corona of electricity. Immediately they were in an intense aerial battle, fire and lightning crisscrossing the air. Before long Eubeluna was on the back foot, Belle being a small target, making her difficult to hit, was also throwing about more power than Kuoh ever had. Each enormous bolt of lightning launch was accompanied by a cry of Zunga. Kuoh's eyes were sparkling as she watched, mesmerized by the sheer amount of power her diminutive teacher was putting out. While the aerial battle was going on, Issei finally reached where Riser was waiting with his sister. Riser's face showed irritation at the fact that almost the entirety of his peerage had been eliminated without inflicting a single casualty on his opponent. He was still confident in his victory, however. "So, Sekiryute, it seems your followers are no pushovers. They'll be a fine addition to the forces of my house once I win." Issei crossed his arms, staring at Riser. "Rather confident, aren't you?" Riser laughed. "You can't beat me, boy. Even if you take out my entire peerage, as long as I stand then you cannot win. It would be best if you just admitted defeat here and now." Issei snorted. "Admit defeat? Please. I've dealt with much worse than you, Yakitori. You think you can take me out so easily? Give me your best shot." Ravel was the one to speak now, frowning. "Even knowing that Oni-chan's capabilities, you think you can win? How deluded." Issei smiled and winked at her. "We'll see who's deluded when it's all over, cutie-chan." Ravel blushed and looked away, huffing. Riser smirked. "Fine, you want a demonstration of the difference between us." He formed a large ball of flames in his hands and launched it at Issei. "Disappear." Issei didn't move as the ball struck, engulfing the area he was in an inferno. Riser laughed. "An easy victory." Ryuz brought a hand to her mouth in shock as she watched, eyes riveted on the screen. All around her devils were murmuring about Riser's victory, and the prestige that he would get for bringing the Sekiryute and his odd companions into his family. They were all silenced by what happened next, however. Out of the flames, completely unharmed, Issei strode confidently. He had a look of amusement on his face as he watched Riser's face turn to shock. "Is it the best you could do?" "I admit, it was a bit warm, but not bad. Surely you can do better." Riser snarled at this mockery and launched another flame at Issei. Once again, the scarred young man strode through the flames without a care in the world. "This is rather refreshing, actually. Please, keep going." Issei smirked, hands in his pockets. Riser cried out and started launching attack after attack at Issei, his desperation increasing as he saw his opponent not only endure the flames, but actually look relaxed and uncaring. At his side, Ravel was staring, wide-eyed. And in the ballroom everybody was doing the same, awed. 10 minutes later Riser stopped, panting and wild-eyed. The entire area around Issei was a burnt blasted hell. The very ground had become black and cracked. And even then, Issei stood watching him, completely relaxed. "Hey Chow." Rise gasped out. Issei shrugged. "It's all about being prepared." He started to slowly approach. "Now then, I think it's time to end this." As if to punctuate his statement, Eubeluna slammed into the ground nearby, an empty bottle of phoenix tears clutched in her fist, even as she was retired. Belle flew down, smirking with self-satisfaction. Riser seemed to get his composure back as he sneered at Issei. "I might not have been able to harm you so far, but there's nothing you can do to me to take me out. I'll still win this." Issei chuckled. "You sure about that?" Suddenly, Issei let his power free, making the two phoenixes step back in shock, wide-eyed. Once he was a certain distance from Riser, he held up his hand and aimed it at his opponent. Before Riser could react, gold-white light appeared around him, symbols made of the same light surrounded him and caged him in a prison of light. Riser's eyes went wide, looking at Issei in shock. "What?" Issei smirked. "This is good night, Yakitori-san." Riser launched himself towards Issei in desperation. "You?" "Hama." Issei said simply. The cage of light flashed, and when it faded, Riser was on the ground, unmoving. Ravel ran towards Riser. "Oni-chan." She knelt beside him and looked up at Issei with teary eyes. "You killed him." Issei shook his head. "He isn't dead. I had to turn the power down to its absolute minimum to keep it from killing him outright, but he should just be unconscious." Riser faded, retired, and Issei was confirmed as the winner. He stretched slightly and smiled down at Ravel. "He'll be fine. I promise." After she nodded hesitantly, he continued. "Now, just want to make sure. Ryuz is mine now, right?" Ravel nodded. "Oni-chan will keep his word. Especially as it was made in front of two of the Mau. The family will make sure of it. The agreement between Gremory and Phoenix is no more." Issei smiled in satisfaction as his peerage met back up with him. Good. In that case, we should get back, cutie-chan. Ravel's cheeks reddened and she glared, trying to ignore the way his now unbound power made her feel. My name is Ravel. Issei nodded agreeably. Right. 10 minutes later Issei strode back into the ballroom to the stares and mutters of the devils in attendance. He was smiling as he walked towards Rias and her peerage, who were all gazing at him in amazement. Ai-san was incredible. Asia exclaimed, looking up at him with awe. That really was something. You've been holding out on us, Ice-kun. Bakeno chimed in with a smile. Impressive. Kaneko said softly in her soft monotone. Kiba was smiling as well. Hahaha, remind me not to make you angry. I don't want to be on the receiving end of that light technique. Issei grinned and nodded to all of them before turning to Rias, who was looking at him, biting her lip. Well then, seems like you're mine now. Rias nodded. Yes, it seems I am. Inwardly she was nervous. She believed that Issei was a good man, but what if she was wrong? What if he decided to treat her badly, worse than Riser? It was irrational, as she knew better, but it was there. His next words blew her worries away. So now, in front of the Mayu and all these people, Rias, who just so happens to be a Grimoire, I just have a simple question. He smiled kindly at her. What do you want? Do you want to stick with me? Or do you wish to be free, without anybody to be beholden to? He toned said he knew what she would choose, and was only asking for theatricality and, most importantly, to leave the choice in her hands. Rias gazed at Issei, surprised and grateful. She glanced at her peerage, who were all smiling at her, and turned back to him. She took a deep breath before giving an answer she hadn't really expected, but that felt right. I want to stay with you. At least for the foreseeable future. She smiled at his shocked look, his eyes wide. All that I ask is that the option to leave you be left open, just in case. Issei stared, the calm, cool persona he'd had all night shattered by her unexpected answer. Rias, are you sure? After she nodded he sighed in defeat. Well, if that's what you want. He gave her a smile, which she returned brightly. The next day Issei's eyebrow was twitching and Asia was frowning, seated beside him. There were moving boxes at the entrance of his home again, and Rias was once more speaking to his parents. And that's why I will now be staying here, so please take care of me. Rias said, bowing slightly. So first Asia-san, now Rias-san. I don't know how you did it, Ice, but... So now it seems I'll be having 2 daughters. Oh happy day. His parents seemed to be taking it well, smiling at each other as though they just won the lottery. Issei sighed. Well, it didn't look like they objected. Ice-kun, would you mind helping take my things upstairs? Rias asked with a smile. Issei shrugged and nodded, getting up to do so. Ah, I'll help. Asia said, following him. They each took a box and had it up. Asia was crying to herself quietly. Ooh, but does that mean polygamy is the only option? But I don't want to go against God's teachings. What do I do? It was a few minutes later when Rias called Issei. Ice-kun, just a second please. Once they were alone she approached him. There's something I've been meaning to do since you beat Riser for me. I wasn't able to because we're surrounded by a crowd at the time. Issei crossed his arms and cocked his head slightly. What is it? Rias smiled before suddenly moving forward, gently placing her hands on his cheeks, and bringing him in for a kiss. Issei stiffened in surprise as he felt her soft lips on his before relaxing and kissing her back. Rias pulled back with a smile and rosy cheeks, looking at him tenderly. That was my first kiss. Issei swallowed. I'm honored. You didn't have to though. Rias giggled slightly. I wanted to, Ice-kun. Really? Ice smiled back. Quickly yet quietly Rias closed the door and stood up. Her face was bright red and she was breathing heavily. She looked at Asia, who looked back, and both immediately and without a word headed back to their rooms. Neither got much sleep that night. Asia hesitated outside of the door to the main meeting room of the Occult Research Club. She could hear voices, slightly raised, through it. She hesitantly opened the door and entered. Inside, the rest of the club besides Kiba was gathered, along with the Kaichu and Fuku Kaichu. They were watching Sona, who was standing in front of Ria's desk and talking to her. You know that nothing can happen, right? It doesn't matter what he's done, the only thing that will matter is what he is. Sona said calmly, gazing at Rias. Ria's jaw clenched and she responded rather frostily. I never expected you to be one of those elitists who think nobody else matters, but devils, Sona. Sona flinched slightly before sighing. You know that's not what I meant. But you can't deny the facts. Being a devil, you cannot get involved with a human, no matter who they are. This is especially true for you, as heiress to the House of Grimoire. Asia felt her heart sink, getting an idea of what they were talking about. She glanced around. Bakeno stood beside Rias as was normal, her face unusually serious. Kaneko was sitting to the side, nibbling on some cookies, but her gaze was riveted to the 2 high-class devils. Rias got up and paced slightly. You think I don't know that? I am well aware that getting involved with a human is taboo. Even getting involved with a fallen would be more acceptable. The only way such relationships can work is if the human is reincarnated into a devil. She stopped, rubbing her forehead. This would be so much easier if Ice-kun were yokai or something. She briefly stopped, fantasizing about Issei revealing himself to be something absurd, like a god in disguise, before sweeping her off her feet. Then she sighed. I've pledged my loyalty to him, however, even if I can leave at any time. That isn't changing anytime soon. Sona adjusted her glasses as she observed her childhood friend. That little aspect is being tolerated among the underworld. He has shown that, human or not, he is powerful. And dangerous, considering not only his apparent control over holy powers, but the beings he has at his command. However, being human, many see it as an issue that will resolve itself in time. If only due to his lifespan. Rias was not the only one who frowned at that. She huffed and threw herself back down in her chair as Sona continued. As long as you don't escalate your relationship with him into something physical, you will be left alone. At least, as far as I can tell. I can tell you that Winnie-sama, at least, has no issues with it, but she's likely to be in the minority. She turned and headed for the door. Please keep this all in mind going forward, Rias. I'd hate for you to have issues. I'll talk to you later. She left the room, Tsubaki following behind. After the door closed behind her, Rias let out a sigh and closed her eyes. Asa shuffled forward hesitantly. Oh no, but you, regarding what Kaichu-san was talking about, does that mean that because I'm a devil? She couldn't finish the question and bit her lip with large, fearful eyes. Rias looked at Asia silently, considering her, before smiling encouragingly. All this means is we'll have to work hard to convince Ice-kun to become a devil like us. Then we won't have any trouble. Asia nodded enthusiastically. She opened her mouth to respond when they were interrupted by a knock on the door, followed by it opening. Kiba was leading Issei into the room. I brought him as you requested, but you... Kiba said with a smile. Rias smiled back. Thank you, Hyoudou-kun. As Kiba sat down, Rias turned to Issei with a smile. Hello, Ice-kun. I was hoping to talk to you. Issei crossed his arms as he stood in front of her, a small smile on his face. What do you need, Rias? Rias interlaced her fingers as she looked at him. Seeing as you are now my boss, I believe that makes you part of the team. Because of that, I decided it would be a good idea to make you part of the Occult Research Club. I already checked, and you are not registered as part of any clubs at this time, so it wouldn't interfere with anything. This would allow you to not only spend time with your new comrades, but also keep you informed of whatever comes up. What do you think? Issei looked surprised at the idea. I thought the club was only for devils in your peerage, like the student council is for Kaichus. Rias shrugged. That is the way it's worked out, but it's not necessary. Besides, in some ways, you are part of the team. You just hold a different position. Issei opened his mouth to answer but stopped, considering it. Well, I suppose it wouldn't hurt anything. I can't exactly do club activities though, like going out to do devil work. I'm sure that between us we can come up with something for you to do. I was thinking we could continue your education in aspects of the supernatural world you might find useful. Rias replied with a smile. Issei nodded. That could be useful, yes. He thought about it some more before nodded. Hey, what the hell? Far be it for me to refuse to join the club containing the most beautiful girls in school. I'm in. Rias' smile widened with satisfaction, even as Asia blushed at being referred to as beautiful by Issei. Excellent. It's great timing too. The ball tournament is coming soon, and this way we have another member to help us win it. Issei chuckled. Already looking for ways to take advantage of me, eh? Rias shrugged with a smirk. You can't blame me, can you? Issei shook his head, still smiling. Guess not. Anyway, I've got plans for today, but I'll start participating in the club tomorrow. Sound okay? At Rias' nod he turned to leave. Alright, see you tomorrow. After Issei left, his footsteps trailing off, Kaneko held up a victory sign to Rias, her face still blank as always. First stage, success, she said. Yufu. Akeno laughed softly. Well played, Butcher. That should make it easier to convince him to reincarnate. Rias shrugged, still smirking with satisfaction, as Asia looked at her in surprise. Butcher-san is devious, Asia said in awe. Rias sipped her tea, satisfied the first step had gone well. Issei woke slowly to an odd sensation. He didn't feel anything threatening, otherwise he would have jumped out of bed, ready to fight. Instead this felt soft. Issei pried his eyes open and glanced to the side to find Rias holding him tightly, nuzzling against him as she breathed softly. Her bare body was pressed tightly against his boxer-clad one, her breasts squished against his side and one of his legs sandwiched between hers, his morning wood rubbing against her. Is blinked, not expecting this. He glanced around to find Belle sitting on his desk, a perverted smirk on her face. Morning, boss, she said quietly. Sleep well. How long has she been here? Issei asked, just as quietly. The pixie shrugged. Dunno. She came in sometime during the night to use you as a body pillow, and has been here since. Are you really complaining? Issei snorted. Of course not. Only an idiot would. I'm glad you think so, Ice-kun, came Ria's voice. She got up, propping herself up on her elbow beside Issei, gazing at him with a smile, not even trying to hide her assets. I was having issues sleeping last night, so I decided that sleeping beside you might help. It was quite comfortable, thank you. Her smile widened when she noticed his gaze had dropped to her breasts for a moment before moving back to her face. To his credit, he didn't blush or react with embarrassment, simply smiling back appreciatively. I'm glad I was useful as an oversized teddy bear. Feel free to do it in the future. There was a knock on the door. Ai-san, are you up yet? It was Rias that responded before Issei could. We're up, Asia. Just give us a minute to get ourselves ready, please. There was silence behind the door before it was opened suddenly, Asia standing there, looking displeased. Issei felt Rias press herself against his side, smiling at the former nun. Almost quicker than Issei could follow, Asia's clothes were on the ground, and she had launched herself onto the bed. No. I wouldn't be left behind. She quickly grabbed hold of Issei's other arm and tugged him closer. Issei simply enjoyed himself as both beautiful girls tugged on him, while Belle laughed. That morning the denizens of the Hyoudou residence were sitting and eating food prepared by Rias. Issei's parents were full of nothing but praise for the young devil's abilities in the kitchen. Rias simply smiled, thanking them. Ah, Ice-kun, I just remembered. The clubhouse is going to be undergoing cleaning today, so I thought it would be a good idea to have our usual club meeting here. Rias said with a smile. She turned towards Issei's parents and bowed slightly. I hope it's not too much of an imposition. Issei's mother laughed and waved it away. Not at all. It'll be nice to have someone visit other than Mitsuda and Motohama. Of course, hours later, Issei sighed as everybody was gathered around in his living room, looking at photo albums his mother had brought out. The girls had been especially interested in pictures of him as a child, and Kiba merely observed with amusement. Kaneko was murmuring about finding out Senpai's embarrassing past. And this one is when we took Issei to a water park. His mother stated with a smile. He was so cute. Especially when he jumped onto one of the slides and came out missing his swimming shorts. The girls giggled and Kiba looked at Issei with a teasing smile on his face. A sad young man placed his face in his hands and groaned. Ah, Ice-kun, do you remember this one? His mother held up a picture of him playing with another child with short brown hair. A bit. It's been a while. Issei said with a small smile. That was one of my friends in kindergarten. Moved away shortly after that picture was taken. The picture was passed around like the others. When Kiba took hold of it he stopped, gazing at it intently. Issei looked at him curiously as Kiba murmured to himself. To find one here. Fate sure is funny. Issei raised an eyebrow. What are you talking about? Kiba pointed at the sword in the picture and responded softly. That's a holy sword. Issei looked at the picture intently. You sure? Kiba nodded. Positive. Issei scratched his chin, looking interested. Ha, wouldn't have expected that. Kiba gave the picture back to Issei's mother with a smile, but he was quiet the rest of the day. So, you've got club activities again today? Mitsuda asked one day during lunchtime. Issei nodded as he munched on his rice balls. Yeah, we've been training for the ball tournament for the last week. Ayuzubuchi wants us in top shape for it. Motohama nodded thoughtfully. Your club members are all athletic, so you should do well. Issei nodded, though his mind was focused on one of his club members. Kiba had been distracted for a while now. Just yesterday he got smacked upside the head by a baseball because he wasn't paying attention. Everybody was starting to get worried about him. He was brought out of his thoughts by his friend speaking. By the way, Issei, you should take care. There have been nasty rumors going around about you. Motohama said. Issei raised an eyebrow. Like what? Well, Mitsuda began. Apparently you are a ravenous monster who has somehow found something to hold over the Wani-samas, forcing them to be your playthings, verbally and sexually abusing them. Issei gaped, staring at the lollican, rice ball forgotten. Motohama took over the tale. You even sunk your claws into the school mascot, Kaneko-chan, forcing her to do depraved acts that her underdeveloped body can't take, even as she cried out no, please senpai. But you, the insatiable beast that you are, keep using her without a care. The pervert adjusted his glasses before continuing. Of course, that wasn't enough, so you lured the angelic transfer student to your lair, with promises of helping her learn about Japanese culture, before despoiling her, forcing her down into a carnal abyss from which she can't escape, no matter how much she cries. Issei's eye was twitching, and the rice ball was a mess on the floor, as he clenched his fist around it. Oh really? The two nodded. There's even a new one, about how not even the beautiful girls of the Occult Research Club were enough for you, so you even sank your fangs in the school prince, forcing him to be on the receiving end as you enjoy yourself. Wham. Everybody in the room stopped what they were doing when Issei slammed his fist on his desk and stood up, glaring. And who exactly has been spreading these rumors about me? The perverted duo started to sweat slightly as Issei's eyes bored into them. Well, that eye is. Akakiryu stood up and looked at the glowering Issei with interest. You talking about the rumors about you being some sex fiend that went after everybody in the Occult Research Club? At his nod she smirked. Isn't it obvious? Mitsuda and Motohama started shaking their heads at her frantically. They were definitely ignored. Those idiots started the rumors out of jealousy. Issei's glare turned terrifying, and everybody watching expected things to erupt into violence, considering the aura surrounding this scarred boy. Then he spoke, voice softly menacing. You won't know when. You won't know how. When you least expect it though, I'll pay you back for this. He gave them an absolutely chilling smile, making the perverts turn blue with fear, knees shaking. Count on it. He cleaned his desk up and moved towards Asia. Come on Asia, we need to head to the club room now. Asia nodded mutely and gathered her things, following Issei out of the silent classroom. Ryu's yawned as everybody got ready to leave for the night. It was well after midnight, but Sona had come in to discuss some things as everybody bar Issei, who had headed home not too long after school, since he had nothing to do while everybody did devil work, had been getting ready to leave. She'd already been there to introduce Saji, but had come back regarding the fact that a larger than usual amount of priests had been spotted in the area. That discussion had segued into other topics, resulting in everybody leaving for home much later than usual. Ryuz was looking forward to getting home and cuddling with Issei. It really was very relaxing. She glanced to the side to look at Asia. She was sure the younger girl would most likely insist on joining in, not wanting to let Ryuz get ahead of her. Ryuz had already decided not to fight it. If anything, having another beautiful devil lay with him would help her tempt Issei into devilhood more easily. Soon enough, Ryuz and Asia had teleported into Ryuz's room in the Hyoudou home. They both moved towards Issei's room, eager to lay down and relax. However, when Ryuz quietly opened the door to his room, they both froze in shock. Issei was asleep in his bed, but that wasn't what drew the two girls' attention. That would be the gorgeous blonde that was standing there, stretching. Said blonde was very naked, revealing the fact that she didn't have a single strand of hair below her neck. As Ryuz watched, a drop of white liquid flowed down the blonde's thigh from her sex. She knew what that was, but her mind didn't seem to want to process it. She looked into the woman's face. It took her a few seconds to register who this woman was, but her name finally made it through Ryuz's surprise. Elena-san. She said softly, so as to not wake Issei. I was not expecting to see you. Ryuz wasn't an idiot. She'd known the moment Issei revealed Elena at the party where he won her from Riser, that the two had sex, most likely regularly. It was an obvious outcome when you had sex demon and a teenage boy. She just hadn't expected to be confronted by it so suddenly. The succubus smiled at them sensually. Hello, Grimory-san, Argento-san. I was just taking care of my master. It's been some time since I last saw to his needs, she said, just as quietly. She walked towards them silently, head swaying provocatively. Were you two here to do the same? Ryuz shook her head, absently noting that Asia was staring at the succubus, looking a bit intimidated and sad. Not at this time. We simply hope to sleep by his side. Elena nodded. I see. Yes, he is quite comfortable. He always makes me feel safe. She looked at Asia, her smile turning kind while somehow retaining its sensuality. What is the matter, young one? Asia fidgeted a bit, looking down. You and I-san. How can? She fell silent, unable to voice her fears. Elena cocked her head to the side as she looked at the former nun. Ah, I see. You think because he has me to satisfy him, he won't want or need you. Am I right? Asia looked down, slightly teary-eyed. Ryuz tried to hide her own, similar doubts. Do you know what my master's goal was not that long ago? Ryuz smiled slightly even as Asia looked up curiously. I remember. He used to state it quite loudly and proudly. He said he wanted to be a harem king, who had many different women willing to be with him. Elena nodded. As a succubus, I find it quite an admirable goal. And while he has matured since then, I can assure you that he still wants that, in some ways more than before. And he already has a good start on it. You don't think I'm the only one at his command with this type of relationship with him, do you? Asia looked curious now. Like the ones he summoned at the party to fight Riser-sen. Elena smiled. Not all of them, but a couple, yes. I won't spoil it though. You should figure it out for yourselves. Ryuz crossed her arms. If I had to guess, Ella-san is a definite. I looked Paris up after that night, and she seemed devoted enough. Asia nodded before adding her own thoughts on it. Definitely Belle-san. They're too close for anything else. Elena's eyes danced merrily. So you see, the fact that he has me if he feels urge to satisfy himself, shouldn't stop you from pursuing him. You still have a great chance with him. I promise. Asia nodded, looking determined, and Ryuz smiled herself. Now then. Elena continued. You should get in bed with Master before we wake him. Ryuz tilted her head curiously. And where will you be going? Elena waved her hand. I'll just get Burrows to summon me back. Good night. She walked to the closet as they watched. There was a flash of light, and she was gone. Ryuz looked at Asia and shrugged before stripping and getting into bed with Issei, the former nun following. Asia was blushing bright red, because Issei was for once fully nude instead of in just his boxers. That didn't stop the girls from snuggling against him and falling asleep as his arms encircled them in his sleep. Slap. The sound rang out in the old school building over the hammering of the rain. Kiba stood silently in front of his angry king. It was the day of the ball tournament, and it had been hectic. They competed in multiple sports, winning all of them. The most intense moment of the day had been the tennis match between Riaz and Sona, where they showed their rivalry. In the end, however, it was the Occult Research Club that got first place. Throughout the entire day, however, Kiba hadn't really participated. He'd been at the events, but he'd stared into the distance, not reacting, nearly costing them the match several times. He seemed to be completely lost in thought, to the point that Issei though he could launch a nuke in front of him and he wouldn't have noticed. "Did that finally wake you up, Hyoudou?" Riaz said angrily, glowering at her knight. Said knight simply looked at her passively for a few moments before smiling as he usually did. "Are we finished then? Because now that the tournament is over we won't be practicing, so I was hoping I could take some time off." His eyes closed slightly as his fake smile whitened. "Sorry if I troubled you today. I guess I wasn't feeling well." Issei stepped forward, looking at the other boy with worry. "Kiba, are you alright? You've been acting very odd lately. That's no concern of yours." Kiba replied coldly, still smiling. Issei's brow furrowed. "Kiba, your comrades are worried about you. You should let them help." Kiba's smile fell off his face. "Comrades, eh?" He shook his head. "No, Ice-kun. There's nothing for them to help with. I just remembered what's important. The reason I'm fighting." Issei looked confused. "So you're not fighting for Riaz?" Kiba's eyes hardened. "No, I'm living for revenge." His fist tightened. "My only reason to live is to destroy the holy sword, Excalibur." That night, Issei lay awake in bed, deep in thought. Both Riaz and Asia were sleeping with him, their bare bodies pressed tightly against his, but even that enjoyable state of affairs couldn't distract him from his thoughts. The Holy Sword Project. The project Kiba had been a part of when he was young, which had ultimately killed him. He wouldn't have had any real issue with them trying to work out how to increase the likelihood of people being able to wield holy swords, if it wasn't for what they did at the end, killing a group of children because they were deemed failures. Seems even here, God's an asshole. Issei muttered to himself softly. Belle flew over and sat on his chest, smiling at him. "Still having issues?" she asked quietly. Issei simply nodded. Apparently hoping the forces of heaven weren't complete bastards was still in vain. He responded, remembering how Asia cried when she heard about what happened to Kiba. Belle lightly traced one of the numerous scars on Issei's chest. "To be fair, we don't know the whole story. Could have been a rogue element." Issei conceded the point. "Knowing our luck, how likely do you think that really is?" The pixie's grimace was all the answer he needed. "Let's just hope Kiba gets his head back on straight. We'll need to keep an eye on him." Belle nodded in agreement. She then leaned forward and gave his bottom lip a kiss. "Get some sleep, boss." Issei nodded, yawned, and fell asleep, the fairy curling up on top of him and doing the same. Issei and Asia were walking home a few days after the ball tournament. Riaz had stayed behind doing some work that had come up. "But Chu-san has been busy lately," Asia commented as they approached the house. Issei nodded. "Can be helped. She's in charge of this territory. I'm sure there are things that entails that we don't know about." As they entered the Hyoudou home, Asia suddenly grabbed onto Issei's hand with her own shaking ones, a scared look on her face. Issei turned to her in concern. Asia bit her lip, trembling. Hearing voices from the living room, Issei carefully led the devil there. Two unfamiliar girls were seated on the couch with his mother. Once again, she had a photo album out and was showing it to the visitors. "And this is a picture of Ice in primary school. He used to make such messes. Look at him, completely covered in dirt." His mother was saying, a light laugh in her voice. "Ka-san?" Issei asked, checking on her. She looked up at Issei with a smile. "Welcome back. Come in, we have guests." "Are you alright, Asia-chan? You look pale." Asia slumped but sat in one of the chairs, looking relieved to see everything was fine. Issei stepped forward, relaxing slightly, but remaining ready for anything. He gazed at the two new girls in the room, studying them. The chestnut-haired one was smiling at him, while the blue-haired one with the strip of green studied him back, eyes sharp. Beside the blue-haired girl was a weapon, covered in cloth. Now that he was looking for it, he could sense holy energy radiating from it. It was mostly likely what had affected Asia. Hi to Issei-kun," the brunette said, smiling and waving. Issei smiled back, nodding. "Nice to meet you." He was surprised when the girl looked confused. "Huh, don't you remember me?" Issei blinked, shaking his head slightly, but his mother held up a picture. It was the one of him as a child with another kid that had caused Kiba to become preoccupied. "This is her. Shido Arina-chan." Even I was surprised, she used to look so much like a boy. It's quite a difference. Issei stared blankly, gazing from the picture to the cute girl sitting in front of him with a smile on her face. "What?" Arina giggled slightly. "I guess it can't be helped. I used to be such a tomboy, after all. We've both changed though. You really can't tell how time will affect things." She stood up and gave Issei a light hug before stepping back and staring at his face. Issei gave a slight smile. "That's true. Things can come at you suddenly." The girl in the white cloak nodded before biting her lips slightly. "May I ask, what happened?" At his confused look she gestured to his face. "The scars." She gave a small, suspicious look at Asia, who was sitting and watching, still looking uneasy. Issei hesitated, but he wasn't the one to respond. He wouldn't say. His mother said, and he wasn't surprised at the fact that she sounded a bit bitter. Nobody has managed to get it out of him. He disappeared for a long time, and when he reappeared he was injured and scarred. Issei ducked his head apologetically. Sorry. He didn't say anything further, however. Irina and the blue-haired girl stared at Issei speculatively, before Irina smiled. Well, as long as you're okay. Issei smiled back and nodded. I'm so glad you're safe. Ria said, hugging both Asia and Issei about a half hour after Irina and her friend, Zenobia, had left. They didn't try anything, did they? Ai-san and I are fine, Butcher-san. Asia said with a smile. Rias gave them an even tighter hug. I'm glad. Sonu was telling me about people from the church in town. Apparently they have a powerful holy sword on them. I thought they might have tried using it on you. Issei shook his head. They were perfectly polite, though I could tell they weren't exactly comfortable with Asia around. They could tell she's a devil. Rias crossed her arms. Well, Sona told me that apparently they want to meet and negotiate something with us. I don't know what it is at this point. It might be involved in the fact that the priests that come to this town keep getting killed. They'll be at the clubroom tomorrow. I'd like everybody to be there. Yourself included, Ice-kun. You should be involved. Issei nodded. You've got it. 3 fragments of Excalibur have been stolen from the various factions of the church. The blue-haired girl, Zenobia, said the next day. The orc was in their clubroom along with their 2 guests. Rias and Akeno sat on the couch sat across from the church representatives, while everybody else stood around the room. Issei kept close to Kiba in order to keep him under control, as he looked like he might attack the 2 girls at any moment. Now, however, he stepped forward in surprise. I'm sorry, what do you mean, fragments? Issei asked, confused. Originally, the girls had been against Issei joining in on the meeting. He was, as far as they could tell, a normal human after all. However, Rias had revealed that she technically worked for him, and so would tell him everything that happened anyway, in which case it was pointless to keep him out. The church agents had been surprised by this, but relented. Though it was obvious they were wondering exactly what happened to make Issei, a human, have command of a peerage of devils. Excalibur was broken a long time ago, during the war. Irina responded. The fragments were forged using alchemy into 7 new blades. Blades like this. Zenobia said, removing the cloth from her weapon, revealing it to them all. It was long and thick, ending in 3 points, with what seemed to be axe heads in place of handguards. While the devil's tenser otherwise reacted badly, with Kiba especially looking at the blade with a dark hunger, Issei leaned in for a closer look. Interesting. This fragment is Excalibur Destruction, from the Catholic Church. Its offensive power is high, able to break pretty much anything it is set against. Zenobia stated stoically before wrapping it in the cloth it had been in. Suddenly Irina grabbed something that looked like a rope. Issei raised an eyebrow as the rope twisted and contorted, becoming a katana. This is Excalibur Mimic. Irina said with more than a bit of pride. Its shape can be changed any way I want, so it's very easy to carry around. This one is with the Protestant church. Issei glanced at Kiba. The knight was glaring darkly at the blades and their wielders. Issei subtly moved towards Kiba to keep him from doing anything rash, like attaching the girls. Rias, meanwhile, continued the conversation. So what does the theft of the fragments have to do with my territory? The thieves fled to Japan. To this location to be precise. Zenobia stated. Rias sighed softly before nodding. Alright, do you know who stole them? Irina responded, more serious than before. It was the Grigori. More specifically, the group led by Kakabiel. Ria's eyes widened in surprise. The fallen angels took them. Well, I suppose that makes sense. We devils have no interest in them, so I wouldn't be us. And Kakabiel. He is supposed to be quite powerful. We sent many priests and exorcists here to locate the swords, but they kept being eliminated. Zenobia said. Issei frowned. He didn't like the fact that agents of the church had been getting eliminated in the area, and they'd had no idea about it. He started to think about what could be done to correct that oversight. However, he pulled himself out of his thoughts as the meeting continued. We're here to tell you not to get involved. The devils of Kuoh are not to interfere in the coming battle between us and the forces of the fallen. Zenobia continued, a glare on her face. Ria's jaw clenched and she glared. I see. So you think that we would ally ourselves with the fallen in this case? Irina shrugged. Well, getting rid of holy swords as powerful as the Excaliburs would be a good thing for you, wouldn't it? Rias glared harder. I give my word upon the name of Gremory that we would not ally ourselves with the fallen because of the stolen Excaliburs. We will not interfere unless deemed necessary. Irina and Zenobia stared at Rias for several long seconds before the latter nodded. Good enough. Issei stepped forward. So who else is going to be assisting you? There is one more person wielding an Excalibur in reserve. They are to be ready if Irina and I fall. Zenobia said calmly. Issei wasn't the only one to look surprised at that. So it's just the 2 of you against one of the leaders of the fallen angels and his men. Do you have a death wish? Irina responded seriously. As much as I'd rather not, I'm ready to die if necessary. Zenobia continued. Besides, our mission is to keep the Excaliburs from the Fallen's hands, even if that means we have to destroy them ourselves. Things went quiet after that. The two girls got up and picked up their things. We'll take our leave now. The two made their way over to the exit but stopped, turning to Asia. I thought it might be you when I saw you before. You're the witch, Asia Argento, aren't you? Zenobia asked, staring at the young devil. Irina stared at Asia in curiosity. You're the witch. The former holy maiden. I heard you disappeared. Didn't expect you to become a devil though. Asia fidgeted. Zenobia spoke. To think that the former holy maiden became a devil. You really did fall as low as it was possible to go. Do you even believe in God anymore? Zenobia, you know that she doesn't. She wouldn't be a devil if she did. Irina chided. Asia put her hands together, trembling. I believe. I can't just set aside everything I lived for. I still try to pray, even though it hurts. Irina looked amazed while Zenobia drew her blade from its cloth. In that case, you should allow me to cut you down. In spite of what you've done, God will forgive you. She pointed the sword at Asia and took a step forward. Before any of the others could react, Issei stepped forward and grabbed the Excalibur by the blade, keeping it from moving closer, even as drops of his blood traveled down its length. You keep that ugly thing away from Asia, he said softly and dangerously. Zenobia gazed at him in surprise. She is under my protection, and I won't allow anybody to threaten her, especially one who so callously calls her a witch, despite what their people put her through. I call her a witch because that is what she is. Zenobia responded. My people did nothing to her. Issei barked a harsh laugh. You mean they did nothing for her? They tossed her aside when she was inconvenient, and not a single person helped her, betraying the teachings they claimed to follow. Teachings she still follows, even today. I consider those who denied her the hand of friendship she so desperately needed the lowest of the low. San. Asia whispered, gazing up at him. Zenobia looked irritated. A holy maiden doesn't need friends. What's important is working for others. God's love should have been enough for her. It was when she selfishly looked for more that she stopped being worthy of being a holy maiden. Selfish. Issei breathed incredulously. That's rich, when she didn't ask to be a so-called holy maiden. It was the church that selfishly made her one for their own ends. Then they dropped her when she revealed herself better than them. He laughed again, and everybody was struck by the bitter, cynical sound of it. God's love. What a laugh. Like that ever did anything for anybody. Zenobia appeared calm again, however. If his love didn't protect her, then it just means her belief in him was fake or insufficient. That's like blaming a rape victim for being raped. Issei snarled, his grip on Excalibur Destruction's blade tightening, making more blood run down its length. Let me make myself abundantly clear. If you, or the church, the angels, the fallen, even the Mayu, act against those I consider family, I will end you. His voice was dead serious. Zenobia's eyes sharpened even as Irina stared, with the others, transfixed. You are threatening not only us, but the entire church. I think you need to be taught a lesson. Ria stood and opened her mouth to try to get everybody to calm down when Kiba stepped forward. That sounds like a challenge. I will step in and be your opponent. Zenobia turned toward Kiba, pulling her sword away once Issei finally let it go. And who would you be? Kiba smirked. I am your senpai. Though I am considered a failure, apparently. Still smirking, a countless number of demonic swords appeared in the room. A half hour later, after Asia had healed his hand, Issei and Kiba stood across from Irina and Zenobia outside within a barrier meant to stop damage from leaving an area. After the confrontation in the clubroom, Zenobia stated she wouldn't mind testing their strength, especially as one claimed to be her senpai. As long as it wasn't a life and death battle, it wouldn't be reported to the church. Thus they stood ready to have a fight. Kiba, give me a sword. Nothing special, just a basic sword. That's all I need. Kiba nodded, and per Issei's request created a simple longsword for his use. The church agents threw their cloaks off, making Issei's eyebrows shoot up as his eyes roamed along their forms. This was unsurprising, seeing as they were wearing what seemed to be S-type of skin-tight leather, that left very little to the imagination. Issei was sure he could even make out the bumps of their nipples. The girls then prepared their blades for the coming conflict. Kiba, to the surprise of many, started to laugh as demonic swords formed around him. It was a mirthless laugh, coupled with a cold smile. Why are you laughing? Zenobia asked, confused. I'm laughing because I'm happy. The thing I've been determined to destroy is now finally in front of me. I never dreamed I'd have this chance so soon. He grabbed one of his blades, which promptly burst into flame. That sacred gear you possess. That sword birth, isn't it? Zenobia asked Kiba. I had heard there was a subject to avoid it being disposed of by the Holy Sword Project. That was you, was it not? Kiba simply grit his teeth and glared. Hyoudou, Issei-kun. Irina's voice came, drawing Issei's attention to her. I was shocked when I saw you again. The boy I remembered playing with had become a scarred man that hung out with devils. Irina clapped her hands together. To think that my old friend had become an enemy. Truly this must be a test by God. But I will not falter in my devotion. She held her katana in a ready position. I'm ready to show you the error of your ways. Issei merely raised an eyebrow as he held his blade in a relaxed one-handed grip. We'll see. There was a sudden clang of steel on steel as Kuoh launched himself at Zenobia, eyes burning fiercely. My power is fueled by my comrade's hatred. The hatred of those killed for no reason while filled with regret. With this power, I will destroy the Excalibur which caused their suffering. The battle was heated as Kuoh did everything in his power to best the swordswoman. Pay attention, Issei no, Ice-kun. Irina cried as she launched herself at Issei. She was surprised when he easily brought his blade up in a block, stopping her cold. She pulled back and came in for a slash from the side, only to find the sword waiting for her there as well. This continued for several more exchanges, all of Irina's attacks being blocked by Issei. How are you doing that? You assumed I was just a regular, untrained human, Irina-san. Not only are you mistaken, but you aren't using your blade to its full potential. Issei responded. Irina stopped, confused. What do you mean? Issei sighed, letting his sword point down. Your Excalibur can change its form at a moment's notice, but you aren't using that ability. For example, go for an overhead swing with the blade as a katana, then at the apex change it suddenly into a claymore, so the weight adds to the force of the swing. Or when you thrust, suddenly extend the blade to catch your opponent by surprise. There are many ways to take advantage of your sword's abilities. As Irina looked at her weapon speculatively, the others around sweat dropped. Even Kuoh and Zenobia had stopped to stare. I don't think you're supposed to be helping her, Ice-kun. Rhea said with a sigh, while Akeno laughed softly to herself, and Kuoh did the same as his master, sighing. Irina experimentally brought her sword up above her head and swung. As Issei had recommended, the sword suddenly became enormous, the weight adding to the force of the swing considerably, and so suddenly that Irina almost lost her grip on it. The Excalibur smashed into the ground heavily, biting deep into the ground. Uo, that really does work. Thanks, Ice-kun. Issei nodded, still standing ready to defend himself as Irina turned her sword back into a katana. Anyway, Kuoh said slowly, before another blade appeared in his offhand. Back to what we were doing. Burn and freeze to my flare brand and freeze mist. He attacked in a whirl of ice and flames, his night speed boosting him to a blur. However, Zenobia kept evading. Speed and 2 demonic blades aren't enough to handle me. She cried, swinging her large blade. The sword slammed into both of Kuoh's and annihilated them, making him gape. As I said before, my Excalibur is destruction. There is nothing I cannot destroy if needed. To demonstrate, she thrust it into the ground. With a deep noise, the ground began to rumble, and clouds of dust flew into the air, making the others shield their eyes. When the dust cleared, everybody saw a large crater had appeared in the location Zenobia had thrusted. Irina spat dirt out of her mouth. Zenobia, did you have to do that? Now I'm covered in dirt. Zenobia simply shouldered her weapon, observing Kuoh and waiting for his next attack. Irina sighed before taking up her stance once again. Alright, time to finish this. And she launched herself at Issei, determined to beat him, even as he proceeded to block and parry her strikes with seeming ease. Meanwhile, Kuoh had formed another sword. It was huge, longer than Kuoh was tall, and letting out an ominous aura. Your holy sword's destructive ability against my demonic swords. Let's see which wins. He then swung it with all his might. Zenobia brought her own blade up, swinging it to intercept. A shame. That was a mistake. There was a crash, and then fragments of metal flew everywhere. Kuoh's sword had been the one to break. You are meant for speed, not power. Trying to match my destructive potential is not your way. You should know this. She then slammed the pommel of her sword into Kuoh's stomach, making him vomit and fall to the ground. Zenobia then turned to leave. Wait. Kuoh called, but the barrier fell. The match was over, and they all knew it. Issei and Irina had already stopped their own fight, which was more of a spar, at this point. Zenobia spoke as she walked away. Fight with a cooler head next time, senpai. Ryu's Gremory, remember our talk. And I suggest you train your servants a bit more. She left as Kuoh glared hatefully after her. Wait for me, Zenobia. I'll talk to you later, Ice-kun. When you want to be judged, let me know. Irina winked at Issei and hurried after her partner. 15 minutes later, after Asia had healed Kuoh, said Knight was trying to leave with Ryu's blocking his path. Hyoudou, stop. I will forgive you if you leave. You are my knight. Are you trying to become a stray? Just stop. Kuoh didn't stop. I was able to escape thanks to my comrades. That's why I have to put their regrets into my swords. And so he left. Ryu's clenched her fists, shaking slightly, but it wasn't in anger. She looked close to tears. Hyoudou. Why? The next day Issei was walking through town, Kaneko on his heels. He had run into the lowly on his way through town, and the way he tried to avoid her had attracted her attention, which meant that she was now sticking to him like glue. Finally, he sighed. You're not going to leave me alone till you find out what I'm up to, are you? The white-haired girl shook her head. Senpai is acting odd, she said, softly as always. Issei patted her head. Alright, I guess it can't hurt to have you along. But you can't tell Rias, alright. Kaneko looked troubled by that, but finally nodded. Alright. I'm looking for Irina and Zenobia. I'm going to see if I can convince them to let me destroy an Excalibur. Kaneko stared up at him, shocked. Why? Issei shrugged. To help Kiba, of course. Remember, they said that their orders were to retrieve or at least destroy the Excaliburs. If we can get them to let Kiba destroy one of them, that might help him. It's a win all around, really. They accomplish their mission, and Kiba fulfills his goal. Kaneko thought about it before nodding. I will help too. I want to keep Hyoudou-senpai as a comrade. Issei smiled at her and pet her again, almost making her purr. Great, help me look then. We need to find them and convince them to work with us. He turned to Kaneko. But if things get tense, go ahead and get away. I don't want you getting hurt. Kaneko shook her head. I won't run away. I'll fight for Hyoudou-senpai. Issei smiled and led the way through the street. 20 minutes later, they both stopped and stared. They found Irina and Zenobia. The two were in their white robes, praying and asking for charity from the passerby. How can it be? Irina lamented. Nobody will give us anything. Is it because they're heretics? Boo, we don't even have enough money for some bread. This is all your fault, Zenobia said. This is because you had to spend all our money on that fake painting. It's not fake, Zenobia. See, it has a saint painted on it. Even the man who sold it to us said so. Then which saint is it? Because I sure can't tell. Saint Peter. No way that's Saint Peter. Quit messing around. No, really, it must be him. Oh god, is this a trial too? Why did you make someone like her my partner? Hey, lift your head up. There's no need to get depressed. Shut up. This is why Protestants are called heretics. Show some respect to the saints. Hey. The two girls started butting heads as the scarred boy and white-haired lowly watched with sweat drops on their heads. Said girls promptly dropped to the ground as their stomachs let out an immense rumble. Issei sighed as he approached them, unable to believe these were the two that had farted meant Kiba not that long ago. 20 minutes later, Irina and Zenobia were gorging themselves on anything they could get in a family restaurant, while Issei and Kaneko watched, still sweat dropping. Kaneko had offered to help Issei pay, but Issei waved it off, stating he didn't need to worry much about money. That made Kaneko give him an odd look, but she shrugged it off. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, the two girls slowed down their eating, now simply sipping their drinks with satisfaction. Ah, that's what I needed, Zenobia said, looking much calmer. Thank you very much, Irina said with a smile. She then clutched her cross and prayed. God, please give charity to this too for helping us. Amen. When she noticed Kaneko wincing and clutching her head, Irina smiled slightly sheepishly. Ah, sorry, I didn't think. Irina took a sip of her drink before speaking. So, is there any particular reason you were searching for us? Issei leaned forward and folded his hands in front of him. We want to help you deal with the Excaliburs. Beside him, Kaneko tensed slightly, in case the girls reacted badly. Zenobia cocked her head to the side, thinking. Well, I suppose it's alright if we leave one to you. The important part is that the mission is completed, after all. Even Irina looked surprised at Zenobia's quick agreement. Are you sure? She's a devil, after all. And Ice-Kun is connected to them. This improves the odds of success of our mission, Irina. We have to, at the very least, eliminate all the Excaliburs to keep them out of Kakabiel's hands. That will be very difficult with just the two of us. And Issei-san is human, so the higher-ups can't really complain if he helps. Just as long as they don't know devils are helping too. Irina crossed her arms before nodding slowly. Alright, I guess that makes sense. Issei smiled, still a bit surprised at how easily things had gone, and pulled out his phone. Great. I'll be happy to help. Let me just call one other person who can help us out. I see. Kiba said as he sipped his coffee. It's not exactly satisfying when the wielders of Excalibur give me permission, though. Zenobia responded frostily. That's a bad way to speak to somebody willing to let you get what you want. If you were a stray, I'd cut you down right now. Kiba and Zenobia shared a glare. Issei felt his eye twitch in irritation as Irina interrupted. So it looks like you hold a grudge against the church over the Holy Sword project. Of course I do. Kiba told her, his eyes hard. But you see, Kiba-san, that it was thanks to the results of that project that people like me and Zenobia are able to wield the Excaliburs, she said. So that justifies killing all the test subjects as failures when they done nothing wrong. Kiba responded harshly. Zenobia spoke up now. That was a disastrous debacle that the entire church felt nothing but disgust about. The people in charge of the project were charged with heresy and punished. The head of the project got away though, and is now working with Kakabiel. Kiba's gaze sharpened. So he's with the fallen. What is his name? His name is Valper. Valper Galilei. Zenobia told him calmly. Issei held up a hand, surprised. Wait, you mean that fiasco was done by a rogue element? Irina shrugged. Sort of. The project itself was commissioned by the church. Galilei and his cronies went completely off the rails in how they went about it though. The church had no knowledge of their actions. Issei sat back, still surprised. Ha, what unknown. Kiba was in deep thought. So, if I help go after the fallen, I can get to him. He looked up, eyes more determined than before. Very well. Looks like I have to share some information of my own. He sat back, crossing his arms. A few days ago, I was attacked by somebody wielding an Excalibur. I happened upon them after they'd just finished killing a priest. His name was Fried Selzen. Sound familiar? The church agent's eyes became hard at this news. Zenobia was the one to speak. Fried Selzen, a former exorcist who became one at 13, was well known for his accomplishments killing devils and mythical beasts. But he was mad. He'd kill anybody, even his allies. He had no love for God, only battle lust. Issei looked disgruntled. TCH, I'd hoped I'd killed that asshole when we fought before. Figures he survived. We'll just have to deal with him when we come across him. Zenobia said. In any case, we should move on to actually cooperating. She wrote a number on a napkin. If you find anything, call this number to reach us. Issei nodded. Alright. He reached for a napkin to do the same, but Irina held up a hand to stop him. No need, Ice-kun. We got your number from your mother. We'll call if we find anything, she said. Issei sighed in exasperation at his mother's actions. Now that that's settled, we should take our leave, Zenobia said, standing up. We'll pay you back for the meal later, Issei-san. See you later, Ice-kun, Irina said cheerily. Let's do this again sometime. The three members of the orc were left alone in the restaurant as the girls left. They were silent for a time before Kiba finally spoke. Ice-kun, why did you do this? Issei sat back. First of all, because it's the right thing to do. And you've helped me before, so I want to repay the favor. Besides, we're comrades. This is the kind of thing we do. And the fact that this keeps Butchu from being troubled helps, I take it. Kiba said calmly. Issei nodded. There's that too. Last thing we want is for you to become a stray. Suddenly Kaneko, who had been silent since the meeting started, moved to grip Kiba's shirt. She looked up at him with a sad look on her normally emotionless face, which had an impact on both boys there. Hyoudou-senpai, I would be lonely if you left. That's why, if it's to keep senpai close, I'll do my best to help. So please, don't go, she said softly. Kiba gazed down at the loli before letting out a sigh and smiling. If Kaneko-chan says something like that, there's no way I can refuse. Alright, I'll go along with this plan. Both Issei and Kaneko smiled. The three remained in the restaurant for some time, talking. Several days later, their enthusiasm had diminished slightly. Every day, Issei, Kaneko and Kiba had dressed as church agents, hoping to bait Fried or one of his compatriots out to attack them. Wandering around for days without result, however, had dampened their spirits. That did not, however, mean they were going to stop. Geez, how hard is it to find a psychotic killer wandering around at night? You think that asshole would have shown up already to try and kill us? Issei grumbled to himself as he walked. He stopped when both Kiba and Kaneko stiffened, looking around warily. What's wrong? He asked as he drew a knife from under the robes he was wearing. I feel something, Kiba said. Killing in dodge. He cried, jumping away from where he was. The others did the same as his sword slammed down where Kiba had been standing, cutting deep into the floor. Oh, you managed to dodge. Guess I'll have to try harder to kill you, won't I? Fried said as he stood from where he was crouching. Fried, you bastard. Issei scowled, stepping forward. Is it you, Issei-kun? You know, that hit you gave me before really hurt. I even have a scar. Is it alright if I kill you now? The mad exorcist asked, grinning insanely. I am your opponent. Kiba shouted, stepping forward with a blade at the ready. Fried looked at Kiba, still grinning. Wait your turn to die, you shitty devil. He then moved around Kiba at high speed, heading for Issei. Issei blocked Fried's attack with his knife, which to the surprise of everybody but himself held up under the assault. He kicked out against Fried's stomach, forcing him back, where Kaneko moved in, launching a punch at his side. Fried managed to avoid the girl's strike, and lifted his sword to cut her down, but Kiba appeared and deflected it. Focus on me, you psycho. Kiba cried as he began battling with Fried. After several strikes, Kiba's blade broke, but he immediately formed two more and resumed attacking. Ooh, you're looking at my Excalibur with such hatred. Do you have a grudge against it? Kiba simply grit his teeth and focused on fighting. You can't beat me. My Excalibur is Excalibur rapidly. When it comes to the speed of my strikes, you can't beat me. Suddenly Issei called out luster candy. A multicolored light appeared at the feet of Issei, Kiba and Kaneko, and quickly made its way up their forms before disappearing. Suddenly they all felt energized, and Kiba was moving faster and striking harder, able to hold his own against Fried now. What the hell? Fried cried out, incredulous. What did you do? Issei smirked. Just gave us a bit of a boost. Kiba frowned. I'd rather win on my own merits, but since I have it. He attacked Fried with growing ferocity. Fried moved back, panting. Scary. You've gotten scary, Devil-kun. Indeed, the ability to boost attributes like that is interesting. A voice said from a side street. Into the light of a street lamp came form of a large old man in priest's robes. "What are you doing here, old man Valper?" Fried asked. Kiba gritted his teeth as he glared at the now revealed Valper Galilei with hatred in his eyes. "You?" Fried shrugged nonchalantly. "Guess it's time to go now. But don't worry, I'll definitely kill you next time." He moved swiftly towards Galilei, but was intercepted, this time by Zenobia, who appeared rather suddenly. "You won't get away," Zenobia called as her blade met Fried's. Irina stepped beside Issei, her own Excalibur at the ready. "Hello again, Ice-kun. Fried Selzen, Valper Galilei. You are both heretics that I will cut down in God's name," Zenobia declared. Fried sneered. "Don't say God's name in front of me, you bitch, or I'll rape you." He pulled an orb of light from his pocket. "Old man Valper, we're going to escape. We need to report to Kakabiel." Galilei nodded in agreement. "Indeed, he should know what we've seen. See ya, you shitty bastards." And he threw the ball of light on the ground, which went off with a flash, blinding everybody there. When they could see again, the two had disappeared. "Irina, we're going after them," Zenobia called, starting to run after them. "Right. See you, Ice-kun," Irina called as she followed her partner. To Issei's surprise, Kiba rushed after them. "I'm coming with you. I won't allow them to escape." Issei reached out to Kiba. "Hey, Kiba, hold up. Don't rush in." Before he could follow after them with Kaneko, they were stopped by a voice behind them. "I thought I felt a fluctuating power here. Ice-kun, what's going on?" He turned to find both Rias and Sona behind them, their arms crossed. He sighed. This was not going to go down well. Issei and Rias were heading home after he'd explained what was going on. She hadn't been happy, but Issei was able to reason that as a human her deal of non-interference didn't apply to him, so he could do what he wanted. He even managed to convince her not to punish Kaneko, as she'd only been following him. Something the lowly was grateful about. Sona left after the explanation, asking Rias to keep her informed going forward, since Kiba was involved. They all hoped the knight would give them a call if he had issues, but they couldn't be certain. Issei walked tiredly into the house. "We're home." He stopped dead when he saw what was waiting for him. Asia stood in front of him, red-faced, wearing nothing but a tiny apron, his mother standing to the side with a smile. "Welcome back, Ice-san, Butchu-san." Issei managed to shake himself out of his stupor, though he couldn't stop staring. "Asia, what?" My classmate Kiryu-san told me that in Japan you have to only wear an apron when you work in the kitchen. I don't really understand it, but if that's how things are here." Issei felt an eyebrow twitch and a drop of blood leak from his nose. Kiryu. He really couldn't decide if he wanted to throttle the glasses-wearing girl or thank her. Yufufufu. This brings back memories. "I'm definitely supportive of this," Issei's mother said with a smile. Issei couldn't help but sweat drop. If there were ever questions about his parentage, that answered everything. His own perverseness didn't come from nowhere, after all. Such a strategy. Ria said with a hint of regret. "I'm impressed. You are definitely becoming a lecherous little devil, Asia." "Yay." Asia looked up, red-faced and teary-eyed. But I don't want to be a lecherous devil." Ria smirked. "I have no choice then. I'll need to do the same." Rias turned and left with Issei's mother following behind, stating she was going to help. Issei scratched the back of his head before looking at Asia. "You look good, Asia." "Thank you," he said with a smile, still unable to stop staring. Asia looked shy. "I'm glad. I just want to make Ice-san happy after everything. Thanks to you, I have everything I ever wanted, so I don't regret becoming a devil." She moved forward and hugged him. Issei returned the hug with a smile, running his hands along her smooth bare back. "Ice, look. I'm wearing it as well." Ria's voice came behind him. Issei turned and stared hard. Ria's apron only barely obscured the very important parts. Issei could even see a bit of her areola from the sides of the apron. Asia eat cutely as the bulge in his pants grew enough that she could feel it against her. "Now then, let's get cooking, Asia." "Why yes," Asia responded. Issei watched as the two got to work, his mother to the side, smirking. A few minutes later his father stepped in and stared with him. "I am truly blessed, Ice-kun, to see this while I lived," he said. Issei could only nod mutely. Later that night all three of them were in Issei's bed, sleeping peacefully, when they were suddenly woken by a huge flare of power nearby. Both Issei and Rias got up and looked out the window as Belle stuck her head out of the closet. Issei looked down and saw Fried staring up at them with a psychotic smile on his face. "Fried," he snarled. With a snap of her fingers, Rias was dressed in her school uniform. Issei quickly pulled some pants on and headed out of the room with her, Asia following after pulling on a nightgown with Belle bringing up the rear. "Woo, Issei-kun, Asia-tan. How are you? Did I interrupt you having sex?" "Sorry, I'm not really good at reading the mood." Fried laughed. "The hell do you want, you fake priest?" Issei growled as Asia hid behind him, and Belle prepared to zeo Fried's face off. Rias, however, was looking up, so Issei followed her gaze. There, floating above them, was a figure with 5 large pairs of wings. He wore a dark robe with several accessories. He was smiling darkly down at them. It's nice to meet you, heiress to the House of Gremory. You look a lot like that cursed Sursages. It makes me want to vomit. The figure said. A pleasure to meet one of the leaders of the fallen angels, Kuoh. However, why are you here? If it's to discuss politics, it's no use. I cannot speak for the Mao. Reyes replied calmly, despite how tensely she was holding herself. Issei tensed at the revelation of the figure's identity, preparing himself to fight. I come bearing a gift. Kuoh said, before tossing a figure at Issei. Issei easily caught it to find that it was a badly injured, blood-covered arena. He gently set her down and motioned to Asia, who immediately set to healing the girl's wounds. Then he glared up at Kuoh, feeling worried about Kiba and Zenobia. She was one of 3 rats that came into my base. The other 2 got away. Kuoh stated with a smile. And I wouldn't come to talk to a Mao. There's no point. On the other hand, raping and killing Sursage's little sister is sure to incite his rage. That might be worth it. Then what is your purpose here? Reyes demanded, glaring. I will be rampaging throughout this town, starting at Kuoh Academy. Doing so should draw your brother out, shouldn't it? Kuoh explained with a dark grin. Reyes replied frostily. You realize if you do that, the conflict between God, the Fallen, and the Devils will begin again, don't you? That's exactly my aim. I thought for sure that Michael would start the war again if I stole the Excaliburs, but instead all he did was send peons. So rampaging through the base of the Sisters of the Mao seems like my best bet now. Battle junkie. Rhea said, her glare glacial. The Kuoh simply laughed. Yes. I'm bored, little girl. Azazel and Shumhazai are content with their research and don't want to fight a war anymore. But I have no interest in collecting sacred gears. So I will unleash the powers of the Excaliburs in your territory, and the war will resume. Kuoh proclaimed madly. Isn't my boss the best? Exclaimed Freed. Soon I'll have a lot of devils and angels to cut up and drape. It's going to be so much fun. We'll stop you. Issei said, looking at Kuoh, his declaration a simple statement of fact, like a foregone conclusion. The fallen leader raised an eyebrow. I'd love to see you try. And with a flash of light, Kuoh and Freed were gone. The barrier has been set up around the school. It will contain any damage to the school grounds unless something catastrophic happens. Saji, Sona's pawn, reported to Reyes and Issei. They were all gathered in the park directly in front of the academy. Sona herself was eyeing Issei disapprovingly. Issei was dressed in white pants, black boots, a black, tight shirt, and a long-sleeved jacket that looked like it was made of white snakeskin, with the gauntlet he wore during the Phoenix battle over his right arm. To the surprise of many, on his belt he had attached a long sword in a gold and blue sheath. It was what was on his other hip that drew Sona's ire, however. A holster with a black .45 pistol rested comfortably, ready for use. Sona looked away from the target of her disapproval and looked at Reyes. It's mainly a stopgap. If Kuoh were to go all out, he's most likely devastate the entire region. We'll try to keep it from spreading, however. It doesn't help that it isn't just him. At least 50 fallen angels are gathered with him to back him up. Reyes nodded. Thank you, Sona. We'll take it from here. This foe is above our power, however. It's not too late to contact your Oni-sama. Sona said seriously. I notice you didn't contact your Oni-sama, Sona. Reyes replied. Not to worry, I have already informed Sursache-sama. Bakeno cut in. Reyes whirled around on her. Bakeno. Why did you? Bakeno's eyes narrowed. Reyes, I know you don't want to cause your brother any trouble, but this is above your head. This is one of the leaders of the 3 factions. And you know it. Reyes went quiet. She knew Keno was right, but it still rankled. He'll be here in approximately 1 hour with reinforcements. Sona nodded. I see. Then during that hour, the student council will hold the barrier ready. Reyes turned to Issei, Belle and her peerage. Alright, it's time we go on the offensive. Don't forget, this is a battle of life and death, unlike our battle against Phoenix. But I won't forgive you if you die. We'll all survive and head to school tomorrow like normal. The others replied in the affirmative as Issei smirked. They all then headed into the school, ready to fight. They walked through the school gate and headed for the area their opponents were waiting. They all stopped at what was waiting for them. In the school field, the 4 Excaliburs were floating in the air while releasing a bright light. Underneath the swords, Valper Galilei stood in the middle of a magic circle encompassing the entire field. What are you doing? Called Issei, glaring. Valper responded sounding amused. I'm going to merge the Excaliburs into one. From above came Kuoh's voice. Valper, how much longer will it take for the blades to merge? Issei looked up at the fallen angel. He was sitting on a floating throne, a host of fallen angels in uniforms floating behind him, silent and ready to attack at his command. Just a few more minutes, sir. Valper replied happily. Very well. He turned his gaze from Galilei to Reyes. So who's coming? Sursaches. Or is it Seraphol? Reyes stepped forward. In the place of Ani-sama or Leviathan-sama, Wishu was interrupted by an explosion as the gym became so much debris. I see. How boring. Well then, hopefully you'll be able to entertain me. Kuoh said cruelly. First, let's see how you do with my pets. He clicked his fingers, and from the darkness a huge dog appeared, 3 heads growling and slobbering. Cerberus. Ria's call out. Take it down. As Ria's, Akeno and Kaneko and Bell moved to engage, Asia holding back to heal anybody that needed it, Issei held himself back, eyes narrowed. Kakabiel had said pets, as in plural. His head snapped around to see another Cerberus running towards Asia, mouths open to devour her. In a single, smooth movement, Issei turned, drawing his gun, raised and fired. The bullet slammed into the middle head, right in one of the eyes. The massive dog yelped as an orb of darkness grew from the point of impact, annihilating everything it touched. Issei snapped off several more shots, each bullet having the same effect, leaving the Cerberus full of large holes. You have a magic gun? Asked Asia. Where'd you purchase that? Issei merely smirked as he emptied the rest of the clip into the dog's heads, killing it. He swiftly ejected the spent magazine and slapped a new one in before looking around down the sights for any other enemies. Another one came howling of the shadows, and Issei snapped his gun up to take it out when one of its heads was suddenly cut off. I'm here, Issei-san. Excalibur Destruction was swung in an arc to swiftly remove another head, Zenobia looking a bit battered but otherwise fine as she finished it off. The one the others were dealing with had finally gone down as well, leaving them panting. Asia moved forward to deal with their wounds when one last dog came pelting out of the shadows to engage. Once more Issei's gun came up, but this time the dog was taken out by a mass of swords appearing around it, spearing it. As it tried to get away, whining, a blast of lightning left Bell, striking the beast's head on, ending its life. Kiba stepped forward, a blade in his hand. He gave an apologetic bow of his head to Rias, who nods back. Their interaction is interrupted by Valper's voice. It's finally complete, he said triumphantly. The 4 swords were letting out a brilliant light as they moved closer together before there was a flash, and a single sword floated there with a blue-white aura surrounding it. And because of the power let off, the magic circle is complete as well. This town will be destroyed in 20 minutes, and the only way to stop it is by defeating Kakabiel. The orc and Zenobia became speechless at that before Issei glared and aimed his gun at Valper's head. Turn it off. He growled out. Didn't you hear me, boy? The only way to stop it is by defeating Kakabiel. He smirked. Good luck with that. Freed. Called Kakabiel. The mad priest stepped forwards out of the shadows. Yes, boss. Use that Excalibur to fight them. I want to be entertained. Kakabiel said with a smirk. My boss can be so demanding. Laughed Freed as he grabbed the Excalibur, holding it ready. But he gives such great perks, like using Excalibur chant to cut up all you shitty devils. It's going to be so much fun. I'll rape and kill and rape you. He let out another burst of mad laughter. Zenobia stepped forward, eyes narrowed. Kiba-san, if you still want to cooperate, I believe now is the time. You sure that's okay? Asked Kiba as he held his sword ready. As long as we at least get the shards back, then it should be alright. Excalibur is like any other sword in that it depends on the person who wields it to be something. Now that thing is an abomination, a sword of heresy. It must be destroyed. Laughter interrupted the conversation coming from Galilei. Kiba glared. Valper Galilei. I am the survivor of the Holy Sword Project. Kiba declared. Oh ho. To meet a survivor of the project in a place like this. It feels like fate. Valper responded with a smirk and a laugh. It was thanks to you and yours that I was able to succeed, after all. Kiba snarled. Succeed. You killed us all, deeming us failures. Valper shook his head. I found that the subjects all had an element that was necessary to be able to use holy swords, but the amount of the element was too low to afford control. So I began to wonder, is there a way to remove the element and gather them together so there's enough to enable use? Zenobia gritted her teeth, looking disturbed. I see. That's what happens to holy sword wielders when they receive the blessing to do so. Galilei smirked. Indeed, girl. We take the holy sword element and crystallize them. Like this. He pulled out of his pocket a white orb that was giving off a holy aura. In spite of this, those fools in the church called me a heretic and kicked me out, taking my reports on the process. I can see from looking at you that someone continued my research and finished it. It must be Michael. He's so soft-hearted that even when removing the element, he wouldn't go as far as to kill the subject. He laughed to himself. Yes, he's more human than I am. Kiba's eyes become hard as iron as he glared at the disgraced researcher. You killed my comrades and removed the element that lets them use holy swords. That's right, said Valper. This orb is from back then. I've used the rest on Freed there. This is the last one. Kiba's hands were shaking. How many? He asked softly. How many people like me and my comrades have been killed for the sake of you and your mad experiments? Valper snorted. Fine, then I will give this sword to you. My research has reached the stage where it is possible to mass-produce them in the right environment. First of all, I will destroy this town with Kakabiel. Next I will gather the legendary holy swords stored around the world. Then I will mass-produce holy sword wielders and start a war against Michael and the Vatican, with the combined Excaliburs. I'm going to show the result of my research to those foolish angels and their followers who have convicted me. he stated grandly before throwing the orb away like a piece of trash. Kiba knelt down and picked up the orb gently, tears on his face. Everyone. Suddenly, the orb started releasing lights, which spread to fill the field. They soon took shape into people, boys and girls surrounding Kiba. I see. Akeno said softly. The powers of play caused the spirits in the orbs appear. Issei smiled softly while Belle wiped away a tear as they watched Kiba. The spirits of the kids looked up at Kiba with sad, yet grateful looks. Everyone. He choked out, tears streaming down his face. I always wondered, is it alright? Is it alright that I, the only survivor, can lead a peaceful life? Even though there were those that wanted to live more, that had greater dreams than me. The children spoke, but no words came out. However, Akeno read their lips and spoke out loud for those that couldn't. Don't worry about us anymore. At least you're alive, they said. Suddenly the children started to sing. They're singing the sacred song. Asia whispered tearfully. Kiba started singing with them, singing the song that had kept the children company through the long nights when they endured the painful experiments of the project. A song that would normally be hurting devils caused them no inconvenience at all. Soon the forms of the children started to glow. Now that we are all together, we can do what couldn't do alone. The children said, now audible to everybody. They moved closer to Kiba, glowing brighter. The holy sword isn't scary. Accept it. Our hearts are always with you, even when God is watching. The light increased to a crescendo. Issei breathed out, slightly awed. He's reached it. Asia looked up at him. What, Isan? He smiled proudly. Balance breaker. Kiba stood as the light faded, a soft glow slowly fading from around him. My comrades didn't want me to live for vengeance, he said softly. But that doesn't change the fact that as long as you live, Valper Galilei, others will endure the same fates that we did. He looked up, eyes blazing. So prepare yourself, because I am coming for you. Science comes with sacrifices. You should have realized that long ago, boy. Valper said dismissively. Kiba. Issei called out, making the knight look at him. You will defeat them. Not just because you are better than they are, but because you no longer walk the path of vengeance. Now you walk the path of justice. He stared at him with a fierce smile on his face. Show them what that means. Kiba felt something warm in his chest blaze to life at his friend's words, giving him strength, and nodded. Riaz then stepped forward, smiling just as fiercely as Issei. Hyoudou-kun, show them what you, a knight of the House of Gremory, are capable of. As the others chimed in with their own encouragements, Kiba turned towards his opponents with an intense look on his face, despite the tears still on his face as Fried started laughing. Why are you crying, you shitty devil? You were singing happily with the little ghosts. It really pissed me off. I hate that song. Hate. I'm going to cut you to pieces to make myself feel better with this, the ultimate Excalibur. He proclaimed dementedly, holding the fused Excalibur sword up. Fried Selzen. Kiba snarled. You have been committing evil acts using my comrades' spears. I won't allow that to continue. Comrades who have merged with my spirit, let us stop him together. I will become a sword for my comrades, living and dead. A sword of justice, like Ice declared. Respond to my feelings, sword rebirth. Soon, as everybody watched, a sword formed in front of him. It was a paradox, a demonic blade exuding a holy aura, divine light pouring from it. Balance breaker sword of the betrayer. A power with both the power of light and dark. Then Kiba rushed in, blade at the ready, and attacked Fried. Fried managed to block the strike, but was surprised as the aura around the Excalibur was being consumed. What? It can even stand up to my Excalibur-chan. If this was the true Excalibur, I probably couldn't win, but against the thing you're holding, my comrades and I refuse to be beaten. Kiba declared. The battle began in earnest, the two blades clashing over and over. No matter what trick Fried tried to pull using the multiple abilities of his blade, Kiba matched him, holding him off, face set in intense focus. After several minutes they locked blades once again, and Zenobia rushed in. Keep him there. She held up her hand and began to chant. Saint Peter. Saint Basil the Great. Saint Denis. Holy Mother Mary. Please hear my voice. As she said this, space in front of her got distorted. She thrust her hand into the distortion and pulled out a huge blade consumed in a holy ore. In the names of the saints whom reside within this blade, I will release it. Durandal. Issei's eyebrows rose as the others looked shocked. Even Kakebiel seemed surprised at this turn of events. Durandal. So you were not a wielder of Excalibur. I was originally the wielder of Durandal. I was simply then selected to also wield Excalibur. She then set herself into a two-sword style with both Durandal and Excalibur. And unlike the Excalibur wielders, I was naturally chosen to wield Durandal. She shifted and grinned. It's a destructive weapon. It won't even listen to me most of the time. Try not to go down in one hit. And she charged into the attack. Fried tried to block when Zenobia swung Durandal at him, but Excalibur instantly broke on contact. He reeled back in shock as Kiba moved in. He managed to bring what was left of his blade up to block again, but this time it was shattered completely upon being struck with Kiba's holy demonic sword. See? Kiba said to his blade. We were stronger than Excalibur. And he caught free down. Kiba closed his eyes, centering himself. He felt a sense of loss. The thing he had been living for had been accomplished. Now what? Valper's voice brought him out of his thoughts. Impossible. The aged researcher said in shock. Holy and demonic. But the two opposites cannot merge. It's impossible. He seemed dazed. Kiba's eyes narrowed. That would do. Just like Issei said. He'd work for justice now. Valper Galilei. It's your turn now. Prepare yourself. Galilei didn't seem to hear him. I see. I see. That could only happen if the representatives become unbalanced. Then that means that not just the Mao, but God as well. He was interrupted as a spear of light slammed into him, straight through his chest. Kakabiel floated down to the ground, laughing. To have realized it with such little information. Truly you were a genius, Valper. Everybody tensed and put themselves on guard except for Issei, who was staring at the corpse of Valper in shock. Kakabiel looked confused. You, boy, what's wrong with you? Issei looked up at him, dazed. He's dead. He's really dead. Kakabiel sneered. You just saw me kill him, didn't you? Not Valper, you moron. Issei snapped. Kakabiel's eyes narrowed at that, but widened slightly when Issei continued. God. God is really dead. Those around him gasped. Belle looked stunned, and Asia and Zenobia looked especially horrified. Kakabiel stared at Issei hard before smiling. I guess there's no point in hiding it. Yes, the old fool is dead. He has been since before the end of the war. As the others looked stunned or made sounds of denial, Belle couldn't help but comment to Issei. Ha, looks like he had an excuse for being an asshole this time. He's been dead the entire time. Issei nodded as he regained his equilibrium. Kakabiel smirked. Now you know. Not that it's going to help you. I'm going to end all of you, and finally the war will start again. I will beat Michael and Serziches into the ground, and prove that the fallen are the superior beings. Everybody got in stances, but Issei waved them down. Everyone, focus on Kakabiel's troops. We can't let them interfere or cause havoc, so take them out first. Riaz looked surprised. But what about Kakabiel? Yes boy, said Kakabiel, glaring. What about me? Issei gazed at him steadily. Don't worry. I'll deal with him. Everybody was silent, staring at him in shock. Kakabiel began to laugh. You? Take me on alone. He sneered. Your friends are already going to have enough trouble with my troops. And you think you can take me alone? Oh, they'll have help dealing with your peons. He brought his gauntlet up, making it reveal his screen. Burrows, give me the Jack brothers. He said with a smirk. Belle giggled as two flashes of light appeared, revealing two of the oddest figures anybody there had seen. They all stared. One was what looked like a small snowman with black circles for eyes and a half circle for a mouth with two fangs in it. He wore a blue jester-like cap, blue shoes, and a blue collar with bells on. Hee-ho, you called, boss. The other was a floating jack-o'-lantern wearing a blue cape and holding a lantern with a burning flame, a pointed blue hat on his head. Who are we burning today, boss? Kakabiel managed to break out of his stupor. Is this a joke? Issei shrugged. Nah, they should be more than enough to help my friends deal with your soldiers. He addressed the two he had just summoned. Jack Frost, Pyro Jack, you're going to help Belle and my friends here deal with all the angels. Leave the guy with 10 wings to me, go wild on the rest. With a simultaneous yes, Basta moved beside Belle, ready to fight. Issei then drew the sword he had carried with him, making not just his friends, but many of Kakabiel's fallen gasp and move away slightly. It was the most beautiful European long sword any of them had ever seen. Calling it perfect wouldn't be enough. It was perfectly polished silver, the handle a royal blue, and the guard and hilt high-quality gold with blue embossment. That's a holy sword, Kakabiel said, eyeing Issei. Though I do not recognize it. I'd be shocked if you did. Issei said as he held it in a guard position. I brought it because it seemed appropriate, given the situation. He smirked as Belle laughed. Ice-kun. Riaz began, but Issei interrupted her. Focus on keeping this small fry off of me. I'll deal with Kakabiel. And he launched himself at the fallen leader. Kakabiel moved back, but Issei suddenly pointed a hand at him and called debilitate. Kakabiel stumbled back as if struck. While then he had to defend himself against Issei, though his strikes were noticeably slower and weaker. As all that happened, Belle and the Jack brothers launched a simultaneous strike of Mizionga, Mabufila and Murajan, which struck multiple fallen soldiers, who had dived in to attack, taking many out. Soon the Orc and Zenobia joined in, taking out any fallen they could, mowing through them while Asia moved about, keeping them all healthy. As the fallen's forces began to drop like flies, Kakabiel was having trouble. Issei was pressing him hard, sticking with his word multiple times, and lancing out elemental attacks when the opportunity arose. He had already lost a wing that had been sliced off. It didn't help that his spears of light didn't seem to want to penetrate Issei's clothes, bouncing off and leaving little more than a bruise. Finally he managed to break away, flying up out of reach. He began gathering an enormous amount of light energy, preparing to take the boy out, when suddenly Issei let out a cry of Megiddo. Kakebia looked down only to receive an orb of darkness contained in light to the face, which promptly exploded like a barrel full of dynamite. The angel was surprised to find himself falling to the ground once he got his senses back. He landed as Issei jumped into the air, blade at the ready. Kakebia barely managed to roll out of the way, but ended up losing another 2 wings. By this time the others had dealt with all regular troops and were standing well away from the fight, watching. The orc and Zenobia could not believe the skill and power Issei displayed. The orc had only seen him briefly against Riser, and he hadn't done much then besides a light spell that took Riser out and left him in a coma for a week. So this was a shock. This was displaying skill that left both Kiba and Zenobia feeling inadequate and power to put Kaneko to shame, not to mention his magical abilities, which made Akeno bite her lip, blushing. Issei went for a side slash, this time after covering his blade in flames, and Kakebia barely managed to parry it with a light spear. Enough. He yelled angrily as he rose up once again, power radiating from his form. I will not be insulted further by a maggot like you. He once again began gathering power for a massive blast. Fine. Time to end this, then. Issei launched himself into the air and, to the surprise of those watching, especially those who didn't know he held the boosted gear, a pair of red dragon wings emerged from his back. He hurtled towards Kakebia, blade set to thrust. Kakebia's eyes widened, as he could not disengage in time. Suddenly a white armored winged form appeared from the sky, racing to intercept. Stow. The figure cried, but he was seconds too late. Issei's blade pierced Kakebia through the heart, making the mad Folan's eyes go wide, and blood pour from his mouth. This is for threatening my loved ones, you bastard. Issei snarled. Then, with a twirl like a dancer, he ripped the sword from Kakebia's chest and removed his head from his body. The fallen angel's body dropped like a stone, landing on the ground. Issei followed, flicking blood from his blade before sheathing it. He then looked up at the armored figure, who was looking down at them. Hello Hakuryuku, he said calmly. I take it you were here for him. The white armored figure landed beside Kakebia's body, looking down at it. Yes. Azazel sent me. He wanted me to stop Kakebia and bring him back to be punished in Cocytus. I'm afraid that won't be possible any longer, Issei said calmly. The Hakuryuku looked at Issei, and everybody could feel the curiosity coming from him, especially as he hadn't dismissed his red dragon wings. Who are you? Issei let the boosted gear appear on his left arm. I'm your opposite number, of course. Suddenly, to the surprise of the orc and Zenobia, the gear spoke. Hello Albion, my old rival. Hakuryuku's own gear, Divine Dividing, responded. Hello Drake. So this is your host this time. He appears strong. He is. Drake said from the boosted gear. I hope your own is strong, or else this won't be much of a fight. I see he has his balance breaker, but he'll need more. My partner just dealt with Kakebia without requiring me, after all. Albion responded promptly. He will not disappoint, I promise you. Then the Hakuryuku spoke himself. I will take Kakebia's body back to the Grigori to be dealt with. At Issei's nod he bent over and picked up the body along with the severed head. They'll also send somebody to pick up the rabble. We'll meet again, Sekiryute. And he flew off. Issei turned, stretching, and looked at his friends with a smile. Mission accomplished, team. Kakebia is beaten, the town is safe, and the Excalibur is destroyed. All in all, a good day's work. He smiled as the others stared at him. The next day Issei and Asia entered the clubroom only to stop in surprise. Standing in the room, wearing a Kuoh Academy uniform, was Zenobia. Before either of them could open their mouths she spoke. I accepted an offer from Ryo-san to become one of her knights. At Issei's raised eyebrow she blushed and rubbed the back of her head. After hearing that God was dead last night, I couldn't take it. Everything I'd believed in was a lie. So I said yes. She sighed. Irina wasn't happy. I gave her the Excalibur shards, as well as destruction to take back to the Vatican. I envy her. She looked morose. Ignorance really is bliss. Asia hesitated before stepping forward. Not everything was a lie, Zenobia-san. God may not be around, but his teachings are. And those are the things I'll live by. Zenobia looked at her, surprised, before bowing her head. I owe you an apology as well, Asia-san. If God was dead, then that means that he couldn't have helped you, with his love or otherwise. So I was wrong. Please strike me, as much as you wish. Asia blushed but shook her head. It's alright, really. I'm happy with my life now. I have friends I can count on and we always have fun. Very well. In any case, just so you're aware, there's going to be a big meeting between the factions sometime soon regarding this event, and we've been invited as we were part of the incident. So please be prepared for that. Zenobia informed them. Issei nodded. Alright, we'll keep that in mind, Zenobia-san. Very well then. Now I need to go. There are many things I need to prepare for and get used to now that I'm living here. She moved to leave but was stopped by Asia. This weekend me and my friends are going out to have fun. Do you want to come? She said shyly. Zenobia looked surprised before smiling slightly, blushing. No, not at this time. Thank you though. Althit. Yes? Asked Asia, tilting her head to the side. If you could show me around school sometime, that would be appreciated. Zenobia said quietly. Asia nodded happily. Sure. Zenobia smiled, nodded, and left. That weekend Issei, Asia, Kaneko, Kiba, Ikakiryu, Masuda and Motohama were out having fun at a carrick. Issei had just finished singing and had sat down beside Kiba as Asia and Ika began to sing. This is fun, isn't it? Issei asked with a smile. Kiba smiled back and nodded. He hesitated a moment before speaking. Ice-kun, I just wanted to thank you for helping me before. I couldn't have done anything, much less help make peace with myself, if it hadn't been for your help. So thank you. Issei waved it away. I always help my friends, Kiba. Just make sure you use that sword of yours for justice like you said you would, and we'll be even. Kiba nodded. I promise. They both smiled, and turned back to watching the girls sing. Issei sat at his desk in his room, deep in thought. It had been a bit of time since the events against Kakabiel, but he still couldn't get something out of his head. God is dead, he said softly. Looks like it, Belle said, floating over to sit on the desk. Makes you wonder if he was actually an asshole, or if everything just went to shit after he died and that's why Asia got screwed. Issei nodded in agreement. When Rias had told him about the death of the original Mayu, Issei hadn't been surprised, as Drake had informed him of it before he'd ever met the devil. However, he had not been informed of God's death, either because Drake didn't know, or because he didn't want to tell Issei for some reason. So now Issei was dealing with the revelation, and he was unsure of how to feel. After all, as Belle had said, he didn't know what God was like. Was he a benevolent being, who worked towards the betterment of everybody, as the church taught? Or was he a tyrant wanting to force everybody to conform to his wishes? He just didn't have enough information. What do you think we should do? Belle asked, watching him. Issei shrugged. Not really much we can do. Keep an eye out and react accordingly. We'll be able to get more information thanks to the upcoming summit between the three factions. Once we see what the leaders of the other two powers are like, we can make a more informed decision. Hopefully Michael is as nice a guy as everybody says, and Azazel isn't as crazy. Belle shook her head. Really, what are the odds of that? I mean, hope for the best, prepare for the worst and everything, right? When has the worst not been the reality for us? Issei chuckled softly. We've been pleasantly surprised before. The universe owes us, don't you think? Belle laughed. Oh, definitely, but that doesn't mean it's going to pay out. You have more luck getting the Assure Kai to play fair. Issei smirked. If it doesn't, we'll kick its teeth in, just like the Assure Kai. Both of them laughed and sat together, discussing their future. A couple of days had passed, and Issei was walking down the street, wanting to stretch his legs without any of the other members of the Orc with him. He did need some time alone every once in a while, after all. He stopped in front of a window displaying TVs, which were showing a swimsuit competition on one of the game shows. His eyes followed the bodies of the girls as someone stepped up beside him to watch as well. Issei glanced from the corner of his eye to see it was a man in his late 20s with two-toned hair dressed in a dark yukata. I love this country sometimes, the man in the yukata said. The women are excellent, and the television is absurd. The porn is great too, although I could do without the mandatory censorship. Issei shrugged. I agree, though you get used to it after long enough. Is there anything I can help you with? Yukata man smiled. How about some coffee as we talk, Sekiryuchi-kun? A short while later they were both seated in a cafe, cups of coffee in front of them, a plate of small pastries between them. Issei took one and bit into it as he observed the man carefully. Said man set his cup down after taking a sip and looked back. My name, the man said with a smile, watching Issei carefully, is Azazel. You might have heard of me. Issei nodded, being careful not to display any reaction. Issei Hyoudou. It's nice to meet you, Governor. What can I do for you? Azazel smiled, widened at Issei's lack of reaction. I wanted to meet the current Sekiryuchi and discuss what happened a few days ago. Not to mention apologize. He let out a sigh. Kakabiel went behind my back in his attempt to restart the war. He was unfortunately one of the members of my faction who want nothing more than to see both heaven and the underworld destroyed. Issei sipped his coffee before nodding. Yeah, we noticed he was a battle junkie. That was his main motivation, as far as I could see. Azazel sighed once more. We really should have kept a closer eye on him. Once we realized what was going on, I sent the hacker Yuku to stop Kakabiel. Of course, that ended up not being necessary. Issei crossed his arms. I'm not going to apologize for killing that madman. He was threatening those I love, not to mention the entire town and everybody else that would die if he had his way and the war reignited. He had to be stopped. Azazel held up his hand. I understand, Hyoudou-kun. I don't blame you for doing what you felt had to be done. Just as I hope you understand me for mourning one I once called friend, not matter what he ended up doing. Issei nodded, bringing his hands back to his cup to take another sip, no longer on the defensive. I can understand that. They were both silent for a time, drinking their coffee and eating their pastries. Finally, Azazel spoke. I am curious, Hyoudou-kun. I have been informed that you have several supernatural beings at your command. Some quite beautiful, all quite deadly. Where did you get them, and do you have any more? No offense, Azazel-san, but I don't know or trust you enough to tell you at the moment. Especially after how I first met your faction. Issei said calmly, though with a bit more bite in his words. Azazel nodded in understanding. Ah yes, Rainer. Another heir of mine. Believe it or not, most of her actions were not on my orders. At Issei's raised eyebrow he continued. I was unaware that you had already awakened the boosted gear, and sent her to keep an eye on you. You see, a normal human suddenly awakening such a great power would have enormous trouble controlling it. There have been cases of great devastation being caused by it when a weak human did so. As far as I was aware, you were an utterly unremarkable young man who should have not had any way to cope with it. Issei sat back. I will admit that when I first unlocked it I had some trouble controlling it, but I had already gained some strength, and more importantly, I had an outlet for it. So I suppose that's plausible. Azazel smiled. I'm glad you agree. However, Rainer decided that it would be best to eliminate you before you could awaken it, thus voiding the entire issue. That was the reason for her attack. I'll be honest, Azazel-san, her attack on me doesn't bother me as much as what she did to my friend. Asia did not deserve what was done to her by your subordinates. Issei said, his voice once again somewhat hard. Azazel sighed. Another thing I did not order. I wanted young Argento-san brought to me so I could study her sacred gear. She wouldn't have been harmed, he said quickly when he noticed Issei's eyes narrow. She would have been kept safe and sound, while I learned what I could. Researching sacred gears is my passion, along with creating my own, artificial gears. And imagine how helpful new gears with even a fifth of Twilight Healing's potential would be, not just to the fallen. So you would have shared healing gears with the other factions? Issei asked, surprised. You will be attending the upcoming summit, won't you? Azazel asked in return, apparently changing the subject. Issei eyed him, but nodded. I have been requested by the Mayu, as one of those involved in the affair, not to mention the one who slew Kakebiel. They want to hear of the events from the points of view of myself, Rias Gremory and Sona Citri. Azazel abruptly stood. Then I will see you there, Hyoudou-kun. I'm sure it will be enlightening. He made to leave before pausing and looking at Issei. I do want to thank you for stopping Kakebiel, Hyoudou-kun, even if it was in a more permanent fashion than I would have preferred. War is the last thing I want. If there's anything I can do for you, as long as it does not act against the interests of my faction, then let me know. He left after a nod from Issei, leaving the money for the food. Issei sat and finished his drink alone, thinking. What the hell was he doing? A certain crimson-haired devil raged. She was pacing around the clubroom, trembling with fury. The entire occult research club was gathered in the clubroom, watching as their president stalked around it. Issei had just finished telling everybody about his meeting with Azazel, something that had not been received well. Rias was especially angry. Not only was he in my territory, he approached Ice, most likely to get his hands on his boosted gear. The only response is death. She snarled. Rias, calm down, I'm fine. He didn't try anything. Issei said soothingly, trying to get her to stop. When that didn't work he frowned slightly before speaking louder and with more authority, while flaring his own power a bit. Rias, calm yourself, now. Rias stopped dead and turned to stare at Issei, having not heard him talk to her like that before. She initially became indignant before her rationale reasserted itself. They didn't acknowledge it much, so she had almost forgotten, but Issei was in fact her superior. She had accepted being subservient to him after his victory over Riser. Issei simply hadn't really exercised his authority beyond giving commands in a combat situation, which she had followed without really thinking about it at the time. So now that he had, it was slightly jarring. She took a deep breath and then let it out, calming herself down as ordered. Issei nodded in satisfaction. That's better. You don't need to be angry. He didn't do anything, and while he did admit to being passionate about researching sacred gears, Azazel didn't seem like the type to attack just to get his hands on one. He seems like too much of a pacifist. Rias sat down with a huff. Fine, but I'm not happy he was in my territory before the appointed time. As one of the leaders of the factions, the man really should know better. Azazel has always been like that, Rias. He's a bit of a prankster. The voice that didn't belong to any of the orcs said. Everybody turned to see Serzichus standing there with a pleasant smile on his handsome face, Grafia behind him. Immediately most of the orc kneeled, their heads down. Though Asia looked a bit lost, and Zenobia confused. Belle simply crossed her arms as she floated near them. Oh Ani-sama. Rias said in surprise as she stood up, staring at her brother. Issei approached the Mayu with a smile, holding his hand out to shake. Hello Serzichus, it's good to see you again. How's Milikus? Serzichus' smile widened as he shook Issei's hand. Hello Ice-kun, it's good to see you as well. Milikus is doing fine. He wouldn't say no to seeing Belle-san again though. Belle grinned. I'd be happy to see him. He's a nice kid. Serzichus nodded in thanks to Belle before turning to Rias. Back on the subject of Azazel, he won't do anything like what Kakebiel did. Like Ice-kun said, he's more of a pacifist than you think. Don't be surprised if he pranks you though. He looked at the kneeling devils and motioned for them to get up. Please relax, I'm not here in my official capacity. Rias looked at her brother with confusion. Then why are you here, Ani-sama? Why do you think? He held out a form. Classroom visits are soon, aren't they? I was thinking of attending. I want to see how my sister is doing in school. After all, I want to participate in your life, even if it means taking a day off work. And don't worry, O2 is coming as well. Issei smiled. Oh, that's good. It'll be nice to see Zodicus again. Vanillana isn't coming then. Surzichus shook his head. Unfortunately, she has a previous engagement and so is unable to attend. Rias gave Issei a small, betrayed look before addressing her brother again. But you're the Mao. You can't leave your job to come here. A single devil can't be treated in a special way like that, no matter who they are. The Lucifer, however, smiled wider as his head tilted to the side. Ah, but you see, I'll be coming in my official capacity as well, to inspect the school. After all, I was thinking about holding the conference here, so it's best I see it for myself. At that, everybody looked shocked, Issei and Belle included. Here? You going to have it here? Rias asked, shocked as much as everybody else. It seems appropriate. Surzichus said. This school seems to be a natural gathering point. We have the sisters of two of the Mao, the wielder of the holy demonic sword, Durandal's wielder, and the Sekirute. Not to mention, both Kakabiel and the Hakuruku were here to battle. This cannot be coincidence. And I'd be very much mistaken if I didn't think that Ice-Khan was the person accelerating these events. Everybody was silent for a few seconds, pondering this, before Zenobia stepped forward. So you are the Mao. It's nice to meet you. I'm Zenobia. A pleasure, Zenobia. I am Surzich's Lucifer. I'll be honest, I had trouble believing it when I received Ria's report stating that the wielder of Durandal was reincarnated as a devil in her peerage. Surzichus responded with a smile. I never thought I would become a devil either. Truthfully, I'm still unsure if it was the right decision to do so, joining the side I fought against for so long. Is it really fine? By the end of her statement, Zenobia had her head in her hands. Surzichus let out a small laugh. It's good to see my little sister's peerage is full of interesting people. You may not know what your own path will lead you to, Zenobia, but I ask as the latest one to be reincarnated into Ria's family that look after her and the Gremory household. I trust I can count on you. If the legendary Mao from the Bible asks it of me, I cannot refuse. I'm not sure what I can do, but I'll do everything I am able. Zenobia responds firmly. Thank you. The Mao says with a smile, causing the swordswoman to blush slightly. Now then, we can continue this conversation someplace else. Seeing as it's nighttime, would there be a place for us to stay for the night? Issei cocked his head to the side and thought. Well, I'm happy to hear my sister hasn't been any trouble to you. Of course not. Ria-sen is a very good girl. She's a wonderful girl, truly. Issei and Ria stood watching as Surzichus and Issei's parents greeted each other. Issei smiled, remembering the look on Ria's face when he'd invited Surzichus and Grafia to his house to stay the night. She hadn't exactly been enthusiastic about it. Actually, she had been quite adamantly against it. His smile widened as he recalled how cute she looked as she tried to resist, but in the end they ended up at the Haidu home. Rias gave him a small glare as he chuckled slightly at how much Surzichus seemed to be enjoying himself. And may I ask about your maid? Issei's father asked. Ah yes, she's Grafia, my wife. Surzichus responded, still smiling. Yeah. Everybody but Rias let out a sound of surprise, even as Grafia pinched Surzichus' cheek with a blank look on her face. I apologize for my master's bad jokes. I am a simple maid, Grafia. Said maid informed them, radiating a quiet anger. Ah, Grafia, it hurts. The devil whined, teary-eyed yet smiling. Rias buried her face in her hands in embarrassment. Once that little bit of entertainment ended they resumed talking. So then, Gremory-san, will you be attending the class visit as well? Issei's mother asked, a rather obvious blush on her face. Surzichus responded while rubbing his sore cheek. Yes, I'm taking a break from work, so I'm taking the chance to see my little sister in her school. My father will be attending as well. Oh, I'm happy to hear that. I would like to meet him. Issei's mother said with a smile. Well, father helped establishing the academy with me, so he's using this as a chance to take a look at it. Though it's mostly so he can see Rias. Surzichus continued. Gremory-san, would you like some sake? I have a great bottle here. Issei's father said with a grin, bringing said bottle out. Surzichus smiled back enthusiastically. Excellent. By all means, let's drink. I'd like to try Japanese alcohol. Issei smiled happily as Rias groaned. It promised to be an interesting night. That night, Issei and Surzichus lied in their spots in Issei's room. Rias had been unhappy that she would be unable to sleep in Issei's bed for once, hugging him tight before finally heading to her room. Asia as well had been sad, though she hadn't displayed it as much. Thus the two men were left on their own to talk. So, I understand that you met Azazel. Surzichus began. Issei stretched before nodding. Yes, I did. Did he say anything of interest to you? Surzichus asked, eyes fixed on Issei. Issei shook his head. He apologized for Kakabiel's actions. Then we spoke about previous events involving some other of his subordinates who went rogue before, along with his research into sacred gears. Yes, Azazel has a strong interest in sacred gears, especially ones like your boosted gear. In fact, another Longinus wielder has joined his side. The hacker Yuku, I'm guessing. It makes sense, since he went to retrieve Kakabiel on Azazel's orders. Yes. We don't know why. But Azazel is the leader of an organization with the power to affect all three worlds. With the power of a Longinus, he could cause a lot of damage. Thankfully he does not like war like Kakabiel did. The Fallen were actually the first to withdraw from the Great War because of it. Issei was silent in thought, lying in bed and gazing up at the ceiling. You've been a good friend to Rias, Ice-kun. I owe you a lot for getting her out of that engagement, and you protected her during Kakabiel's attack. So even though you aren't formally aligned with my faction, I will guarantee your safety from any that might seek to use you. Surzicha said softly. Issei turned to the Mao. I appreciate it. Though I hope it doesn't become necessary. Surzicha laughed softly. Somehow I doubt it will. After all, you were able to kill a leader of one of the factions without even using your gear. I think you can take care of yourself. Doesn't mean you can't occasionally use some help though. Issei nodded with a smile. I've learned that you can never have too many allies. Surzicha grinned back. Too true. I trust you will continue looking after Rias, then. As long as she never does anything I would be against, like hurting an innocent on purpose, then I will continue to stand by her. I'm glad, as that means I have nothing to worry about. It had been several days since Surzicha and Grafia had arrived to visit, and the orc was heading to the school despite it being a holiday. Issei smiled as he walked, remembering taking Surzicha sightseeing under the cover of looking into things to see about establishing similar things in the underworld. Grafia hadn't exactly been pleased, but she had gone along with it, as long as he gave a good enough reason for each of his choices. He laughed softly to himself at the memory, then again at seeing Asia and Zenobia try to pray only to be kept from being able to. You think they'd learn after the first few times, wouldn't you? He asked Kiba in an undertone. Kiba simply smiled and shook his head. Alright everybody, it's time to open the restricted use pool. Ria said with a smile once they reached their destination. Issei wasn't the only one to smile happily at hearing that. They were all excited about the fact that they were going to get to use the pool on their own before anybody else. The only caveat was that they had to clean it first. But with their various abilities, that would take no time. Belle caught Issei's eye and gave a perverted grin, which Issei returned when nobody was watching. Getting to see these beauties in swimsuits was the highlight of Issei's month. A short time later, Issei's grin had grown as Ria showed off her extremely skimpy swimsuit to him. Ice, how do I look in this? Ria asked as she posed with a smile. Issei gave her a thumbs up, eyeing her up and down. You look amazing, Ria. I'm pretty sure you'd give most of my classmates a stroke. RR, such strong words from Ice-kun. I'm sure Butchu is very happy with his assessment. Say, Ice-kun, how do I look? Akeno strode forward, wearing her own swimsuit-clad body off to his gaze. You're stunning as well, Akeno. All the other girls in school would die in envy. He said with a smile. Belle, floating around both girls in her own one-piece swimsuit, nodded in agreement, still grinning. Ice-san, I've changed too. Asia said from behind him. Issei turned around to see Asia in a school swimsuit with her name on it. He smiled at her. You look very cute as well, Asia. The former nun blushed heavily. Kaneko, standing nearby in a similar swimsuit, hugged herself and looked away, blushing slightly. Ice, why don't you take off your shirt? Rias asked curiously. Nobody is here but us, after all. Issei frowned, glancing at Akeno, Kiba and Kaneko. I'm not exactly comfortable with how people look at me at first. Rias nodded but took a step forward, smiling gently. They wouldn't react badly or think any less of you for it, Ice-kun. I promise. Asia stepped forward and took his hand, gazing up at him reassuringly. Both girls knew that Issei kept his body covered as much as possible, even at home, but they had seen it on occasion. Asia had cried and held him tight the first time she saw him shirtless, and Rias was careful to not show him how much it affected her, thinking he wouldn't want it. Issei took a breath before nodding. He grabbed his t-shirt and slowly removed it. Kaneko's eyes widened, Kiba looked uncommonly grave, and Akeno bit her lip. Issei's body was covered in scars of all shapes and sizes. There were what looked like claw and blade marks alongside what seemed to be bullet wounds all over, not to mention burn scars. An especially large scar reached from his right shoulder to his left hip, disappearing into his swimming shorts. The grouping of gunshot wound scars was packed over his right pectoral, and 3 claw marks from some sort of beast were on his abdominals. And that was just a sampling of what decorated his form. Akeno stepped forward and gently ran a hand along the large scar, feeling the texture of it. Issei stood silently, letting her do so, watching her closely. She looked up at his face and smiled. You have nothing to be ashamed of, Ice-kun. You're a survivor, and this is just a proof. Wear them with pride. Issei smiled back. I'm not ashamed, not really. I've earned these scars. I just hate how people look at me for them. Akeno stepped back as Kiba smiled and Kaneko nodded to him. Ryuz clapped her hands. Good. Now that that's dealt with, Ice, I could use your help with something. Issei tilted his head in curiosity. A few minutes later, he was holding Kaneko's hands as she kicked out, helping the loli learn how to swim, while Asia cheered Damon from the side, not knowing how to swim either. That's good, Kaneko-chan. Just like that. 1, 2, 1, 2. Issei said with a smile as the small girl did her best to keep herself afloat. Sorry. For making you. Help. Senpai. Kaneko said between breaths. It's fine. I'm happy to help my cute cowhide learn how to swim. It's an important skill. Issei said, grinning. They reached the end of the pool, Issei's back pressed against the wall, and Kaneko ended up pressed against his chest due to her momentum. Rather than force herself away immediately, Issei was surprised when she remained close. You're very gentle for someone with your amount of power, Ice-senpai. Kaneko said, a light blush on her cheeks. Issei lifted his hand and patted her head gently. The last thing I want to do is hurt somebody I care about, Kaneko-chan. They were interrupted by the splash of Ryuz diving into the pool to swim the length of the pool. Issei couldn't help but stare at her scantily clad form, gracefully swimming through the water. He shook himself out of it after a bit and turned to Asia, who was looking at him with a bit of a pout. Alright Asia, your turn. Yes, please take care of me then. A short while later Issei stretched, sitting beside the dozing form of Asia. The former nun had exhausted herself with the swimming exercises. Nearby Kaneko rested under the shade of a tree, reading a book. Issei yawned slightly as he looked along the area, feeling warm and relaxed due to the sun. His eyes caught sight of Ryuz sitting on a towel on the other side of the pool. She smiled at him and motioned him over, while holding up what seemed to be a bottle of oil. Issei's eyes widened, and he quickly made his way to her side, barely managing to contain his enthusiasm. Ryuz's smile widened. Hello Ice-kun, would you be so kind as to apply this oil to my back? I can't get sunburned, but it still helps. With pleasure, Ryuz. Issei responded with a grin. Floating in the pool nearby, Belle gave him a thumbs up. Without hesitation Ryuz removed the top of her bikini, letting her sizable breasts free, exposing them fully to Issei's hungry gaze. She preened a bit, sticking them out more than necessary, as she saw how much attention he was paying to them. Issei managed to gain control of himself shortly. Despite having seen them before, he sometimes couldn't help but lose a bit of control around beautiful breasts, when they were revealed to him without him preparing himself. If anybody ever needed proof he was still the same boy he was before his disappearance, that would do it. Ryuz lied down on the towel, gathering her long hair and moving it to the side, exposing her pale, smooth back to him. Go ahead, Ice. Issei gathered the oil in his hands and began to slowly run his hands along her back, making sure to spread the oil evenly. Before long it had turned into an impromptu massage, and the crimson-haired devil was moaning in a way Issei found quite stimulating. Oh wow. Ice. Where did you learn to do that? Ryuz asked between moans, a smile on her face. It's one of the useful things I've picked up besides fighting. The scarred youth replied with a smile. Suddenly he stopped as he felt a pair of arms wrap around him from behind, along with the sensation of something soft pressing against his back. I'm jealous that Ice-kun is paying so much attention to Butchu. It's unfair if it's just her. Please do me too, Ice-kun. Akeno breathed into his ear as she held him tight, so he could feel her hard nipples against his back. Ryuz lifted herself up off her towel to glare at Akeno. Hey, Akeno, you realize he isn't done oiling me, don't you? He also needs to do my front. Akeno smiled as she pressed herself closer to Issei, her mouth right beside his ear. Ice-kun, don't you think Butchu is scary? I just wanted to release some pent-up energy with my cute cowhide. Then, to Issei's surprise, she bit his ear erotically. Belle, watching off to the side, couldn't help but wish she had popcorn, as she watched the two devils fight over Issei's attention, as said boys simply enjoyed their actions. Before long though the two girls finally had enough and got up and began fighting for real, launching magic at each other, as Issei sat with a sweat drop. The pixie got out of the water and flew over to Issei. I always knew your massages were good. Didn't think they were enough to get two high-level devils to fight over them though. She said with a giggle in her voice. This escalated rather quickly. Issei said dryly as a bolt of lightning sailed past his face, annihilating a diving board. He got up and started heading for the pool equipment room. Belle looked at him curiously. Upon catching her look he responded. I wanted some peace, and I'm not getting it out here at the moment. I figured I'd take a rest in there. Belle shrugged. Up to you. I'll go enjoy the water and the fireworks. She quickly did as stated, diving into the water gracefully. Issei opened the door to the pool equipment room, even as another boom of clashing power rang out behind him and stepped in, closing the door behind him to muffle the noise. He took a breath to enjoy the relative silence before his eyes flashed open as he turned towards the other figure in the room with him. Issei Hyoudou. What's going on? It sounds like something is happening. Zenobia said as she stepped forward. Ryuz and Akeno are having a small argument, so I'd leave them to it for now. What are you doing in here though? Why weren't you out enjoying yourself with everybody else? Zenobia shifted slightly. It's my first time wearing a swimsuit, so it took me a bit to get it on. What do you think? Does it suit me? She gazed at him as she stood in with her arms folded. Issei looked her over, studying the way her outfit showed off her body without being very skimpy like Kriya's and Akeno's. It looks good on you. It shows off your body well. I take it the reason you've never worn a swimsuit before is because the church is strict about things like that. Zenobia nodded. I never really had an interest in such things, but the girls around me would often bemoan not being able to partake of things of this nature. She looked away slightly. However, seeing as my life has changed rather drastically of late, I want to experience the things I never did before. Issei nodded. I see. That makes sense. Don't worry, I'm sure everybody will be happy to help you learn about new things. Zenobia gave a small smile. Yes. However, there was something I wanted to talk to you about, Issei Hyoudou. Ice is fine, Zenobia. You're a friend now, so it's fine to just call me that. Issei said with a smile. Zenobia nodded. Alright, Ice then. I wanted to ask if you would be willing to make a child with me. Issei stared, caught completely by surprise. I'm sorry, what? Zenobia shifted as she watched him. I want to have a child with you. Well, why? He finally got out. Zenobia explained about her past in the church, about how all her dreams and objectives involved serving the church, from being able to wield holy swords to becoming an exorcist. It had made her set aside all her normal desires, like the desire to one day have a family. However, with her becoming a devil, all her previous goals and dreams had been lost, and now she didn't have anything to strive for. She had asked Rias for advice, and she essentially told her to live however she wanted, and she would be supported. So now, my dream is to have children. I don't know how many, but definitely more than one. Of course for that, I need a man. She looked at him, awaiting his reaction. I see. But why me? Issei asked, confused. Am I not to your tastes? Despite the way I am, I do have some confidence in my body. I may not be as well endowed as Rias Butchu, but I am larger than Asia. She ran her hands along her breasts as she spoke, watching him. That's not it, Zenobia. Issei responded, his gaze dipping to follow her hands before looking up at her. You gorgeous. I just want to know why you chose me to be the one to give you children. Zenobia approached slowly. It's because you are strong. I want children, but more than that, I want my children to be strong. And you are very powerful. I could feel it, especially when you fought Kakabiel. I am well aware you could defeat me easily, and I'll admit that excites me a bit. She reached out once she got close to him, and ran her fingers along the same scar Keno had touched earlier, making Issei just now realize that he had been shirtless in front of her, and she had not reacted outwardly. These scars are proof of your fortitude. You have survived much more than even a devil or an angel would, and you still stand tall. I want that strength for my children. It's like the Lord guided you to me. She winced slightly at that, but didn't react otherwise. Zenobia, are you sure about this? Children are a big responsibility. Issei asked seriously. The former exorcist nodded. I do. You do not need to worry, I will take full responsibility for their care. You will not need to be involved. However, if my children desire the love of a father, then you may play with them. After all, both parents are important to children. She reached behind herself and undid her top, letting her breasts free. I look up devil birth rates as well. Unfortunately, it is quite difficult for devils to have children, especially pureblood ones. Thankfully I'm a reincarnated devil, so it should be easier for me. And you have a high sexual desire, so I imagine you can perform often, in which case I believe I should be able to get pregnant within 5 years if we work on it every day. She next slid the bottom of her swimsuit down her legs, exposing a lightly trimmed bush of blue hair. She stepped forward and wrapped her arms around Issei. She looked into his eyes, hiding whatever uncertainty she had under steely resolve. As long as you give me the child I want, Ice, then I don't mind you doing what you wish to me. Issei looked into Zenobia's eyes, wanting to ensure she was sure about her course of action. Once he was satisfied he nodded. Alright, if this is truly what you want. At her nod he moved forward and kissed her. She gave a small gasp at the action, having never been kissed before, even as she felt his arms wrap around her body, one hand on the back of her neck, the other reaching down to lightly grip her. They kissed for several seconds, Zenobia becoming more engaged the longer it went on. Her hands reached up to thread themselves through Issei's hair as she pressed her body against his. Issei slowly began to lower the exorcist to the ground when the door creaked open. Issei removed his mouth from Zenobia's to look to the side to find all the other girls of the orc looking at him with various looks on their faces. Ice, what is the meaning of this? Came from Rias. Zenobia-chan, don't you know it's unfair to move in front of your superiors? Was Akeno's question. Sob, Ice-san. How could you? From Asia. Senpai needs to be punished. Was Kaneko's contribution. Belle simply gave him a thumbs up with a big grin. Good going, boss. In the background, Issei could see Kiba wisely keeping out of it. Zenobia ignored all of this to gaze up at Issei. What's wrong, Ice? Weren't we going to make kids? At hearing that line, the faces of all the other girls changed, Belle's by simply letting her grin grow, and Issei sighed. This was trouble, without a doubt. Issei groaned, stretching as he walked on his way out of school. The end of the day had been a bit of a disaster after he and Zenobia got caught about to have sex. The other girls had not been happy in the least. He absently wondered what the issue was. He could understand Ria's. She most likely wasn't happy about him doing things with her servants without her permission. It was the others he couldn't really get. Wouldn't letting him have sex with Zenobia make it easier for them to convince him to reincarnate? Not that he would, but it would be the obvious course of action. He wasn't stupid. He was well aware Rias wanted to recruit him into her peerage. He slowed down when he neared the gates to the school, spotting somebody standing there. He studied the newcomer. Gray hair of a darker shade than Greyfear, his friend, Yu, with blue eyes that shifted to observe him, and clothes that gave him a bit of a punk look. Seems to be a good school. The Silverette said. Issei nodded. It's pretty good, yeah. I was lucky to get in. The other boy nodded, still observing Issei, before smiling. My name is Volley. I'm the hacker Yuku. His smile widened as Issei's eyebrows lifted. This is the second time we meet here, Sekirute, Issei Hyoudou. Issei crossed his arms, studying his newly revealed destined rival. Are you here to begin the battle we're supposed to have already? Because I'm afraid I'll have to decline for now. This time it was Volley's turn to lift his eyebrows. Is that so? So even if I did. He lifted his hand to Issei's face as the scarred youth remained still, perfectly relaxed. As he approached there was the sudden sound of ringing steel, and two blades were held between the two dragon wielders, held by Kiba and Zenobia, who were glaring pointedly at the hacker Yuku, after appearing in a blur of speed. We can't let you begin your showdown here, hacker Yuku, said Zenobia for the both of them. Issei raised a hand. Calm down, guys. He's not going to try anything. He pointedly ignored the way their hands trembled slightly, even as they held their blades up at Volley. Besides which, there's nothing you can do to me with your level of power. You know there is a decisive difference between us. He then turned back to Issei, ignoring the sword wielders. Issei Hyoudou, what rank do you think your strength is in this world? Issei cocked his head to the side. I hadn't really thought about it. I don't much care. As long as I have the power to protect what matters to me, that's all that I want. Volley almost looked disappointed. There are a lot of strong people in this world. Even Such Lucifer, the Crimson Satan, doesn't even crack the top 10. He smirked as he held up a hand with one finger upraised, making the sword wielders tense. But the number one spit is fixed and immutable. I'm guessing that's the spot you're aiming for. Issei responded simply. Volley simply smiled. You're a valuable being, Issei Hyoudou. Look after him, Ryu's Gremory, he said, looking behind Issei. Issei glanced back to see the rest of the orcs standing around Rias, who was looking incredibly displeased. What is the meaning of this, hacker Yuku? As someone affiliated with the fallen angels, Yukonot Rias began, but was interrupted by Volley's next words. The two heavenly dragons, the Welsh and vanishing dragons. Those related to them don't end up living a good life. He turned back to Issei. How do you think you will wind up? Issei simply gazed back at him calmly. I didn't come to fight today. I just wanted to check out the school. I'm here escorting Azazel, but got bored. Don't worry. I will fight the Welsh dragon here now. And anyway, I have work to do. Volley turned with one last look at Issei and walked away, leaving a nervous and agitated group of devils behind him, along with a pensive boy. That night, Issei was relaxing in his room after the day, deep in thought, which was interrupted when Belle flew over and sat down on the desk with a grin. So? She began. Nice work with Zenobia. You'll have her wrapped around your finger soon enough. Issei rolled his eyes at her with a smirk. I just wish I knew why the others reacted so badly. Belle looked heavenwards as if for guidance. She loved the man to death, but Issei could still be incredibly dense about women. It's something he'd never grown out of, despite the many other things he had. So she wasn't surprised he didn't realize the feelings the other girls had for him, despite how obvious they were. Still, she had to try to educate the big buffoon. Boss, why do you think Rias and Asia sleep naked with you, not to mention Akeno's flirting? She asked, exasperated. That's easy. He responded. They're trying to tempt me into devilhood. What better way to get someone like me than with sex? Okay, Belle admitted that was actually reasonable from his point of view. She remembered how little self-control Issei used to have when it came to women when she first met him. Ria's promising to let him touch her breasts likely would have been enough to get him to sign up before. And you're not tempted to take them up on it? Issei shrugged. Not as much. I have you and the others, after all. Besides, you know why I couldn't accept even if I wanted to. Belle nodded. She knew very well why. Then she smirked. Well, you might as well enjoy the perks of being wood. I'm not going to take advantage of them. If they're like Zenobia, who really, earnestly wants it, then I'll go for it. Otherwise I'll just enjoy the view. Issei responded. Belle once again rolled her eyes. Whatever you say, boss. Issei sat down at his desk on the day of the class visit as Mitsuda and Motohama approached. So, your parents coming, Ice? Motohama asked. Yeah, they're really excited, especially to see Asia. Issei responded, remembering how his mother gushed over the former nun, looking forward to seeing her in class. They always wanted a daughter as well, so this is as good as. Mitsuda nods. Yeah, I get it. With Asia-chan as a daughter, any parent would rush to see her. Asia, nearby, was smiling widely. I'm so excited. I've never done something like this. Issei smiled and patted her head, which made her smile widening. Ice. Came Zenovia's voice. Issei turned to her as she approached. Yes, Zenovia, I wanted to apologize to you for the other day. The former exorcist said. I didn't give you any thought. Issei nodded. It was sudden, I admit. I wasn't expecting that from you. He resolutely ignored the looks of his classmates, who all looked curious. I understand it was sudden. Things like that require practice, after all. Issei blinked and felt a foreboding sensation as Zenovia reached into her pocket, pulling something out. That's why we should use this to practice first. He blanched at the sight of a condom as the entire room went silent, staring at the same thing. The silence lasted for a while, Zenovia looking a bit confused at everybody's reactions, before Mitsuda and Motohama turned mechanically to Issei. You bastard! Cried Mitsuda. How could you? Screamed Motohama. The rest of the class started talking to each other, many of them incredulous as to what Zenovia was suggesting. Asia was confused about what the condom was till Aiko leaned in and started whispering in her ear, causing her to turn a bright red. Her last thought before passing out was that Ria should probably talk to Zenovia about the issue with Issei being human. Then she dropped to the floor with a thud. Issei sighed as the people around him went nuts, from the perverted duo crying about the unfairness of the world, to Aika constantly teasing and making innuendo while Zenovia stood there, surprised at this reaction to her earnestness. Really, it was like babysitting children. Things had calmed down by the time English class began. The students' parents had filed in to watch their kids work. Issei was actually looking forward to class. Even without the skill he'd learned to understand languages, he was pretty good at English, and wanted to show his parents. However, he was greatly confused when the teacher set down a large block of clay on his desk. Try making something with the clay I handed you. The teacher said with a big smile. Anything you can think of is fine, be it an animal, a person, or a building. That's sort of like an English conversation too. Issei stared at his teacher with a deadpan face. No, it really wasn't. How did this have anything to do with English class? He was annoyed, as he had been hoping to show off a bit to his parents. It's difficult. Asia said, already trying to knead the clay into a shape. Keep going, Asia-chan. Asia-chan, you're looking cute. Issei turned to find his parents standing at the back of the classroom cheering Asia on, their video camera fixed on her. He sighed, but he couldn't really complain. He knew how much his parents had always wanted a daughter. Now they could get to enjoy it with Asia. He turned back to the clay and absently began to knead it, trying to think of what to make. What was on his mind? He closed his eyes, and immediately something came to mind. He had been thinking about them a lot lately. He thought it might be because of all the women he was constantly around of late, not to mention the battles he was in that brought them to mind. Not that his thoughts were ever far from the women he'd loved. He smiled sadly as he remembered long black hair held by a blue and white headband, dark eyes and pale skin. He remembered her smile as she guided him when he was lost, and held him up when he struggled. The way that, despite being quite gentle, she was unafraid to fight with her blade, especially if it would protect others. The large distinctive cape she wore, along with the large earrings with crosses he'd given her, which he now had in a special box in his room. It made his heart ache to remember her. She had really been the beginning of who he had become. Then his mind shifted to another woman. Her brown hair in a distinctive modified Heim-style cut came first, followed by her beautiful face, with only a hint of makeup and reddish-brown eyes. She, as always, wore her blue coat like a cloak, letting it flap behind her whenever there was wind. Dignified yet always more than ready to teach anybody who crossed her why that was a bad idea, he'd been almost intimidated by her at first. Yet she'd always been kind to those she liked. He missed her desperately, and wondered what she'd think of the messes he'd become involved in since his return. Issei was jolted out of his memories by a hand on his shoulder. Hyo Haidu-kun. This is. He turned to find his teacher staring at him in shock, his entire body shaking. Now that Issei noticed, he was looking at his hands. Issei turned to see what he was looking at, only for his eyes to widen in surprise. Two gorgeous statues of the women he had been thinking of were sitting on his desk, posing as though making sure everybody could see their beauty. They were incredibly detailed, from their faces to their clothes and boots. The only thing keeping people from thinking they'd get up and move around was the lack of color. The rest of the class stood at the sight, staring in amazement. Issei's parents had turned the video camera to him, making sure it caught every detail of the statues their son had created. Issei himself was surprised. He hadn't even realized he was doing it, but apparently he'd sculpted the two statues to look like the women he was thinking about. He never knew he had that kind of ability. He doubted anybody else thought he might either. The teacher certainly hadn't. This is wonderful, Haidu-kun. to think you had this sort of talent. It seems I made the right choice for this class after all, if I was able to bring out your hidden ability," the older man said, tears in his eyes. Issei smiled hesitantly, though he couldn't help the feeling of happiness rising in his chest. It was reassuring to find that he could do something other than just destroy things, after all. These certainly are incredibly well made," Ria said as she studied the statues during lunch break. I never expected Ice-kun to have such a talent. It's really impressive," Akeno stated with her habitual smile. Asia, however, had a different question. "Who are they, Ai-san?" Issei smiled sadly as he looked at the statues. "Women that I used to know." None of the girls present said anything further. The look in Issei's eyes told them it wouldn't be a good idea. Thankfully Issei was the next to speak. "By the way, Rias, did Surzich's come?" The hand Rias placed on her forehead along with her sigh answered his question before she spoke. "Yes, as well as my father." Issei looked curious, but before he could say anything Kiba came up to them. But you. And everybody else as well. You come for some tea, Hyoudou-kun?" Akeno asked, seeing as they were right next to the vending machines. Kiba shook his head. "No. I heard a cosplayer was doing a photography event and thought I'd go see." Everybody looked at Kiba, surprised. A few minutes later they had approached the area of the corridor where the cosplay display was happening, hearing the sound of men taking pictures as they grew near. When they got close enough to see what they were taking pictures of, Issei tilted his head as he studied the cosplayer. She was a very good-looking girl with her black hair and twin tails, wearing an outfit that he recognized from a shoujo anime. She was twirling her stick around and posing, completely uncaring that some of her moves revealed her panties to the crowd. When Rias arrived beside Issei and saw the cosplayer, she surprised him by panicking at the sight. Issei immediately tensed due to Ria's reaction. Could the Mahu Shoujo be a threat? Before he could ask any questions he saw Saji burst through the crowd, followed by other members of the student council. Hey, disperse. Today is about displaying classes to the public, not a photo shoot in a public path. As Issei and the others watched, Saji and the rest of the student council made the crowd disperse till only Issei, the devils, and the magical girl were left. Then Saji rounded on her. "You shouldn't wear this kind of costume here. Even if you're a family member, we have a dress code. But this is my uniform," the girl said, continuing to make cute poses as Saji ground his teeth. Then he spotted Rias and bowed his head to her. Senpai. I'm glad you're here. I was just helping guide Nayu-sama and Yorotu-sen." He turned his head, and the others followed his gaze, to find the two red-haired men being led by Sona. "Saji, what's going on?" "I thought I told you to deal with." Sona stopped talking abruptly as she caught sight of the cosplay girl, who bounced over and clung to her. "Found you, Sona-chan," she said happily. Issei's eyebrows rose, wondering who this was to do that to the normally reserved Kaicho of the school. Now that he looked closely, however, there was a resemblance between them. Surzicha smiled as he addressed the cosplay girl. "Hello, Seraful. So you came here as well?" Issei frowned in thought. He could have sworn he'd heard that name before. Rias noticed and cleared up his confusion. "That's Leviathan-sama. She also happens to be Sona's Wani-sama." Issei's eyebrows once again climbed up his head as his mouth opened in surprise. He hadn't expected the Leviathan, who was said to be one of the most powerful and beautiful women in the world, to be a girl with a thing for cosplay, speaking as cutely as possible. Rias addressed the Leviathan with a smile. "Hello Seraful-sama, it's been a while." Rias-chan. "Long time. Have you been doing well?" The mayor responded cutely. "Yes, thank you." "Are you here for Sona's class visit?" Rias asked. "Yep. Sona-chan is mean though. She didn't tell me about today. I almost attacked heaven out of shock," Seraful said, pouting cutely. Issei felt his eyebrow twitch. He dearly hoped she was joking, but it was hard to tell. He decided to step forward and introduce himself. "Hello, Seraful-san. I'm Issei. Issei Hyoudou. It's nice to meet you." Sona, despite being in the grip of her sister, narrowed her eyes at the fact Issei hadn't addressed Seraful by her position or with the proper honorific. Her sister, however, didn't seem to take notice. "Nice to meet you," she said with a cute smile. "I am the Mayor Seraful Leviathan. Call me Levitan." She finally let Sona go as she held up a peace sign to him. Issei blinked in surprise at that. "Alright then, Levitan. It's nice to meet you," he said with a smile. Seraful gasped, eyes sparkling happily. "You're really going to call me Levitan? Nobody ever wants to do that. It's always Seraful Dono or Leviathan-sama. It's irritating." Sona blushed in embarrassment and groaned. "Winnie-sama." Seraful pointed at Sona. "See? Even my own sister only addresses me with Sama. It's really hurtful, you know." Issei nodded sagely. "I understand completely. Sometimes you just want people to treat you as a person. Respect is nice, but it can get irritating if it's too much." Rias and the others looked at Issei curiously, wondering why he sounded like he was speaking from experience, while Surzicha smiled and Seraful clapped her hands. "Yes, that's it exactly. I like knowing that people respect me, but I'd like if at least the people I'm close to would treat me like an actual person," she said with a smile. Then she turned to Surziches. "Ne, Surziches-chan, this is the guy, right? The dragon Kun who knocked Riser Phoenix-chan into Hikikomori-dom and beat Kakabiel without his gear." Surziches nodded, still smiling. "Yes, he's the one in which the Welsh dragon resides, Issei Hyoudou-kun." "Ah, that's what I thought. I could tell he was holding back a lot of strength." She turned back to Issei, still smiling. "How about you let loose a bit, Issei-chan? I want to see just how strong you are." Issei raised an eyebrow but, despite Rya's worried look, did his ass, releasing his control over his power, and even flaring it a bit. Every devil reacted in some way. The vast majority of the female devils blushed and started breathing heavily, nipples hard and panties becoming damp. Kiba tensed, but kept himself in check by reminding himself that this was his friend. Saji gulped and scrambled back, looking at Issei fearfully. Surziches and Xiaticus both looked on in interest, not having felt Issei release his power before. And Serafol simply let her smile widen and her eyebrows rise. "Oh wow, you're pretty strong, Issei-chan. And you're not even using your gear. Now I'm really curious," the Mayu said, eyeing Issei. Issei simply smiled in return before reining his power back in, letting everybody that had been affected let out a sigh in relief. With the last smile at Issei, Serafol turned to Xiaticus and started to converse with him about her outfit. Issei took the opportunity to turn to Rias with a raised eyebrow. "So, that's the Leviathan. I'll admit, I wasn't expecting, well, that," he muttered. "Sorry." Rias muttered back with a sigh. "I didn't really want to say that the current 4 Mayu are all like that. When they aren't working they're very relaxed. Too much so, sometimes." Issei turned back to the group to find that Sona was bright red, obviously mortified by her sister. Unfortunately for her, Serafol noticed and approached her. "What's wrong, Sona-chan? You're all red. Aren't you happy? After all, it's the long-awaited reunion with your sister. Winnie-san. So-tan. That's how I thought we'd call each other while embracing together, Winnie-chan." The Kaichu's eyes were twitching. "Oh Winnie-sama, I'm the student council president. I have to perform the job entrusted to me and Winnie-sama's behavior and outfit." She seemed at a loss for further words. "Nu, Sona-chan, don't say things like that, or your Winnie-san will be sad. Your Winnie-san is an admired magical girl, who with her glittering stick, erases angels and fallen angels." Sona was twitching even more than before. "Please be prudent, Winnie-sama. If you were to glitter, this small country would be utterly annihilated." Issei watched this interaction with a prominent sweat drop. "I think I'm beginning to see why Sona didn't call upon her sister when Kakabiel attacked." Saji, who was standing nearby, laughed nervously. Leviathan-sama dotes on her sister way too much. If something had happened to her sister, there would have been instant war, she loves her so much. "This is my first time seeing how much though." Finally, Sona appeared to have had enough. With tears in her eyes she turned and ran away from her sister. "I can't bear any more. Sona-chan. Stop. Don't abandon your Winnie-chan. So-tan. How many times have I asked you not to add tan?" Issei's sweat drop grew as he watched the two run off. "I sincerely hope we still have a school by the end of the day." Surziches laughed. "Ah, the Citri household is quite happy. Don't you think so, Ria-tan?" This time it was Ria's turn to have her eyebrows twitch. "Ani-sama, please don't add tan to your pet name for me." Surziches looked shocked. Even though Ria-tan used to follow me around all the time saying Ani-sama, Ani-sama. Now she's so rebellious. Ria stomped her foot with an angry look on her face. Unfortunately for her it was at that precise moment when her father took a picture of her. "Ah, that's a good look on you, Rias. I'm glad to see it. I'm making sure to display enthusiasm on your mother's behalf." "Oh to-sama." Ria's face was bright red, especially when she heard Akeno euphemising softly. "Oh, there you are, Ice," came the voice. Issei turned to see his parents approach. "Oh, are those your parents, Issei-kun?" Xiaticus asked, curious. Issei nodded. "Yes, that's them." Xiaticus smiled and stepped forward, extending a hand to shake towards Issei's father. "It's nice to meet you. I'm Ria's father." Issei's parents were a bit nervous to be meeting him as Issei's father shook Xiaticus's hand. "Ah, it's, nice to meet you. I'm Issei's father. Ria-san has taken good care of us." Xiaticus smiled. "I wanted to thank you for taking care of Rias. I was hoping to meet you anyway, despite how busy Surziches and I were. It seems I've had the good fortune to meet you here though." Issei's mother responded just as nervously as her husband. "Oh, yes, I was just, telling my husband that we should at least greet you once." Issei sighed and brought a hand to his face. Apparently now it was time for him to be embarrassed by family members. He glanced to the side to see that Ria's face was bright red as well. Xiaticus responded in an easygoing fashion. "Well then, so we don't embarrass our children too much, why don't we see about finding somewhere quieter to talk?" He looked at Kiba. "Would you be so kind as to lead us someplace we can do so, Kiba-kun?" Kiba gave a short bow. "Of course. Please, follow me." The parents left following the night, leaving Surziches and the students behind. Surziches then turned to them. Rias, I actually had something I needed to talk to you about. Is it alright if I take Rias and Akeno, Issei? Issei nodded and Surziches nodded back before leading the girls away. Issei and Asia looked at each other before Issei shrugged and led the way back to their classroom. Issei and Rias sat together in his room later that night. They could hear Issei's parents, Zioticus and Surziches all gathered downstairs, drinking and enjoying themselves as they watched the videos they'd taken of the classroom visit. Rias had gotten too embarrassed and fled the room, and Issei decided to follow after her, after making sure Asia would be alright. Now they were sitting on his bed. My parents really seem to like your father. I'm glad. Though they seem far too enthused. Issei began. Rias nodded. I'm happy they're getting along too. She was quiet for a bit before speaking softly. Hey Ice. He responded. Are you happy to have met me? She continued. Issei looked at her, surprised by the question, as Rias smiled at him. I'm happy to have met you. I couldn't imagine my life without you at this point. It's quite an honor, you know. You hold a very special place in my heart. Issei gazed at her, surprised by the turn the conversation had taken, before he smiled back at her. Yes, I'm very happy to have met you. You've been a very good friend, which is something I've desperately needed. I look forward to being around you for a long time to come. Ria's smile widened. Yes, I want to be with Ice for a long time too. She leaned against him and said softly enough that he didn't think he was supposed to hear. I wish you were a devil. Then we could be together for thousands of years instead of the century at most we have now. Issei wrapped his arms around Rias, holding her close, unsure of what to say. He wished he could tell her why he couldn't become a devil, but that would cause more problems. To his surprise, Rias suddenly looked up at him and kissed him, her soft lips against his. Issei was shocked, but quickly kissed back, the arms around her tightening, as she slipped her kiss into his mouth. Before Issei took control. He couldn't say what made him do it, but Issei gently pushed Rias down onto the bed, which she went along with willingly. Neither were thinking with much beyond their libido at the moment. They'd completely forgotten about things such as the fact that their parents were downstairs, and the bedroom door wasn't even closed. Rias couldn't even remember the fact that she shouldn't be doing this because Issei was human. She just wanted more. One of Issei's hands moved up to cup one of her breasts through her clothes, the other behind her, holding her close. Her skirt was flipped up and her legs were parted, and she gasped as she felt the bulge of his erection rub against her panty-clad sex. Her hands weren't idle either. She tangled the fingers of one hand in his hair, the other reaching down to grip by his hips. The kiss grew more passionate, the kiss entwining in duels that more often than not Issei, with his greater experience, won. Before long, however, they were inevitably interrupted by Asia's voice. Ai-san. Rias butcher. As though suddenly doused with cold water, both teens jerked in surprise. Issei pushed himself up off of the panting form of Rias, breathing heavily himself, to see Asia standing in the doorway of his room. She had tears in her eyes and was looking at them sadly. Her sad look turned into a small glare at Rias. Butchu-san. So unfair. Rias sat up, adjusting her clothes and trying to get control of herself. She was both grateful and angry at Asia. On the one hand, she shouldn't have done that with Issei, not while he was human. And even if she could, she wouldn't have wanted her first time to be like that. On the other hand, she wanted to finally be with Issei, damn the consequences. Not to mention now she was very sexually frustrated. She was surprised at how turned on she'd gotten. Once she'd gotten control of herself, she looked at Asia. I simply wanted to make myself clear, she said as dignified as she could. Asia's glare deepened. As always, it made her look adorable rather than fierce. Now, fighting isn't good you two. Especially in front of Issei-sama. Grafia said as she walked in. Surziches followed his wife with a small smile. Indeed, it's best not to fight. At Issei's look he simply said, I slipped out. He turned to Rias. I need to talk to you about what we were discussing earlier. He sat at Issei's desk and interlaced his fingers. Let's talk about your other bishop. Issei raised an eyebrow. Issei was thinking about what he'd learned the previous night about Ria's other bishop, as he stood with the rest of the orc in front of the sealed classroom of the old school building. He'd only been aware of them beforehand, due to the occasional comments Asia made at home about wanting to meet the other bishop. Apparently the bishop had been one of Ria's pieces for some time, however they had a powerful ability they had little control over, which made them dangerous, and Ria's at the time wasn't strong enough to keep them under control. So on the orders of the higher-ups they were sealed away. That was why they had not participated in any of the previous conflicts the orc had been involved in. However, as Surziches had explained, Bimayu, along with several other important devils, had reviewed Ria's battle with Riser and her actions against Kakabiel, and decided that she had become strong enough to control the bishop. So now the seal was to be removed and the bishop reintegrated into Ria's group. This bringing them to where they were now. In front of a door with a sign saying keep out, along with many magical seals. All day, the bishop lives in here. Ria said. They're supposed to be able to leave the room at night as long as they remain in the building, but they refuse to do that. The kid inside doesn't leave the room for anything. Issei was somewhat incredulous that anybody could stay cooped up that long. He knew that if it was him he'd go completely insane before long. So there, Hikikomori? Belle asked, interested. Yes. Rias nodded with a sigh, even as she began to remove the seals with the Keno's help. They're also the biggest earner among the servants, Akeno added. She smiled at Issei's incredulous expression. They take special contracts from humans through a computer. Mainly with people who don't want to meet us for whatever reason. When dealing through a computer, this kid brings in the numbers of somebody of a superior rank. Ha, who'd have thought? Belle said, impressed. I'm opening the door, Rias said, placing her hand on it. She pushed it open. No. Only for a loud, high-pitched scream to ring out from inside the dark room. Rias simply sighed as she entered the room with the Keno. Good morning. It's good to see you're energetic. WWY. The high-pitched voice sobbed. Another girl. Belle asked Issei, who shrugged. The seal has been removed. Came Akeno's voice gently. You can go outside now. So how about we all go outside together? No. I don't want to go outside. I'm happy here. People are scary. Issei blinked. Wow, that's hardcore Hikikomori. He muttered to Belle, who nodded, wide-eyed. He glanced around at the others. Asia looked confused, and Zenobia was questioning, while Kiba smiled bitterly and Kaneko sighed. He decided he might as well take a look and peeked in. The room was dark thanks to the closed curtains, but from what he could see was decorated in a cute manner, stuffed animals included. His eyebrows rose, however, at the sight of a coffin in the corner. He stepped in, Belle perched on his shoulder, hoping to get a look at the mysterious bishop. He stopped once he could finally see them. It was a girl, smaller than even Kaneko, with delicate, doll-like looks, dressed in a Kuoh girl's uniform. She had golden hair and red eyes, with pale skin. Not that the paleness was a surprise, considering how little sunlight she must get. She was sitting on the floor, shaking and looking like she desperately wanted to get away from Rias and Akeno. Oh, it's a girl. And a cute one, at that, Belle said with a smile. Issei could already tell what she was thinking. Another girl for her to manipulate in her perverted scenarios. Rias tilted her head to the side. I know this kid looks like a girl, but I assure you he's a boy. Belle's eyes widened and her jaw dropped. Why? But the uniform. He prefers wearing female clothing rather than a male's. Akeno responded. Well, Belle spluttered. Issei asked the boy kindly. Are you dressing in girls' clothes for any specific reason, like to show somebody, or just because you like them? Despite his calm tone, the boy looked terrified of the very scarred teen talking to him. He still answered though. I just like them. Girls' clothes are super cute. Issei nodded, smiling softly. As long as it makes you happy, that's all that matters. The boy looked surprised, though still scared. He turned to Rias. Who is this person? He asked. Rias pointed to Asia and Zenobia. These two are new servants that joined while you were in here. The knight, Zenobia, and the other bishop, Asia. Then she gestured to Issei. This is my... She paused as she considered what to label him before shrugging. My boss, Issei, and his friend, Belle. They all said nice to meet you, but the boy only looked fearful. The members increased by a lot. He cried. Can we please go out? Rias asked gently. You're not sealed anymore, you know. It's okay to go outside. The boy simply reacted in terror. No. I can't go outside. I'm scared. I'm scared of the outside. And even if I did, I'd only cause trouble for others. Before anybody else could do anything, Belle flew forward and grabbed the boy's shirt. Your boss said to go outside, pipsqueak. You should do as you're told. And she started trying to drag him outside. Apparently she hadn't forgiven him for being a boy when she wanted another girl to watch her master ensnare. However, the boy let out an eek. And suddenly things went white for everybody. Belle blinked, as she was suddenly no longer pulling the kid. In fact, said boy was cowering at the other end of the room, crying. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please don't get angry and hit me. He cried. Issei turned to Rias for an explanation. Akeno was the one to explain, however. This boy possesses a sacred gear that makes it so that, when he's excited, everything in his field of vision is stopped for a certain amount of time. Issei blinked in shock. He can stop time? That's... broken. No shit. Belle said, just as shocked. However, he was sealed because he can't control it. It happens whenever he gets too excited. Akeno continued. Issei nodded in understanding. Rias moved behind the boy and hugged him, looking at the others. This is Gaspar Vladi, my bishop. At the moment he's a Kuoh Academy first year. Also, before he became a devil he was a half-human, half-vampire. Start running. If you're a daywalker, you should have no trouble running during the day. Jaya-kun, if you eat garlic, you'll become healthy. Nuo. Stop bullying me. Issei sighed, palm to face, as Zenobia and Kaneko chased Gaspar out of the building and around the area around the old school building. Zenobia was swinging Durandal threateningly, while Kaneko was holding out some cloves of garlic. The small boy was running madly, screaming his head off. On Issei's shoulder, Belle was laughing her ass off, enjoying the show, while next to him Asia was sad. Even though I've been looking forward to meeting the other bishop, we haven't even seen each other's faces properly. The former nun said piteously. Issei sighed again, wondering how he got in these messes. After introducing Gasper to them and explaining a few other things, Ryo said she had to leave to see the Mayu at the venue for the conference. Akeno was going with her as a matter of course, but Surziches had also requested Kiba's presence. He apparently wanted to examine his holy demonic swords in person. Ryuz had asked Issei to take over training Gasper and using his sacred gear, Forbidden Baler View, while she was away. Issei had agreed, as he didn't believe letting a kid with such a powerful gear run around, without being able to control it was a good idea. This, of course, led to current events, with the two girls chasing the terrified former Damfer around his training. Well now, this seems lively. Issei turned to see Saji approach them, carrying a gardening shovel in his hand. Hello, Saji. What are you up to? Issei asked after nodding in greeting. I was working on the flower beds. With the conference coming up and being held here, Kaichu has everybody working to make sure the school looks as good as possible. But I heard about the Hikikomori servant whose seal was removed and came to take a look. Saji responded airily. Issei motioned to the running group. The one you're looking for is being chased by Zenobia and Kaneko. I see. Oh, it's a girl. A cute blonde, at that. Saji said enthusiastically. Sorry to tell you this, Buko, but that's a cross-dressing boy. Belle told the pawn. Saji looked dejected at this news. But if he's a Hikikomori, why is he cross-dressing? Don't you usually cross-dress to show someone? Issei shook his head. There are plenty of people who do it just because they prefer female clothes, like he does. Don't take it too hard though. It's not like we have a shortage of good-looking girls around here, after all. More never hurt, though. Saji muttered. Issei turned as he heard the rustling of cloth and somebody's presence approaching. His eyes widened slightly in surprise. Well, hello there, Azazel. Wasn't expecting to see you here. The Governor-General of the Grigori raised a hand in greeting. Yo, Sekiryute, been a while. At Issei's greeting the atmosphere changed dramatically. Zenobia took a stance, Durandal at the ready, while Kaneko did the same beside her. Asia hid herself behind Issei for protection, and Saji's sacred gear appeared on his hand. Only Issei and Belle remained calm, though the pixie was studying the newcomer with interest. Hyoudou, you don't mean? Saji said, plainly afraid. Relax, all of you. He isn't here to fight. And even if he was, I'd protect you. Issei said this so simply that the others couldn't help but relax slightly, believing him. Azazel nodded. I have no intention to bully a bunch of low-class devils. I was just taking a stroll when I decided to visit this place. I was hoping to meet the holy demonic sword wielder. Is he here? Issei shook his head. Nope, sorry. He's currently busy. Really? That's too bad. How boring. Azazel walked forward, scratching his head, making the others tense once again. Then he pointed to a nearby tree. The vampire hiding over there. He ignored the sound of Gasper's panicked gasp as he continued. You possess Forbidden Baler View, don't you? You need to gain control of it, otherwise you'll cause harm to others. It will react automatically when connected to your senses, which is dangerous. Issei watched with interest as Azazel continued to approach. The others didn't seem to know what to do. Then the fallen turned and pointed to Saji, making the pawn stiffen. Is that absorption line? Try using it for practice. You can connect it to the vampire. If you're absorbing the sacred gear's power when he invokes it, it won't run as wild. Saji looked shocked. My sacred gear can't do that. I thought it could only absorb an opponent's power and weaken them, not do it to their sacred gear as well. Azazel looked at him with amazed annoyance. Seriously, sacred gear owners these days don't try to understand the power of their gears beyond the basics. The absorption line holds the power of one of the legendary 5 dragon kings, Virtur the prison dragon. It can connect to anything and scatter their power. For a short time you can even separate the line from yourself and connect it to somebody else. Saji looked at his gear in amazement. So if, for example, I were to connect Hyoudou and someone else, I could make their power travel to Hyoudou. Yes, and as you grow the number of lines you can use will increase. Azazel said with a nod. As Saji gazed at his gear and thought Issei spoke. You really do have a thing for sacred gears, don't you? Azazel simply smiled before saying one last thing. Just so you're aware, the fastest way to improve a sacred gear is to drink the blood of the host of the Sekiryute. So if the vampire drank your blood they'd gain a lot of power. Well then, I think you can figure the rest out yourselves. And the turn to leave. However, he stopped after a few steps to address Issei. By the way, sorry about Volley. Our Hakayuku contacted you of his own accord. Don't worry, he doesn't want to set your rivalry off immediately. Issei nodded in acknowledgement, and Azazel left with a smile. Everybody was silent for a few minutes before Saji turned to Issei. In return for your help with the flower bed next time I need to work on it, I'm willing to stick around and help you train the new guy using my gear. Sound good? Issei nodded, and training started in earnest. After Saji connected absorption line to Gasper, they practiced tossing a volleyball and having the hikikomori stop it in midair. Slowly but surely they got results, though they were stopped almost as often as the ball, which caused the damper to cry sorry and try to run away. They managed to get him back each time, however, and continued training. Ria's arrived after a couple of hours with a tray of sandwiches she made for everybody. "How's it going? Are you making progress?" Issei nodded as he grabbed a sandwich. "Slow but steady, yeah. He's doing better. I'm glad," she said. Then, after being told about Azazel's visit, thought out loud. Azazel has substantial knowledge about sacred gears. Seems he had some free time to offer advice. Saji got up after finishing his sandwich. "Well, since Ria senpai is back, I'll get back to the flower bed later. Thank you for your help, Saji-kun," Ria said with a smile, making the pawn blush. "It's nothing. Senpai is Kaichu's best friend, so I wanted to help. Plus, it let me try what Azazel told me about my sacred gear." As Saji left, Ria's turned to Gasper. "Gasper-kun, since your power has been regulated thanks to Saji-kun, you should be able to do much better. Are you alright to continue?" Gasper looked tired, but gazing up at Ria's he nodded and got up. "I'll do my best." Ria smiled, and training continued on into the night. The next night Issei was walking with Belle to the clubroom with some snacks he'd bought for everybody. He figured that, since they were busy doing devil work that night, they could use a treat. "So, are you going to do anything more permanent with the statues in your room, other than just display them? I mean, they're really well made. They look exactly like them." Belle began with interest. Issei shrugged. "I hadn't really thought about it. I was thinking of getting some kind of case to protect them. I'd like it if they lasted a while." He chuckled softly. "I never expected to be able to do something like that." Belle nodded. "Yeah, it was a surprise to me. But then again, you always did fixate on the women in your life." She stretched. "It's too bad Asia interrupted you and Ria's the other night. That looked like it was going to be a really hot show. Why am I not surprised you were watching, you perverted little voyeur?" Issei grumbled. "I'm surprised though. I usually have more self-control these days. And I wasn't expecting her to go along with it like that, even if she has been trying to seduce me into devilhood. Yeah, pretty uncharacteristic, at least for her. Almost like she was charmed," Belle said airily. Issei stopped and eyed the pixie. He knew that tone. "Belle, what did you do?" said Fairy, placed a hand on her chest, looking affronted. "What makes you think I did anything?" she asked in a hurt tone. "I know you. Please don't tell me you charmed us," he said with a groan. "Well, I may have used a couple of low-powered Marin Karens," she said guiltily. "So you made her kiss me and started boosting our libidos." He groaned again. He wasn't going to lie, it was disappointing to find out that the reason Ria's kissed him was because she was charmed into doing so. Belle shook her head. "Oh no boss, the kiss was all her. I just took the chance after you were already swapping spit to stoke the flames." Issei gave his best friend a small glare. "You're not doing it again. I find out you did, and I'll have to punish you." Belle crossed her arms and looked away huffily. "It was for your own good." After a few seconds she glanced at him and asked hesitantly. "And, what would you do as punishment?" He looked at her grimly. "I'd cut you off." For a second Belle looked at him blankly before what he said finally registered. "Wait, you mean no more sex?" At his nod she became wide-eyed. "BB, but I barely get any ice time as it is now that you've got those devils in your bed every night. I couldn't last a week. It would be a month at least," he said in response. "MONTH. Belle shrieked. "BB, but you promise you won't do anything like that again?" Issei asked. Belle sulked before nodding. "Good girl." He turned and resumed walking, the fairy trailing behind him despondently. "I was hoping to get you and Asia in the bath, too," she muttered sadly. Issei pretended he didn't hear her. When they arrived they were surprised to hear loud crying coming from Gasper's room with Ria standing in front of the door, apologizing. "I'm sorry Gasper. It's my fault. I thought it would be good for you to go out on a normal job with Kaneko," Ria said over the small boy's crying. Issei and Belle glanced at each other before approaching. Ria's glanced at them before sighing. "What happened?" Belle asked softly. Apparently what happened was that Ria's thought it would be good for Gasper to go out and do devil work with one of the others, and she chose to have him go with Kaneko to one of her clients who was generally a really nice man who they thought wouldn't scare the boy. When the client saw him, however, he got really creepy, being a now revealed Shotokan, scaring the boy into stopping time. And now Gasper was back in his room, refusing to come out. Issei sighed, he felt like he had been doing that a lot lately. All of the progress with the Damfer lost, because they weren't aware of one dude's fetish. He could somewhat understand Gasper's fear a bit better now, as Riaz had given him an overview of Gasper's past. Being the son of a vampire noble and a human woman, he was never safe from discrimination from either side. Vampires for not being a pureblood, humans for being part vampire. Coupled with his strong vampire powers and his uncontrollable sacred gear, and Gasper's life had been hell before he met Riaz. Whenever he tried to make friends, his gear would activate, driving them away. Hey, Ice, how would you feel if you could stop time? Rias asked softly. Issei considered it. Even if I could control it, I imagine I'd be having similar issues as Gasper, since people will most likely be afraid of somebody with powers like that. But then, that's very similar to other sacred gear users. Just look at what Asia had to go through. Power is no guarantee of happiness. I don't want a sacred gear like this. I always scare everybody because I stop them. I make them dislike me. I dislike me. I don't want to stop my friends. I don't want to see the stopped faces of my cherished ones. Gasper sobbed. Rias closed her eyes as if in pain. I'm a failure as a king for making my precious servant shut himself in again. Issei reached up and gently grasped her shoulder in support. Rias opened her eyes and looked at him with gratitude. Belle interrupted the moment. Correct me if I'm wrong, Rias, but don't you have a meeting with Surziches and the others soon? Rias nodded. Yes, but that can wait. I need to make sure Gasper is alright first. That's good, Rias, but you need to go. It's important. Issei said with a smile. Don't worry though, I'll stay and look after Gasper, okay? Rias looked conflicted before nodding. Alright. Thank you, Ice. I'm glad I can count on you. With one last look at Gasper's room she left. Issei handed the bag of snacks to Belle, who sank slightly due to the weight. Please take that upstairs and have it ready for when the others return, Belle. I need to stay here. The pixie nodded and flew upstairs. Issei sat down beside the doors to Gasper's room. I'm not leaving till you come out, Gasper. And he stayed there for over an hour, waiting patiently while trying to think of some way to help the hikikomori. Finally, after a long wait, Issei spoke. Are you scared of your gear, Gasper? Are you scared of us? Silence. I used to be scared of my gear. I was a regular teen in a bad situation when I obtained it. I didn't know what it was or where it came from. I didn't have anybody to explain it to me, till I was able to speak with the dragon in my gear. All I know, is that I have to keep moving forward, no matter what. Why? Came Gasper's voice. Why you might lose something important if you do. Why do you want to live in such a straightforward way? Issei gave a bitter smile. Gasper, who says I haven't lost something already? He let his head fall back to rest against the wall. There was a girl. She saved my life before I unlocked my gear. She taught me how to fight, how to survive, and to look for something to fight for. I loved her. He sighed. When my gear unlocked, many people became interested in me. They wanted to capture me. Figure out how I tick and how to use me. She helped protect me. In the end, she died to keep me safe. Because she believed in me. He heard shuffling behind the door. So now, like I said, I keep moving forward. For her. I fight to make sure nobody close to me ever gets hurt again. To make sure the sacrifices I've endured weren't in vain. I keep walking so I never have to see my loved ones cry. I will fight heaven and hell for that, Gasper. I will fight them for you, because you're my cowhide. My friend. The door opened with a dull sound, and Gasper peeked out. You're strong, Ice-senpai. I'm not like that. I'll only cause trouble. I'm a hikikomori, and intensely shy. I can't even use my sacred gear properly. Issei got up and gently set his hand on top of Gasper's head. I don't hate you, Gasper. I'm your senpai, so I'll always look after you. He smiled gently. Leave it to me. Let me guide you, just as I was guided. If something scares you, I'll send it flying. I may not look like much, but I do have some skills, you know. Gasper still looked unsure, though much calmer. Do you want to drink my blood? Azazel said that it would help you with your sacred gear. It might help. Gasper shook his head. And no. I'm scared of drinking blood from living beings. My own power scares me, so if that makes it more powerful. Yeah, I get it. Issei said, gently rubbing the hikikomori's head. You don't like being controlled by your power rather than the other way around. Want to know a secret though? Issei said with a small smirk. Gasper looked curious. I'm kinda jealous of your ability. At the Damfer's surprised look he continued. I'm a pervert, Gasper, and I'll admit it easily. Imagine what I could do with your power. I could stop a girl and do many indecent things. He chuckled with his eyes closed. It's a good thing you have this power and I don't in that case, don't you think? When Issei looked down at Gasper, he saw that the boy had a smile on his face. Senpai. You're a kind person. Eh? Issei said, surprised at this sudden declaration. I've never heard somebody say they were jealous of me. Especially with actual examples. Thank you. Gasper said, still smiling happily. Issei rubbed the back of his head. Figures that me admitting to being a pervert would be the thing to make you smile. He said with a rueful chuckle. The two boys walked into Gasper's room and talked. They discussed their likes and dislikes, and when Kiba arrived they drew him into the conversation. Issei was gratified to find that Kiba was a pervert too, just much better at hiding it. However, during their conversation Gasper stayed in a cardboard box because it made him feel safe. Issei wondered how to help the boy get over that dependency, looking around the room, before he spotted what he needed. Alright Gasper, since you don't like looking at people eye to eye, see if this helps. Issei said before setting a paper bag with eye holes cut into it over the boy's head. The boy got up and walked around, looking at them through the eye holes. Does it suit me? He asked. Issei held up a thumbs up, and they could see Gasper's eyes smile at them. Issei walked along the streets of the town the next day. Akeno had called him, asking him to meet with her, so he was on his way there. He was surprised, however, when he looked up and saw Akeno in front of the stairs to a shrine dressed in a shrine maiden outfit. He stopped in front of her and gave her a look over. Nice outfit, Akeno. It really suits you. The devil smiled. Thank you, Ice-kun. I'm glad you came. She turned to lead the way up the stairs, Issei following behind. I'm curious though, shouldn't you be at the latest meeting with Surziches alongside Rias? He asked as he climbed the stairs easily. She'll be alright without me. And it was important that I be here to meet the person waiting upstairs. Akeno responded. They reached the top of the stairs, and Issei looked around with interest. So, do you live up here? She nodded with a smile. Yes. Ria secured this location for me after the last priest died, and we made a deal with the local kami in charge of it. So, is this the Sekurute? A new voice asked. Issei turned to see a handsome young man standing not too far from them, dressed in a white robe, and with 12 golden-colored wings to match the halo floating above his head. Yes, that would be me, Issei Hyoudou. And you would be, Angel-san. The scarred youth responded. The angel held out his hand to shake with a smile on his face. I am Michael, leader of the angels. After they shook hands, Akeno led the two to the main shrine, where Issei's eyes immediately locked onto a floating sword emanating a holy aura nearby. He couldn't help but notice the slight feeling of danger he felt. This was a weapon explicitly created to fight something like him, he could tell. This is the dragon-sling holy sword, Ascalon, once wielded by St. George. Michael said when he saw what Issei was gazing at. Well, that explained the dangerous sensation Issei felt. He did have more than a passing relationship with dragons, after all. I was actually intending on gifting it to you, Issei-san. A ritual was used to make sure even somebody like you, who has the power of a dragon inside you, can wield it. Issei looked surprised. Why me? He asked, curious. It is a gift. I have provided gifts to the fallen angels, and this would be a gift to the devil's side, along with a few other things. But I'm not a devil, Michael. Giving this to me doesn't count. Issei said simply as Akeno stood to the side, watching. You are allied with them, are you not? You are the man in command of one of the devil's most promising youths in her peerage. While you may not technically be a devil, you can't deny your connections to them. Michael responded patiently. That just means I'm friends with specific devils, not devilkind as a whole. As he spoke though, he approached the floating blade. Without any hesitation he grasped it by the hilt and swung it around expertly. As the other two watched, he went into a short kata with the sword, impressing them with his skill. As he did so, Michael continued talking. As I'm sure you're already aware, God died during the last war. The devils lost the old mass as well, and the fallen pulled back, thanks to Azazel's unwillingness to fight further. This meeting we're going to have is a chance for us to cooperate for the first time, since we had to put two unruly dragons down. To finally put a stop to the small, senseless battles that are chipping away at us to the point of destruction. And even if we didn't destroy each other, that is no guarantee the other pantheons wouldn't move in on us. Azazel and the current Mayu agree with me. So we have already exchanged gifts of good faith. I myself received some of the rumored holy demonic swords from Surziches, for which we're grateful. And so we gift Ascalon to you, as someone who will have to battle other dragons in the future, including the vanishing dragon. Issei ended his kata and looked at the blade in his hands. A dragon-slaying sword does sound useful, he said. He moved towards Michael and, to the surprise of both angel and devil, held the sword out to him. But I don't need something like this to be willing to work with you. As long as you don't hurt innocents, human or otherwise, and are willing to help others, I will help as I can. The instant you cross that line, though, I will come for you. He gave Michael a far too innocent smile. Deal. Michael blinked at Issei. Are you sure about this, Sekurute? Issei nodded. It's a great sword, but it could find somebody better than me to wield it. Michael sighed but nodded with a smile. I agree to your terms. He held out his hands to accept the sword back. Issei put the hilt in his hand and released his own grip, only for the sword to stay stuck to him like it was covered in glue. He started shaking his hand, trying to get the sword off, but it stayed stuck. Akeno began to giggle at the humorous scene as Issei looked at Michael. What the heck? Michael smiled, looking nearly as amused as Akeno. It seems Ascalon doesn't agree with you, Issei-san. It wants to stay with you, despite your words. Don't forget, holy swords have their own form of sentience and choose who wields them. I don't think you're getting rid of it that easily. By now Issei was jumping up and down as he tried to dislodge the overly attached weapon, ignoring Akeno's laughter with as much dignity as he could. Beep booba. Alright, fine. I'll keep it. You happy now? He shouted at Ascalon. Said sword promptly dropped from Issei's open hand onto his foot. Issei's eye twitched as he glared down at it before picking it back up. Michael cleared his throat with distinct amusement before speaking. Well, now that that's settled, I was curious if you would be able to integrate it with the boosted gear. I'm afraid it doesn't come with a sheath. Issei tilted his head. I never thought of trying something like that. He made his gear appear on his arm and focused on it and the sword. Before long, he could feel the sword's aura integrating with the gears, and with a sudden flash, the blade was now sticking out of a slit in the gauntlet. Ha, it worked. Excellent. Well then, I must be off. I will see you at the conference, Michael said, preparing to leave. Wait, Michael, there was something I wanted to talk to you about, Issei said. We can discuss it at the conference, I promise. I'm afraid I don't have time at the moment. Till then. And he disappeared. 15 minutes later, Issei and Akeno were seated in a tea ceremony room drinking tea. The devil watched with amusement as Issei tried to follow proper etiquette before drinking, looking unsure of himself. So, was this one of the things you and Rias were working on lately, Akeno? Issei asked after a sip of his, somewhat bitter, tea. You mean the sword? Yes. This shrine is the place where they did the ritual to make sure a dragon wielder could use it. Thankfully it wasn't as extensive a ritual as if they also had to make it work for a devil. Ria's queen responded. Issei nodded before deciding to ask Akeno something he had been wondering. Akeno, I've been wondering. At a curious look he continued. Do you have anything to do with the fallen angels? At his question Akeno's features darkened and she slowly set her cheek up down. What makes you ask that, Ice-kun? She asked far too calmly. Belle said that she noticed similarities in your power to that of the fallen angels we've encountered, though more powerful and, pure than most. He said tentatively. Akeno sighed sadly before nodding. Yes, Ice-kun, Belle-sensei is correct. I am the daughter of one of the leaders of the fallen angels, Barakiel, and a human woman. Issei stayed silent, letting her speak. My mother was the daughter of a shrine in this country. One day, my mother saved Barakiel after he collapsed from injuries in front of the shrine, and due to that, one day I was born. Issei wasn't sure what to say. He was about to open his mouth to respond when Akeno flared her wings. However, unlike most times she did so, one of her devil wings had been replaced by a black-feathered fallen angel one. Dirty wings. I have both the wings of a fallen angel and a devil. She grabbed the feathers of the fallen angel wing with disgust. While hating these feathers, I met Rias and became a devil. But I'm a disgusting creature who possesses both. Fufufu, as someone with dirty blood in her veins, it suits me. She looked at Issei then, and he couldn't help but despise the self-loathing in her eyes. How do you feel after hearing that, Ice? You hate fallen angels, don't you? After all, they tried to kill you and almost killed Asia, not to mention they tried to destroy this city once, so there's no way you can have good thoughts about them. It's true that I haven't had good experiences with the fallen so far. But I don't hate you, Akeno. I'm sorry. I see I shouldn't have asked. Issei replied. Akeno looked surprised. But I have the blood of a fallen angel in me. How can you forgive me? Becoming a devil doesn't change the blood that flows in me. I may have approached you wanting to be hated. No, I definitely approached you for that. I'm the worst kind of woman. Issei gazed at her thoughtfully before speaking. I try not to hate groups, Akeno. Only individuals. Yes, most fallen I've met have been assholes, but not all. And you're not one of the individuals I hate. The only time I've even gotten angry at you is when you teleported me away from Asia when she was in trouble, and I forgave you for that long ago. Akeno is Akeno. And Akeno has been a kind woman. So if you want my hate, you won't get it. I still like and care about you. He smiled softly at her. Akeno began to cry, but smiled at him radiantly. You said some killing words. After hearing that, I guess I will not be able to help but become serious. She got up and approached Issei before clinging to him tightly. I've decided. Issei, do you like Rias? Issei blinked, surprised at how she was acting now. Yes, of course I do. Yes, of course you do. And with Asia there's, well, first and second place are impossible, aren't they? But, she smiled up at him. Ice-kun, I don't think I'd mind being third. Third? Issei asked, bemused. Yes, third. I think it's a good position. It makes it feel like unfaithfulness. It's so exciting. Yufufu. Akeno gazed into Issei's eyes before leaning forward. I want something, even if it's all I can have for now. Issei licked his lips. What? This? She whispered before her lips connected with his in a passionate kiss. Without hesitation Issei kissed back, letting the kiss run along her lips, seeking entrance. Akeno let out a moan and granted it, pressing herself against Issei's body as much as she could. The kiss danced as Akeno crawled onto Issei's lap, his hands reaching down to grip her, making her gasp into the kiss. Her own hands weren't idle, running along his well-toned body, feeling the muscles eagerly. They made out for what seemed like hours, but were in fact approximately 10 minutes when they were interrupted by a voice at the door. So, I see you've been busy. They separated to see Rias at the doorway, tapping her foot with a thunderous expression on her face. Who boy? Issei said quietly as Rias stalked in and pinched his cheek. The sword? She asked. Got it. Issei responded, pained. And Michael. He left. He said, teary-eyed now. Then there's nothing left to do here. We should go back to the clubroom and continue preparing everybody for the meeting. Rias turned on her heels and stomped off. Issei sighed, rubbing his cheek. Guess she really doesn't like me doing anything with her servants without permission, he said. Akeno giggled softly at his thick-headedness, which she'd been warned about by Belle, as she got off his lap. Ara, you better get moving. Wouldn't want to make number 1 angrier. Issei looked a bit confused but nodded, leaving quickly as Akeno euphoried to herself, licking her lips with a smile. Alright, it's time to go. The occult research club had gathered in the clubroom. It was the day of the conference, and everybody was ready. Most of the orc were dressed in their school uniforms, but Issei was dressed in the outfit he'd fought Riser in, with the sword and gun he'd used against Kakabiel at his sides. And Belle had polished her armor to a shine. The meeting would take place in the gym of the school, which had been outfitted by craftsmen from all factions to be suitable for the importance of what was occurring. The orc and student council were expected to be there before everything began to greet everybody as they arrived. The entire school was going to be enveloped by a barrier, and soldiers of all factions were going to be on guard. Security was as tight as it could be. Be courteous and respectful, but be careful. If these talks break down, this school could become a battlefield. That said, don't draw attention to yourselves unless you're dressed. This is between the leaders of the factions, Rias said seriously. As everybody got ready to leave, the cardboard box on the floor spoke. But you, everyone, don't leave me, Gasper, today's conference is important, and since you can't control your gear, I'm afraid I can't allow you to participate. Understand? Rias said gently. The cardboard box whimpered. Hey, Gasper, I'm going to leave somebody to keep you company, okay? They won't worry about your time-stopping ability, I promise, Issei said. At Gasper's tentative affirmative, Issei brought up his white gauntlet. Burrows, give me Nadja, Elahe, and Apsars. The usual bright lights of Issei's summoning flared, leaving behind 3 female figures. 2 of them the orc was familiar with, Nadja and Elahe. The other was a beautiful blue-skinned woman with darker blue hair, wearing a white one-piece leotard with a belt of what looked like blue jewels in the shape of water drops and a ribbon around her arms. Ladies, I have to go to an important conference. While I'm there, I was hoping you could take care of my friend here. He pointed to the box from which Gasper was peeking out at the newcomers. Of course, Lord. I'm sure we can keep the young one entertained. But why did you summon 3 of us? The blue-skinned woman, who the others could only assume was Apsars, asked. There is a chance things could go wrong and there might be danger. I'd prefer it if there was somebody here ready to defend him if needed, he said, drawing a grateful smile from Rias. Elahe nodded. Of course. We will defend him with our lives. Issei nodded in gratitude. Thank you. I'll speak with you soon. I have my phone, so any trouble call from the landline in here. You have the number. At their nods, the orc left the room, ready for a life-changing conference. Issei stood with the orc and the student council at the window of the building the conference was being held in to watch the delegations of the 3 powers arrive. The gym had been rebuilt by master craftsmen of all 3 factions to be a proper venue for such an important event. Everything had been changed beautifully into a properly austere setting, with furniture made of dark woods, bright chandeliers full of glittering lights, and banners for all 3 factions hanging from the walls. First to arrive would be the Devil's delegation, being the ones to have supplied the venue. As the group watched Serziches and Serafol, dressed in appropriate attire and followed by Grafia, walk through the campus gates, the only gap in the barrier surrounding the school, leading a group of various devils from noble houses, while a large contingent of devil soldiers took up guarding position around the school. Then, to the surprise of many of the orc and student council, Serziches spoke. But it wasn't anything like what he'd done before. It was something more. I am the Crimson Satan, incarnate of destruction, warmaster of those who dwell in darkness. Let those who stand against me despair. Asia had gasped when Serziches began, surprise, while Zenobia stared. Rias simply watched with a small smile. Then Serafol spoke as well, and like Serziches, it was something that was felt as much as heard. I am the frigid Satan, wielder of the endless ice, mistress of the shadowed lands. May my enemies shatter into nothingness. Butchu-san, what are they doing? Asia asked after the Leviathan finished speaking. It was Sona who answered, however, announcing themselves by projecting, as per their station. She said. At Asia's confused look she went on. Projecting is something only certain beings, such as gods or supernatural beings of a certain rank can do. Certain angels such as Michael and Azazel have been able to do it since they were born, as it is something inherent to what they are. But even beings created without it can obtain it once they reach a certain level of power and, well, something else. It's like they have become something more. Power alone won't grant you the ability. Being able to project is proof of being something above most beings. She adjusted her glasses. All the leaders attending will be announcing themselves through projection. Next to arrive was the Angels delegation. At the head were Michael and another seraphim who Issei assumed could only be Gabriel. She was probably the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Top 3 at the least. Elena would be green with envy. Behind them followed a group of lesser angels along with dignitaries from the church. Like the devils, a group of angelic warriors took up positions around the skull to guard it. Then Michael projected as well. I am the shining blade, keeper of the holy throne, guardian of the righteous. Let those who threaten my charges repent. Asia and Zenobia stared in awe, while the other devils couldn't help but be tense. Issei simply examined Michael, while Belle tilted her head to the side in curiosity. Then Issei's gaze shifted to Gabriel as she opened her mouth and projected as well, sounding as beautiful as she looked. I am the beckoning light, guardian of the holy throne, guide to those in need. Let those who follow me rejoice. Issei smiled as Asia mouthed a wow, eyes riveted on the beautiful angel. He himself studied her more than strictly necessary, unable to help himself. It wasn't often one got to see such a beauty in the flesh, after all. Belle smirked at him, telling him she knew what he was thinking. She leaned in and whispered in his ear. Imagine how much fun it would be to teach her a few of the better things in life. She pulled back with a perverted giggle. Issei chuckled before responding quietly. A nice fantasy, but impossible, and you know it. Asia looked up at him curiously. What was that, Ai-san? Issei patted her head. Nothing, Asia. Look, here comes Azazel. Indeed, Azazel was calmly walking through the gates, wearing black robes, instead of the yukata Issei was used to seeing him in. Unlike the others, he had no entourage besides Volley, only his own group of warriors, who quickly broke off to take up their own guard positions. He promptly announced himself just as the others had. I am the crafter, maker of weapons, general of those who left the light. May my followers know the glories of life. Alright, now that they've all arrived, we need to get ready. Everybody take a seat at our assigned table. Issei, you come with me and Sona to greet everybody, please. Rhea said tensely. Issei simply nodded. He realized she was stressed, as this was an immensely important event she was a part of, and he wasn't going to put it, or her, in jeopardy. He followed her lead as the person who best knew what to do. As the others headed to their tables, Issei and the two kings went to the doors of the hall and opened them. Both Cersiches and Seraphol afforded their siblings smiles before moving towards the seats indicated for them, while their hangers-on seated themselves in the stands constructed for them behind their leaders. Next came the angelic faction. Michael nodded to the three politely while Gabriel smiled gently to them, making her look even more beautiful. They were directed to the seats opposite the devils, with the angels and agents of the church following. Most of the angels ignored the devils beyond going to where they were directed, faces stoic, and while there were a few who smiled at them in thanks, there were more who scowled at them, irritated. Almost universally, the church people sneered at the three, with only a few affording them small smiles. Issei noted that Riaz and Sona kept their cool admirably. Lastly came Azazel. As he was relatively alone, all he did was say a quick hello before heading to his seat at the round table of the leaders. Volley followed and, rather than take a seat anywhere, leaned against the wall behind his boss. Issei probably closed the doors before beginning to head to his seat, but Riaz caught his hand and gave a small shake of her head before letting him go and heading to the main table with Sona. After a moment of hesitation, Issei followed, walking calmly and confidently. Things were silent at first as Grafia, acting as waitress for the main table, provided everybody with tea or coffee as requested. Then, the meeting began. These are Riaz Gremory, Sona's Citri and Issei Hyoudou. They and their peerages were involved in the attack by Kakebiel. Cersiches began. Yes, I heard as much in the report. You have my thanks, Michael said with a smile. Riaz and Sona bowed to the Archangel, Issei following suit an instant later, though not as deeply. Yes, I apologize to everybody for Kakebiel's actions. I should have kept him on a shorter leash. It will no longer be an issue, however. Azazel said simply, sipping his drink. Both girls bowed once again, though this time Issei simply nodded his head to Azazel. He tried to ignore the way Volley was staring at him. Then Cersiches motioned for them to go to their seats, and, once they did so, the meeting began in earnest. All five leaders of the factions began to discuss the various issues facing them, primarily the way that the constant skirmishes between them were affecting their groups. Issei initially was surprised that they discussed the fact that God was dead openly. Then he realized that everybody attending either already knew or had been told beforehand, as nobody reacted with surprise. Issei got another surprise when Riaz suddenly took his hand, squeezing it tightly. He could feel her hand shaking slightly, and turned his head to see that she had a calm look on her face. The shaking betrayed the fact that she was nervous though. But you is being very affectionate with Ice-Con in the middle of the conference. The Keno whispered mischievously. Belle, floating beside Issei, giggled softly. I am drawing courage from Issei's strong hands. It's very helpful. Riaz whispered back. Issei smiled softly and gave her a gentle squeeze. The conference continued, and before long Riaz and Sona were called up to give their reports on the events of Kakebiel's attack. Riaz gave his hand a last squeeze before letting go and moving towards the head table, hiding her nervousness remarkably well. Riaz and Sona spoke in as much detail as they could about what had happened. Riaz had more to say, being the one there during the actual battle, and so she continued explaining Valper's, Freed's and Kakabiel's actions as best she could. More than a few church officials shifted nervously when the Holy Sword project was mentioned, the angels seated nearby looking disgusted. Though just as many were shocked and dismayed that a devil got holy powers because of it. The entire heavenly section reacted when she spoke of the fused Excalibur being destroyed by Kiba and Zenobia. The angels were grim but understanding, while the church officials were not so enlightened and muttered between themselves. On the other side of the aisle, the devils were smirking at hearing that one of their own was part of such a battle, and that they got not only to destroy an Excalibur, but got something like the holy demonic swords out of it. Though not many were happy to hear that Issei had an apparently powerful holy sword in his possession that he used against Kakabiel. As for the leaders, Surziches looked proud of Riaz, especially when she spoke about her peerage's battle against Kakabiel's followers, though Issei didn't miss the way his hands clenched under the table at the thought of his sister being in danger. Seraphil didn't look happy that her own sister was in such a situation either, but contrary to what he'd seen of her she did interrupt. Gabriel smiled gently at the girls as they spoke, patiently taking the entire tale in. Michael looked somber as he listened. And Azazel was sighing. Issei wasn't surprised. Then Issei struck Kakabiel with his holy sword through the heart, just as the Hakuryuku arrived before cutting off his head. The Hakuryuku then spoke briefly to Issei before taking the body back to the Grigori. Riaz finished. Surziches nodded. I see. Good work. You may both return to your seats. Seraphil winked at them. Good work Riaz-chan, Sona-chan. Both girls did as they were told, Sona blushing slightly due to her sister's actions, while Surziches turned to Azazel. Now then, Azazel, I would like to hear your opinion of this report as governor of the Fulham. As everybody turned to him, Azazel set his coffee cup down and smiled without concerns. As for that incident, Kakabiel kept quiet from the Grigori before acting independently. We had no clue about what he was going to do. We had deliberated amongst ourselves and decided that for his actions he would be frozen in Cocytus, never to leave, and send Vali, the Hakuryuku, to retrieve him. However, as you heard, he arrived just slightly too late to keep Haidu-kun from killing him, so instead he returned with Kakabiel's body. It is as I wrote in the material I forwarded to you. So that is all. Michael sighed. Well then, we need to know Azazel. It is said that you personally don't want to start any fights against the rest of us. Is that true? Azazel waved his hand negligently. I assure you, I have no interest in wars. Kakabiel disparaged me as well for that fact, as you've heard. I just want to be left alone to research. Now Surziches took advantage to ask his own question of Governor. Azazel, why exactly have you been gathering sacred gear owners for the past decades? At first I figured you were trying to bolster your own combat capabilities to wage another war against us, but no matter how much time passed, no war was waged. I was especially wary when I heard you got the Vanishing Dragon on your side. Michael finished. I simply wish to research sacred gears, nothing else. If you wish, I can send a copy of some of my research materials to you. And even so, I wouldn't start another war against you. I have no interest in it. I'm satisfied with the world as it is now. I've instructed my subordinates to not interfere with the human world's politics or religion. And I don't want to influence the devils. Do you really trust me so little? Yes. Essentially. Pretty much. Issei chuckled softly at the response of Surziches, Michael and Seraphil. Azazel himself didn't appear fazed, simply sitting back in his chair. Geez, you guys are troublesome. I can't research sneakily if you're going to make an issue of it. I guess there's no choice but for us to make peace, is there? The Fulham said, sounding bored. There was a moment of silence as what Azazel said sank in before the stance erupted. Both devils and angels were talking loudly in disbelief. The orc and the student council looked surprised as well. Riaz was staring, while Sona adjusted her glasses. Issei himself had an eyebrow raised as he studied the leaders. He smirked as he saw Surziches, Michael and Azazel give each other small, satisfied smiles. They'd been planning this, he realized. The entire conversation had been leading to this, setting it up to minimize any objections. It wasn't that surprising to Issei. He remembered Michael had mentioned this meeting being an opportunity to end the conflict for good. I agree with your proposal, Azazel. The war is over, and the original leaders in the conflict are dead. There is nothing left down that road, but destruction for all involved. Now, I see it as our duty to guide humanity further down their path, rather than engage in another pointless conflict. Michael said softly once the hubbub had quieted down. Gabriel was smiling radiantly beside him, nodding her agreement. Behind them the representatives of their faction were having various reactions to their leader's words. Several angels were staring in disbelief, unable to comprehend that peace might be possible. More than a few were smiling, elated at this turn of events. The church representatives were varied. There were several who looked happy at Michael's words as well. Others didn't know how to take this. And there were some hardliners who didn't look happy at all. We are the same. Without the Mayu pushing us to it, there is no reason for war. We devils have needed to adapt as well. The war would only be our end. Serzichus said, Seraphol beside him nodding with a smile. The devil crowd reacted similarly to the angels. Several nodded firmly, agreeing. Some looked disgruntled but accepting. Others were indifferent, and the last looked to be vehemently against it. Azazel, who previously had a light-hearted expression and tone, now spoke seriously. Indeed, if we went to war, the three factions would most definitely be destroyed. And it wouldn't just affect us. The human world would also see itself involved, and could potentially end. So we can't wage any more wars. Nobody noticed the way Issei's jaw clenched at Azazel's words, or that Belle floated closer to him and wrapped her arm around his neck. They were too focused on the head table. Do you think a world without God is wrong? Do you think a world without God would decay? I am sorry to say, but that isn't the case. We are all living healthily like this. Azazel opened his arms. The world moves on even without a God. Issei let out a sigh at those words, feeling something ease from his shoulders. He nodded in agreement with Azazel. The talks continued. The leaders discussed how things would work going forward once the peace was official. Then they spent a long time allowing the people they brought with them to speak for or against this plan, slowly bringing people around using rhetoric and charisma. The entire thing took at least an hour. Once it seemed everybody had had their say, including Volley. As long as I get to fight strong people, I don't care, Azazel spoke. One thing we haven't done is heard from a representative of humanity. The agents of the church are human, yes, but they are most definitely in the angels' camp. We need a neutral third, or in this case, fourth party. He turned to look at Issei with an easygoing smile. How about it, Issei Hyoudou-kun? Issei jerked, surprise. Then he eyed Azazel. Troll. He grumbled as he got up. Ryuz looked up at him, biting her lip, as he made his way over to the main table. He stood in front of the leaders of the factions, tall and proud, ignoring the way the gathered assembly studied his scarred face, armor and weapons. He especially ignored the look Volley was sending him. Hyoudou-kun, despite being allied and in command of Ryuz Gremory and her peerage, I have been told that you consider yourself human first, refusing to be reincarnated as a devil. You're a bit of a champion of humanity, are you not? Azazel said. Issei shrugged. You could say that. I've made it my mission to defend humanity from the supernatural, be that angels, devils, monsters, or anything else out to take advantage of them. And being the Securitate, you hold some weight when you say that. The gallery muttered to themselves as Azazel's smile widened by a fraction. So tell me, what is your opinion, as a mostly unaligned human, of the agreement we're working toward today? Issei crossed his arms, looking from one faction leader to another. I think it's an excellent plan for everybody involved, humanity included. They began to smile when he continued. That is, of course, assuming none of you let your darker natures run free when the possibility of repercussion is lowered. Seraphol leaned forward. We would make sure nobody tries to take advantage of this deal, Issei-chan. I think we've shown through our actions what kinds of people we are. Issei nodded. There is always the possibility that even the kindest will do something wrong, whether through malice or ignorance. He looked them all in the eye. Never forget that being good is a choice. If it wasn't angels couldn't fall and devils would all be monsters. Even God had to choose whether to be a tyrannical despot or a gentle guide. Gabriel spoke for one of the few times in the meeting, her melodious voice ringing out. Issei-san, what you say is true, but I hope, as Leviathan-san said, that you can see that we have proven our intentions. Issei looked at her. Actually, of the three factions, both the angels and the fallen have done things to anger me, and Azazel at least had the courtesy to apologize and explain. Gabriel's face fell, and one of the church officials stood up quickly, angry. And what have they done that you didn't like, boy? He snarled. Issei looked up at him coolly before pointing back at Asia, who jumped slightly in surprise. You expelled Asia Argento for a stupid reason, left her destitute and helpless, and led her to what would have been her death, if it hadn't been for myself and Ryuz Gremory. The priest looked surprised even as Gabriel's face saddened further, and Michael looked grave. Asia Argento. You mean the witch who was thrown out for healing a devil? The old priest said. He took a step back as Issei swiftly unsheathed his blade and pointed it at him with an angry look. Call her a witch again and you won't like what I do to you, old fool. He snarled. Asia, who had looked a bit sad at being called a witch again, gasped as Akeno wrapped an arm around her. Michael quickly stood and moved in front of Issei. Please Hyoudou-kun, calm yourself. He will be chastised. The old priest winced. Put away your remarkable blade, and I will explain what happened with Argento-san, and hopefully you will understand why things happened as they did. Issei glared at the old fool for another moment before sheathing his sword and turning to Michael. Alright, I'll listen. Michael nodded and retook his seat. You see, after God was killed, all that remained of him was the system that governs divine protection, mercy and miracles. God created the system to bring about miracles and holy things, such as exorcism and the powers of holy items. So with God dead, I imagine that system had some trouble working, didn't it? Issei asked. It takes a large toll out of anybody who uses it besides God. Every one of the Seraph managed to get it working with me as the center, but compared to when God was around, the divine protection and mercy to those who believe is not complete. So, unfortunately, the amount of people who can be granted salvation is limited. Issei folded his arms again, brow furrowed in thought. Because of this, we have to keep away people who could potentially have influence on the system. Like people with certain sacred gears, like Asia Argento's Twilight Healing, your boosted gear, and Divine Dividing. Asia because she doesn't only heal humans, but devils and fallen as well, correct? Issei spoke again. Michael nodded. Yes. If someone able to do so was present among the followers, it will influence the faith of those around them. That's why Twilight Healing is a forbidden gear that can cause influence in the system, since the source of those living in heaven is the faith of believers. That of course, isn't the only type of thing that can influence the system. There is also those who know about the death of God, correct? This time it was Zenobia who spoke, though she seemed surprised at herself. Michael smiled sadly at her. Yes, you are correct, Zenobia. I assure you, losing you was a great blow to us. However, if too many people who know of that fact interacted with the faithful, the cumulative effect could be catastrophic to us. That is why those deliberately told in the upper echelons of the church are those who don't interact with the common man, being administrators more than anything. As such, we had no true choice but to declare you and Asia Argento as heretics. I apologize deeply. He bowed his head in repentance to her and Asia. To the surprise of many, Zenobia shook her head with a smile. Please, Michael-sama, don't apologize. It is our fault that you reincarnated as a devil. Michael responded sorrowfully. It's alright. I've regretted it a bit at first, but ever since the things I couldn't do when I was with the church, that everybody took for granted, those things now color my everyday life. I can say that, right now, I am satisfied with my life. Zenobia said with a smile. Asia clasped her hands together with her own smile. Michael-sama, I am also happy. I now have so many friends and people important to me. And I have spoken with Michael-sama, who I admired for so long. I am honored. I see. I am grateful for your forgiving hearts. I will leave Durando with you, Zenobia, as I know you won't use it badly, being part of the household of Surzich's sister. Michael said with a gentle smile. I understand now. Issei said. But I still find something you've done unforgivable, Michael. And what is that, Hyoudou-kun? The archangel asked. Leaving them with nothing after you kicked them out. I understand that removing them might have been necessary, but that does not mean you had to leave them with nothing. Asia could have starved to death or worse because you didn't even give her any money to take care of herself. As it is, some unpleasant fallen got a hold of her and almost killed her. Issei growled. Gabriel frowned sadly but nodded. You are correct, Hyoudou-san. If they were removed from the church through no fault of their own, then there is no reason we couldn't have arranged for them to be taken care of at least till they could get back on their feet. It is not as though the church is poor. We can afford to do at least that much going forward. Please, accept our sincerest apologies and be assured we will make the necessary changes. Issei gazed at the beautiful angel before nodding. As long as you learn from this, I will accept it. She smiled and nodded back. Yes, I got the report about my subordinate's actions. Azazel said. He looked at Asia, who tensed up and stared back nervously. I already explained myself to the Securite, and though I know it's not enough, I still apologize. I will find some way to make it up to you. Asia nodded in acceptance, still apprehensive. Now Surzicha spoke. Well then, does that satisfy you, Issei-kun? Issei nodded. It does. I will back this agreement. Azazel grinned. Excellent. In that case all that is left is to he was interrupted by the sound of a phone ringing. All eyes turned to Issei, who blinked then furrowed his brow. Who could be calling him? Then his eyes widened and he hurriedly fished his phone out of his pocket. The first words out of his mouth were what's wrong? Si in Pai, came Gasper's voice loudly. The crowd began to mutter to each other, while the leaders looked at Issei intently. Someone's attacking us. The little vampire sobbed. Issei quickly placed the phone on speaker as the orc made their way closer. Who's attacking you, Gasper? Everybody could now hear the cries of San, Aki and Bufu in the background. I don't know. They're wearing weird robes and using magic. I think they're human magicians. Gasper cried. Issei absently noted that Ria's fists were clenched, and she was shaking with fury. Before anybody could say anything further, one of the devils from the stands rushed towards one of the walls and slammed something against it. Seraphol's eyes widened and she screamed bomb. Just as the wall exploded, sending debris everywhere. Issei grabbed Asia, who was beside him, and covered her with his body without a thought, feeling shrapnel hit his back, thankfully not penetrating his coat. Issei looked up. Around him were people on the ground, groaning. He let Asia go, and she immediately moved to the closest person affected, an angel, healing them. Now that there was a hole in the wall, the sounds of combat emanating from outside were audible. It was obvious the guards were in the middle of a fight. Issei drew his pistol as dark shapes made their way through the dust. As the first robed figure made its way through the breach, preparing to launch a spell, he quickly took aim and fired, hitting them in the head and dropping them. Around him, the leaders, the orc and the student council all regained their equilibrium, and got ready to fight as well. Issei quickly reached down and picked up the phone from where it had fallen. Gasper was audible, screaming for someone to answer him and tell him what was going on, sounding terrified. Gasper, we're fine, Issei said. Hold on and stay behind the girls. We'll be there to help as soon as possible. Okay. Why yes, senpai. Gasper sniffed. Please, Churi. Then the line went dead. Issei looked back up. While he had been talking, the others had been fighting off the attackers. Every magician that appeared was struck down by orbs of red, lightning, thrown debris, jets of water, or other various attacks. He noted that the leaders hadn't joined in the fight, conferring with each other. Issei raised his gun and took precise shots to help stem the tide. The magicians were actually getting tripped up due to the amount of bodies on the ground around the hole now. We need to seal the opening to buy ourselves some time, he called back. Seraphol promptly stepped forward. There was no trace of her usually jovial nature now. She looked deadly serious. Without a word, she raised a hand to the breach. Frost began to form on the edges of the hole, before suddenly bursting into thick shards of ice that grew over the opening, sealing it off. Any magician unfortunate enough to get caught by them was usually pierced by the ice before being enveloped in it, if they were lucky. Soon there was a thick wall of ice keeping the invaders out. Issei turned to talk to the others before his eyes widened in horror. Asia was kneeling on the ground, healing another angel who got hit in the side by some debris. Behind her, one of the church officials was raising a dagger to plunge into her back. Issei raised his gun, but before he could fire, a spear of light shot towards the priest and slammed into his chest, sending him to the ground in a spray of blood. Michael approached the fallen man, sadness in his eyes, and simply asked why. The priest gurgled, but glared up at Michael with his final breaths. Why your piece? I is an abomination. His head fell back and he ceased breathing as Michael sighed softly. Before they could do anything further, fighting once again erupted. Devils, angels and church officials turned on their fellows, attacking. It was pure confusion. Issei had his weapon up but didn't dare fire, not knowing who was friend and who was foe. He saw a devil rush Seraphol from behind, a nasty-looking knife coated with some sort of liquid aiming for her back, and quickly fired, blowing away most of his head. Seraphol quickly turned and saw her attacker before turning to Issei with a smile. Thanks, Issei-chan. No problem, Levi-tan, he said, eyes scanning the rest of the chaotic room. On the other side of the room, a fat man in the robes of a bishop drew out what appeared to be a grenade and threw it at where Gabriel and Azazel were standing. Before it reached the halfway point, Kiba was suddenly there, batting it away with one of his swords like he was playing baseball, letting it explode harmlessly in the air, while Tsubaki, Sona's queen, quickly cut the attacker down with her naginata. That's how it went throughout the rest of the fight, the defenders reacting to attacks to ensure they didn't kill innocents, while Asia frantically healed as many people as she could with Kaneko as her guard, keeping many who would have died alive. Akeno and Bell flew above the melee, taking shots at what seemed to be appropriate targets. Zenobia stayed close to the VIPs to protect them. The rest of Sona's peerage spread out to be able to react as quickly as possible. Before long the fighting had stopped, though everybody could feel the ground shaking constantly, presumably due to the fighting outside. Azazel stepped forward, his face serious as he gazed at the other leaders, along with Ryuz, Sona and Issei. You asked me why I was gathering sacred gear users, especially higher tier ones such as the Longinus ones. It was to prepare for this. The Cow's Brigade. Cow's Brigade? Michael asked. He glanced at Surziches to see if he knew what the Fallen was talking about, but it was obvious he didn't know either. I've only found out the very basics of them recently. They've been gathering members of all three factions, as well as sacred gear possessing humans who have attained Balance Breaker, including Longinus wielders. And what is their goal? Surziches asked. They're terrorists. Their only goal is chaos and destruction. That's simple. They don't like the peace we're in. Their leader is the dragon above the Welsh and vanishing dragons. Azazel responded. Many eyes widened at that. Surziches was the one to speak. I see. So the Ouroboros dragon, Office, is on the move. Yes, Office is the leader of the Cow's Brigade. Came a voice from the stands. Everybody turned, but didn't spot who was speaking. Suddenly, an item that one of the fallen attacking devils had dropped lit up, showing the life-sized image of a woman in a risque dress with brown hair and a bun and purple eyes. She smiled a poisonous smile. Hello current Mau Surziches Dono, Seraphol. Seraphol's eyes narrowed at the image of the woman as Surziches spoke. Kateria Leviathan. What is the meaning of this? Kateria's smile widened. Nearly all the members of the old Mau faction have decided to work with the Cow's Brigade. Seraphol took a step forward. So this is all you're doing? She asked angrily. No, not all of it. We did have some help from the other members of the Cow's Brigade. Kateria responded. Seems like you have a coup on your hands. Azazel told Surziches lazily, though his eyes were sharp. Surziches was focused on Kateria's image. Why, Kateria? We have arrived at the opposite conclusion that you have on this meeting. Since God and the original Mau are gone, this world needs to be reformed. With Office's power, we will destroy the current world and rebuild it, under our management. Kateria responded, still smiling. Nobody noticed it, but Issei's eye twitched at the words of the descendant of the original Leviathan. They hit a bit too close to home. With a glance at Belle, he could tell she was thinking the same. Kateria glared at Seraphol hatefully. Today, I'll kill you, Seraphol, and take the title of Neo Leviathan that was my birthright back. Then Office will become the god of the new world. A symbolic one, of course. We will be the ones to create the new laws. Mekl, Azazel, Surziches. Your time is over. Everybody in the room looked either appalled or angry at Kateria. Everybody, that is, but two. Issei just looked quietly exasperated while Azazel's laughter filled the room, drawing every eye to him. What's so funny, Azazel? Kateria asked with fury. He replied, still chuckling. So your people will reform this world, won't you? Exactly. After all, this world is decaying. Filled with stupid humans. Being destroyed. Bah, aren't things prospering nowadays? He asked, holding his stomach as he laughed. Kateria sneered, eyes twitching. Azazel, you never change. Even with your power, you're satisfied with the current world. It's pathetic. You're seriously annoying. A walking cliché. It really is amazing. This time it was Issei talking, looking at Kateria's image with irritation. I mean, seriously, you've started this fight for such a stupid goal. Where did you get it from? A baby's first book of evil overlord clichés. Ha. Azazel laughed, pointing at Issei. I agree completely with Sekurite-kun. Kateria was trembling with fury glaring at them. You dare. Fine. Let's see how you feel when you're broken and defeated. She screeched. The image cut out and the shaking of the building redoubled. Kiba rushed to a window, and his eyes widened at what he saw. Ah, I think you need to see this. He called. Issei made his way over with the others, and his eyes widened as well. The combined forces of the devils, angels and fallen, had obviously been holding out well against the force of magicians arrayed against them, as shown by the mass of robed bodies. However, now they were being pushed back as thin, oddly shaped forms lurched out of the nearby woods and launched themselves at them. It took Issei a moment to realize they were skeletons equipped with weapons, from swords, spears and bows to pistols, rifles, and there was even a group setting up a machine gun nest. To complement these forces were the skeletons of animals such as wolves and dogs, bears, and even an elephant. This sudden influx of enemies, combined with what they were already dealing with, was proving itself more than a match for the defenders. Necromancers. Mekl said grimly as he looked out. They've brought armies of skeletons with them, most likely teleporting them in from another location. And the bodies already on the ground won't help. Yes, look. Even as he spoke, a sickly green light appeared around many of the bodies, not only of the magicians, but also some fallen defenders, and made them rise to add to the press of bodies. Great, said Issei, irritated. So to stop this attack we don't only need to deal with Kateria, but also find the necromancers and neutralize them. All that while keeping our own side from becoming overwhelmed. Sounds fun. Belle said sarcastically. Don't forget about Gasper-kun, Ice. They're probably still under attack, and beyond just wanting him safe, there's also the fact that if they get him they might be able to use him against us. Rhea said, biting her lip. Issei nodded and turned to the group. Alright, we need to go on crowd control right now. Gabriel, Graphia and Levi-tan should stay here and defend the non-combatants. Levi-tan has good defensive capabilities, Graphia can assist with the wounded, and Gabriel should stay to help keep people calm. We can also set this up as our base. Keep Asia and anybody else capable of healing here to deal with any casualties, which will be directed here before being sent back out if possible. Someone, preferably either Surziches, Mekl or Azazel, should go out and hunt down Kateria. We need to bring that crazy bitch down. Everybody else goes on the offensive, smashing as many of the enemy as possible and hunting down the necromancers, which are most likely out of sight. Teams would be best. The orcs should stick together, same with the student council, since they know their own capabilities and work well together considering their training for raiding games. I will head to where Gasper is and retrieve him, bringing him back. I'll also summon some help to give us more of an edge, and work as hunter-killers for the necromancers. He blinked. What? Everybody was staring at him. Mekl was smiling with his eyebrows raised. Azazel was grinning, arms crossed. Surziches was looking at him calculatingly. Gabriel stood serenely while Seraphol studied him with her own grin. Riaz had a look of surprise on her face as she gazed at Issei, while Akeno had a hand to her mouth, euphiing softly with a tint of red on her cheeks. Kiba had a look of slight admiration on his face, Kaneko at his side with her head cocked to the side in curiosity, Zenobia doing the same. Asia had her hands clasped together as she gazed up at him in awe, as Belle floated beside him with a proud smile on her face. Sonu was adjusting her glasses as she gazed at him piercingly, Tsubaki doing the same at her side, while Saji gaped at him, and the rest of the student council looked at each other with looks of surprise on their faces. The silence began to become uncomfortable for Issei before Azazel spoke. That sounds like an excellent plan. If you don't mind, I'll be the one to hunt down Kateria. Who are you going to summon though, Hyoudou-kun? He didn't bother to hide the curiosity in his voice or face. Issei quickly got to work, manipulating his gauntlet, tapping on the screen. Alright Burrows, summon the ones I selected. Yes, master. Burrows answered. There were several flashes of light, and soon several forms made themselves known. There were ones that the orc was familiar with. Elena, Angel, Felicia, and the Jack brothers. There were a couple of new faces, however. One was a beautiful woman with pale skin, clad in black, with a red mark under her left eye. She wore a large hat from which what seemed like a long cloak flowed, rather than hanging from her shoulders. She had a tight leather top that left her stomach bare, along with what seemed like black underwear and long, nearly knee-high boots. She appeared to be sitting Caesar on the air, levitating several feet above the floor. The other was a Bishanin man that bore a long, dangerous-looking spear. He had long, flowing black hair, and wore white European armor with blue accents and boots, along with a headdress of the same colors. Issei introduced the beings he summoned to the ones that didn't know them. When he reached the new faces, the orc paid special attention. Some of you might know of these two. He began. She. He gestured to the woman. Is Skathich. And he. Now a gesture to the man. Is Kuchulin. Azazel tore his gaze from Elena, who was smirking sexily at him, to stare at Issei. How did you get two of the most famous beings in Irish mythology with you? Skathich smirked alluringly. He was quite convincing. If you know anything about me, you know that I only give the strong the time of day. He proved himself to me. It was quite exhilarating. She gave a throaty chuckle, sharing a grin with Elena. Rios felt her eyebrow twitch and she grit her teeth. Kuchulin, meanwhile, rolled his eyes. Yes, well, he bet me he'd beat me in a fight. I lost. So now I stick with him. He gave a wolfish smile. Not that I mind. He always gives me the best fights. While this was going on, Angel approached Michael and Gabriel. The two studied her curiously. It was Gabriel who spoke. We do not know you, young one. You seem like an angel, yet not. Who and what are you? Angel bowed to the two, which was interesting considering she still floated in the air. I am afraid I cannot tell you at this time. For now, you may know me as Issei Sama's guardian and, when I can, guide. I have rejected having a name of my own, so please simply call me Angel. She said demurely. I see. Michael said. Hopefully at some point you and Hyoudou will be willing to explain, but we have other concerns at the moment. Issei clapped his hands. Alright, everybody ready to head out. Remember your roles, and stick together. Rios stepped beside Issei. I'm going with you to get Gasper, Ice. He's my servant, and Akeno can take command of my peerage. Issei opened his mouth, but she interrupted. I won't take no for an answer. Issei scowled. Fine, but stay close. He turned towards the doors, which Seraful had iced over to keep anybody from getting in. Alright everybody, let's get to it. He kicked the doors open, and the group rushed out into pure chaos. The orc was making its way to the front lines, keeping their heads down, as the living magicians launched attack after attack at them. To the side, heading in a separate direction, the student council did the same, launching what counterattacks they could. Soon they all dived into the melee, trying to make some headway to the area the skeletons were coming from to try and locate the necromancers. Kiba and Zenobia both fought relentlessly, their blades especially effective due to the holy element affecting the reanimated bodies. Kiba tried to create fields of holy demonic blades as often as possible to deal with as large a crowd as he could. Zenobia meanwhile darted around, constantly attacking, cutting down swathes of skeletons and reanimated bodies. Kaneko focused almost exclusively on the skeletons, as her blunt force attacks were more useful against them. She often picked up heavy debris to use as projectiles or hand weapons. The living magicians were tougher to deal with, as they had magical barriers over themselves, but that rarely protected them from being crushed by heavy objects. Above them, Akeno flew, flinging out webs of lightning everywhere, dealing with scores of enemies. Despite her disgust at the idea, she focused the light energy from her fallen angel's side into her attacks, making them more effective. At one point she cried out as she was struck by something. She looked down to see a bullet wound in her side, and looked around to see skeletons bearing rifles taking aim at her. She quickly destroyed them before they could fire, but she grit her teeth as she held her side in pain, blood seeping from between her fingers. She had been careless. Normally something like this wouldn't be a problem. You need to be more careful, Akeno-chan, said a chiding voice. Akeno glanced to the side to see Belle floating alongside her. Let me help with that, Diorama, she said, and a light appeared around Akeno, soothing her pain. When it was over she prodded her side to find it healed with only the smallest of scars. Thank you, Belle-sensei, she said gratefully. Belle smiled. No problem. Here, let me teach you something new. She looked at the machine gun nest, which was pinning down a large group of defenders, and cried Mizunga. As Akeno watched, every enemy between them and the machine gun nest was struck by a bolt which jumped from one to another, burning the fleshy ones, and causing the skeletons to explode. Before long a large group of enemies was dealt with. The devil looked at the smaller woman with stars in her eyes. How do I do that? Kiba, meanwhile, was about to lead the others forward when Angel intercepted them. Kiba-san, a moment. Please be careful not to be where I am attacking. Kiba raised an eyebrow. Any particular reason why? In response, the woman in the apparent bondage harness turned to a large group of advancing enemies and intoned Mahama. The field of light he remembered seeing Issei use against Riser appeared around the enemy, this time in a much larger area, and with a bright flash of light, everything in the area was dead without any apparent marks. Kaneko was the one to respond to such a display. Avoiding Angel's sense sounds good. Kiba nodded before rushing through the area that Angel had cleared. Throughout the rest of the battle, the beleaguered defenders were backed up by Issei's summons. The Jack brothers had great fun burning or freezing whole swaths of the enemy. Elena flew around, essentially carpet bombing the enemy with exploding spears of ice. Felicia performed hit-and-run tactics, rushing in, busting up a large group of enemies, then rushing back out. They weren't the only ones causing devastation, however. Michael was calmly walking amongst the allied defenders, protecting them to the best of his ability, while sending out rains of spears of light against the enemy. Xerxes was devastating the enemy lines with waves of his family's power of destruction. Volley had joined the fray as well, clad in his balance breaker armor, darting around and killing every enemy he saw. Everybody was briefly distracted by a thunderclap as the figures began an aerial dogfight. Azazel had found Kateria. The student council found themselves near where Skathich and Kuchulin were fighting. Anything that got near them died. Several devils sweat dropped as they heard what they were saying. Honestly, boy, have you forgotten everything I taught you? Quit twirling your spear like that, it's useless. It helps me with momentum. Please, you only do it because you think it looks cool. Hoping to woo some of the nearby maidens into your bed. Like you don't want to do the same. Suddenly everybody stopped as, for no apparent reason, 75% of the skeletons still standing simply dropped where they stood. Everybody looked confused. At least till all the bones on the field began to rise up and group together in piles. Out of those piles were formed bone giants, siege attackers almost 30 feet tall. There were at least a dozen, which immediately began to swipe at the still floating defenders, slamming several to the ground. Kuchulin let out a laugh. Now this is a fight. When they'd left the gym, Issei and Riaz immediately headed for the orcs building, keeping behind allied lines. Their focus was on getting to Gasper, not engaging the enemy. That said, Issei had his sword ready in one hand while his gun was in the other. And Riaz had her blackish red power gathered in her hands, ready to be called upon in an instant. They rushed along the battlefield, ignoring the cries of the fallen and the sounds of combat as best they could. Riaz wasn't having much luck with that, however. She had never been in a battle like this before. She wasn't used to seeing so many people die. She glanced at the fight, unable to help herself. In the brief time she looked, she watched a fallen take a shot meant for a devil, falling to the ground limply. The devil tackled an angel out of the way of a barrage of gunfire. A group of two angels, a devil and a fallen, all dying together from the explosion of what appeared to be a grenade. She turned away, her teeth gritted and a tear in her eye. She looked at Issei to find that he was focused, and having no issue. It was as if he was used to things like this. She wondered if he somehow was. He was far too competent when it came to large-scale combat. He displayed that when he made the battle plan in the gym. They both jumped back when magical attacks shot towards them from a bit to the side. At least a dozen magicians had appeared to block their path, launching attack after attack. Issei blocked with his blade, counter-attacking with his gun, whose bullets seemed to ignore their barriers to slam into them. Riaz played her part, launching non-stop balls of her power of destruction, taking out more than a few enemies. After 10 minutes of moving forward while fighting, they finally reached the old school building, from which the sounds of combat could still be heard. Issei quickly made his way inside, cutting down anybody who got in his way, Riaz following after him. The fighting was fierce as the entrenched magicians fought back tenaciously to keep the ground they'd gained, but in the end Issei and Riaz, along with the others protecting Gasper, were victorious. "It is good that you arrived when you did, Lord Issei," Ella has said. "We were holding our own, but there is only so much we could do when we had to defend the young one as well." "I'm sorry," wailed the nearby cardboard box. Riaz quickly made her way to Gasper. "Gasper-kun, are you alright? You weren't hurt, were you?" She opened the box to peer at him. The small vampire looked up at her, teary-eyed. "And no. The nice ladies protected me." Riaz smiled with relief. "I'm glad." She stood up and bowed to Nadja, Elahe and Apsars. "Thank you for protecting my servant, ladies. If there is anything I can do for you, please name it." Elahe shook her head. "We are owed nothing. Lord Issei commanded we protect the young one, and so we have. Just continue to support our lord." Nadja and Apsars nodded in agreement. Riaz smiled and nodded back. Everybody stumbled slightly as something started rattling the floor. Issei quickly made his way to the window and saw the bone giants above the trees. "Things are getting more complicated. Let's get Gasper to the gym so we can join the fight." Riaz nodded and turned to the boy. "Gasper-kun, we need to go to the gym where you'll be safer. Are you ready?" The hikikomori whimpered and shook his head. Issei stepped forward and picked up the paper bag and set it over the vampire's head. "You can do this, Gasper. I believe in you." Gasper took a deep breath before giving a slow nod. Rhea smiled and took his hand as they headed out. They didn't get very far before something slammed into the ground before them. Issei and his summons all stepped up to protect Rhea and Gasper. "So, you betrayed me, Volley," Azazel said as he got up out of the crater he left. Kateria and Volley floated down, the latter still in his armor. "Sorry Azazel, but they made me an attractive offer. Wouldn't you like to make war with the Asgard?" they asked. "I simply want to fight endlessly, so it sounded like a good deal to me," Volley said. "TCH. Perhaps I should have realized it. You were always obsessed with becoming stronger and fighting others," Azazel grumbled. "Honestly, leaving the hacker Yuku unattended despite knowing what he truly is. That was foolish of you." Kateria sneered. "Truly is." Rhea's ass, tense behind Issei. Volley was the one to answer. "My true name is Volley Lucifer. I am the half-human descendant of the original Lucifer." Rhea stared at Volley in shock while Issei cracked his neck. "So that means that you don't only have the power of divine dividing, but any abilities granted from your devil side. Fighting you seems like it will be interesting," he said with interest. "Enough," Kateria barked, glaring at Azazel. "Have you prepared yourself, Azazel? You aren't this powerful on your own. You get this extra strength from office?" Azazel asked, apparently annoyed. Kateria smiled nastily. "Yes, I borrowed a little of the power of the infinite dragon. Enough to get rid of you, Michael and Surziches. Fools, the lot of you." Azazel shrugged. "I may be a bit foolish, yes. I'm just a sacred gear enthusiast that can't do anything without Shim his eye. But are you foolish enough to believe that Michael and Surziches would fall to somebody as mediocre as yourself?" Kateria snarled. "Fine. Then I will destroy you here and now, governor of the fallen angels, as the first step of the creation of the new world." Azazel, contrary to expectations, seemed pleased at her words, and drew what appeared to be a dagger from his pocket. "What is that?" Kateria asked suspiciously. "I am no longer just a mere sacred gear enthusiast. I now make them myself. Replicas," he said, making Issei raise his eyebrows. "Truthfully, most of them are garbage right now. God was amazing when creating the gears. It's the only thing I respect him for. Though they do have issues, with bugs in the system allowing for longiness and balance breaker. Still, that's what makes them interesting. Don't worry, Azazel. Nothing like sacred gears will exist in the new world. The world doesn't need them. Eventually we'll force Aten into action as well, and then the world will have no choice but to change. The more I hear of your goals, the more I feel like vomiting." Azazel spat out. "You intend to involve Aten in Valhalla. Not only that, but you intend to take away my pleasure. For that, just disappear." The dagger that he was holding changed shape, parts separating and allowing light to escape. Kateria took a step back. "Azazel. Impossible." Azazel grinned. "Balance break." There was a flash of light, and when it faded, Azazel stood clad in golden armor that Issei found oddly familiar, with 12 jet black wings, unfolded from his back. "Seriously?" Issei muttered. He copied a draconic balance breaker. As if in response to Issei's comment, Azazel spoke. "I studied the Vanishing Dragon and other dragon-type sacred gears and produced this, my masterpiece artificial sacred gear, Downfall Dragon Spear, in its pseudo-balance breaker state Downfall Dragon Spear armor." "As so he got balance breaker in an artificial gear?" asked Gasper, who was hiding behind Apsars. "No," Issei said. "It's not a true balance breaker. What he's done will break the gear after it's run its course." Ollie began to laugh. "Incredible, Azazel. To be expected of someone like you." Azazel turned to Volley. "Volley, I'd like to be your opponent as well, but I don't think Hyoudou would mind dealing with you." "Would you, Hyoudou?" Issei cracked his knuckles. "I don't see why not. Don't worry, you deal with Kateria. If he tries to interfere, I'll smack him down." Volley ignored this. "That's based on a powerful dragon, isn't it?" Azazel nodded. "Yeah, I simply sealed the Gigantus Dragon Fafnir in my artificial sacred gear. I based it off the gears of you and Hyoudou, but I'm not sure I succeeded yet. This seems like it will make a good test drive." Kateria drew attention back to her as a bluish-black aura surrounded her body. "It doesn't matter if your research into sacred gears has gone further than we were aware. I am Kateria Leviathan, descendant of the great true Leviathan. I won't lose to the likes of you." Faster than most of those watching could follow, Kateria launched herself at Azazel. The two began to fight, Azazel wielding a spear of light, while Kateria fought with her magic. Back and forth they battled, tearing the ground apart and knocking trees over, all in seconds. Nadja moved Rhea and Gasper back to keep them from getting caught in the crossfire, Elaha and Apsars moving back to defend them, while Issei stood his ground, watching. Eventually Kateria made a mistake and was stabbed through the gut by Azazel's spear. "And no, I can't be beaten," she cried. Azazel stepped forward. "It's over." She snarled at him. "No, I's not." Her arm suddenly lengthened into some sort of tentacle and wrapped around Azazel's arm. Then her body became covered in an odd pattern. Rhea recognized it and called out to Issei. "Ice, that's a self-destruction technique." Issei looked back. Fall back into the building so you don't get caught in the blast. Riaz and Elahan nodded and led Gasper and the others in. Issei glanced back at Volley to make sure he wasn't going to try anything before stepping forward, drawing his blade. Need a hand, Azazel. Hilarious. The Folan said. Katerius sneered at Issei. The tentacle is a specialty that has absorbed my life. It won't break. And soon, I will take Azazel with me. She began to laugh, sure she won. Azazel shrugged and then, to the surprise of those watching, he cut his own arm off. Blood gushed from his fresh wound. Kateria looked shocked. You cut off your own arm. It was no issue. Then, without a word, he slammed another spear of light into Kateria's chest before she could react, making her drop and turn to dust. Almost immediately the armor he wore faded, making him frown. Seems this is the limit of my artificial gear. Still a lot of room for improvement. But as long as the core jewel is safe, I can remake it again. Guess we'll be keeping each other company for a while longer, Fafnir-kun. He said, smirking at the jewel in his hand. Volley approached. As expected of Azazel. Your artificial gears could use some more work though. Volley, what now? Even without armor and an arm, I can give you an adequate fight. Azazel said, creating a spear of light. Volley, however, turned to Issei, ignoring the phone. How are you so powerful? Issei raised an eyebrow. How do you mean? Volley paced. When I heard you were my destined rival, I studied you, and was disappointed. Compared to me, a powerful existence from a Mayu bloodline combined with a legendary dragon, you are pathetically ordinary. Your father is a simple office worker. Your mother, a housewife. None of your ancestors have been practitioners or in any way involved with the supernatural. It was a letdown. You seemed like nothing compared to me. He stopped pacing. Then you beat that Phoenix boy laughably easily. Then you killed Kakabiel without even using your gear. So how? How did somebody so ordinary become so powerful? Issei was silent as everybody watched him, including Riaz and the others, who had left the building after the danger passed. Riaz bit her lip. She had often wondered the same thing. Could she finally find out? Finally, Issei spoke. I became strong because I needed to be. First to survive, then to protect, then. He seemed to stop himself from saying more. Unlike you, who fights for the sake of fighting, I always have a goal when I fight. A reason to launch myself into battle. If I can achieve that goal without fighting, I will. Unfortunately, that's rarely an option. So I fight. It's that simple. So you need a reason to fight me? Volley asked. Issei's nodded, cocked his head in thought. Alright, then how about I kill your parents to get you to fight me? Issei's eyes sharpened as Volley nodded to himself. Yes, that sounds like a good motivator. How about it? Issei was quiet before he turned his head to Riaz. Riaz, take Gasper to the gym and help with dealing with the enemy. His voice was like ice and full of authority, making Riaz shiver. She nodded and began to lead Gasper away, Issei's summons and Azazel following behind. Issei turned back to Volley as the boosted gear appeared on his arm. Alright, Volley Lucifer, you want to fight? You're going to get it. Riaz rushed towards the gym. The battle was still going on. Despite what it seemed, the events in front of the Orc clubhouse hadn't actually lasted that long. Two of the bone giants had been taken down, but they could take a lot more punishment than they had any right to, and there were still regular enemies attacking, so the counter-offensive had stalled. Behind Riaz, Nadja was carrying Gasper, who was keeping his eyes tightly shut to keep his gear from activating. They were nearly at the gym when they were stopped by a massive boom coming from above. Riaz looked up to see two forms, one white, one red, locked in battle. She realized Issei must have activated his own balance breaker, as he was clad in armor a lot like Volley's, only red with green gems. As they flew low overhead, she heard a continuous exchange of boost divide, even as they struck each other. Issei didn't have his blade drawn and was fighting Volley with his fists, pummeling him. As she watched Issei plowed Volley into one of the bone giants, destroying it and slamming into the ground underneath it. Volley managed to force Issei back and fired a blast of energy, which Issei crossed his arms to block, enduring through it. Then he responded with an attack of his own. A shout of Nijido. Ended with a great explosion blasting Volley back of his feet and destroying the surrounding army of the dead. Then they both launched themselves into the air and resumed the fight. Their interference in the larger battler had an effect. The destruction of another bone giant meant that the defenders could more effectively combat the rest, and soon another one fell. Riaz resumed moving with the others towards the gym, getting inside. A devil and an angel were guarding the door and let them through. The place was full of wounded people being taken care of by those who knew healing. Riaz spotted Asia, who was resting with her head in Gabriel's lap, obviously exhausted, and moved toward her. The blonde opened her eyes. But Chu-san. Is Gasper-kun okay? And where's Ice-san? Gasper-kun is right here. He's fine. Ice is out fighting. He's doing fine though. You know it'll take a lot more than this to hurt him. Riaz said with a kind smile, and Asia smiled tiredly back. Then she addressed the angel that was gently running her fingers through Asia's hair. Azazel dealt with Kateria. She's gone. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to deal with the necromancers, but things look to be swinging in our favor. Gabriel nodded. I see. I hope they can end this fighting soon. What we need is something that can affect everything at once. Rias nodded. Yes, but unfortunately we don't have anything like that. She looked up as a bang sounded out from outside. I should go see my peerage and help with the battle. Thank you for looking after Asia. Gabrielle smiled softly. It has been my honest pleasure. Rias got up and headed out. She only just left the gym, however, when something slammed onto the ground in front of her. She looked to see it was Volley, his armor broken in multiple places. He got up shakily as Issei floated down, looking slightly battered, but no worse for wear. Give it up, Volley. You'll be arrested and locked up, but you won't be hurt further. Volley spat blood from his broken helm. Hey Albion, think we should use Juggernaut Drive. Rias didn't know what Juggernaut Drive was, but from the way Issei tensed and took a stance, she assumed it was bad. Don't be reckless, Volley. That does not seem like a good choice in this place. Volley's gear said. Before Volley could respond, someone else dropped from the sky. It was a man dressed in all Chinese military armor like something out of Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Volley, I've come to get you. Biku, what are you doing here? Volley asked. That's mean. I came a long way to this country to help my partner. Everybody was making a fuss at headquarters. We're joining together to fight the northern gods, so you were supposed to flee and return if the mission failed. Which it obviously did, since Kateria is dead and Michael, Azazel and Lucifer aren't. So your observational role is over. Come back with me. Issei took a step forward, the mask over his head moving back, so his face was visible. Who are you? He asked tensely. Surprisingly, it was Azazel who responded, floating down from above. He's the descendant of the victorious fighting Buddha. Issei's eyebrows climbed. Sun Wukong, eh? Well, a monkey yokai who inherited his power. It's disappointing to see even you joined the Cow's Brigade though. Azazel continued. I'm different from the one who became Buddha. I just live doing as I like. Name's Biku. Nice to meet you, Sekirute. The monkey yokai said. Then he pierced the staff that appeared in his hand into the ground, and a pool of darkness appeared under him and Volley, causing them to sink into it. We'll fight again eventually, Sekirute. Volley promised, a grin on his face. Then they were gone. Issei ended his balance breaker and turned to Rias. Where's Gasper? He's safely in the gym with Asia. She responded. Alright, we need to end this battle, and I can only think of one way to do it quickly. He moved into the gym, Rias and Azazel following. He moved up to Gasper, who was sitting beside Asia. Gasper, I need your help. The small vampire jerked. With what, senpai? You can help us stop the fighting outside with your gear. Gasper looked terrified. Beep, but I can't. Issei kneeled down and took his hand. Yes you can. I believe in you. And I'll help. All you have to do. He pulled a vial full of red liquid out of his pocket. Is drink this. What is it? The boy asked, trembling. It's some of my blood. If Azazel is right, it should give you enough power and control to help us stop this. Issei said with a reassuring smile. Azazel rubbed his chin with his remaining hand. That could work. I say go for it. Rias looked at Gasper. Gasper, please try it. You could help save lives. I promise to be right beside you the entire time. Gasper gulped but slowly, hesitantly, nodded. Issei smiled at him. Good man. Let's go. Issei led the group out of the gym. Gasper trembled at the sounds of explosions and screams. When Issei handed him the open vial of blood, he hesitated before gulping it down. The reaction was immediate. Gasper dissipated into a large cloud of bats that flew all over the battlefield. I can see everything. Every bat exclaimed. I'll stop you from hurting anybody else. Every enemy on the field suddenly stopped. Everybody looked at each other before the bat spoke again. I have found the necromancers. I'll take their power, so they won't be able to keep up what they're doing. Capture them as soon as you can. Sure enough, the time stop ended, and every reanimated enemy dropped like a puppet with its strings cut. The remaining living magicians were few, and the reinvigorated defenders quickly mopped them up. Soon Gasper was sitting on the ground with Ria's arms around him, panting. Apparently the boost he got, while substantial, was temporary. I'm so proud of you, Gasper. Please, rest. Ria said with obvious pride in her voice. Gasper snuggled up to her, and was soon asleep. Issei approached the leaders of the factions, who were discussing what had just happened. Kateria was a problem of the devils. You have my apologies. Surzicha said. Volley was my fault. Azazel said as Asia healed his arm, though there was nothing she could do about what was lost. In any case, I will return to heaven to plan the peace agreement and countermeasures for the Cow's Brigade, Michael said. As the ones who set up the conference's location, I feel personally responsible and ashamed. Please forgive me. Surzichas, don't feel so responsible. I'm just glad the three great powers are working together towards peace now. Indeed. Now we need to prepare for the Cow's Brigade. Then we'll cooperate on that going forward. As all three nodded, Issei stepped forward. Michael. Yes, Hyoudou-san. I have a request to make of you. Michael's eyebrows raised. At this time. Well, I suppose it's only fair I hear you out, considering what you've done for us. What do you need? The system you are in charge of is the reason Asia and Zenobia get hurt when they pray to God, isn't it? Issei asked. Gabriel was the one to respond. That is correct. Why? Is there any way you could make it only so Asia and Zenobia would be able to pray freely? Asia and Zenobia both jerked and stared at Issei, while Michael looked surprised. Oh? They still believe in God, and I keep hearing them try to pray to him. I don't think they should be punished for being devoted, Issei said firmly. Michael smiled, then gave a small laugh, Gabriel smiling her radiant smile beside him. I see. Well, if it's only 2 people, then I don't see why not. But I need to ask, Asia, Zenobia, despite knowing of God's absence, you'll still pray? Both nodded. Yes, I still want to pray even if there is no Lord. Ah, me too. I want to give thanks. Michael smiled. Very well, I'll put it into effect as soon as I get back. This seems interesting. Issei smiled back, especially when Asia embraced him with tears in her eyes. Arigato, Ice-san. Yes, thank you, Ice. Zenobia also said gratefully. After a few more words between the leaders, Michael left with his followers to heaven. Azazel turned to his troops. I have chosen peace. The fallen angels won't fight with the angels and devils from now on. Those who don't like it may leave. However, I will kill you without reservation when we next meet. Come with me only if you want to follow. Azazel smiled as his followers loyally roared, we will live for the sake of Governor Azazel till the day we die. And responded with a simple yet heartfelt thank you. Soon everything was cleared up and the damage fixed. Within days the peace treaty was officially signed. It was called the Kuoh Accords. And so from now on I'll be the advisor of the Occult Research Club. Call me Azazel Sensei. Or Governor. Governor works too. Azazel said with a smile on his face. Riaz had a hand to her forehead. Why are you here? I was told by Seraphol's sister that Sersic has requested it. He responded, still smiling. Issei had something else on his mind. So, you got yourself a replacement arm? Yes, I did. Like it. It's an artificial arm that I created while researching sacred gears. It can be loaded with lasers and tiny missiles. I always wanted one. He said as the arm opened up, displaying the features he was talking about. Anyway, the condition for me staying at this school is for me to help the sacred gear wielders here achieve their full potential. Your group is going to be used as a deterrent to the Chaos Brigade by making you famous. Especially the Welsh Dragon and the Heiress of Grimory. I'll also be giving you information on Volley and the known members of his team. The last was said as he gazed at Issei. He nodded. So we're at war? Kiba asked, his arms crossed and face serious. Not just yet. We're still at the skirmish level. It shouldn't go beyond that till you all have left university at the least. You have time to prepare. They were discussing various training plans to help everybody improve when Azazel turned to Keno. Tell me, do you still hate us? No, do you still hate Barakiel? He asked. I have no intention of forgiving him. It's his fault my mother died. She replied stiffly. Akeno, he said nothing when you became a devil. Azazel said gently. Of course not. He is not in any position to say anything to me. That's not what I meant. Well, I guess I shouldn't get involved in things between parent and child. That man is not my father. Akeno declared angrily. Well, at least it worked out for the best with you joining the Grimory. That's a good outcome, and he moved on to say. So Hyoudou-kun, do you have any more servants like that Elena girl? The fallen asked with a grin. Yes, why? Issei asked, eyeing him. Do you know how to handle women like that? We wouldn't want you getting in trouble when dealing with a harem, and I know plenty about managing one. I could teach you. Issei chuckled. I don't any help from you, thanks. I've been managing just fine. Meh, if you're sure. You just want a chance to get closer to Elena-san and others like her, don't you? Riaz asked shrewdly. Azazel grinned unrepentantly. In any case, we need to get you stronger. I heard there's a meeting of young devils soon, and Riaz Grimory is one of the names that will be debuting. Riaz nodded. Yes. It's a custom where several noble and old families meet promising young devils. Good, said Azazel. This is excellent. Mock combat like the raiding games is excellent training, especially for those without previous battle experience. This will help the new blood learn to better defend themselves. Just in case. Issei nodded. I'll help you all train for the meeting. He grinned evilly, making several of them shiver. Belle, with the same evil smile her master wore, chimed in. Don't worry, when we're done with you, you'll kick all the ass. She cackled softly to herself, and the others looked at each other uncertainly. Hopefully they'd survive. The day before summer vacation began, Issei stood at the door to his home with an intense feeling of déjà vu. Hello. Hi, we will be imposing on you starting today. Akeno and Zenobia had arrived with luggage. Then Akeno flung her arms around Issei. Ice-kun. I will be able to be with you now. Oni-sama suggested that Akeno and Zenobia come live with us. Kaneko will be joining us later, Riaz said, sounding unhappy. Akeno clung to Issei the entire time, looking happy. I'll sleep with you tonight, Ice-kun. Then we can do things yufu-fufu. Issei in no way ought to be against this. Riaz sighed though. This house is getting small. Well then, I guess I'll just have to rebuild it during summer vacation. I'll get in contact with my brother. Issei looked at Rias with a twitching eye. What was she going to do to his house? Issei's eyes opened slowly. Early morning light streamed through the window. His sluggish brain wondered what had woken him as he lay there. He glanced to his sides to find Rias and Asia in their customary places at his sides. Both were sleeping peacefully, their breathing even. He smiled gently. They both looked beautiful, and he was immensely happy as always to have the privilege to see this side of him. Then he realized that there was movement under his blanket, most likely what woke him. He looked down and the squirming mass making its way up. He reached down and lifted the blanket up to see what was under there, to find Akeno gazing up at him with a sexy look on her face. "Yufufu, good morning, Ice-kun," she said softly. She pressed herself against him, rubbing against his morning wood in a way Issei was sure was quite deliberate, as she kissed her way up from his bare chest to his neck. "Akeno. Not that I'm complaining, but what are you doing here?" Issei asked, though he in no way made any move to stop her from continuing what she was doing, enjoying the sensation of her soft body through her rather flimsy thin yukata. Akeno clung to Issei tightly as she kissed his neck, her soft lips pressing against his skin insistently. She ignored his question as her slim fingers caressed his hard chest. "Ice-kun is quite sturdy. You train a lot, don't you?" She kissed him again. The feel of a man is even better than I imagined. Is it because it's Ice-kun?" She moved up so her mouth was right by his ear and whispered. "No, Ice-kun, how about me? Does my body feel good?" Issei answered immediately. "Your body feels amazing, Akeno. I can't get enough," he said honestly. "Yufufu, that makes me happy, Ice-kun. Please, enjoy my body as much as you want. I want to learn more about Ice-kun's body too." Her hand teasingly traveled along the waistband of his, at this point, rather tight boxers. "We might be caught, seeing as they're sleeping right next to us, but that just makes it more exciting, doesn't it?" Issei said nothing as Akeno moved her face over his, the curtain of her unbound hair falling over them, as she slowly lowered her lips to his, eyes bright in anticipation. "Akeno, what are you doing? When did you come into this room?" Came a rather angry-sounding voice to the side. Issei turned his gaze to the side to find Rias propping herself up and glaring at them with eyes half closed from sleep that managed to convey a lot of displeasure regardless. Akeno turned to her king calmly, still smiling. I just thought I'd spend a nice morning with my handsome Ice-kun. After all, it gets lonely, being in bed alone." Ria's eyes rose when she heard Akeno's response. Since when was Ice yours? You weren't his master?" she asked while glaring, her body trembling. "I may not be his master, but I am his senpai, and it's a senpai's duty to be affectionate with their cowhide," Akeno answered calmly. "I see, so that's your reasoning. Well listen, this room is a sanctuary to me. My healing space. I already have to share it with Asia and Ice's various servants. I refuse to endure having anybody else intrude." Rias growled, glaring harder at her queen. Oju-sama really wants to monopolize Ice-kun. Are you perhaps afraid I'll steal him away?" Akeno replied, smiling. "Looks like we'll have to discuss this once again," Rias said as her body was enveloped in a crimson aura. That's quite an aggressive aura for a simple discussion," Akeno responded, her own body beginning to emit a gold aura. Issei watched the two beauties glare at each other with a sweat drop on his head. Seriously, did they have to do this so early in the morning? Ooh, is it morning already? Furia came from Asia, who rose while sleepily rubbing her eyes. Issei gently stroked Asia's head. "You can go back to sleep, Asia." Okay. Then I'll go to sleep while being hugged by Ice-chan." Asia curled back up against him and tried to fall back asleep as she held onto him. Issei smiled gently at her, running his fingers through her hair, before turning back to the battling beauties, once again sweat dropping, since they were now in a superpowered pillow fight. He somewhat tuned what they were yelling about out, simply enjoying watching two attractive girls have a pillow fight in front of him. Although eventually one thing Rias said did register. "This house was just renovated, so I won't let you do as you please, Akeno." Issei blinked. What did she mean, renovated? He looked around and almost jumped in shock. He had been so absorbed in the girls that he hadn't even realized that his bed was a huge canopy bed instead of his normal one. Hell, everything about his room was different. It was twice as big as before, with a large high-end TV and game consoles, along with various other things. Issei got up, now ignoring the girls as he looked around, spotting what appeared to be the door to another room, except it was small, and was placed in the wall like he imagined a wall safe would be. He carefully opened the door to find a smaller room all set up, like something out of a large doll house, with Belle contentedly sleeping in a pixie-sized bed. He saw she even had her own TV. It looked like a small replica, but he had no doubt it would work when turned on. After quietly closing the door, letting Belle sleep, he continued exploring, wondering just what had been changed. He moved outside before sighing as he saw it from the outside. His house was now a large multi-story building. "So you're returning to the underworld?" After an animated breakfast where the new house was discussed, Issei was sitting on his new bed as the rest of the orc were gathered in his room. Kiba, Kaneko and Gasper had arrived a short while ago. Issei couldn't help but think that Kaneko, dressed in a simple one-piece dress, looked incredibly cute. He said as much, making her blush slightly and mutter thank you. He did notice that she seemed more subdued than usual though. Rias nodded. I head back during the summer holidays every year. Also as usual, I'll be bringing my entire peerage with me. This will be the first time Asia and Zenobia travel there as well. Ah, why yes. I'm nervous about going there while still alive, but I'm interested. Asia said with a nervous smile. Yes, I've been interested in the underworld for a long time. However, for the sake of going to heaven I had to serve the Lord. Now I feel irony at setting foot in the same world as those sent for divine punishment. Hell, huh. It suits a former believer who became a devil. Zenobia said, hanging her head, making the others' sweat drop. Anyway, we will be spending the summer holidays there till the 20th of August. We plan to train and attend various events at the underworld. Rias continued. She then turned to Issei and Belle, who was on his shoulder. Since you stated before you were going to help us train for raiding games, I wanted to know if you were willing to come with us to do so. Issei and Belle looked at each other, in what seemed to be others to be some sort of telepathy, their faces shifting in silent conversation, before they both turned to Rias, Belle answering for them both. We have no objections. We're assuming there's ways to entertain ourselves though, right? Because we were going to go to the beach and stuff. Rias nodded with a smile. Of course. There aren't any seas in the underworld, but there are huge lakes. We also have a pool, not just in this house, but at my parents' as well. Not to mention hot springs. Would that suffice? Both Issei and Belle grinned. That sounds perfect. We're in. Issei said happily. I'll be coming along as well. Azazel said suddenly from a seat in the corner of the room. Most of the orc whirled around to stare at Azazel, not having noticed him. Issei and Belle just turned to him with bored looks though. I wondered when you were going to announce yourself, Azazel. Issei said. Azazel simply smirked. Where did you come in from? Rias asked, wide-eyed. One generally enters a room through the door. The fallen said sardonically. I didn't even sense your presence. Kiba said in surprise. You just need more training, that's all. I just came in normally. More importantly, you're returning to the underworld, right? Then I'll come with. I am your teacher, after all. He took out a notepad from his pocket and looked at it. The schedule is, first of all, a visit to Ria's parents, and the introduction of the new servant devils to the current head of the family. After that, the annual meeting of new young devils. And then there's your training. That's the main thing I'll be going with you for. I'll be meeting Surziches while you're at the Gremory home. He gave a deep sigh. How troublesome. Well then, Azazel-sensei, shall we make travel reservations for you if you're coming with us? Rias asked. Please do. Azazel said with a nod. I'm looking forward to it, since it'll be my first time entering the underworld through the devil's route. Usually I use the route of the fallen angel's side. Issei relaxed and watched as Azazel and Rias proceeded to hammer out the details. He was quite interested in the coming trip. Issei walked with the rest of the orc to the nearest station, which he was told was where they would get to the method they would be using to reach the underworld. He was carrying not only a bag with his clothes, but his skull bag, which contained not only his summer homework, but was also holding Belle till they arrived, and she could be let out. He wasn't sure how they would be getting to the underworld from the station, but he held his questions for the moment as they arrived. They moved toward an elevator he was used to seeing but had never used. Rias and Akeno quickly got in and turned towards the others. Since it is your first time, Asia and Zenobia should come first. The others can come down after. Rias said with a smile. Down? Issei asked, and at their nods he shrugged and got into the elevator, followed by Asia and Zenobia. He watched with interest as Rias used a keycard on the elevator panel, causing it to begin going down. Asia looked completely surprised, causing Rias and Akeno to giggle at the adorable girl. There is a secret level underneath this station, Rias said. It's exclusively for devils. Humans will never be able to access it without help. There are many devil-exclusive areas hidden in this town like this. Asia nodded in understanding as they continued dropping. When they finally stopped and the doors opened, they were surprised to find themselves in a vast underground space. Issei stepped out of the elevator and, seeing as they were away from normal humans, let Belle out. Phew. I'm glad to be out of that stuffy bag. She looked around with interest. Ha, a devil-exclusive train station. Somehow, I'm not really all that surprised. They all waited a few minutes for the rest of the party to come down as well, before setting out to their assigned train, which was on platform 3. As they walked, Issei was surprised by Akeno suddenly moving beside him and taking his hand. Despite his surprise, he didn't try to remove her, simply grasping her hand back, which made her turn red and smile happily. Issei couldn't help himself and smiled at the sight of her happiness. Sob. Rias and Asia were staring at the two, Asia's eyes damp. Issei scratched the back of his head with his free hand while Belle flew alongside, smirking at what was happening. Finally they reached a train covered in devil patterns. After being extensively exposed to it, Issei recognized the Gremory family's pattern among them. Reyes confirmed his suspicions by simply stating, "This train is owned by the Gremory family." "Cool," Belle said simply, entering the train with Issei after the doors opened for them, both thinking they understood the family's wealth a bit more. "So, how long till we arrive?" Issei asked Takeno as they sat in the train while it began its journey, traveling through a dark tunnel. "We should arrive in an hour, as this train passes through the dimensional barrier using official means before eventually arriving at the underworld. I thought we could just jump in a magic circle and get there that way. Is it because of us?" Belle asked. "In a way, Belle-sensei. First-time visitors to the underworld, including you and the new devils, need to go by the official way at least once first, or you'll be punished for illegally entering. So we have to properly finish the official entry procedure." "Really? Weird. Cause when we came for Ria's engagement party we didn't do any of that," Belle said, confused. Takeno raised an eyebrow at Belle before turning to Issei. "That reminds me, I've been meaning to ask. How did you get into that party in the first place, being a human and all?" Issei smiled. "Well." Issei had gotten up to refill his glass of bourbon to buy himself time to think about the match after it ended, thanking the maid who had poured it for him. On the other side of the room Belle was talking to the Gremorys about something the game had reminded her of. As he observed he noticed Surzich's approach, ostensibly to refill his own glass. "So, Hyoudou-kun, what did you think of the match?" Issei swirled his drink slightly as he thought. "Well, Nayu-sama. Call me Surzich's, Hyoudou-kun. You're not one of my subjects, and from what I hear you're plenty powerful yourself, though I haven't seen it for myself." Issei nodded. "In that case, feel free to call me Issei or Ice. In any case, Yakitori is powerful, I'll admit. At least for his age. He's arrogant though. And more than a bit of a douche." He acted as though he didn't notice Surzich's smirk at that. "I can think of several ways to take him down though. Especially considering the information Rias gave me on him. And you would have fought him for her sake if she had asked." Issei noted how careful Surzich's was being as he spoke. He obviously did not want Rias to marry the prick any more than Issei did. Rias is a friend. She deserves to be able to make her own choices. I can understand the reasoning for the agreement, though I can't approve. I would still try something if I could. But alas, that would be difficult," Issei said calmly. Surzich's mulled this over, sipping his drink. "What would you need?" Issei smiled and seemingly changed the subject. "I imagine there will be an engagement party soon. It's too bad I won't be given an invitation. As Ria's friend I would like to give my congratulations to the, happy couple." Surzich's eyed him. "I believe granting my sister's dear friend an invitation wouldn't be too onerous. Assuming, of course, that giving congratulations to the couple is their intent." Issei's eyes glinted. "That is the stated intention. The said friend did something further, well, the deception is hardly the inviter's fault. They were just hoping to make the day better for Rias, after all." Surzich's eyes glinted back. "Ice-kun, are you free for a rather extravagant party in a few days from now?" Issei grinned as he and Surzich's clinked their glasses together. "I believe I can free up my schedule." "So Nayu-sama gave you the invitation for it?" Kiba asked. "Somehow I feel I shouldn't be surprised." "Well then, in that case he most likely brought you in using Surzich's-sama's backdoor magic circle. So you shouldn't be punished, though you obviously won't be able to do it again," Takeno said with a smile, making Belle sigh in relief. "That's good," the High Pixie said. "I would be a pain to have to fight off devil law enforcement. I was hoping to work on my tan, and that would put a bit of a crimp in that." Issei wasn't the only one to chuckle at Belle's words. He smiled as everybody listened to the fairy regale them with how they'd fight the law off, waving her arms animatedly. He sweat dropped when she enthusiastically stated that it would only end when Issei found a high-ranked female devil in charge to seduce into letting them go. He couldn't help but notice Kaneko, however. Rather than be engaged in the conversation she was gazing out the window, looking melancholy. He frowned slightly. He knew the loli was often a bit of an introvert, but not this much. He resolved to find out what was bothering her later. "Well, I'm glad everybody is having fun," came Ria's voice as she came into the middle compartment they were in from the front compartment she had occupied. She motioned to the older man standing beside her with a smile. "Everybody, this is the conductor of the Gremory private train." The man smiled, taking off his hat and bowing. "I am Ronaldo. I'm pleased to make the acquaintance of the princess's new servant devils. I'm Asia Argento, Butchu's bishop. Please treat me well," Asia said, bowing. "I'm Zenobia. A knight. Please treat me well from now on," Zenobia said with a smile. Issei waved. "A pleasure. I'm Issei Hyoudou, and this is my companion, Belle." He gestured to the pixie, who waved as well. Ronaldo proceeded to use a machine to capture their images in order to compare them to their records, to make sure they were who they said they were. They even got Azazel as he slept in a corner of the compartment. Afterwards they proceeded to enjoy the rest of the trip. About 40 minutes into the journey they heard a message as they were playing cards. "We will momentarily be breaking through the dimensional wall. We will momentarily be breaking through the dimensional wall." Rhea smiled. Why don't you try looking outside? She told the newcomers. Issei looked out the window as Asia and Belle did the same, pressing their faces against the glass. At first there was only the continuing blackness that had been there since they began their journey, but suddenly it changed to a landscape filled with mountains, rivers and trees, with a purple sky over all of it. Asia let out cries of amazing, amazing, as she watched, delighted, while Belle laughed beside her. When Rhea stated it was alright to open the window now, Issei did so, taking a deep breath of fresh air. There was something in the air he couldn't quite place, but it was nice. The group watched the scenery pass by in delight, gazing at the occasional group of buildings passing by. This area is already in Gremory territory, Rhea stated proudly. Issei's eyebrows rose. All of this, including the area we've covered since leaving the barrier. Rhea nodded, smiling. How large is the Gremory territory? He asked curiously, thinking it was about the size of Tokyo or so. Kiba was the one to answer, popping up over the seat. If I remember correctly, it's about the size of Honshu. Issei and Belle stared at the night blankly before turning to Rhea for confirmation. She proceeded to nod, looking satisfied at their stunned looks. Why? Honshu. As in the largest island in Japan, Honshu. Belle practically screamed. Rhea nodded once again. The underworld has the same amount of surface area as the human world, but the population isn't the same. Even with devils, fallen angels and other races, it isn't that high. And since there are no oceans, the land is spacious. Rhea explained. So even though you say it's the size of Honshu, it's mostly just unused space of forests and mountains. Issei and Belle just stared a bit longer before the pixie turned to Issei and stared him in the eye. Boss, you married that woman right the fuck now. Rhea blushed furiously while Issei looked back at his companion, completely deadpan. Belle, I'm not marrying Rhea just for her money. Who said just her money? She's also got a great body. Rhea blushed harder at Belle's response. Belle. Issei said warningly. Belle pouted. Fine. Maybe you should consider devilhood more seriously then, she said, making the devils, who had been listening in amusement, perk up. It'll take more than the promise of a bit of nice land to get me to sign up, Belle-chan, he said, making the devils slump. Rhea managed to recover, however, getting her blush under control. That reminds me, Asia, Zenobia, since part of my territory will be given to you later, please tell me what locations you want. Wait, they really do get their own territory? Belle asked in surprise. Rhea nodded. They're servant devils of the next family head, so they'll each get to live in my territory as part of the Gremory group. Akeno, Hyoudou, Kaneko and even Gasper possess land within my territory. Belle turned to gaze at Issei beseechingly, but he simply crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow, making her pout. Rhea smiled as she made a map appear so that Asia and Zenobia could select what land they would receive. Issei simply sat back, relaxing as he watched. 10 or so minutes later, after the girls had chosen their spaces, they heard another announcement. We will soon be arriving at the Gremory main residence. We will soon be arriving at the Gremory main residence. Everyone, thank you for riding this train. Issei popped his head out the window, interested in their destination. He was surprised to see a large group of people in what appeared to be military uniforms standing on the platform, apparently waiting for them. Ice, we're almost there. Please close the window, Rhea said. Issei nodded and got back in, closing the window with a snap, and beginning the preparations to disembark with the others. When the train stopped, everybody but Azazel got ready to leave. You're not getting off, Azazel. No. I'm continuing along the line into Mayu territory for a meeting with Surziches. I'll come afterward. Alright, see you later, Azazel. Please say hello to my brother for me, Azazel. The fallen waved in response as they left. As soon as Issei and Belle got outside with Rhea, they were almost deafened. Welcome home, Rhea Oju-sama. Was bellowed by every person present as fireworks were set off, a band began to play, and someone riding some sort of creature soared through the air waving a flag. Asia, completely caught off guard, huddled with Gasper behind Issei as he stared in bewilderment, and Belle stuck her pinky in her ear, trying to get rid of the ringing. As Issei looked around, he noted not only the people in military uniforms he'd noted before, but many butlers and maids as well. When Rhea approached them, they all bowed their heads and said, "Welcome back, Rhea Oju-sama," in unison. "Thank you, everyone. I'm home. I've returned," Rhea said with a large smile covering her face, making the butlers and maids smile back. Then Graphius stepped forward. "Welcome back, Oju-sama. You arrived early. It's good you had a safe trip. Now then, all family members and guests, please board the carriages. We will head to the main residence in them." The silver-haired maid said as she led them to a large beautiful carriage being pulled by a horse different from ones Issei had seen before. The teens got into the carriages as instructed, which then began to take them to what ended up being a huge castle with beautiful gardens and paths. Upon arriving, the door was opened for them by a butler who bowed them out, letting Rhea disembark first. Once again there were maids and butlers there to greet them, standing on either side of a long, red carpet to make them a path. As Rhea and the others began to head toward the home, a small figure rushed out of the line of maids, and ran towards Rhea. "Rhea Ni-sama. Welcome back." Milica's Gremory cried as he embraced his aunt. Milica's. I'm back. My, you've gotten big, haven't you? Rias said with a smile, holding him lovingly. Hello, Milica's kun. I hope you've been doing well. Issei said with a smile. I-san. And Belle-san too. Milica's exclaimed happily, gazing up at them with a grin. Hey kiddo, you're looking good. Belle said, moving forward and lightly ruffling his hair. Rias was smiling at seeing how Issei and Belle interacted with her nephew. Milica's, since you already know Issei and Belle, I'd like to introduce you to my new servants, Asia and Zenobia. The two girls bowed, smiling. It's a pleasure to meet you, Milica's kun. Issei said happily. Yes, a pleasure. Zenobia said a bit more calmly. Nice to meet you. The boy said politely. Holding Milica's hand, Rias led the way into the home with a smile. All the newcomers looked around in awe as they arrived into the entrance hall, which was extravagant without being tasteless, a theme Issei had noticed thanks to his previous time there. Oju-sama, I'd like to show everyone to their rooms at once. Grafia said as she motioned for various maids to approach. Yes, of course. And I need to see mother and father after coming home as well. Rias replied. The master is out at present. He is expected to return by this evening, and said he would meet everyone at supper time. I see. Then yes, I suppose we should let everybody rest in their rooms for now. I trust the baggage has been delivered. Yes, there should be no problem now. Grafia said primly. Issei was glad to hear it, because from what he could see Asia appeared to be rather unsteady on her feet from exhaustion. Rias. You've returned. Came a voice from the top of the stairs. They all turned to see a beautiful woman making her way down. Rias smiled happily. Hello mother. I've returned. Vanillana Gremory smiled as she made her way down, her eyes traveling along the gathered people. It's wonderful to see you all. Issei stepped forward. Hello again, Vanillana. You're looking as beautiful as always. He took her hand and kissed the back of it. Ice-kun, you always know what to say. It's wonderful to see you again. And you as well, Belle-chan. The Gremory matriarch said, her smile widening slightly. Belle waved happily. Rias, meanwhile, was blinking in surprise. She hadn't seen Issei act this way before. She didn't know how she felt about it. Several hours later, everybody was gathered in the dining room for the evening meal. The entire table was covered in mouth-watering food that Issei and Belle were more than ready to dig into. Please enjoy yourselves without holding back. Zyataka said at the beginning of the meal, smiling and prompting everybody to dig in. Issei made sure to eat in as dignified a manner as possible, using all the manners that had been pounded into his head. Even so, he allowed his gaze to wander along his dinner companions. He saw that Asia and Zenobia, unused to this, were having trouble, though they still looked good, even as they tried to eat appropriately. Gaspar had his eyes screwed shut as he ate. Obviously the day had been hard on the Hikikomori, seeing as he'd had to be around a very large amount of people. Belle was eating daintily, obviously trying to be as well-mannered as Issei. Kaneko wasn't eating at all. Issei furrowed his brow. Now he knew that there was definitely something up with her. She'd normally be stuffing herself. He once again resolved to talk to her when he had the chance. Zyataka cleared his throat. Members of Ria's group, please think of this place as your home. Having just come to the underworld, you're in an environment you don't understand. If there's something you want, please say so to the housemates without reserve. They'll prepare it right away. Issei briefly considered seeing if that extended to certain other services, before banishing the thought from his head. The last thing he wanted was to make a bad impression. He actually liked the Gremories, after all. By the way, Ice-kun. Zyataka said. Issei looked up. Yes, Zyataka, how have your parents been? Have they been well? Oh, yes, they're fine. When I told them I was going to Ria's hometown, they simply asked me for a souvenir. Considering their house was so nicely rebuilt, well, they're a bit on the selfish side. Issei responded with a small chuckle. He wasn't expecting what came next. A souvenir then, huh? I see. Zyataka rang a small bell, prompting a butler to approach. What is your order, master? Please prepare a castle for Issei Hyoudou-kun's parents. The Gremory patriarch said calmly. Issei almost choked on his drink, eyes wide as he stared at his host. Yes, sir. Shall it be Western style? Or Japanese style? The butler asked, in no way surprised by this order. Zyataka seemed to be mulling this over. What a worrisome choice. Wait a moment, Zyataka, a castle is too much as a souvenir. Issei said, a bit rattled. Thankfully Vanillana seemed to come to his aid. Dear, since land in Japan is too small, it's impossible for a commoner to have a castle. Issei nodded in agreement. I see, yes, Japan certainly is small. Well then, if a castle won't do, then I wonder what else would do as a present. Zyataka mused. Father, worrying about it that much will just trouble them. Ice's parents don't possess strong worldly desires anyway. Ria said. Issei looked at her with gratitude, as he knew Zyataka was more likely to listen to her than to him. Indeed, Zyataka simply nodded with an I see at that, making Issei sigh in relief. By the way, Ice-kun. Vanillana said. Yes, Vanillana, how can I help you? Issei asked. I'm impressed by the manners you've displayed so far. You wouldn't be out of place among some of the upper crust of Devil Society. I mean no offense when I say I did not expect it from the son of normal human commoners. Who taught you? Ah, that was my Abasan. She took it upon herself to teach me how to deal with high society in case it was ever needed. She was quite thorough. He responded simply. Riaz looked at him in surprise. I was unaware you had an aunt, Ice-kun. Especially one who taught you such things. Well, she isn't really my aunt, but she took care of me. She's from Egypt and is very high class. She saw me before and decided she just had to teach me so I would be prepared in the future. I see. I'm glad she did. Is there any chance we could meet her? Ria's mother asked. I'm sure I'll get the chance to introduce you eventually, Issei said with a smile. Then Lana smiled back, and the rest of the meal proceeded comfortably. The next night Issei found himself sipping some bourbon in a large room full of high society devils. He was dressed in what appeared to have become his unofficial uniform. The outfit he wore during his beatdown of Riser and the peace conference, though he was unarmed this time. He had been invited to attend an event being held for the young devils, which of course included Rias. Bell elected not to attend with him, choosing to stay with Milikas, who enjoyed the company. He didn't, however, know why Surzichas invited him. He assumed the Mayu had a reason, something he wanted him to do. He just didn't know what it was. He looked around as he sat to the side of the room, slightly away from the other attendees. He wasn't meant to actually do anything, as this was about the devils. Though Surzichas had winked at him when he said that, so he assumed at least the Lucifer wouldn't complain if he did speak up. Maybe Surzichas expected him to speak up at some point, and that's why he brought him along. He was interested to note all 4 Mayu were in attendance though. Finally, a door opened and a gathering of young devils came in with their peerages. From what he could see there were 6 of them. Riaz, Sona, a well-built black-haired youth with a powerful aura, a pretty blonde girl with glasses, a rather gentle-looking boy, and a delinquent boy with green hair. He watched as all 6 stepped forward, away from their peerages. Though Issei noted that the delinquent appeared to have a swollen cheek. There had most likely been an altercation in the waiting room. He wondered if Riaz was involved. Good, you have gathered. An elderly male devil spoke solemnly, hands clasped together. In order to check the faces of you all, who will carry the burden of the next generation, you have been gathered here. This is also a meeting that is performed over a regular cycle, so that we can assess the young devils. Another devil with a rather full mustache spoke cut in. You seem to have fought right away, however, he said sarcastically. Surzichas spoke up now from his seat in the top level. You 6 are all devils of the next generation that have pedigree and true ability that no objection can be raised against. That's why I want you to compete together before your debuts and increase your power in this way. Suddenly, the powerfully built young man spoke up. Will we also eventually be sent out to battle against the Cowsbreak if we just receive kindness from our predecessors even at this age and nothing further is done? Seriarg, I acknowledge your bravery. However, you're reckless. Above all, I'd like to avoid sending you all, who are still in the midst of growing, to the battlefield. Besides, it would be too great a loss if we lost the devils of the next generation. I want you to understand. You are all more of a treasure to us than you think. That's why I want you to experience important things step by step and grow. Surzichas said gently yet firmly. The devil, Seriarg, said, I understand and seemed to consent. But he still looked dissatisfied. Issei scoffed slightly. He dearly wanted to tell Seriarg that there was a difference between actual battle and the raiding games he was used to seeing. The time he had before seeing a true battle was to be cherished. He was only sorry that his friends didn't have that luxury anymore. He'd seen the change in them since the peace conference. They'd seen people die then, seen the true face of war. Their first, and hopefully only, large-scale battle. Though in Issei's experience it wasn't all that large by comparison. Still, it had left them changed subtly, he could tell. Issei focused on what was going on. While he had been in thought, things had proceeded with more talking by various higher-ups about various matters, including the upcoming games. Now then, I apologize for keeping you with this long talk. Well, we all see our dreams and hopes in you young ones. I want you to understand at least that. You are the treasures of the underworld, Surzichas said with a smile. To finish things, will you now let us hear your respective future goals? Issei sat forward with interest as Seriarg was the first to speak up. My dream is to become Mao. More than one person in the audience let out a breath of wonder at such an ambitious goal stated without any hesitation. It's unprecedented for a devil from a great king clan family to leave it, said a male devil. When the people of the underworld feel that there's no choice but for me to become Mao, I will become one, Seriarg declared confidently. Issei smirked. He may be naive in Issei's books, but he definitely dreamed big. Riaz was the next to speak. My goal for the near future is to live as the next Grimoire head, and to win each trading game battle. Issei nodded. That definitely sounded like Riaz. He listened as the others stated their dreams and goals, till only Sonu was left. Issei became interested again. He may not know Sona as well as he did Rias, but he still considered her a friend, not to mention a comrade in arms after the Battle of the Peace Conference. I wish to build a school for the raiding games in the underworld, she stated clearly. Issei smiled. That he could get behind. But while Issei was approving, the devils in the stand scrunched up their eyebrows. Isn't there already a school for learning about raiding games? One of them asked, as though to clarify. Sona's answer was bland. That school only accepts high-class devils and devils of a privileged rank. The school I want to build is one where low-class devils and reincarnated devils can also attend without any distinction. Issei's smile whitened. Now he was really interested. His smile turned into a frown, however, when he heard an unwelcome sound. Ha 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 ha. Pretty much every one of the higher-ups was laughing. It seemed like the only ones keeping silent were the Mayu, and Serafol definitely didn't look happy. That's impossible. This is just brilliant. I see. So you're a little girl who dreams. It's good to be young. However, for the next head of the Citri family to state such a dream, I have to say thank goodness that it was here at this place of introduction before your debut. Issei was getting angrier and angrier. He heard it mentioned that the Grummery were unusually kind to their servants, but he hadn't really registered what that meant till now. These fools obviously held low class and servant devils in lower guard. He was glad Belle had stayed behind. She'd have zapped these idiots into a coma by now. Sona stood stoically, withering the barrage of scorn before simply stating, I'm serious. Serafol nodded strongly, agreeing with her sister, though she couldn't outright come out in support of her sister due to her position. Another devil spoke coolly. Sona Citri Dono. Low-class devils and reincarnated devils merely work for their high-class devil masters, and are only selected for their talent. Wouldn't building such a training institution make the old families, who value tradition and pride, lose face? No matter how much people say that the world of devils has entered a period of change, change can be both good and bad. Something like teaching mere low-class devils really is nothing of your concern. Issei saw that Saji was about to burst at having his master's dream ridiculed, so decided to say his own piece. How pathetically short-sighted. He made sure to sit on his chair, completely relaxed, as everybody turned to look at him. He took a sip of his nearly forgotten bourbon as he looked around the room, letting his face show every ounce of the contempt he currently held for the fools seated in the stands. What did you say, boy? One of the higher-ups asked, glaring at him. You heard me. You stupidly cripple yourselves for ill-founded elitism. Another sip as the glares increased. He absently noted that Sona was looking at him in surprise, Saji gaping like a fish beside her. Humanity in general is well aware that if you improve your weakest and lowest members, everybody benefits. This works militarily, academically or financially. Bring the average up hand, surprise, surprise, you're stronger. He sipped again. What the quite brilliant Sona Citri is proposing is a method to make your troops better, your forces larger, and your people more learned. And you would throw it away because you're terrified of no longer being special enough to justify your overinflated egos. He turned to Sona and smiled at her. You have my support, Sona. You ever need anything from me to help make that school a reality, I'll be happy to assist. Sona gazed up at him before smiling softly and nodding. Thank you, Hyoudou-san. Issei's smile grew. Ice, please. Sona nodded, and when he turned to see what effect his words had, he saw Serafol grinning widely at him. He could tell he had just scored massive brownie points with her. Who do you think you, a mere human, are to talk like this to us? Why are you even here? You should be in the human world and not interfering with your betters. One of the foolish devils spat. Issei was about to teach the idiot a lesson when Surzichus stood, looking displeased. Issei Hyoudou-kun, the Sekyute, is here upon the invitation of the Mayu. I did not invite him with any particular agenda in mind, but because I thought his insight and expertise might prove valuable, which it has. Hyoudou-kun is a superb military commander, as myself and the Leviathan have seen firsthand. He led our forces into battle during the Battle of Kuoh Academy, coming up with tactics and plans that I myself followed. I very easily say that without him it is very likely that we would not have the Kuoh Accords. I intend to, on the behalf of the entire alliance of angels, devils and fallen, extend an offer for a formal alliance with him in the near future. He turned to Issei and nodded. Thank you, Hyoudou-kun, for your expert opinion. It could have been worded better, but we appreciate your insight. Issei simply nodded as the gathered devils glanced at each other, slightly cowed, but obviously not happy. Now then. Surzichus continued, acting more light-hearted. Let's get to the games between these young people. Rias, Sona, would you like to fight each other? Issei watched as the servants of the mentioned kings looked surprised, while Rias and Sona looked at each other, blinking in surprise. Surzichus continued regardless. Originally, it was planned for Rias' game to take place in a few days. Azazel has gathered trading game fans from each of the powers, also under the pretext of watching the games of the young people before their debuts. So it should work this way. Let's hold the game between Rias and Sona. Rias let out a breath before showing Sona a defiant smile, which was returned. It may not be an official one, but it feels like fate to me that you would be my first raiding game opponent, Rias. Now that we're competing with each other, I won't lose, Sona. Sirafal was grinning happily. A match between Riaz-chan and Sona-chan. Yes. It may fire things up. The date of the competition is August 20th in Human World Time. You may each divide up your time as you like until then. The details will be sent again later. Surzicha said. Issei grinned. This will prove to be interesting. So, it'll be a showdown with the Citri group. Azazel sat with interest once everybody had returned and told him about the meeting. Issei stretched. He had returned a bit after the others, as he had wanted to ask Surzichas about the apparent formal alliance he hadn't been informed of. Today is July 28th in Human World Time. So we have about 20 days until the showdown day. Azazel continued in thought. Issei spoke up. I've already come up with some training methods for each of you. Even if you already have plans, I'd like for you to at least hear me out before running off. After all, the entire point of my coming was to help you train. He smiled as the devils nodded. Good. We'll start tomorrow then. Yes, I have some ideas as well. We will see if they're compatible with Issei's later. Azazel added in. Issei looked at him with an eyebrow raise. You sure that won't cause any issues? Cause one team getting help from the governor of the fallen angels might be counted as foul play. Not really. I intend to give information to various members of the devils. The angels are doing the same. So the rest depends on if the young devils themselves are willing to take the opportunity granted to them. Azazel said with a shrug. Even Shimha's eye is giving advice to each of the families. That advice may even be more helpful than mine. He grinned. In any case, let's gather in the garden tomorrow morning. Everybody nodded in determination before Grafia appeared. Everyone, the hot spring bath is ready. Issei's eyes weren't the only ones to light up at that news. Not much later Issei was sighing in satisfaction as he sank into the water of the Japanese-style hot spring that was in the Gremory Estate's garden. Azazel and Kiba were with him, and both seemed pleased as well. After a few minutes of relaxation Issei looked around, wondering where the last male of their group was. He sighed in resignation when he saw Gasper loitering around the entrance, towel held up to his chest like a girl hiding her assets. Issei sighed before getting out of the spring and approaching the hikikomori. Gasper, why are you standing all the way over here? Don't you want to join us? The water is really nice. The small vampire looked up at Issei fearfully. Ooh. Beebut. Without a thought Issei picked the boy up and carried him to the hot spring. Come on, it's time you socialize with the rest of us. Ah. Ooh, senpai. Don't do this to me. Let me go. He wailed louder as Issei entered the spring with him, finally dropping him into the water. No. I'm multiing. Senpai. Issei sighed at his cowhide while Kiba watched with a sweat drop and Azazel with amusement. Then Ria's voice sounded from the girl's side. Issei, you know you can't sexually harass Gasper, don't you? Then there was the sound of all the girls giggling. Issei's eyebrow twitched as he heard Belle chime in. Boss, I had no idea. I didn't realize us girls weren't enough for you. Am I going to have to warn Kuchulin about you? More laughter as Issei groaned, sinking back into the water. Azazel chuckled. I heard you were a pervert, Issei-kun, but I had no idea. Shut the fuck up, Azazel. I don't have anything against it, but I'm straight. Issei growled. That did nothing to stop the Folan's laughter. When Azazel finally calmed down he approached Issei with a smile. Say, ice. Issei eyed him warily. I was wondering. Do you have anybody else like Elena-san among your summons? Issei's wary look turned to amusement. You're really desperate for more information on my companions, aren't you? Azazel grinned unrepentantly. I have plenty of beautiful women who have graciously agreed to assist me. And before you ask, I don't have a sexual relationship with all of them, or even most of them. For various reasons. Well then, you need to just try harder. Azazel said, eyebrows raised. Issei rolled his eyes and was about to reply when he began to hear the girls' conversation. Rias. Did your bust get bigger again? Can I touch it a little? Really? Your way of touching is a little indecent. Besides, didn't your bra cup change more than mine, Akeno? My old one was still fine even though it was a bit tight. However, recently, I've been thinking that it wouldn't be bad to show it off in a bigger way. A woman becomes bolder when she has a partner she'd like to show it to, Rias. That's true. I'm envious of how big you two are. Yeah, you two are freaking huge. Asia-chan, Belle-sensei. Haven't yours also gotten bigger than before? Is that so? But, if they're only this big, I can't seem to be able to come to like it. You're just saying that. Asia, did you hear the talk of how they become bigger if you rub them? Like this on. Don't. Zenobia-san. I-sen still hasn't done this kind of thing to me. Asia is different from me and has a good touching sensation. I see. This may be what delights men as well. It's good to be young, isn't it, Rias? By the way, based on this feeling, you really have been getting bigger every day, haven't you? Akeno, cut it out, release your hands from my breasts. The movements of your hands are on. Where did you learn such a thing? Ria's breasts. What a nice sensation. Yufufu. I'll do this Sirand. No. Aon. Stop it. I decided that he would be my first. Ian. Issei's nose was dripping blood as he listened. Kiba's face was a bit on the red side as well, while Azazel was grinning. It's good to be a man, isn't it? The Fallen said. Issei and Kiba nodded vigorously in agreement. The day after the match was announced, the orc gathered in the Gremory family's garden, dressed in training outfits. Issei was wearing the gauntlet he used to summon his followers, making the others curious. But they kept silent for the moment. Azazel spoke first, some papers in hand that he seemed to be consulting. First of all, what I have set up is a training regime focused on the immediate future. Some people produce good results immediately, others have to take the long view. However, you're all growing, so even if the initial approach is wrong, you should grow well. Now then, first up will be Rias. Rias straightened up as she was addressed. You've been a high-spec devil from the very beginning when it comes to pretty much everything, including talent, physical ability and magic power. Even if you did nothing and simply grew into those traits, you still end up as a candidate for a devil of the highest grade when you become an adult. But you want to be stronger than that, don't you? Rias nodded strongly. Yes. I don't want to lose ever again. Then follow this regime from now till the day of the fight. Azazel responded, handing her a sheet of paper. Rias looked at it and seemed confused. This doesn't seem all that special though. Yes, it's a pretty basic training method. Your stats are already high and can only be increased through practice. The issue with the games many times is the quality of the king. The king needs brains more than strength as things go on. Devils can still climb to the top through brains and cleverness if they lack skill in magic, you know. So before the match, you need to learn all you can about the raiding games. The king needs thought, quick-wittedness and judgment to defeat any kind of situation. It's your job to make sure your servants can display their power to the fullest. Just don't forget that, just like an actual battlefield, you won't be able to know what will happen till the actual game. Rias nodded, and Issei stepped forward. Alright, time for my own contribution. No offense to Azazel, but an actual dedicated trainer would be better than a static training regime. So are you going to train me then, Ice? Rias asked, interested. Issei shook his head, brought his gauntlet up and pressed something on the screen. The customary light of a summoning appeared before leaving behind someone they'd all seen before. Well, it seems we'll be getting acquainted, Oju-san. Scathit said with a wicked smile. Rias was wide-eyed. She'll be training me. Issei nodded. Scathich is a famous trainer of heroes, as I'm sure you know. That doesn't just mean their physical skills, but their mental and, if appropriate, magical skills as well. She should be capable of assisting you in improving all your stats, as Azazel said. Fallen scratched his chin. Yes, that could work nicely. Don't worry. Scathit said, still smiling. I won't be too harsh on you. You should survive. She gave a throaty chuckle that had Rias gulping. Azazel chuckled lightly before turning to his next target. Now for Akeno. Yes. Akeno said reluctantly, a sullen look on her face. As was usual now, she did not look enthused to be interacting with Azazel. She'd outright told Issei that she hated the man a little. Issei figured it was related to who her father was. You must accept the blood that flows within you. Azazel said, making Akeno frown more heavily. The Fallen continued as though he hadn't noticed. I've seen the recordings of the battle with the Phoenix Peerage. You should have been able to easily defeat their queen. Why didn't you use your fallen angel powers? You limited yourself to only thunder. If you don't add light to it to make lightning, you won't be able to display your full power. I can do just fine without using that kind of power. Akeno said with a frown. Bell zoomed up to the queen. Why are you denying yourself, Akeno-chan? You used light during the battle at Kuoh. Not much, but you still used it. What's stopping you now? Akeno frowned more heavily. I only used it then because it was necessary, and I regret it immensely. I'm not going to do it again. She became pleading. Can't you simply teach me some new things instead, Bell-sensei? I'll be happy to teach you as much as I can, Akeno-chan. As Akeno began to smile, it was wiped from her face at the pixie's next words. After you've accepted yourself and starting using the light that is your birthright. Trust me, you'll never be able to move on in your life if you keep denying who and what you are. Everybody has things that they don't like about themselves. It's only by accepting those things, no matter how hard or painful they are, that we can grow. Don't, and you'll always be weak. Akeno didn't say anything, simply turning her head to the side, a conflicted look on her face. Issei stepped forward and set a hand on her shoulder, making her look at him. He smiled gently. I believe in you, Akeno. You'll get past this, and become that much stronger because of it. Akeno gave him a tremulous smile before once more looking away, deep in thought. Issei stepped back to his spot as Azazel continued. Next is Kiba. Yes, said the knight. Your first objective is to maintain balance breaker for a full day. That's your objective, so you become accustomed to it. After that, I'll personally teach you how to handle sword-type sacred gears. Kiba nodded and Issei once more stepped forward. I don't know if you already have something set up, but I have arranged for a personal trainer for yourself as well, if you'd be interested. Kuoh looked intrigued, so Issei once more tapped the screen of his gauntlet, causing another flash of light to illuminate the area. From that light emerged a new figure for everybody to see. He was about Azazel's height, with shaggy black hair tied in a ponytail that reached his waist. He was in traditional samurai garb, his top a deep black, his pants a dark blue with intricate designs. He carried 2 swords, a katana and a wakizashi, neither of which looked all that ornate. Despite seeming to be a normal human, there was an air of danger around him. "Greetings," the newcomer said with a small smile. His gaze settled on Kuoh. "Are you the one I've been summoned to train?" Kuoh's nod studied the boy before nodding. "Well then, this should be interesting. I am Shinmin Musashi no Kami Fujiwara no Harinobu. Though you may know me better as simply Miyamoto Musashi. I look forward to seeing how you fare under my tutelage." Kuoh was slightly wide-eyed but bowed. I have read the Book of 5 Rings. I look forward to learning directly from you." Azazel turned to Issei. "I feel I shouldn't be surprised you have Miyamoto Musashi, considering Kuchulin and Scathach, yet I still am." Issei simply smirked as Bell laughed. The fallen sighed before continuing. "Anyway, Zenobia." "Yes," the former exorcist said, looking at Azazel with interest. "I honestly don't have much for you beyond suggesting that you need to be able to use Durandal better than you can now. Originally I would have suggested you learn to wield another sword like you did with Excalibur Destruction, such as Issei's Ascalon. However, as Issei is not a part of Rhea's peerage, and as such cannot lend you the blade for the fight, that's out. So I was actually hoping Issei would have an idea on how to improve your abilities with your current weapon." Issei scratched the back of his head. "I did have an idea of someone to summon to assist you with that, but I'm not sure they would be welcome, considering we're in the underworld. I'd need Rhea's express permission." Rhea looked interested and cocked her head to the side. "Well, I suppose it's fine if they promise not to cause any trouble." Issei nodded before once again tapping his gauntlet. After yet another flash, everybody turned to stare at the new personal trainer. She was a beautiful woman who stood proudly in front of everybody, a little above Akeno's height. Her blonde hair reached her neck with bangs covering her forehead. She was covered in well-maintained, steel armor that looked well fitted to her form. She carried a long sword in her hand, ready for use. One of the more eye-catching things was the cape on her back. It was red, blue and white, and it took several of them a while to realize it was the French flag. "So," she said softly, her voice slightly accented, as she gazed at Zenobia with bright blue eyes. "You are the former church agent Ice wishes for me to train." She looked the brunette over, causing Zenobia to stiffen under her gaze. "Well, I see something in you, and I trust him, so I will give you a chance, despite my personal distaste for devils." Zenobia swallowed lightly. "Ah, may I please have the name of the one who is going to train me?" The woman smiled. "Ah yes, of course. My apologies. I am Jean. Jean Dark." As the orc stared, shocked, at the maid of Orleans, who continued smiling as her fellow summons chuckled, Azazel turned to Issei, eyeing him. "Okay, seriously, who else do you have? That's 4 mytho-historical heroes you've summoned." Issei said nothing, simply smirking. Azazel stared at him a bit longer before sighing. "Alright, whatever, at this rate you'll pull an archangel out of your ass or something." He cleared his throat. "Next, Gasper." The vampire jumped slightly at being addressed. "Why ease?" He practically screamed nervously. "Don't be so frightened. Your biggest obstacle is that fear. You need to train that mind and body that fears everything from scratch. Your specs are substantial, and improving your bishop characteristics and your magic will help you greatly. Since I've constructed an exclusive Hikikomori escape plan program, you must first put on a proper attitude as much as possible. Even if going out in public is impossible for you, make sure that your movements are dull. Ease. I'll try to obtain a spirit that goes for broke," Gasper cried, before almost immediately trying to get back into his cardboard box. Azazel turned to Issei. "Let me guess, you have somebody for Gasper too." Issei scratched his chin. "Actually, I didn't have a clue of what to do for Gasper. Your plan to get him more used to people so he's more useful in the game has merit, so I've been thinking about what I could do to help with that." Suddenly he smiled and started tapping his gauntlet again. This time took longer, as he obviously hadn't prepared this one beforehand. Finally there was another flash of light, and everybody turned to look at who had been summoned this time. It was a young girl of about 10 or 11. She was incredibly pale and had light blonde hair that reached her shoulders with a white ribbon tying it back, and odd yellow eyes. She wore a blue dress that reached her knees, which had a large white ribbon tied around her waist with a bow in the back. On her feet were black shoes that fit on her snugly. All in all, while she looked very cute, neither Azazel or the orc could see how she would be good in a fight. The girl curtsied with a sweet smile. "Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Alice." She quickly hugged Issei around the middle. "Big bro, you haven't summoned me in ages, you meanie." Issei smiled and patted her head. "I'm sorry, Alice. Things have been pretty hectic. I had to deal with some bad people again." She looked up at him with a pout. Then why didn't you summon me to help? Issei chuckled. Alice, you know why. Summoning you would be complete overkill. It would be like trying to swat a fly with a wrecking ball. Yusashi snorted. Understatement. As everybody not summoned by Issei looked at each other, mystified, Alice's pout turned into a smile. That's true, I guess. But then why did you summon me now? I was hoping you would help me with a friend of mine, he said. He needs a playmate and someone who'll spend time with him. He's really shy, but he needs to get over it as much as possible for a fight that's coming soon. So while he's doing his training for the fight, I'd hope you just spend time with him, since I can't do it myself all the time. Alice cocked her head to the side. I guess I could. Where is he? Issei pointed at the cardboard box, which was shaking slightly. Alice skipped over and opened the box with curiosity to peer at the boy who was looking up at her apprehensively. Hi, she said with a smile. I'm Alice. And you are? G. Gasper, he said tremulously. Well, Gasper, I hope we can have a lot of fun together, Alice said happily. As Gasper nodded hesitantly, Issei cleared his throat. Alice, I think it goes without saying, but the rule I set in place still stands. No doing that without my express permission. Got it. Alice pouted at Issei again, but nodded when he looked at her with a firm gaze. Yes, sir. Issei smiled. Good. I'm glad that's settled. Azazel eyed Alice a bit longer but decided to continue. Well, continuing on, now the other bishop, Asia. Ah. Why yes. Asia looked unusually intense. You will also improve your body and magic through some basic training. Alongside that, your main task should be to strengthen your sacred gear. Your speed with your recovery ability is already considerable. However, you need physical contact to use it, and that's a problem. Riaz was interested. So could Asia expand the range of her sacred gear's healing ability? Azazel nodded. Yes, Riaz, she could. That's how she'll show the true worth of Twilight healing. According to the theory based on the data gathered by our organization, it should be possible for the healing aura of the sacred gear to be issued from the whole body, and to use the recovery on all allies within one's surroundings. Issei smiled. That's excellent. That would open so many avenues for attack and counterattack. Yes, that would be good, if not for the fact that due to Asia's nature as a kind person, it's very likely that she would heal everybody in range, not just allies. So enemies would be healed as well. It would be better if she could target it, but that's not likely. Even so, expanding the range is still something that should be done. Issei tapped his chin. Good point. She is far too kind to be able to only heal allies. Asia looked down, chagrined. I'm sorry. Issei smiled and patted her head. I never said that was a bad thing. It just means you're a good person. Asia blushed and smiled with pleasure. Indeed. So I found another possibility. The ability to fire her healing aura. Azazel said with a smile. So you mean I would send my healing power to someone that is far away from me? Asia asked while making a cute little throwing gesture that made several there smile. Yes, you could throw it as a projectile. For example, if Kiba was 10 meters away and fighting while injured, you could fire your healing power at him. So you could heal without direct contact. Belle looked excited and flew around the former nun. That's great. Asia could really play a larger role that way. Asia as well looked happy. Well, the power's effect would be lesser than that of a direct touch, but being able to heal allies from far away is still a strategic option with many uses. By just sending 1 or 2 people to the front lines while Asia keeps them healed and someone guards her back, you'd be able to set up an ideal formation. Riaz tilted her head to the side in thought. It's simple, but strong tactical formations generally are. Usually the method used to heal allies is Phoenix Tears or mixed healing medicine. Asia's sacred gear could easily top those with its all-purpose characteristic and reliability. Yes. The power of Asia's sacred gear could be this team's distinctive characteristic and weapon. After that it's all up to Asia's own strength. So please complete the training I assigned you properly, okay? Why yes. I'll do my best, Asia said with adorable determination. Then she, along with everybody else, turned to gaze at Issei expectantly. Issei chuckled before yet again tapping his gauntlet, generating another flash of light. When the light faded, Angel floated there, looking serene. Hello young one. I shall be the one to assist you in unlocking your potential. Asia looked delighted. I promise to work hard, Angel-san. The winged woman smiled gently. I'm sure you will. Azazel continued on. Finally we have Kaneko. Yes. Kaneko looked pumped up, obviously looking forward to her own training. Issei was gratified that the melancholy she had been displaying during the entire trip was gone. You have nothing to be criticized about, as you possess the elementary traits of offense and defense as a rook. Your physical ability is also not a problem. However, there are those better at offense and Riaz peerage than you. I know that, Kaneko said, looking frustrated. Issei frowned. Was that what was bothering the loli? The ones at the top when it comes to offense and Riaz peerage are currently Kiba and Zenobia, since they possess brutal weapons with his balance breaker holy demonic swords, and her holy sword Durandal. Kaneko was quiet, not looking as enthused as before as Azazel continued. So, you will also improve your base stats like the others. In addition, you need to release the thing you have personally sealed. Just like with the Keno, if you don't accept yourself, you won't be able to grow. Kaneko said nothing. Any trace of the fighting spirit she had displayed earlier had disappeared with Azazel's words. Issei's brow furrowed. Kaneko was holding something back like a Keno was. What could it be? He shared a mystified look with Belle, but approached the small girl and moved to pat her head. Don't worry. Like I said to Keno, I have faith you'll be able to get past whatever the issue is. When his hand was about to touch her head, Kaneko batted it away, something she had never done before. Please don't say something like that so lightly, she said sternly. Issei frowned lightly before sighing. Well, I did have somebody plan to help you out too. Hopefully he'll be able to help you with whatever your issue is. One last time, he tapped his gauntlet, producing another flash of light. Now used to procedure, everybody turned to see who had just been summoned. Big. Whoever had been summoned was huge, almost 2 feet taller than Azazel. He had darkly tanned skin and wavy brown hair that reached his shoulders. He wasn't only tall though. He was also incredibly muscled, making professional bodybuilders look like slackers. He was shirtless, exposing his chiseled torso, and wore only a skirt of leather strips like ancient gladiators wore. On his feet he wore brown sandals. The giant let out an excited laugh. Finally, something to do. So, where's the one that I'm supposed to train? Issei pointed down, and he looked down to see Kaneko, who barely reached his waist, staring up at him. Tiny, isn't she? Sure she can take it. Issei chuckled. Trust me, she can take it. The giant grinned. Great. Hope you're ready, girly. All Heracles isn't going to go easy on you. As Kaneko nodded in awed determination, Azazel threw his hands into the air. Of course you have Heracles as well. Of course. It's not that much, just probably the most famous mythological hero in existence, a Catholic saint, and a legendary swordsman. He glared lightly at Issei. Can we expect any further surprises? Issei simply smirked at the phone. Not today. He clapped his hands. Now then, everybody has their regimes and trainers. You should all get to it. We only have 20 days to get you all up to snuff, after all. Yes. Everybody exclaimed, looking mostly determined. The group broke up, and training began. For the following week Issei spent time with the Gremmaries as the orc trained. He'd occasionally look in on their progress, but he left it to their respective trainers, simply giving them encouragement and advice. The trainers noted that their charges tended to work extra hard when Issei was around, something that made more than one of them chuckle. When he wasn't doing that, however, Issei spent time with Zeoticus, Vanillana and Milicus. The devils noted that, while quite willing to have rather entertaining conversations, Issei was very careful to keep things close to the chest, skillfully redirecting and obfuscating as necessary. They respected him enough not to push, but they'd be lying if they said it didn't make them curious. One day as Issei was playing chess with Milicus, and losing badly, Zeoticus entered the room. Icekun, I have invited a guest that I thought you would be interested in meeting. He should be arriving momentarily. Could you please follow me outside to greet him? Issei nodded and tipped his king over and surrendered to Milicus, before ruffling the kid's hair, and getting up to follow Zeoticus out. He looked around for a carriage from the road, but nothing was showing yet. So, may I ask who this guest is? A shadow was cast over the two, and the devil pointed up with a smile. That would him. Issei looked up and his eyebrows rose at seeing a gigantic dragon swoop down and land nearby. He studied the dragon as it walked towards him. It was primarily covered in dark purple scales, though its underside and the inner portions of its long tail and its wings were beige. It had a triangular head with yellow horns and large red eyes. Greetings, Zeoticus. Is this the one you wanted me to meet? The dragon asked as it reached them. Indeed. Issei, this is Tannen, former Great Dragon King and current Ultimate Class Devil. Tannen, this is Issei Hyoudou, bearer of the boosted gear and thus, Securute. Zeoticus said, introducing them. Issei nodded in greeting. Hello Tannen. It's a pleasure to meet you. Tannen nodded. Indeed. I'm interested in what kind of Securute you are. I've met some of your predecessors, after all. The huge dragon cocked his head to the side. May I speak with Drake? Issei nodded and summoned the boosted gear, letting it appear on his arm. Drake then spoke. How nostalgic to hear you again, Tannen. Drake, it has been some time. Your current host seems confident. Are you satisfied? Indeed I am. I'd say that Issei is the best wielder I've ever had. I have experienced many amazing things thanks to him, and fought many good fights. Even should he die tomorrow of his preferred method, I can still say I am happy to have been with him. Drake stated firmly. Zeoticus raised an eyebrow. Preferred method? He asked. Issei chuckled as Drake answered. He wishes to die after a marathon sex session with the women he cares about due to exhaustion and or dehydration. The sealed dragon said sardonically. Zeoticus and Tannen both laughed at that while Issei grinned unrepentantly. Well, I can see that he's at least a normal teenager in one way. The Redid said with amusement. In any case, I'll leave you to talk. After Zeoticus left them alone, Issei, Tannen and Drake had a pleasant conversation that lasted well into the night. It wasn't the last time they met together for conversation, as they began getting together quite regularly. Issei was following Rias to the room Kaneko was resting in. Earlier that day Kaneko had collapsed due to overworking herself and was currently resting. This had made Issei quite worried about the girl. He had wondered out loud why Kaneko was pushing herself so hard, and Vanillana, who had overheard him, proceeded to tell Issei Kaneko's story. The story began with two cat sisters who were always together. Orphans, they stuck together despite having no home and nobody else to rely on, struggling to survive day to day. One day a devil picked them up, making the elder sister part of his peerage, and thus allowing the younger to live with them. It seemed perfect for the two who had struggled so much. However, the elder sister began to grow in power incredibly fast after becoming a devil, the reincarnation having apparently sparked the growth. Being of a species that naturally excelled in Jujutsu, and having a high degree of ability in magic as well, she even managed to invoke Senjutsu, which was nearly unheard of. However, the elder cat, having surpassed even her master in power, became consumed by that power, and became someone who only sought blood and battle. So she killed the devil that was her master, becoming a stray, and was so powerful that she eliminated all the pursuit squads sent after her, to the point they no longer attempted to capture her. However, the younger cat sister was left behind, and so the devils in charge decided she was a liability that might do the same. They were about to eliminate her when Cerziches intervened, stating that she was innocent. So Cerziches took custody of the young cat for her protection. However, after being betrayed by her sister and tortured by the other devils, the younger sister's spirit almost collapsed. So Cerziches left her in Ria's care to help her will to live recover, and her smile reappear. And she had slowly rediscovered her emotions during her time with Rias. So Rias gave the young Nekashu, an especially powerful type of Nekomata, the name of Kaneko. After hearing that story, Issei wanted to make sure that the loli was alright, and asked Rias to take him to her. Rias acquiesced and took him to her room. Outside of it both Heracles and Belle were waiting. Issei stopped in front of the Greek hero. What happened? Heracles shrugged. She overworked herself. I kept telling her to pace herself, and even physically forced her to stop several times, but whenever I wasn't looking she just kept going. The giant of a man chuckled. She's definitely a tenacious little thing. I'm impressed with her grit. Still, tell her not to do it again, will you, boss? It just sets us back unnecessarily, and she's more likely to listen to you. Issei nodded and looked at Rias, who gently knocked on the door before letting him in. As he entered the room he saw Keno sitting by the bed, keeping Kaneko company. Then his eyes turned to Kaneko. Holy crap, you're even more adorable now. Issei blurted out as he saw the white cat ears on Kaneko's head. Akeno smiled slightly as Kaneko blushed a bit. Issei, this is... Issei waved the explanation away. Don't worry, I already heard this story from Vanillana. He moved to Kaneko's bedside and studied her, wanting to make sure that she was fine. He then smiled gently at Catgirl. Hey, how are you? Your body doing alright? Why are you here? She muttered sullenly with half-open eyes. Because I'm worried about you, of course. Issei stated matter-of-factly. Kaneko didn't respond, still acting sullen, so Issei continued. You need to be more careful. Overworking yourself isn't going to help. You need to take things at an appropriate pace or you'll do more harm than good. Kaneko clenched her hands on the sheets. I want. She muttered softly. Issei cocked his head. What was that, Kaneko-chan? Kaneko looked Issei in the eyes and spoke clearly despite the tears in her eyes. I want to become strong. Like Hyoudou-senpai, Zenobia-senpai, Akeno-sen, and Ice-senpai. I want to make my spirit and body strong. Jayakon is also becoming strong. I don't have a healing power like Asia-senpai either. At this rate, I'll become useless. Even though I'm a rook, I'm the weakest. I hate being useless. Kaneko began to cry, large tears sliding down her face. Oh, Kaneko-chan. Issei said softly, gently reaching out and stroking the girl's hair, being careful with her ears. Kaneko continued even she cried. But, I don't want to use the power sleeping inside me. My Nekomata power. If I use it, just like my Nisama. I don't want that. I absolutely don't want such a thing. Issei continued to gently stroke her head. He was about to speak when Akeno spoke first. Ice-kun, please leave the rest to us. Issei blinked at Akeno. Akeno, please. You're a kind person. But sometimes it's best to keep your distance just a little. Since I'm the same as Kaneko-chan, we have to overcome this together. She smiled bitterly. If one can't accept all of oneself and can't understand it, one can't move forward. Kaneko-chan and I understand this in our heads. But our courage is just slightly not enough yet. Please wait just a little longer. Kaneko-chan and I will definitely get through this. Issei looked at the two of them before sighing. Alright. But if you need anything at all, I'll be waiting. Even if it's just to talk a bit. He gave Kaneko one last stroke before standing up. I believe in you too. You'll get past this and become that much stronger because of it. He smiled gently at them before heading out. Once outside of the door he turned to Heracles, who was still standing there waiting, and gave his shoulder a slap. "Come on, let's go have a spar. I need some stress relief." Heracles grinned. "Sounds good to me, boss." The two headed out in search of some place they could fight, Belle following behind. It was a little over 2 weeks since the training began, and Issei was waiting in the parlor of the Gremory home for the others to arrive, so they could head to a party that was being held soon. He was wearing his now customary red-coated outfit, once again foregoing any weaponry. The day before, everybody had come back from their training, looking for the most part beat up yet stronger. They'd gathered and reported on their progress with their trainers, which was apparently considerable, something which gratified Issei. Then everybody rested for the night in order to be prepared for event of the following night. He looked up when somebody approached him to see Saji, much to his surprise. "Hello, Saji. Wasn't expecting to see you here." Saji shrugged. Kaichu is going to the meeting place with Ryu-senpai, so I tagged along. I ended up wandering aimlessly after she went to see senpai till I ended up here. Yeah, this place is big. I'm not surprised you got a bit lost." Issei stretched slightly. "So, how did your training for the match go?" Saji thought about it. "I think it went well. It was very difficult, especially the special parts of it, but I think I reached the goal I set for myself." Issei smiled. "Glad to hear it." Saji scratched his cheek before speaking. "Say, Hyoudou, do you remember the young devils meeting a month ago?" Issei nodded. "Of course. What about it? We were serious back then. And my dream is to become a teacher," Saji said, blushing. "Indeed?" Issei asked serenely. "What do you plan on teaching?" "Kaichu is trying to establish a raiding game specialty school in the underworld. It isn't an ordinary school. It's an open school for anyone, and that accepts devils, regardless of whether they are high class or low class, aristocrat or commoner. I heard from Kaichu that things like discrimination and traditions have been softened in the devil industry little by little, but there is still a part at the root of it all that refuses to accept these changes. That's why the current raiding game school only accepts high-class devils from aristocratic families. The games have to be equal for everyone. This is what the present Mayusamas have decided. Though it's equal, the path of the games is far for low-class devil commoners. That's strange, right? Though even a non-aristocratic devil may be promoted to a high-level devil depending on the method. The possibility shouldn't be zero." Issei looked at Saji, impressed with the boy. Saji continued strongly. "Kaichu has told me that she wants to do something about that. That she wants to teach so that even low-class devils can participate in the games. That's why she'll make a school that anyone can enter in the underworld. Kaichu is even studying in the human world as well for the sake of that. To give a chance to the ones who never got into the spotlight. Even if it's just by 1%. Even if it's almost zero. As long as it's not zero, one might be able to become a high-class devil. Hyoudou. Even I believe in that possibility, and will try to become a high-class devil." Issei grinned. "As you should. Always aim for the top, Saji." Saji grinned back. That's why I will work as a teacher there. I'll study a lot, fight in a lot of games, and store up various things. I'll become a teacher who teaches about pawns with that." Kaichu also said that she wants to help me. Even someone like me may be able to become a school teacher. I've only done stupid things in the past. I've also caused trouble for my parents and was disliked by the people around me. But if it's Kaichu, I can see a dream. I will stay by Kaichu's side and help her for life. Kaichu's dream is my dream." Saji rubbed the back of his head, a bit embarrassed. "Haha. I kept the fact that I became a devil secret from my mother, but she still cried when I told her about my dream. She was so surprised." "You become a teacher," she said, surprised. But she looked relieved. That made me happy. Issei smiled gently at Saji, like a brother with his younger sibling. "That's a wonderful goal, Saji. Work hard and become a great teacher." "Why yeah. That's why I'll fight my hardest and help my master beat senpai's team," Saji proclaimed, a fire in his eyes. "Win or lose, I'm sure you'll make those who laughed at you and your master's dreams eat their words," Issei said with a grin. Saji grinned back, eyes serious and full of determination. They continued speaking after that about various topics, though both were careful to keep from talking any further about the coming battle. Finally both turned when a voice spoke from the stairs. "Ice, sorry for making you wait." Saji-kan came as well. Issei turned towards Ryu's voice before his eyes widened at seeing all of the club members dressed up beautifully. His breath was taken away at seeing them all in wonderful dresses. Even Belle was wearing a perfectly suited strapless dress. "Damn, you all look... wow." Asia wasn't the only one to blush at the honest compliment. Saji, what's wrong?" came Sona's voice. Issei turned to see a similarly dressed up class president looking at her pawn, who seemed shocked into motionlessness by the sight of her, in confusion. Issei simply chuckled. A short time later the group had arrived at the high-class high-rise hotel being used for the party. The building sat in the wide clearing of a huge forest at the edge of Gremory territory. As they walked into the building, Issei saw Tannen in an area reserved for large devils, and gave him a light wave, getting a nod in response. Now then, everyone. Rias began as they entered the lift, taking them to the top floor, where the party was being held. If you're called out to by any people from distinguished families, make sure to greet them properly, okay? Everybody nodded, but Belle had a question. Rias, I thought this party was set up by the Mayu for the young devils. That's the official reason, yes. In reality, there won't be much of a big deal made even after we enter the room. This is an annual custom. It's more of a gathering for the members of the distinguished families than anything. We, the next family heads, are just extras while our parents enjoy themselves. They've already planned things out to the 4th and 5th after parties. Proof lies in the fact that they arrived before us. They've probably already gotten together and finished their alcohol, Rias said with a sigh. As they exited the elevator into a large lavish hall, there was an exhalation of breaths of admiration at the sight of Rias. Issei smiled. Despite saying that their appearance wouldn't be a big deal, it was obvious that Rias was gathering a lot of attention. As everybody nearby complimented Rias, Gasper pressed himself against Issei's back, trembling slightly. Ooh, there's so many people. Issei reached back and patted the Hikikomori's head. You're doing good, Gasper. Despite all the people, you haven't tried to run away. Keep this up and I'll give you some candy later. The vampire nodded softly. Rias turned to Issei with a slight blush that he didn't notice. Ah, Ice, would you mind accompanying me as I make my round of greetings? Issei blinked before smiling and holding out his arm for her. It would be an honor, Rias. She smiled and took his arm, and the two made their way through the guests, exchanging pleasantries, despite the occasional looks Issei was getting for his association with the Redid. A while later, Issei sat in a corner with Asia and Gasper, keeping them company. The two were already exhausted, being completely new to such a setting. He looked around to see what everybody else was doing. Rias and Akeno were a short distance away, speaking with some female devils. Kiba was doing the same, a large amount of girls being obviously attracted to his pretty face. Issei rolled his eyes at that. Some things never changed. Issei's eyes narrowed as yet another male devil approached to greet Asia. The former nun's cute looks were attracting them constantly. Issei definitely wasn't pleased, and his glare along with his scarred visage tended to make them retreat relatively quickly. Ice, Asia, Gasper, I've gotten some food, so eat up, came Zenovia's voice. Issei turned to see the brunette skillfully carrying several plates of exquisite food, Belle trailing behind and carrying some food of her own on a smaller plate. Thanks a lot, Zenovia. It looks good. Issei said with a smile, taking a plate from her. It's no problem. I brought Asia a drink as well. Ah, thank you very much, Zenovia-san. I was nervous and my throat got dry since this is my first time at something like this. The blonde said, quickly drinking down the glass of juice. Issei was about to chow down when somebody stepped in front of him. He looked up to find blonde girl that looked vaguely familiar to him. You're... It's been a while, Sekurute. The blonde said with a small blush she was trying desperately to pretend wasn't there. Issei smiled. Ah, it's Cutie-chan, Yakitori's sister. My name is Ravel Phoenix. I would expect somebody of your ability to be able to remember at least that much. Ravel said indignantly, still blushing. Issei chuckled softly. But Cutie-chan suits you so well. Ravel blushed deeper, but before she could say anything further, Issei continued. So, how's your brother doing? I expected to see him here, and I haven't spotted him. Ravel sighed. Thanks to you, he's been in low spirits. It seems that his defeat and having Rias-sama stolen away by you was a great shock. Well, since he had always relied on his talent and got cocky because of it, it should have been a good lesson for him. Issei laughed a bit. Wow, you're pretty merciless, aren't you? Weren't you also part of his peerage? Well, I've currently finished trading, so now I'm my mother's servant after she traded away an unused piece she had in exchange for me. Since my mother said that she would trade me again when I found someone whose family I want to become part of, I'm pretty much a free bishop now, seeing as my mother doesn't participate in any games. Issei cocked his head to the side. I can pretty much guess due to what you said, but what exactly is trading? Huh. Ah, well, trading, according to the rules of the raiding games, is exchanging pieces between kings, as long as they're the same kind of piece. Ravel explained. Ah, that's what I figured. Thank you. Issei said with a smile. Ravel nodded, blushing once again. Well, by the way, Sekurute. Please, enough with the Sekurute. My name is Issei Hyoudou. There's no need to address me by my title. You can speak to me normally. Just call me Ice. Issei said with a small, exasperated smile. To Issei's light surprise, Ravel looked rather happy at that. Is it really okay for me to call you by your name? At Issei's nod, she got control of herself with a small cough. Then I'll oblige and call you Ice-sama from now on. Issei's sweat dropped. Ah, the sama is unnecessary, but if it's that important to you. Ravel nodded firmly. It is. Very well then. Issei said with a light sigh. Ravel-sama. Came a new voice. Issei turned to see it was a woman from Riser's peerage. Danasama's friend is calling for you. I understand. Ravel said. She turned back to Issei. Aisama, the next time we meet, would you like to have some tea with me? And if it's okay with you, would you like to have a homemade cake PP prepared by me? Issei was surprised by her request, but nodded with a smile. I'd be delighted to, cutie-chan. Ravel blushed furiously, curtsied, and hurried away. Her escort nodded to Issei and followed after her. Issei was once again about to start eating when he spotted Kaneko moving quickly, heading out of the room. Issei's eyebrows furrowed before he gave a small sigh and set his foot down. Asia, Zenobia, stay here please. Ai-san. What's wrong? Nayu-sama's greeting will be starting soon. It's nothing, Asia. I just saw an acquaintance go by and wanted to say hello. I'll be right back. Well, alright. Issei nodded before giving Belle a look telling her to stay with them. The pixie nodded, prompting Issei to follow after Kaneko. He saw that she had gone down the elevator and quickly pressed the button to follow her down. He had just gotten into the elevator when Ria slid in alongside him. I saw your expression change. What's wrong? She asked. I saw Kaneko-chan leave, looking like she was following something. Issei responded. Ria's nodded. I see. Then I'll come along too. Issei nodded and pressed the button to the ground floor, making them slide down. Several minutes later the two were, after checking with the people outside the hotel, and sending Ria's bat familiar to look around, running through the forest, intent on catching up to Kaneko. Soon the both of them reached her and hid behind a nearby tree to find out what was going on. They saw that Kaneko was looking around, searching for something. Then she seemed to notice something and turned in that direction, making her pursuers do the same. It's been a while, hasn't it? Between one moment and another someone appeared without a sound. It was a beautiful woman in a loose black kimono. She had cat ears poking out of her black hair, similar to the ones Issei had seen on Kaneko when he was in her room. That made Issei suspicious. You? Kaneko's whole body was shaking. Hello Shirin. It's me, Yuwani-chan. The woman said. Kurokani-sama. Kaneko managed to get out. Issei's eyes narrowed. So this was Kaneko's sister. Kuroka reached down to pet the black cat snuggled up to her feet. Winnie-chan is very impressed that you came this far following after this black cat that sneaked into the party, Nayu. Ni-sama, what is this about? Kaneko asked angrily. Kuroka smiled. No need for such a scary face. I just had some minor business to take care of, and I heard that the devils were holding a party here, so I was a little interested. 9. Kuroka proceeded to wave her hand like a cat and winked cutely down at her sister. A laugh rang out. Could it be that you're a member of the Gremory group? Issei and Rias turned to see that Biku, the man who had helped Volley escape the peace conference, had appeared. Both of them tensed. Biku was a member of the Cows Brigade. So that most likely meant Kuroka was as well. Could this be a terrorist attack on the party? Suddenly Biku turned towards where they were hidden. Even if you erase your presence, it's useless. With people like me and Kuroka who know Senjutsu, we can detect you with just a slight variation in the flow of your spirit. Issei and Rias glanced at each other before stepping out. Kaneko looked at them in surprise. Senpai, but you. Issei acted supremely unconcerned. Yo, Wanna Wukong, how's Volley doing? Biku chuckled. He's doing fine. How about you? Still hiding your power for some reason. How disappointing. Issei shrugged. Unlike some, I don't feel the need to throw my weight around to make myself feel good. He crossed his arms. So, why are you here? Planning to attack the party? The two smiled at Issei's question. No, we didn't come down here for such a thing. It's just that a standby order has come out in the underworld. Me and Kuroka are off duty right now. When the order was given, Kuroka suggested visiting the devil's party. Since she likely wouldn't return easily, I came along with her too. Tension left Rias as she heard that. She was happy to hear that this wasn't a planned attack, and simply someone's curiosity. Biku, who is this boy? Kuroka asked, pointing at Issei. That's the Sekiryute. Biku responded simply. Kuroka's eyes widened. Really 9. So this is the Sekiryute that beat Volley. Biku yawned. Kuroka, let's just go back. We can't participate in the party anyway, so it's a waste to stay here. Alright, let's return. But I'm taking Shirin with me 9. Since I didn't do so that other time. Issei, Rias and Kaneko all tensed at that as Biku responded. Aurora, if you bring her back of your own accord Volley might get angry, you know. Well, when they realize that the same power as mine flows within her, both Office and Volley will be convinced, right? Well, that's true. Kaneko shivered in fear as her sister smiled widely at her. Issei had enough and stepped between them. I'm afraid that won't be possible. I'm quite fond of Kaneko-chan. Not to mention her friends would miss her a lot if she left. Both Biku and Kuroka laughed at Issei. No, that's very brave of you. The monkey said. But you really intend to make both of us your opponents? Just give us the girl, and we'll leave quietly. Doesn't that sound better? Issei glared at the Yaokai as Rias stepped forward. This child is my servant. I won't let you lay a single finger on her. What are you saying, Naya? She's my little sister. I have the right to love her. A high-class devil like you doesn't have that privilege. Kuroka said, glaring at Rias, who glared right back. Kuroka then dropped her glare and smiled widely. Well, since you're so troublesome, I'll have to kill you 9. Issei was surprised when the feeling of the surroundings changed as he hadn't been expecting it. Rias looked at Kuroka sourly. Kuroka, so you learned not only Senjutsu, Yujutsu and devil magic, but also the skill to control space. I didn't go as far as learning how to control time, but I have fairly picked up on how to control space. If I use the essentials of barrier techniques, it's relatively easy, after all. I covered this entire forest with a barrier and isolated it from the outside world 9. That's why even if we do flashy things here, it won't leak outside, and devils from outside won't come in. You're going to get pleasantly killed here by us and say goodbye. Now. Issei set himself into a stance, ready to fight, when a new voice joined the conversation. When I was told that Miss Rias and Issei Hyoudou had come to this forest and I quickly came to look, I didn't think I would be sealed in by a barrier. Issei looked up and smiled. Yo, Tannen, good of you to join us. Indeed. It seems these visitors aren't suitable for this party. Tannen said as he hovered above them. Deku looked absolutely delighted. Oh. If it isn't the former Dragon King Blaze Meteor Dragon Tannen. So you came. This is already a big problem, Kuroka. We have no choice but to fight now. You seem happy, Biku. Well, if we take down 2 who are above Dragon King class, office will be lenient on the matter. Kinto-one. Naorbo. Biku yelled, summoning a golden cloud to his feet and a long staff. He then flew into the air and began an aerial battle with Tannen. Issei watched the battle in the sky for a bit before he turned his gaze back to Kuroka, who was gazing back with a wicked smile and an evil aura. Issei was setting himself for the coming fight when Kaneko suddenly spoke. Nisama, I'll go with you, so please leave these people alone. Issei whirled on the loli. Kaneko. In an instant Rias had embraced Kaneko tightly. What are you saying, Kaneko? You're a servant of my peerage, and I won't let you do as you please. Kaneko shook her head, looking scared. You don't understand. I know Nisama's power best. Her power rivals that of an ultimate class devil. For Butchu and Ice Senpai. I don't think you can capture my sister even with a former Dragon King, since she excels at both Jinjutsu and Senjutsu. Even if that's the case, I absolutely refuse to hand you over to that person. To this Nekomata that didn't try to help Kaneko-chan when she cried so much. Rias exclaimed angrily. Kuroka smiled at Rias. It's because a yokai cannot help another yokai. However, this time, I simply want Shirin because I want another piece under my control. I can understand Shirin's power better than a red-haired one-san like you know. Kaneko began to shake her head at her sister's words. No, I don't want that kind of power. I don't need a dark power like that. Not a power that brings misfortune to people. She began trembling, tears falling down her face. Rias held her tighter. Kuroka. You who had been blinded by power left a wound on the heart of this girl that won't disappear for her whole life. After you killed your master and left, this child saw hell. When I first met her, there were no feelings left in her. Kaneko was betrayed by you, who was her only family to her, lost a future to rely on, and was despised and abused by other devils, to the point where she was going to be disposed of. She saw many harsh things. That's why I will show her many fun things. This girl is Kaneko Taoju, Rook of Rias Grimory's group. My important servant devil. I won't let you put even a single finger on her. Kaneko began to weep harder at Ria's words, large pearly tears trailing down her cheeks. I don't want to go. I am Kaneko Taoju. Kuroka-ni-sama, I don't want to go with you. I want to live with Rias Butchu. Kuroka smiled bitterly, something that Issei took note of, before the look on her face shifted, and she let out a derisive laugh. Then died. A thin mist began to emanate from Kuroka. It spread gradually till it reached them and began to spread into the forest, thickening every second. Issei's eyes narrowed as he studied the deepening fog. He whirled around when he heard Rias drop to her knees with a distressed sound, followed shortly afterwards by Kaneko, who had a hand to her mouth. He turned back to Kuroka, glaring. She looked back at him, her eyebrows raised. Ah, this mist wouldn't work on you, would it? It's a poison mist that only works on devils and yokai. 9. Since the poison is thin, you don't suffer much while it spreads through your body. I will kill you quickly, I'll kill you gradually. 9. Issei sighed. Kaneko-chan, why did you ask her to spare us as if we were powerless? He cracked his knuckles. Do you really think me that pitiful? I guess I'll need to show you again that I will protect those I care about. Kuroka looked interested. Oh, and what are you going to do, Naya? Well, first of all. Issei held out a hand to Kaneko and Rias. Amrita. An odd light hit the two devils, and they gasped as they felt the pain from the poison leaf being cured. They slowly got up. Then he said loudly enduring shout. A new light appeared around them, and when the mist tried to get near them, it was rebuffed by some sort of barrier. You healed them? Kuroka asked, surprised. Issei shrugged, cracking his neck. Don't think that because if I'm the Sekirute I'm all about brute destructive power. I've learned to be more than that. He lifted a hand to Kuroka. Although, I'm good at that too. Hama. Kuroka's eyes widened as the cage of light that Rias and Kaneko had last seen defeat Riser appeared. There was a blinding flash of light, but when it faded there was nothing there. That's a good attack, but useless. I can easily clone myself using the basics of Genjutsu, came Kuroka's voice. We'll need to fix it then, won't we? Sukunda. Issei said. A new light spread out in a wave with him as the epicenter. It seemed to hit something nearby, and suddenly Kuroka reappeared, looking shocked. Issei quickly pointed at her. Mejidola. A bright, multicolored orb raced towards the Nekashu and impacted her as she tried to dodge, spreading out in an explosion of power. It burst like a small nuke going off, making Rias and Kaneko fall back on their backsides. The black-haired devil it was aimed at proceeded to impact against the tree hard. She got up, staring at Issei. So, this is the power of a Sekiryu. I can tell you could have killed me if you wanted. It seems you're too merciful. I'm surprised you still have a soft heart with that amount of power. No powerful beings keep such things long, she said. She straightened up before grinning wickedly, though there was a bitter edge to it. It's only a matter of time though, before your power turns your heart to stone. Issei frowned. He didn't let it show, but that hit far too close to home when it came to one of his greater fears. But it was surprisingly Kaneko who answered. It's true that most of the previous Sekiryuteis were that lost their heads to their power. They drowned in the enormous power they had. My Nisama is the same. Even if one has power. If they don't have kindness, they'll definitely go out of control. But Ice Senpai is a gentle Sekiryute, despite his great power. It's a wonderful thing. He's surely the first one to be a gentle Sekiryute. That's why. She turned to Issei and gave him a beautiful, dazzling smile. Please become a gentle Welsh dragon. Issei stared at her before smiling gently back, feeling his fears abate. Always, Kaneko-chan. Issei. Tannen called down. Issei looked up. That blast was enough to apparently destroy the barrier. I'm surprised. It shouldn't have been strong enough for that. There was something very strange in the energy you used for it. Issei said nothing to the implied question, simply nodding and turning back to Kuroka. Are you ready to turn yourself in? Kuroka had regained her balance. No. I was holding back on you before. Now I'll show you a mixed shot of Yujutsu and Senjutsu, she said, pulling two different kinds of energies in her hands before launching them at Issei. He sighed before lifting his hand and literally slapping the attack away. Kuroka once more looked shocked. What? But how? Enough of this. It's time you paid for making my cute cowhide cry. Issei launched himself at Kuroka. Before she could react he had buried his fist in her stomach before sweeping her feet, making her fall to the ground. He fluidly moved into a downward punch at her head. Kuroka flinched and closed her eyes, ready for a devastating impact. When it didn't arrive she opened her eyes to find his fist hovering a hair's breadth from face. Aim at Kaneko-chan again, and I won't pull my punches next time, Issei said quietly. When he stood up and stepped back, Kuroka immediately scrambled to her feet and staggered away, glaring fearfully at him. You brat. Deku twirled his staff and laughed. So it's not just Tannen, that one is also boss level. How interesting. He grinned, looking eager to continue the battle. However, before he could do so, a tear in space suddenly appeared. A man appeared from out of the tear. He was young and wore a suit along with a pair of glasses, a strand of blonde hair falling across his face. In his hand he held a sword that was releasing a potent holy aura, which made Rias and Kaneko look apprehensive. That's enough, Biku, Kuroka. The devils have taken notice, he said. Biku descended, looking disgruntled. Aren't you Vali's attendant? The man pushed up his glasses. I came to take a look because Kuroka was being slow. And now I see you're here as well, Biku. What are you two doing? Tannen cried out to his allies. Everybody, keep your distance. That sword he's holding is troublesome. He moved lower. The Holy King's sword Kalbrand, also known as Caliburn. So Kalbrand, the strongest holy sword, is with the Hakuryuku, eh? Tannen laughed bitterly at that. I can see you have another at your side, though. Which is it? The young man pointed to the sword sheathed at his side. This is the final Excalibur that was only recently found. It is the strongest of the 7 fragments, Excalibur ruler. He turned to Issei. Sekiryute Dono, could you please give my greetings to the holy demonic sword user, and the wielder of Durandal? I'm very interested in them, and would like to face them sometime as a fellow swordsman. After Issei nodded he turned to Biku and Kuroka. Now then, let's retreat. He cut the air with Kalbrand, and another tear appeared, quickly spreading so multiple people could go through. Goodbye Sekiryute, the man said, as he and the other two left. Issei sighed as he turned to Rias and Kaneko. You two okay? Both nodded and Issei ran a hand through his hair as the devils who detected trouble appeared. He moved and patted Kaneko's head as she leaned into his touch, looking tired from all the commotion. As Rias leaned against him, also tired, he gave a small chuckle. And here I was afraid this party was going to be boring. It was the day of the match-up against the Citri Peerage, and Issei was standing with the Gremories, as is Alan Bell, ready to wish his friends luck. The Keno and Kaneko approached Issei. Mu, I wish that Ice-kun was joining us in this fight. the queen said with a playful pout. Issei smiled at them both. I'm sure you'll do amazing. I'll be watching you intently with the others and want to see how much you've grown. Ice-kun, it's thanks to you that we've grown so much. Akeno took a deep breath. I'll be using my light for the first time today. Ice-kun, please watch me as I let out everything I have. Me too, came Kaneko's soft voice. If Ai-senpai is watching, then I won't hold myself back. Please watch. Issei smiled at them both and, to their surprise, gathered them both into a hug. I'm sure you both are going to be amazing, he said softly. Show everybody that you won't let your fears hold you back any longer. The girls, blushing at the contact, hugged him back before stepping away with determined looks on their faces. Once the fighters gathered on the transportation circle, everybody gave them their well wishes. Rias, you've lost once before. Win for sure this time. Fight a battle that won't make you ashamed as the next head of the family. Everyone else as well, okay? Do your best, Rias Nisama. Well, I've taught you about the things you needed to be informed about this time. All that's left is to exert yourselves and go all out. Do your best. Win or lose, show everybody what you can do. Ignore him. Kick their asses. The orc nodded with determination as the circle began to shine brightly before it flashed, and they were suddenly gone. Azazel lay a hand on Issei's shoulder. Alright, we should get going to the VIP room. Enjoy the game. While the Grimoires nodded, Issei looked at the Fallen, surprised. I still don't see why I'm coming to the VIP room with you. I'm not a faction leader or anything. You've been directly invited by both myself and two of the Mau. Not accepting would be bad form. Besides, think of this as a chance to network. And yes, Belle can come too if she wants to, Azazel said with a smile. Belle thought about it before shaking her head. Nah. She flew over to land on Milika's shoulder. I think I'll stay here and watch with the Grimoires. Azazel shrugged. Up to you. He turned to Issei. Come on, let's go. Issei sighed but allowed himself to be pulled along, glad he'd once more dressed in his now ubiquitous red ensemble. Before long they'd been transported to the VIP room, which was full of important-looking people. Issei straightened up and used the old trick of looking like he was meant to be there just as much as anybody else was. It seemed to work, as nobody paid him a second look. Ice. Welcome. Ready for the match. Came Surzich's voice as the Satan approached. Issei smiled at him. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do after the training I've helped put them through. Don't count my sister out, Ice-chan. Sotan has more servants and is better at strategy, said Seraful as she suddenly appeared from behind Surzich's. I don't doubt both sides will make an excellent showing, Levi-tan. I've just been more heavily involved in the Grimoire peerage, so I'm obviously going to be interested. Issei told the bubbly Mau with a smile. Yes, that does make sense. Hello, Ice-kun. It's good to see you again. Issei turned to find Michael approaching. Michael, I'm glad to see you're well. I hope the system is working smoothly and leaving you with less headaches, he said with a smile. The angel laughed softly. It's working as well as usual. You'll be happy to know I set up your requests for Asia and Zenobia, by the way. Issei smiled wider and gave the seraph a small bow. Thank you very much. Michael waved it away. It was no problem. He then turned to an old man with a long, white beard and an eye patch standing nearby. Issei, I'd like to introduce you to Odin, of the Norse Pantheon. Odin, this is Issei Hyoudou. He's the current bearer of the boosted gear. Issei nodded respectfully. It's nice to meet you, All-Father of the Aesir. Odin looked Issei over. There's something odd about you, boy. You look like a normal brat, but there's something off. Issei simply shrugged. It's the scars. They tend to have that effect. Odin snorted. Bah. As leader of a pantheon of warrior gods, do you think I'm unused to a little scarring? That's not it. I can't put my finger on it, though. He turned to the others, dismissing his musings. So, I meant to ask, what are the odds on this fight? Azazel shrugged. As I told the Grimoire group, I give them a 75% chance of winning. If they had another fighter of comparable skill it'd be higher, like 85 or 90. As it is, they could win, but it won't be all that easy. However it goes I think we'll be impressed. Both sides have their own strengths, and are also well motivated. Issei added. Motivation won't win a war, boy. Odin said. You need firepower as well. Perhaps, but a well-motivated person with a properly strong will can do impressive things. Issei retorted. Speaking from experience, Ice-chan. Seraful asked with interest. Issei merely smiled. Surzich's cut in. The game is about to begin. Everybody made their way to the group of large screens as Grafia beginning to speak, explaining the details of the location, and the fact that additional rules had been determined, and that each team had been provided a single bottle of Phoenix Tears. She then provided them 30 minutes to strategize before the game began properly. So, what are the additional rules? Issei asked. The primary one is that they can't destroy the department store battlefield. Surzic said. Huh. That's going to restrict Rias, Akeno and Zenobia the most. They're the showy type. Issei commented. Azazel hummed. 63%. Surziches gave him a sour look before adding, "There's another rule. The use of Gasper's sacred gear is forbidden. We have provided them with sacred gear sealing glasses that Azazel provided. 55%. Gasper has other skills. He has his magic and vampire abilities. So he's not useless like most sacred gear wielders are when without them." Issei assured. "That's why the number wasn't lower." Azazel said simply, "Well, we'll see how it goes. At least the participants are nice to look at. These girls will be quite beautiful soon," Auden said. Issei raised an eyebrow. So Auden was a pervert. He shrugged to himself. At least he showed good taste. Suddenly a silver-haired woman popped appeared at Auden's side. "Auden-sama, you shouldn't be so indecent. You'll make Valhalla weep. You are such a prude, girl. You'll never get a boyfriend if you continue acting that way." Auden grumbled. The woman began cry. "Oh. I want to have a boyfriend, but he would go out with a woman of my age." "Oh." Issei's sweat dropped. Michael chuckled softly. "That's Auden's Valkyrie assistant," he told Issei. Issei blinked. That was a Valkyrie. Everybody's attention was shortly drawn back to the screens as the game began. Issei nodded as he saw Gasper become a large amount of bats and head to every corner of the battleground, most likely for surveillance, as he didn't have Issei's blood to give him the boost needed to do more damage in that form this time. Still, it was a good strategy. Due to their lack of numbers, the Gremory team sent their strongest member, Kiba, on a roundabout route through the parking lot to the other side of the department store. The others, not having a pawn that needed to promote, gathered around their base to defend. The Citri group split into groups. One was headed straight to the enemy base by the shortest route. The other, smaller group headed to the parking lot. Sona went her own way, however, and headed to the roof, keeping herself safe from attack. There were winces and mutters when Gasper was suddenly taken out, being retired and costing the Gremory team their surveillance capabilities. This meant that Kiba was completely unprepared for the team of two that awaited him. The fact that they were what was considered two of the strongest pieces, the Queen, Tsubaki, and Knight, Tomo, didn't help Kiba's odds. He still fared incredibly well, however, impressing many there, and in the end he managed to defeat both of them, but not before Tsubaki landed a blow that left him bleeding heavily. He was retired shortly afterwards due to blood loss. Meanwhile, the others had begun to battle the other five. Kaneko fought her fellow rook, Tsubasa, defeating her easily, thanks to the fact that her natural durability didn't protect her from the spiritual Nakashu attacks that Kaneko employed alongside her normal attacks. Zenobia ripped through one of the bishops, Momo, despite a very timely use of the reversal ability they'd learned to temporarily change Durandal's holy aura to a dark one, meaning it didn't do nearly as much damage to them. So despite Zenobia's victory, she got a lot more banged up than usual. Asia was taken out by that same reversal ability. When she went to heal Kaneko and Zenobia with her new area of effect ability, one of the pawns, Haruko, used it, making the healing aura become a damage aura. She was taken out alongside Asia because of it. Akeno was in a fierce battle with the final bishop, Rya, but was greatly hampered by the rule not to destroy the area. However, the lightning she now wielded in place of the thunder she used before made a big difference, so that she managed to win. However, it wasn't as easy a win as it should have been, and she was left quite tired. Because of this, she was completely unprepared for what came next. Saji. Despite the fact that he was supposed to be the weakest of his group, Saji had caused utter havoc. He had learned new ways to wield his sacred gear that even Azazel seemed impressed with. He took out Kaneko by attaching one of his lines to her, steadily draining her, even as he desperately dodged her attacks. He spotted Zenobia coming for him and turned, attaching the other end of the line on Kaneko to her. As Zenobia swung her sword, his holy aura had returned at him. He somehow made the line shorten even as he dodged, so that suddenly a surprise Kaneko was sent flying at the knight, and was sliced into by her ally's holy sword. Already weakened by the line's draining ability, this was enough to retire her. Zenobia was shocked still, but Akeno wasn't. She started launching lightning at Saji, who started desperately dodging, getting more than a little singe from glancing hits. He connected another line to Zenobia, and, before she could cut it off, connected the other end to a metal pole he was hiding behind, just as Akeno launched an even bigger bolt of lightning. The lightning hit the pole, traveled down the line and into Zenobia, who gave a cry before being retired as well. Akeno was not happy. With a cry she launched another, larger bolt of lightning. Saji barely managed to evade, though he got blown back by the small-scale explosion at the epicenter. He quickly launched a line at a magazine stand and launched the other end at Akeno. She dodged, making the line hit the wall behind her. He still made the line suddenly shorten, launching the entire stand in the air, clipping Akeno's temple. Akeno cried out, falling to the ground, and before she could react, Saji went for a blow that would take her out with a shout. Akeno managed to get her bearings at the last second and moved away, but Saji pulled out a bottle of Phoenix Tears and splashed it at her. Before she could do anything, still dazed, he shouted reverse, and the liquid that should have healed her, instead caused her massive damage, causing her to be retired with a cry. Saji panted, hands on his knees, obviously exhausted, but before he could even take notice a reddish-black orb came from the entrance to the food court base, hitting him and causing him to be launched back. His last sight was a royally pissed-off Rias. Then he was retired. In the VIP room, many were muttering to themselves, discussing what they had seen. Both sides had fared impressively, but Saji's performance was the most talked about. Quite an interesting dragon boy. What's his name? Asked Aten. Saji. Issei responded. Saji Genshuru. Impressively thought out uses of his gear. I doubt many previous users used it that way. He's one to watch out for. The old god said. Take care to nurture him. He'll be big. Issei couldn't help but smile. From the sounds of the mutterings around him, Saji was well on his way to his dream of becoming a teacher. He turned back to the screen as Rias finally found Sona. With only the kings left, this would be decided between them. Your peerage fought well, Sona. Especially Saji-kun. You should be proud. Rias said. Sona adjusted her glasses. Yes, Saji improved tremendously for this game. Her eyes glinted. I will have to make sure to thank Hyoudou-kun for his help with my peerage's training. Rias reeled back in shock at that revelation, even as various people in the VIP room turned to Issei with raised eyebrows. Issei said nothing, simply watching with his arms folded. Ice. Helped you? Rias asked, sounding like she couldn't believe it. He gives excellent advice, as I'm sure you know. His ideas helped my peerage grow splendidly. Sona answered. Rias managed to compose herself. It doesn't matter. Now it's just the two of us. Let's finish this, Sona. So saying, the two girls began an intense magical battle that had everybody watching captivated. It all culminated in one final titanic clash. Finally, Grafia announced Rias Gremory is the victor to all listening. It was a couple of hours after the match, and Rias had just left Akeno's infirmary room when she spotted Issei walking towards her. She stopped and gazed at him while he gazed back. Congratulations on your win, Rias. He said with a smile. Rias looked away. It might as well have been a loss. The higher-ups aren't looking that favorably on me, considering it was so close when I was the favorite to win. Issei snorted. What do they know? You won despite many surprises. Just because Sona wasn't as weak as they assumed is no reason to act harshly toward you. Rias ducked her head. You helped her. Issei sighed. He'd known this conversation was coming. You realize she told you that to psych you out, don't you? It's the truth though, isn't it? Rias asked quietly. She was obviously quite hurt. Do you remember at the Young Devils meeting, where I pledged to support Sona with her skull? He asked. Adernati continued. After the meeting she asked for my help with preparing for the game that had just been announced. I made sure to inform her that I wouldn't help her as much as I would you. I didn't give her personal trainers, after all. Simply some advice on how to best nurture her servants. Saji got quite a bit of my attention, being so new to Devil Hut and to his gear. So yes, I helped advise her, but I didn't train them to fight you. Rias looked like she felt a bit better, so Issei continued. I also wanted to give you a challenge. Facing adversity is a great way to learn and improve. If you had just cursed them, you'd have learned nothing. Now you know some things you can improve, along with ideas of new tactics. Rias nodded. Finally, I wanted to help Sona. Be honest, would you have felt good if you'd crushed Sona, and thus her dreams? Issei asked. No, I wouldn't have. Rias admitted after a moment. She may not have won, but she showed her naysayers that she's serious and capable. She needed this. So I helped. He sighed. I hope you can understand. I don't apologize for what I did. It was for the best for everyone. They were silent for several minutes before Rias sighed and nodded. I don't like it. But I understand. She smiled at him. You better make it up to me though. At his raised eyebrow she looked serious. Make me stronger, Issei. Issei smiled. Of course, Rias. Soon enough, they were all on the train back to the human world. Issei was relaxing and talking to Rias when, suddenly, Kaneko sat on his lap with her cat ears and tail out. Issei looked down at her in surprise when she looked up at him, gave him a wide, beaming smile, and let out a cute little nine. Issei just stared, mind-blown by the sheer amount of adorable, before smiling and petting her head as Asia looked on, teary-eyed. Rias glared, and Akeno let out an uncomfortable pressure despite her smile. Belle simply laughed. Ah, finally home. Issei sighed, stretching as he got off the train with the others. Let's get home, Asia. Asia Argento. We finally meet. Asia looked bewilderedly at a delicate-looking man that had drawn near. Issei's eyes narrowed. What do you want with Asia? The man ignored him. I see, so you've forgotten me. He pulled up his shirt, exposing his chest and a large deep scar. Asia's eyes flew open. That wound. Could it be? Yes, you couldn't see my face at that time, but I am the devil from that time. The man said. Asia was speechless. My name is Diodora Astaroth. That time you weren't able to treat it to the point where a scar wouldn't remain, but my life was saved due to your sacred gear. Issei's eyes rose, realizing what was going on now, even as Rias cut in. You're Diodora, aren't you? Diodora took Asia's hand and kissed it, which made Issei's eyes narrow and his blood boil. Then the devil spoke. Asia, I came to meet you. I apologize that I couldn't greet you at that meeting. But I think the encounter between you and I was destiny. I want you to be my wife. I love you. Issei wasn't the only one who stared in shock. He was the one who had blood flowing from his palms due to his nails cutting into them, however. That's it guys. Thanks for watching and supporting us. See you in the next part.